Chapter 36, Phase 39, Intervening Justice. A/N. Here is Phase 39, the start of the battle scene in Orb. As per usual, I own nothing of the Gundam universe, as much as I would love to. All that I take credit for is my characters, ideas and musings that go into this story. So with that out of the way, hope you enjoy the phase. Phase 39, Intervening Justice. June 17, 71 CE. The Orb Union. The day when the Alliance set for their demands to be met dawned over Orb, and an eerie silence filled the early morning air. The previous day's efforts to pursue a diplomatic solution with the Alliance had not borne any fruit. Evacuations had been going city by city since yesterday and were moving along at a decent pace. However, the evacuations wouldn't be finished when Omni commenced their attack at the rate the process was going. Panic was in the air but was kept in hand, so it didn't make things worse or harder. The official explanation Orb's government gave was the truth: the Alliance was coming to try and take the nation's freedoms. It was also said diplomatic solutions were still being attempted, yet it was not mentioned such had little chance of success. Most of Orb's citizens were evacuating as instructed by the government. The majority of the citizens were worried about what would happen, but they didn't voice that. As the hours ticked away and the deadline came closer, preparations were rushed as they could be. All seaborne ships were ready to sail out to combat in the coming afternoon. The ships in Orb's fleet were made up of both classes from their own military and the Federation's forces. Orb's classes were the Aegis-class cruisers and Kura-Amikami-class battleships. The Aegis class was comparable to the Federation's Dolphs class, while the Kura-Amikami class was between the Dolphs and the Lapis class. The Aegis class was heavily armed for combat with a single 250mm rapid-fire gun for long-range attacks on enemy ships. It also had three 25mm anti-air Gatling guns to shoot down incoming missiles of enemy mobile suits. Its largest type of weaponry was its missile launchers, which include 18 anti-ship and several anti-air missile launchers, capable of unleashing a large number of missiles on enemy warships and mobile units. The Kura-Amikami class was heavily armed, despite its smaller size than the Aegis class. Its armament consisted of a single dual rapid-fire gun on the front side of the ship and four 25mm anti-air Gatling guns, which are used on most naval vessels to shoot down incoming missiles or mobile units. Besides these weapons, the ship class also features 4 anti-air and 6 anti-ship missile launchers, allowing the ship to unleash many missiles on the enemy. Orb's military command organized the defending vessels into groups for patrol, which had been running since last evening. And while the ships hadn't seen any sign of Omni yet, they kept a sharp watch, so none snuck around. Helis and other aircraft assisted in keeping watch for Omni and keeping an eye on the evacuations. Once the western coasts were evacuated, military vehicles like linear artillery moved into defensive positions. All the fixed defenses had been checked and readied for deployment. The defending forces were combined with the Federation military forces that had come to Orb within the last year. So, Valkyrie jet fighters were prepared to help the Astray suits and the other aircraft that Orb had to work with. Runways had been laid at several different places around Orb for the Federation's Valkyries to launch from, and most were located by military complexes on both Onogora and the main island Yalafath. Orb's military command on Oragoro picked up Omni forces earlier afternoon as they came into range of sensors. The announcement for final preparations to be made was sent, signaling attack would commence shortly. The second group of seaborne vessels left their ports and headed out to where they would meet Omni. It was less than an hour before Omni came into range to fire their weapons, and they didn't hesitate. Missiles were launched from all the ships as they kept sailing toward Orb's mainland. Kagalai was in Onogora's command center when the alert of the incoming missiles was sounded. "Ma'am," called out a console operator, Omni forces had just launched their first salvos. She knew that the battle for Orb's future was now underway, whether those like her liked it or not. Kagalai had hoped that some miracle would occur and a diplomatic solution would be found, thus no fighting would be required. Kagalai had known that things would come down to a battle in the back of her mind. Omni had made it clear with what they did to the Republic that they weren't going to allow for anything less than total surrender to them or die trying to take the member nations. All in the operations room looked to Kagalai for orders, with her officially the highest-ranking officer there. Kagalai clenched her fists. "Defenders of Orb, intercept those missiles and commence defensive operations," she ordered. The linear artillery began shooting at the missiles, dispatching the majority while some did get through and hit the ground. Orders were sent for the rest of the defense forces to head out and counter Omni's offensive. There were a few takeaways from the battle for the Republic, the biggest of which was that Omni would use their mobile suits. The plan was to have the Astray suits work from the ground to intercept incoming fire and enemy mobile suits. All the M1 Astrays left their docks and made their way to the battlefield. While the ground suits headed out, the Valkyries took off from their airfields and joined the other aircraft in the air. Preventing Omni's mobile suits from landing would help the defensive effort and keep the evacuations uninterrupted. At the same time, as the attack had begun, Muru ordered the Archangel to head out from the dock into the field. The Archangel sailed out of Morgan-Roet's dock into where the battle was going. The bridge crew spotted the aircraft flying from Onogora and the mainland toward the explosions ahead. It was the first fight the ship had been in since JOSHA, and this one came with mixed feelings. In this battle, they would be going against those who had been their allies months ago. Some of the crew had come to terms with the betrayal of Omni and the Alliance, but not all had. Those from Heliopolis had accepted the event as Tyler had told them before it happened. Both Mew and Crystal had also come to accept that Omni had left them to die and hadn't been helping them. However, they were among the few who had completely come to terms and moved forward. As the Archangel moved forward toward the battle, teams of Valkyries climbed in the air looking for Omni's mobile weapon transports. And it didn't take long for the large aircraft to be spotted as they approached Orb's mainland. The transports were quickly attacked by the Valkyrie teams and forced to do what they could to evade. The avoidance of attack didn't last long before the Valkyrie teams began striking the aircraft and destroying some of them. Some of the transports managed to offload the mobile suits they carried before they either crashed in the ocean or detonated in the air. Other Omni aircraft did move and attempt to get the Valkyrie teams to leave the transports alone. However, Omni forces had little success at driving the Valkyries away from firing at the suit transports. The strike daggers that did manage to jump out of their transports deployed their parachutes to slow their descent. They landed on Orb's mainland, destroying the fixed defenses they managed to come down on. The daggers were quickly pressed as Astray units charged at them and began fighting them. And while the dagger pilots had gained more experience now so that they weren't easily beaten, they weren't veterans. Thus, the greater numbers of Astray and Valkyrie suits swarming them were whittling away their forces. It made Omni's landing forces almost ineffective as they were to destroy defenses to allow more to make landfall. Azrael wasn't the most pleased at seeing the daggers having trouble not only getting to the ground but also making any progress. It was annoying that the Federation machines were taking down the transports, which was hampering things. Yes, Azrael hadn't forgotten the fact he had been told over and over the Federation was no pushover. But drawing out what was inevitable was pathetic and only made things more difficult. Orb would fall into line even when the Republic had not. Omni needed a win, and while Victoria would do that, a win against the Federation would do just that much better. Plus, it would give Omni and others access to Federation technology which would speed along plans. Captain, Azrael started, wouldn't you say it is a good time to send the strike daggers on the ship out? Our forces appear to be having some difficulties on land, and we need that foothold. The Powell's captain looked at Azrael. Yes, but what of those 3 machines you've been touting, sir? Azrael smiled. Oh, they are being readied, he replied. They will launch out shortly, and they will help move things along. The captain sighed and ordered the daggers to head out from all 4 Spengler classes. The units on the carriers had been equipped with the new flight systems developed for them. The system was similar to the Strike sail pack in having wings and a more powerful thruster set. The Omni suits headed straight for Orb's mainland, dodging incoming shots as they were able from Orb's defending ships and the land defenses. However, only around half the strike daggers landed on the Izanaga shoreline east of the capital city. The reinforcements for Omni gave them some momentum as they held onto their foothold. Then 2 Omni transports managed to get past the Federation fighters and fly over Onogora. They were shot at and hit as they were deploying their mobile suits. However, they could get all of their units out before exploding. Omni's target was the mass driver and Morgan Roet's main complex, as they were the jewels of the operation. The top brass had made it plain the mass driver was to be intact if at all possible by the end of the operation. Omni's Des Moines and Arkansas classes surged forward to engage Orb's defending vessels. They were followed by the spearheads and the VTOL fighters that had been with the fleet. However, the defensive lines held by the ships didn't fold under the surge from Omni. Muro could see that while in the water, the battle was going fine, the defenders on land needed help. So she ordered the Archangel's mobile suits to head out to the field and assist where they could. The ship's 2 linear catapults were opened, and rails extended out for use. The Freedom moved to the right catapult while the Strike was sent to the left. The Shadow would launch once one of the catapults was free to use. Kira kept calm and focused on the task of forcing the Alliance back from Orb. It was much the same idea when Tyler would tell him and Lakis to focus on the end goal rather than the methods of achieving it. That did remind Kira that Tyler wasn't here, which he would have preferred. Kira always felt more confident going out to fight when Tyler was going with him, and he couldn't explain why. Not to say that Kira wasn't confident with the Freedom, and he was able to make a difference in defending Orb. Kira just wished Tyler was going out with him for the support, both moral and tactical. In comparison, Mew and Crystal were going out to their first actual battle piloting mobile suits rather than skygraspers or mobile armors. Both had put in the time to practice piloting the machines in preparation for this fight, among other future events. They even had sparred with Kira, neither had won against the kid, but they'd come away with lessons learned. Kira Yamato, Freedom, let's do it. Kira announced before the Freedom launched out from the Archangel directly following. As the Freedom was flung out, the Strike was equipped with its newest armament set, the AQM/EM-1, which gave the Strike the combination of all its striker packs. The rocket anchor and shoulder with beam boomerang from the Sword Striker were attached to the suit's left arm. While the launcher pack's shoulder piece, complete with Gatling gun and missile launchers, went on the right shoulder. The flight pack from the AL Striker pack was mounted on the machine's back hardpoint, though it had two arm units for mounting the Agni beam cannon on the left and the Schwartz anti-ship sword on the right. Yet, the mobile suit had to give up the customary beam rifle and anti-beam shield with this set. Once the pack was attached, Mu was given the go-ahead to launch Mu La Flaga, launching in strike. The strike flew out from the Archangel and followed the Freedom, which only left the Shadow to go. The mobile suit had already moved to the right catapult and was getting its flight system put on. But when that was done, Crystal focused forward, Crystal McAllister, Shadow, heading out. The Archangel's three mobile suits zoomed out and joined Orb's side in ousting Omni. Mu and Crystal headed for Orb's mainland to assist in dealing with the strike daggers that had made it to that point. On the other hand, Kira went to the Izanaga shoreline, helping the Estrace fight there. Meanwhile, back on the Spengler-class Powell, Shunny Andres, Clotho Boer and Orga Sabnik had suited up and headed down to the ship's hangar. The three knew they were here to display what they could do, which had been said to them. However, it was implied that their performance in this would be judged much as simulations were at the lab. And the three knew Dr. Moss would more than likely look at this. That possibility alone made it all the more important they do their best. The three boys knew, and any candidate that kept Dr. Moss satisfied or not disappointed was everything. If a candidate didn't do so, they didn't last long and disappeared if such didn't change promptly. Thus far, the boys' group had performed satisfactory, so had stayed out of trouble with the head of Lodania. While they would love to earn more privileges from Dr. Moss, they were more interested in keeping off her bad side. Therefore, even when they didn't like one another much, they would put aside their differences for mutual survival. Their trio was different because there was no clearly established leader, which the other two followed even if begrudgingly. It was a characteristic their trio had that few others did, and it was not a good one and was scrutinized most of the time. The three approached the mobile suits that they were assigned to use in this performance. The lab personnel waiting for the candidates had medication doses ready for them. The serum was a performance enhancement drug that candidates were given regularly. It was to make sure they had a minimum level of the drug in them to have their bodies used to the substance. That had been the best methodology invented that was successful for boosted men. When candidates were going to perform, they would then be given a stronger dose to provide heightened and precise responses. And the trio's performance was to be observed and recorded for later assessment per Dr. Moss's orders. While the team lead had waved off some expected procedures at Lodania, others observed them anyway. The doses were handed to the three candidates in their sealed bottles, and the lab personnel waited for the candidates to take the medication. The three snapped off the bottle top and drank the serum, ignoring the bitter taste. Their thoughts were hovering on this as a chance to show they could do as good if not better than the star girls of Lodania. Every candidate knew about the Galliana sisters, and they were the comparison the other candidates didn't want to be measured by. They were Dr. Moss's favorite trio and always seemed to perform well enough to make the lab's head happy, which was more than satisfied. So, the boys would love nothing better to match or outperform the star girls just once. That agreement had them being almost cordial to one another when they normally weren't. It was thoughts of Dr. Moss that had them behave, not the lab personnel that was their handlers. All the candidates feared Dr. Moss more than any other person at the lab for a good reason. The woman had given them a chance to be something more than they had been before. Most candidates had come from less than nice circumstances, to put it mildly, and so didn't want to go back to where they had come from. However, the chance came with the understanding that expectations were met or else. And that or else motivated candidates to give everything they had. Whether candidates heard about consequences from other candidates or lab personnel, the reaction from new candidates was similar. It was disbelief until they had one experience with the consequences for not meeting expectations, then conformance going forward. That was why they listened to their handlers and the ones that were giving them orders. The fear of Dr. Moss was so ingrained that it was the driving force behind their actions. After taking the dose, they were told to board the units they were assigned to before now. It was an ingrained habit to follow instructions given. It resulted from years of training and conditioning they had gone through at Lodania. Orga boarded the X-133 Calamity while Shunny entered the X-252 Forbidden and Clotho got in the X-370 Raider. They checked the onboard system as they'd been taught to do each and every time during simulations. The threat of punishment if they didn't do the actions had been the motivation to become a behavior. As they were doing the task, the voice of Muruta Azrael came over the comm channel. "Say boys, and it's extremely important that you not damage Morgan Roet or the mass driver. Do you all understand?" he asked. "Mina said that you three tend to get good results, so I assume that such a task won't be an issue, will it, boys?" The instructions were simple enough on the face of it: don't aim for the large catapult or the complex around it. And to be told, Dr. Moss had said they got good results was high praise from the head of Lodania. The task was different because fewer boundaries were stated than there normally were. The simulations back at the lab always had specific requirements and boundaries in place by which candidates' performances were judged. It was so that there was the focus and little chance to do anything but the task assigned in the simulations. Thus, excitement filled the boys at the implied freedom they would have during this task. Then, Does that mean we can destroy whatever else we want to around this place? Shunny inquired, ensuring he understood what had been said. At Lodania, you didn't make assumptions about what was implied, or else you could be punished. While Shunny was the cautious one of their trio, the other two were much less so. It was due to Shunny wanting to avoid punishment actively while Clotho and Orga merely did it passively. Clotho would normally call Shunny a pansy for clarifying given instructions, but should he do so, it would waste time. They could be having fun. So for this one time, Clotho would be nice and not tease Shunny so that they could get going. It certainly sounds like it to me, Clotho remarked, smiling at the thought of so much freedom to do what you wanted. So, you can hush Shunny, and we can get going. Orga was a tad annoyed that Clotho was trying to step into their trio's leader position as he sometimes did. He wasn't leadership material even when he thought he could be, and lab personnel had repeatedly stated that. And he, along with Shunny, was delaying them from heading out on the task they had been given. It was clear that all three wanted to take out the mobile suits they'd been given. So it was better they all shut up and just get going. Would you two shut your traps already so we can get going on this? Orga snapped. It was clear to Azrael the boys were excited about going out and fighting Orb's defenders. And if they wanted to go crazy, Azrael had no qualms in letting them do so. Mina did mention something about the three boys being rambunctious, among other things. Azrael hadn't a problem with destructive tendencies in pilots. If anything, then such made them more effective in bringing down an enemy force by what he'd seen. So, Azrael laughed, now that's the kind of attitude I was hoping to hear, boys. You're all absolutely right in your assumption about getting to do what you like. Now then, go out there and have fun while you work. The three hatches on the Powell's forward half sides, two on the starboard side and one on the port side, opened. The Forbidden leaped out the port side hatch and surged forward with its high-speed mode shifting into place. The Raider was next to leave the ship, changing over to its mobile armor flight mode. The Raider's mobile armor mode was identical to the Bandit's mobile armor mode. The only difference was the ball weapon was stored on the bottom where the Bandit had no such weapon. Once the Raider had changed over, the Calamity moved out of the ship and jumped up, and landed on top of the Raider. The Calamity didn't have enough thrusting power to fly as the other two did. After leaving the Powell, the three custom model suits rocketed forward towards the battle still in full swing ahead of them. In the skirmish, the daggers that had reached land were fighting as hard as they could to stay alive and make any progress. There weren't as many suits as Omni had hoped would make landfall, but they were working with what they had. Orb's defenders were making any attempt for strike daggers to touch down on land extremely difficult. Then the Federation fighter jets were also changing into mobile suits. Those machines had weapons that seemed rather effective against the dagger's laminated armor. The enemy also appeared to be defending specific positions farther inland, which didn't make sense for the Omni fleet. The Omni pilots knew they were outnumbered and outgunned to a degree against Orb's defending forces. Orb's Astray suits and the Federation's Valkyrie units pushed back against the daggers, using teamwork effectively. Hence, Omni pilots did everything they could, crazy or not, to stay alive and move forward. In Orb's military command center, Kagalai was frustrated as she watched the battle unfolding. Orb's defenders were doing a beyond admirable job, and she would praise them for their efforts. Kagalai was more than grateful for the men and women fighting who put their lives on the line. It filled her with pride that Orb's and the Federation soldiers stepped forward to protect Orb and did so without hesitation. They had the motivation to defend their home and beliefs, giving them more reason to risk their lives in the battle. Of course, she wished that this battle wasn't happening at all, but that ship had sailed already and couldn't be called back. Thus far, Omni had gotten a small number of their mobile suits on Orb's mainland. However, defenders had prevented much progress for Omni by keeping them at the shoreline. Orb also had its evacuation routes covered by other parts of its forces. They kept their citizens moving to the ships that would take them away from the battle. And yet, that was coming with a cost of lives for the defense they were putting up, which Kagalai wasn't happy with at all. Mu dove right in shortly after leaving the Archangel, going to the nearest city adjacent to the military port the Archangel came from. He could see that some of Omni's mobile suits had entered the empty city and used the building for cover from their enemies. Mu landed in the city because of the strike daggers there and brought out the Agni cannon. He fired, sweeping the beam to cut the Omni suits in half. This would be neat if I weren't so new to using a mobile suit, Mu mused. At least, I'll make sure the original strike doesn't lose to the Omni knockoffs. At the same time, Crystal flew to the shoreline near the city Mu had gone toward. She could see that the Astray units had problems holding the Omni forces at the beach. So, Crystal brought out the LRT scope and used it with the Shadow's beam rifle to begin picking off some of the strike daggers. The scope was something else, and Crystal suspected it was one of the things which had Tyler prevent inspections of the mobile suit. She knew that she would never pull off the stunts as Tyler had with the Shadow, but she would work with it the best she could. However, Crystal didn't miss Mu's musing since he had said it over the COMM channel the Archangel suits were using. While I can agree with the sentiment, Mu, Crystal started, you should focus on the battle. And don't compare yourself to the previous pilots of these suits, it is unfair to all involved. We aren't them, and they aren't us, so don't go there. Mew hadn't thought he had said his musing over the radio, but apparently, he had, and Crystal had heard him. He had no problem admitting his shortcoming with her, and they had been friends for long enough to get past that type of discomfort. And Mew wouldn't compare himself to Kira, Tyler, or even the Pink Princess, he knew better. The teens were coordinators, and at least 2 out of the 3 had some sort of training. Still, this was the first actual combat he and Crystal had been in using mobile suits. By most measurements, the 2 of them were doing a better than average job, which was progress. Yeah, I know, Crystal, I'm not so foolish to compare myself to them. But for what it is worth, I would say that we're doing better than expected for this battle. Mew paused for a moment as he had a thought. Tell you what, should we both survive this, we go out to have a drink, and I'll buy. Crystal smiled at the offer Mew was making, as it wasn't the first time he'd invited her to drink. It was a standing thing with them. After hard battles, they would go and have a drink while they talked, a token of their friendship. Sounds good to me, Crystal replied. Heck, you can even invite Muru if you feel so inclined. I would bet you will be inviting her with how cozy you two have been getting. Crystal had a more interesting idea. I only want to make one small change to the bet. Let's make it that the one who takes out the least enemy suits buys instead of just you. That way, I won't feel like you are trying to talk me into something sweet, and you can save face. Mew felt his cheeks heat up slightly as he thought that the building relationship between Muru and himself had been kept very quiet and wouldn't be public. Yes, Crystal would have likely noticed, as she had a knack for doing. It was nice of her not to bring it up in front of the Archangel's crew, as it would have been somewhat embarrassing. So, Mew chuckled, deal Crystal, may the best pilot win, he returned. Mew refocused on his surroundings and spotted a stray suit switch from the strike's sensors said it was the girls from Morganroat mopping up some daggers. Hey, stay alert, girls, he ordered, Omni suits we stopped are a good start. But the more that we keep from moving forward, the better chance we all have at being alive by the end of this. Meanwhile, Kira had gone up the nearby coastline of the mainland of Orb, helping Orb's defenders as he went. As Kira flew, he witnessed a group of Astrays having difficulty with a group of strike daggers. He brought out the Freedom's railguns and plasma cannons targeting the daggers with its multi-lock-on system. Kira fired, hitting 5 dagger suits in non-vital areas, mostly disarming them or destroying their camera sets. The remaining strike daggers backed up a little at seeing their comrades defeated all at the same time. Kira noted that the 2 suits left weren't leaving, so he dove down, detaching the Freedom shield. He drew both beam sabers and sliced downward as he landed, cutting off a leg and arm of the strike daggers. Kira then stored the beam sabers and grabbed the Freedom shield, which had just hit the ground by this point, bottom tip down, and flew off to help the defending vessels in trouble. The defenders kept Omni from making much progress forward inland as time kept moving onward. The Archangel was blasting Omni vessels with both its Valiants and Gottfrieds, helping chip away at the enemy's strength. It was a welcome change for the ship's crew to have allies helping them in battle. Before now, they had normally been fighting by themselves except for a select few instances. Yet, in this battle, they had allies in the form of Orb and Federation vessels fighting alongside them. Combined with the Federation's Valkyries and other aircraft, the battle had the highest odds the Archangel had since its outset. Nonetheless, after taking down some spearheads, Clotho and Orga took notice of the unique-looking ship. It stood out from the rest and had been shooting down allies at a higher rate than others around it. Strong targets tended to be funner to take down, at least simulations made it seem so. That white one, Clotho mused, it's really standing out. And we get bonus points for taking out strong targets, so how about we go for that one? Orga knew what Clotho was talking about as it was a thing back at Lodonia. In the simulations, candidates were given extra points if they took down a strong or difficult target. Extra points were good marks for any candidate at the lab and had you in better standing with those in charge. And since keeping the ones in charge at the lab happy was everything, candidates snatched the extra points when they could. Thus, for one of the rare subjects Orga could agree with his other trio members, achieving extra points was always good. So, Orga snickered, you know, while we fight about most things, scoring bonus points is one of the few things we don't. Let's see who can make the kill shot on the white ship. Jackie spotted the incoming enemy signals as the Calamity brought the cannons on its backpack to bear on the Archangel. There was the size of mobile suits, but they were reading differently than ZAFT machines would and even different than the strike daggers. Mobile suits approaching, Jackie announced, but he still couldn't get the odd difference in the signals out of his mind. They almost appeared as mobile armors, yet he couldn't tell for sure if that's what they were. No, they look more like mobile armors, he corrected. Muru glanced down at the CIC as mobile suits were expected, but mobile armors were not. And if Omni had created suits based on the G project, at least one model had been able to appear as a mobile armor. Orga lined up the Calamity's 2 Schlag high-energy beam cannons and its Scylla multi-phase cannon on the white vessel. He pulled the trigger for his weapons, confident that he would hit it as he was so close. Clotho also fired his machine guns at the ship, not wanting Orga to have all the fun. Just as the beams came toward them, Muru ordered the Archangel to evade, and Arnold used the maneuvering thrusters to shoot sideways out of the line of fire. Muru watched as the beams passed but then saw them puncture an orb vessel that had been behind them. Muru hadn't meant to have an ally take a shot intended for the Archangel, but there hadn't been the time to think about that. Clotho was frustrated they'd missed, yet his guns would have just made holes. Orga should have blasted through the ship if he'd hit it, and he should have with the close range they were in. The chance for bonus points was all but gone, though there could be opportunities for more later. So, Clotho huffed, if you're going to shoot something that's this close, you shouldn't miss it, he snapped. You need to work on your aim and other things, time to drop you off, so my performance isn't hit. Clotho flew the raider over the mainland and tilted his machine to have the Calamity slide off. Orga didn't appreciate the insult given by Clotho since the idiot hadn't hit the ship either. But separating from the raider would give Orga a chance to work on his own performance. Fine, Orga snarled, I don't need you cramping up my style anyway. He had the Calamity use its thrusters to land on the ground and take in his surroundings. Orga had seen groups of enemies guarding further inland, and there were people around there. However, more enemies were in the city areas, which meant more chances to destroy things. So, Orga headed for the nearest city area to get to work and maybe have some fun in the process. The raider swung back to where the Archangel was so that he could perhaps get the bonus points for taking the ship down. Clotho had no issue stealing extra points from his fellow trio members. He watched after himself first and foremost, and working with Shunny and Orga just happened to help his survival. Clotho dodged the weapon fire from other machines as he approached the Archangel's bridge. He planned to use the Mjolnir spherical breaker his machine had to work with. It was built like an old-fashioned ball and chain weapon, and Clotho enjoyed weapons used for smashing things. I got you this time, Clotho announced and pulled back the Mjolnir in preparation to launch it forward. However, Kira didn't have much time to catch his breath as another mobile suit shot at allies close by. As Kira looked, a green mobile armor with what appeared to be a scythe landed on an orb ship and sliced a section off. Kira had shot at the Black Gundam as it had been making a beeline for the Archangel, yet he'd missed. Kira had followed the enemy as it was clear it had an interest in the Archangel and would harm it if given a chance. So, just as the Gundam got in front of the ship's bridge and had raised its weapon, Kira had the freedom ram it. The move was one Tyler seemed to prefer using against some enemies, and Kira wouldn't deny it was effective. The three Gundams that had appeared had shown they were nothing but trouble if left to their own devices. So, Kira didn't intend to leave them to do what they were. Gundam types were best fought with other Gundams Kira had found, so he was the best for the job. Thus, Kira watched as the raider sailed downward and splashed into the water. However, Kira didn't have much time to catch his breath as another mobile suit shot at allies close by. Kira looked at a green mobile armor with what appeared to be a scythe shot at allied vessels. The machine shifted into a Gundam before landing on an orb ship and slicing a section off with its scythe, the next thing Kira saw. He chased after the Forbidden as he continued its destructive killing spree. The three Gundams did help the push Omni was making somewhat, but orb defending forces didn't fold. Neither did those that were protecting the evacuation routes let any enemy units get past them. Along Onogora's evac route, Dirka made his way toward the dock, which would get him elsewhere. He was having an internal argument about the current circumstances as they didn't sit well with him. Dirka would glance at the fighting going on as he traveled toward the dock. He had to admit the Federation forces were putting up a good fight, Dirka would commend them for that. But Omni's stubbornness was expected, yet even so, Dirka still couldn't understand why they were attacking Orb. Omni before now had been at least careful not to provoke the Federation to fight them. This attack contradicted such behavior, and Dirka wondered what had changed. On the one hand, Dirka shouldn't get involved in this skirmish as a pilot of ZAFT since ZAFT had nothing to do with this. However, a part of Dirka wanted to do something to change the situation before him. Nevertheless, with the buster taken to Morgan Roet, Dirka's options to help if he wanted were limited. After meeting Tyler McGregor and talking with him, Dirka felt bad for attacking the Archangel. He'd learned that the crew wasn't bad people, that they had been following orders much as he had. As McGregor had mentioned, those on the Archangel were too good of people for them to fit in with Omni, and Dirka agreed. Then with that girl, Mirialia, she'd said her name was, she had brought him meals and talked to him when pretty much no one else did. So, leaving felt even more dumb with a debt unpaid. While Dirka watched Federation mobile suits doing whatever they could to protect the evacuation routes, he decided what to do. He turned around and ran toward Morgan Roet, where Mirialia had said his mobile suit had gone. Explosions kept going off all around Dirka as he ran towards Morgan Roet. Dirka also saw soldiers falling back to defensible positions as Omni pushed. However, none seemed to notice him or at least didn't pay much if any attention to him as he went. Thus, when Dirka got to the entrance of Morgan Roet, he found none around to stop him from going inside. The interior of the complex appeared to be mostly intact, or rather there wasn't much damage from the outside that had affected the inside yet. The place was deserted, so Dirka jogged through the corridors looking for the mobile suit floor. It took a few minutes for Dirka to find the area he was searching for, and in a dock was the Buster. Dirka quickly got into his pilot suit and climbed the dock scaffolding. He input the lock code and was glad that it was the same with the cockpit opening for him. Upon activating the OS, everything looked the same as it had been the last time he used the suit. He turned the phase shift armor on, forced the Buster out of the dock, and moved toward the door to the outside. Back out over the water, Shunny enjoyed the destruction he was getting to do, using bad memories to fuel his drive to keep going. He had seen Clotho had been hit by an enemy and sent into the water, but that was his problem. There was no real requirement for Shunny to work with his fellow trio members in this, as there were no specific instructions. Thus, Shunny would do his own things, prove he could perform well, and show he was useful to Dr. Moss. Maybe if he did that, he could be put with another trio that actually worked and wasn't dumb. Shunny had just landed on a ship, slashed off its bridge tower, and jumped back up before noticing another following him. When Shunny glanced back, he spotted the white, black, and blue mobile suit that had sent Clotho into the water. The raider came out of the water, and Clotho was unhappy with what just happened to him. He'd been about to down the white ship and earn bonus points with those that mattered, and another had denied him. It took just a moment for Clotho to find the suit that had hit him. "How dare you," Clotho growled, "game over. Eat this." The raider launched the Mjoynir at the Freedom, igniting its thrusters to increase the speed and force. Clotho wanted to make the enemy that had denied him pay by suffering before they died. Kira noticed the projectile just in time to evade it and watched as the spiked ball came sailing past. Yet, Clotho continued pursuing the Freedom, determined to get the machine that had cheated him. Mew had seen the Gundam, which had dropped off what looked like a mobile armor of some sort. He'd also noticed the artillery it had and used on those close by cutting down orb defenders. Mew wasn't going to stand for some trigger-happy idiot using a mobile suit to wreak destruction as they pleased while he was fighting. So, Mew made his way over to where the Calamity was and charged at it. "Not today," he challenged. The strike dodged the volleys from the high-energy beam cannons and got on the suit's left side. Mew swung the anti-ship sword horizontally at the enemy unit but was blocked by its shield. He had to leap upward just before the Calamity fired its multi-phase beam cannon where the strike had been. Crystal had been watching the strike's progress and witnessed the Gundam type using its artillery weapons. Although she knew Mew would be hard to take down, Crystal didn't want another to do it if there was a way to prevent it. Thus she moved the shadow in the same direction as the strike had been going to help Mew. She saw Mew swing his sword at the Gundam but be parried before jumping back to miss being shot at. Crystal had gotten behind the Calamity and used the Shadow's shield railgun on the enemy. The Calamity stumbled forward a few steps before Orga regained control, and he glanced backward. Orga saw a black mobile suit that looked like his, meaning it was a custom one. Mew saw the Calamity's attention had been shifted off of him, leaving it open to attack, so he didn't waste the chance. He raised the strike's left arm and shot the rocket anchor, which zipped at the Calamity and slammed into it. Orga was getting annoyed with these two pests buzzing around him, demanding attention. They couldn't do much damage to his machine as long as he didn't make dumb mistakes. True, they could bounce him around the cockpit with their attacks, fueling his annoyance. The Calamity's arsenal kept the two at a distance that Orga could handle. The artillery shot blocked and shoved the Shadow back from the Calamity, forcing Crystal to stay at a distance. That, in turn, prevented the use of the Shadow's close-quarter weapons, which would have more effect. Mew wasn't having much more luck with the Calamity than Crystal. Every time Mew got in close enough to attack, he was forced back by the Calamity shooting at him. The trio of female Astray pilots had been moving as a group on the battlefield and had gotten to the urban area by this point. They quickly spotted both the Strike and the Shadow dancing with the Calamity and moved forward to assist them. Asashai got in front of the Shadow and blocked the bolts from the Calamity's beam cannon for her ally. At the same time, Mayura did the same for the Strike, surprising both former armor pilots. The girls helping them were, as far as Mew and Crystal knew, were greener than they were. This was their first combat experience, and they had been doing drills before this. And then, Federation suits came to help them by firing at the Calamity and drawing its attention. Some of the Valkyries got a hold of the enemy's high-energy beam cannons and forced them to point above where they could hit allies. Orga wasn't so dense as to not see what the enemy was attempting to do to him. They were trying to pin him down and prevent him from fighting in this, and his struggle wasn't getting them off. Meanwhile, Kira quickly found himself fighting both the red and black Gundam and the green one. As the Raider would attack the Freedom, the Forbidden would move in to strike from behind. Kira had to weave away from the scythe swung at him before he used the Freedom CIWS guns on the Raider. However, the Forbidden moved to be in front of the Raider using its railguns on the Freedom. To Kira, it appeared almost as the two competed with one another for who could kill an opponent first. It made little to no sense for Omni pilots to see each other as much as problems as their enemies. The two Gundams he was fighting were acting erratic, more than any before now that Kira had faced. Clotho charged forward to slam his Mjoynir into his opponent before finishing them off with the Zorn cannon. However, halfway there, the Forbidden came into his path, blocking him from his target. Clotho saw the black and white machine as his target to destroy, and he wouldn't accept even a member of his trio to take that from him. Clear my lane, Shunny, Clotho snapped, this one's mine, and neither you nor Orga will steal it from me. Shunny wouldn't take Clotho's snarking as the white and black suit had attacked him. Shunny fought back against any that struck at him unless specifically told otherwise by one of the higher UPS at the lab. You're the one that's in my way, Shunny shot back, this one attacked me, so I'll take them down. You snooze, you lose, Clotho. Shunny brought the Forbidden's railguns up and fired at the Freedom, who dodged out of the way. Kira flipped over after evading the railgun's shot at him and had the Freedom's plasma cannons come out. He fired them at the Forbidden, yet the Gundam just shifted its shoulder shields to be in front. The beams deflected just before striking the shields, and faint ripples appeared in the air as the beams redirected. The beam deflection surprised Kira as he hadn't seen something like that happen nor knew of equipment that could do such a thing. Beam deflection could change how battles could be fought as far as Kira could imagine. And fighting the two, he was simultaneously taxing his skills hard. Kira was hanging on for the moment, but that would change if things didn't change for the better soon. While Kira was being kept busy, some spearhead fighters took advantage of the Archangel's weakened defense to attack. The Archangel fired some of its hell darts to counter and add to the CIWS gun's barrage. But the aircraft weaved out of the way and kept launching attacks against the Archangel and were joined by Alliance Sea vessels. The Archangel's defenses intercepted a good portion of the projectiles while others hit the water. However, some missile got close to the Archangel and detonated, shaking the ship. The next wave of missiles came, but two beams shot across the Archangel's bow destroying the missiles at the last moment. The beams came from behind the Archangel in the direction of Orb's Onogora Island. Sai looked down at his console screen and saw a signal behind them right off the shores of Onogora. He typed in a command, and the information identifying the signal surprised Sai. He couldn't help but utter what his console's readout said the signal was, the Buster. Jackie brought up an image on the forward bridge display, and all on the bridge saw the picture of the Buster. It was standing in shallow water in the local bay off Onogora, both its rifles pointed at the Omni aircraft and missile pods open. None had expected to see the Buster out on the battlefield, let alone assisting them. The ZAFT pilot Dirka Elsman had been released from the brig cell he'd been in to go where he wished, so it was supposed to be the last the Archangel ever saw or heard of him. Dirka saw that his shots had cleared some of the missiles but had more taken down the aircraft which had launched them. It felt like he was doing something of value fighting here, even if it wasn't for ZAFT. It was the first time in a while that Dirka actually felt like what he was doing had not just purpose but real meaning that he could get behind. And even should he have to face punishment for his actions here, Dirka was willing to accept the consequences. Dirka would even face Admiral Tries for fighting to help Orb since he felt the Admiral would understand and applaud the decision. So Dirka didn't move, just opened a COMM channel to the ship he was defending. Get the hell out of there, Archangel, he stated, I'll cover you. As the fight raged all around Orb, the Buster kept busy chipping down Omni aircraft in its firing range and was assisted by Federation Valkyries. Dirka had begun resorting to switching between the snipe configuration and the launcher configuration. While the snipe config could take missiles down at a range, the launcher could dispatch a spread of them. The Buster didn't move even with the heavy barrage of projectiles raining down. However, Omni forces were pushing despite the losses they were taking. They made some progress and had Orb's defenders onto the mainland and Onogora Island from the water. And yet, Orb's forces dug in where they were and brought Omni's push to a grinding halt. At the same time, the Shadow had gotten separated from the Strike during their battle with the Calamity. Crystal had been drawn away by some Strike daggers even though she had tried to stick around Mew so she could help him. Only a short period later, Crystal found herself around Orb's military command. There were Astray units holding the perimeter, and when Crystal got around there, they were being joined by Valkyrie mobile suits. Crystal helped the defenders keep daggers and other Omni aircraft from breaking through the defense line. Crystal would say that Omni was certainly pushing hard to advance in this battle. However, the drive that Crystal had come to know with Omni was absent. It was like they were fighting just because they were being forced to and not for a cause as they had before. While that was happening, the Strike was still dancing with the Calamity as Mew had been doing for more than 30 minutes now. Mew was being helped by a few allied mobile suits trying to keep the Calamity not being able to use its arsenal. The EM-1 pack's extra battery packs were helping power consumption be less of a concern for Mew in this battle. However, he knew that the battery packs wouldn't last forever, so he was trying to pace himself on how fast he used them. Mew hoped that the Calamity would have to go and resupply before he had to do the same. And with how the enemy pilot was firing off their weapons, they had to be burning through their power supply. Mew wasn't happy with the enemy pilot, and they had shot and killed his allies without hesitation. In fact, if the Omni COMM frequency was anything to go by, the pilot was laughing with sick glee. That point went beyond irritating for Mew as he detested those who killed for fun or enjoyment. In Orb's military command center, Kagalai was getting frustrated just standing around listening to reports from those working with defending forces. Thus far, Orb's defenses were holding and keeping Omni at bay and away from most urban areas. One city had been turned into a battleground, but it had been fully evacuated already. The northwestern coast was being held, and the groups there prevented Omni from getting much of a foothold. However, the southwestern coastlines and Onogora's western coasts had trouble with defenders being pushed back. Omni forces have broken through the forward Onogora defense line, announced an operator. Companies 3 and 4 have fallen back to the second defense lines. Kagalai gritted her teeth at hearing the forward defense lines for Onogora had already been pushed back to the secondary lines. Omni was making progress quicker than hoped, mostly due to some of their mass production models and a Gundam spotted. We've also lost communication with Company 6, said another operator. Meanwhile, the Freedom situation was getting harder as time kept moving forward. Kira was still fighting the Raider and Forbidden as he had before. However, even though they weren't working as a team, they made it difficult for Kira to fight back effectively. The two may be fighting one another, but they both seemed to be unknowingly working together somewhat for the same end goal. And as they were using Gundams, it made going against them harder and work involved. Kira could see he was being forced into a corner by being boxed in by the two, yet he could not see a way out. They were drawing the Freedom away from the Archangel and Kira's allies so that he could get no assistance in this. Kira knew he needed help and fast, or else he would lose and die in this. At the same time, the Justice had come into range to see the explosions that signaled battle ahead. Athrun had known he wouldn't be able to get to Orb before Omni would start their assault. The timetable he'd been able to figure with he'd learned from the Federation's information network had made it clear, and there was just no way to arrive before the battle's start. Still, it appeared that the battle hadn't been decided either way for who had the advantage yet. And he would make sure that the Federation won if he had any influence in the matter. Athrun intended to dive into the fight and do what he could to improve the Federation's chance of winning with as many alive as possible. Athrun had done serious thinking as he had traveled to Orb, both on the war and what resulted from it. He knew Tyler was right, the war was morphing into a fight for the human race's survival against those that would destroy it as the species had become now. The Alliance and its Omni were on the side of destroying humanity, even if it was, according to them, just purging coordinators. What had been unpleasant to contemplate for Athrun was ZAFT was going in the same direction. The difference between the Alliance and ZAFT these days was what they wanted to destroy, not what they were attempting to defend. Athrun hadn't fully accepted that his father was completely lost to reason. Tyler had implied the point but hadn't said it aloud. Athrun wanted to believe his father would change and find a different solution if he could see where the current path led to. His mind told him that Tyler was telling the truth and that ZAFT would head down a dark path with its current leaders. And yet, Athrun's heart wouldn't agree completely that his father and other council leaders were so far gone. There would come a time when Athrun would have to confront his father, and he didn't look forward to that event. Athrun focused back on the fighting he was rapidly approaching, looking for the freedom among the machines in the skirmish. There was chatter on the Federation COMM frequency which had been coming in just as Athrun had come into range of the battle. From what Athrun heard, the defending forces were fighting on multiple fronts right now. The defense along the western shorelines held Omni's strike daggers from moving forward. Each length of shoreline was being defended by groups, which were taking orders from Orb's military command. The defense made tactical sense and worked toward this battle's purpose overall. Nevertheless, according to what Athrun heard, evacuations were still going on while the battle was happening. They had finished their evacuations with the Republic before the fighting began, but apparently, Orb had not been able to. Evacuation routes had defending forces protecting them, taking potential soldiers and pilots from the front lines. So, Orb was fighting on two separate fronts, which had them pressed. He could sympathize with Orb and how they chose to deploy their forces in this battle. The choice couldn't have been easy to divide their forces to handle both tasks in this fight. As Athrun focused back on finding Kira, there was beeping as the sensors found what he'd been looking for. Athrun had the optics zoom in and saw the Freedom was fighting two mobile suits simultaneously. Both the Freedom's opponents were Gundam types which suggested they had unique capabilities and would be harder to take down than Omni's mass production models. The green and white enemy was different from Omni's units Athrun had seen around the Republic. Yet, something about the black and red suit nagged at Athrun since a feeling of familiarity wouldn't leave him. However, Athrun dismissed the feeling and focused on helping the Freedom and ensuring Kira didn't die today. Athrun activated the Justice's phase shift before having the Justice jump off the Fathom 00 and had it reconnect with the main suit in its active position. Kira had been weaving out of the way of the beams that had been shot at him, but the two he'd been fighting had closed in. The Raider sent its Mjolnir forward thrusters adding force to the ball's momentum. Kira had been dodging the Forbidden, so he hadn't seen the Raider's action and thus didn't have the time to move out of the way. The enemy's ball slammed into the Freedom's torso, forcing it back, and Kira had to fight to regain control. However, the Forbidden was ready to receive the Freedom with its scythe. Shunny swung his scythe, throwing the enemy forward to have them right in front of the Raider. And while Shunny didn't like Clotho getting the final shot, he would tell Dr. Moss that he'd set up the opportunity. That would ensure Clotho didn't get all the credit for taking down the white and black mobile suit. Clotho couldn't help the glee-filled smile that had come to his face as his enemy was put right in front of him. The positioning couldn't be more perfect for a kill shot, and Clotho wouldn't say no to the gift. Game over, we win, you die, Clotho announced before pulling the trigger for the Zorn cannon. Kira saw the beam coming at him, but he knew there was nothing he could do to block it. The Freedom couldn't shift its shield in time to intercept the shot. Yet, before the beam struck the Freedom, something appeared in front of Kira and stopped the attack from reaching him. The appearance of the Justice caused the immediate three suit pilots to pause with the turn. For Clotho and Shunny, another unique-looking mobile suit popping up was a complication. The trio, including Orga, had been taught that complications were to be taken seriously and not waved off. Any candidates who failed that lesson more than twice got special remedial courses. Those classes were always under the direction of one of the lab's higher UPS, and every candidate dreaded such and avoided having those as they would a plague. So, the ingrained habit of pausing and reassessing the situation had kicked in for Clotho and Shunny. The new Crimson machine looked similar to the black and white one. It possessed the same shield and beam rifle and looked mostly the same overall except for the backpack. On the other hand, Kira could only stare at the Crimson mobile suit that had saved him from being potentially killed. It had come out of nowhere, there had been nothing on sensors, though Kira hadn't been paying strict attention to them. They had blocked the attack, which Kira appreciated, but he couldn't help but wonder. After a second look at the back of the suit, it had similarities to the Freedom. It brought back to mind something that Tyler had said about the Freedom having a twin unit as part of the same series. Tyler hadn't given much detail about the Freedom's twin, just said it existed and that ZAFT had control of it. If this was the twin suit of the Freedom, it was safe to bet it was being used by a ZAFT pilot. ZAFT had little to nothing to do with the fight between Orb and the Alliance, so the battle would unlikely be the reason for it to be here. The only thing that Kira could think of came from another thing Tyler had said during their conversation about the Freedom. Tyler had mentioned there was a fair chance some from ZAFT would come looking for the Freedom and want it back. However, from what Tyler said, Kira felt that he expected a team or at least more than one ZAFT operative to come to do that. Athrun kept the justice between the Freedom and those who had been trying to destroy it. In the back of Athrun's mind, there was still the nagging feeling of something familiar about these two machines. Yet, Athrun still had no answer as to why they seemed familiar, and he didn't recognize the units. But Athrun turned his attention to the fight at hand rather than the oddity that was nagging at him. Athrun used the Justice's beam rifle and shot at the red and black machine, forcing it to draw back a margin. It would still be best if he had Kira's willing cooperation as it would give them both a better standing against their opponents. Thus, Athrun opened a channel to the Freedom. "This is ZAFT Special Forces Agent, Athrun Zala. Do you hear me, Kira Yamato?" Kira had been wondering who it was that had helped them, whether they could be friend or foe. However, he hadn't expected to hear Athrun's voice from the Crimson Machine. Kira and Athrun hadn't parted on the best of terms, more the opposite as they had tried to kill one another. And as Tyler had said, Athrun had more than likely been blaming himself for how things had ended with Tyler being nearly killed. While Kira was glad to see a friend, he didn't know what Athrun was here to do. The help was appreciated, but if Athrun was here on ZAFT's behalf, that was different from a friend coming to help. Kira would have asked Athrun what he was doing here and his goal, but they were forced to dodge as their opponents rushed forward. Clotho had taken in the newcomer had a different backpack, and he would watch for what that could do. Nevertheless, the Crimson Machine had interrupted and had denied Clotho extra points with those that mattered. Clotho wouldn't take that and not get payback on the one who had denied him. So, Clotho transformed the Raider into its mobile armor mode and zoomed forward at the Justice. He fired the shield cannon and the machine guns that he had to work with. "Hey, new player," Clotho snarled over an open COMM channel, "this battle is invite only, you're not welcome." Athrun evaded the projectiles sent in his direction using the Fathom 00's high MAT system to make the job easier. Clotho had the Raider shift back to its mobile suit mode and aimed the shield cannon at the Justice using its auto mode. Athrun took out his beam sabers and combined them together as he blocked the bolts with his shield. Then Athrun rushed forward and slashed downward at the Raider, which used its shield to stop the attack. The Freedom faced off with the Forbidden while the other two clashed. Shunny fired off his railguns as he surged ahead towards the Freedom. The Forbidden took a full swing with its scythe, but the Freedom avoided the blade. Shunny gritted his teeth and shot past the white and black machine as he'd missed. Yet, he wouldn't stop with his scythe, and he spun the Forbidden around and fired his plasma induction cannon. Kira had to back up as the plasma beam bent in an arc and hooked around to where he'd been a moment ago. In response, he brought out the Freedom's railguns and shot at the Forbidden. The way Athrun had identified himself said he was here as a pilot for ZAFT and had official business. It gave credence to what Tyler had mentioned about ZAFT sending some to retrieve the Freedom. Yet, Tyler had entrusted the Freedom to him, which Athrun should understand, but ZAFT wouldn't. So, there was no way Kira would give up the Freedom to anyone, not after knowing those sacrifices being made to get it away from the plants. As Tyler had mentioned in their conversation, ZAFT could easily use mobile suits like this to gain the upper hand or simply deliver a nuclear payload to wherever they chose. Neither they nor the Alliance could be trusted with nuclear technology with their leaderships as they were currently. What are you doing here, Athrun? ZAFT has no business here, Kira demanded over the comm channel. Athrun was forced to flip backward as the Forbidden used its plasma beam against the Justice, curving to hit him. The second shot had Athrun using his shield to block and had him wondering what was making the beam curve as it was. Current known technology couldn't bend beams yet. However, it seemed the Alliance was developing an idea that could manage the point. Then Kira's questions were reasonable, even if Athrun didn't like all the answers. He was here to help Kira, and that was Athrun's own choice regardless of what others would think of him for it. The action had Athrun defying orders and pretty much turning his back on his own father. And while Kira was right that ZAFT had no business being around here if any subs were watching this as was likely, that wasn't what Athrun was here for. The raider rushed the Justice from behind while the Forbidden surged forward at Athrun at the same time. Athrun climbed out of the way, which had the raider and the Forbidden crash into each other since they couldn't change their course in time. I haven't received orders regarding this battle specifically, and they don't even know I'm out here. Athrun paused for a moment. This intervention is my decision and was suggested by a friend I don't deserve. The Forbidden used both its railguns and plasma cannon against the Freedom. As the plasma beam hooked left, Kira was forced to flip backward to avoid the beam hitting him. Still, Kira was left to wonder what Athrun meant by his answer. Athrun had no orders to be in this battle, but here because of a friend made sense as a reason for him to be here. However, it sounded like there was more to the point of orders that just didn't relate to the battle. The friend mentioned was undoubtedly Tyler, with him saying, "A friend that I don't deserve." It showed that what happened to the shadow was weighing on Athrun. Athrun grabbed his beam rifle and shot at the Forbidden to get it to leave the Freedom alone, but the shot was deflected. Seeing the beam bounce connected dots and the nagging feeling of familiarity became clear to Athrun. The one Athrun was currently fighting was nearly identical to the Republic's blue and black mobile armor. The very same one that Athrun had gone against that could shift into a mobile suit. The difference that Athrun saw was its armaments compared to the other. And it wasn't just that unit that was similar to the 3 Gundams from the last battle. The green suit had the deflection ability that the dual-like suit with the large sword Tyler had dealt with. While the one Athrun had spotted on the mainland was shooting with artillery just as the third had. It suggested the Alliance had developed and was potentially testing their next-generation machines from their project at Heliopolis. There was also one more major difference that Athrun saw growing signs of as this battle was going on. The Gundam pilots from the Republic had been proficient at fighting, and their teamwork was quite something. Their display of teamwork was impressive and had made them dangerous and effective for Omni. Yet, with the 3 that Kira and he was going against right now, it was almost the opposite. The pilots were erratic and were just destroying themselves. Instead of fighting one another as much as their enemies, they didn't work as a team. Their infighting caused them to waste their machines' power supplies and would force them to go recharge sooner rather than later. That did give a slight advantage to Kira and Athrun, but Athrun couldn't help but wonder where Omni had found these Gundam pilots of theirs. As the battle between the 4 mobile suits continued, others on the battlefield began to notice the fast-paced aerial fight going. Mew paused as the calamity finally broke away from those who were doing what they could to pin it down. The Gundam had been troublesome for Mew and the others to keep even somewhat contained to prevent it from spreading destruction. Mew had used up 2 battery packs for the fight, and that was with using the Agni less. It left him with 2 extra battery packs before weapon use would use the strike's main battery. What had drawn the calamity away, Mew couldn't say at the moment, but it gave him a momentary respite. He noticed the Valkyries landing nearby, and Mew fully intended to thank those pilots for the assistance they had provided for him. However, a sight caught Mew's eyes before he could do so and drew his attention. The aerial fight was between 4 machines, by what Mew could tell, and after a second, he realized that the Freedom was one of the 4. What the hell is going on up there? Mew questioned. Crystal had just cut an Alliance's strike dagger in half at the torso and leaped back from it as it exploded. She and her allies had held their position, and Orb's command center hadn't fallen to Omni. Enemy forces had drawn back for the moment, but they would likely make another push given some time. Omni had already broken through the forward defense lines that had met them on Onogora's western coastline. Honestly, Crystal was left to consider how the teen pilots had handled fighting with mobile suits. They had made it look anywhere from doable to simple when one watched them out on the field. Crystal had been pushing herself to manage in this fight and felt she was doing reasonably. Yet, before Crystal could help prepare for the next wave, she noticed the fight going on high in the sky above Orb. Her eyes widened as she saw the Freedom was one of the mobile suits in the dogfight, but she couldn't tell who the others were. Who is fighting who up there? She uttered to herself. Dirka got a respite as the rain of missile let up for a time. The buster hadn't moved much from the spot it had begun fighting from, and it was still in the shallow waters by the shore. The fighting had been more tedious than battles before now, but the purpose made the fight less so. The buster's battery was below half its capacity. By what Dirka figured, he had around an hour if he watched his power consumption, a little longer if he was really smart about his fighting. Omni would likely have to retreat to regroup and resupply soon enough, so Dirka could keep going until then. Yet, before Dirka could resume sending Omni packing, Dirka noticed something going on high in the air. When he took a second longer look, he saw what he was looking at was a fast-paced fight going on. The white and black machine that had been on the Archangel was one of the 4 in the air fighting. From what Dirka was seeing, the fight was unlike any battles he'd seen before, even ones involving the champions. So, he couldn't think of anything to say other than utter sounds that spoke of his surprise and mild shock. Those within Orb's military command center saw the Justice's arrival. Kagalai wondered who the new mobile suit was as they had shown up out of nowhere. Operators were working on identifying the machine, but it was quickly clear the new machine was helping Kira. She was glad that Kira was getting help with 2 of Omni's custom models trying to take him down. "Ma'am," called one of the operators, "the new mobile suit has a Federation ID code." Kisaka went over to the console of the operator and saw they were right, the new machine had a Federation ID code, saying it was an ally. Those ID codes weren't just given out to anyone, and they were assigned to those who were seen as allies, period. Kisaka put in the ID code to bring up the file that would be attached to it. He looked over the file that came up and was a tad confused. The unit's model number strongly suggested that the mobile suit they were looking at was made by ZAFT. "It is designated as the X-09A Justice, it is a Gundam type," Kisaka stated, "and is registered in the Federation's military database. That means it is an ally to the Federation since ID codes aren't just given out to anyone without someone with authority given the okay or a serious vouching for by some." When Orga noticed Clotho and Shunny fighting against 2 unique-looking mobile suits, he became interested. While blasting away at the enemies and collapsing the structures had been fun, Orga wouldn't refuse to get bonus points with the lab's higher UPS. Taking down unique-looking machines had always gotten praise and earned privileges for candidates. So Orga aimed and began firing away at the 4 fighting above in the sky. With the Calamity joining the battle that the Freedom and the Justice were in, it didn't take long for the dynamic of the battle to change. Athrun and Kira saw the shift from before, and even if the Raider and Forbidden had shot in each other's direction, it hadn't appeared to be intentional. They just didn't care about what happened to their allies to aim with such in mind. It had started when the 3rd Gundam joined, and the 3 seemed to see each other the same as the Freedom and the Justice. Nonetheless, even if the 3 were now fighting among themselves, Kira and Athrun could see the danger that was still presented by the 3. There was no need to speak to each other to understand what was needed, much like Athrun had done with Tyler in the Battle of the Republic. The Justice flew forward at the Forbidden, using its turret machine guns on its Fathom 00 and pounding the Forbidden. Kira moved forward behind the Justice, bringing out the Freedom's railguns. The Forbidden shifted both its shield forward to block the Justice's attack, only to find that when the Justice went past, the Freedom had appeared in front of Shunny and was in line to get clean shots at the Forbidden. The Freedom began firing its railgun, sending rounds slamming into the Forbidden's shields, forcing the suit back a bit. Just as Shunny got the Forbidden back in stable flight, he saw the Justice coming at him. Athrun kicked the Forbidden in the torso and sent it into the water with a splash. As the Forbidden crashed into the water, the Raider zoomed forward and sent its Mjoynir at the Justice. Clotho hadn't been happy he'd not killed the white and black machine already before Shunny got involved. Then Orga had to stick his nose in and fire off his weapons without thought of Shunny or himself. The complaint that Clotho had made to Orga hadn't changed his behavior. And all 3 of them would suffer later should Dr. Moss find out they had gotten busy fighting one another instead of working on their task. It was one of the taboos for candidates. The task given was to take priority over disagreements within the trio's candidates were put in. Clotho's attention was snapped back as the Freedom changed course and went straight for him. That caused Clotho to miss with the Mjoynir giving the Justice an opening. The Freedom flew at him, which surprised Clotho enough for him to stop short. "Aw crap," Clotho exclaimed. The Freedom shot past the Raider, and the sight of the Justice met Clotho right in his face. Then the Raider got kneed in the upper torso. Orga wanted to have more fun in this, so he had the Calamity take off and land on one of Orb's ship bridge towers. The ship's bridge collapsed under the Calamity's weight, though Orga didn't care about that. He aimed and kept firing at the 4 in the air, hoping to nail one of the 2 enemy machines. And when Orga saw the crimson suit hitting the Raider, he took the opportunity to get a good shot. "I got you now," Orga called and pulled the trigger for his high-energy cannons. The Freedom and the Justice shot back to evade the beams from the Calamity. The Forbidden came out of the water as the Raider got hit by the Justice and climbed to get a higher vantage point. Athrun noticed the Forbidden's movements before Kira did. "Kira, the scythe wielder is above." Shunny dove down with his scythe and took a hard swing at the 2 enemies but missed. Kira fired his plasma cannons at the Forbidden in response, only to be blocked and deflected by its Gashmia Dig panzers. Then the Justice disconnected the Fathom 00 and sent it at the Forbidden with its turret machine guns blazing. Shunny turned to continue attacking 2 enemies but was met with something coming at him, shooting projectiles. Shunny moved the Forbidden's shields to be in front, intercepting the bullets from the Fathom 00's turrets. Yet, when he shifted the shields out of the way, Shunny saw that the Freedom right in front of him with its railguns was mere meters away. The railguns fired, and the shots nailed the Forbidden, sending Shunny tumbling through the air again. However, moments later, the three Gundams' behavior changed notably. The first to change was the Calamity as it began firing at its allies rather than the Freedom and the Justice. Athrun and Kira didn't know what to make of the three attacking each other, and it was more than just shooting without regard as they had been. As they both kept avoiding the beams and projectiles, Athrun couldn't help himself, these guys don't give a damn about each other. Then the three stopped using their weapons and just floated for a moment. As odd as it was for them to stop, they headed back to the Omni ships shortly. Athrun nor Kira could figure out what happened to have the three Gundams leave as abruptly as they did. Over the whole battlefield, a shift was occurring, and the tables were turning upon the Earth forces and favoring the defenders. Where the strike daggers had been making slow progress forward, it had been with losses as they went. Now they were being forced to retreat with even faster increasing casualties by Orb's defenders. The combined armed forces of Orb and the Federation kept up the pressure, pushing the invaders further and further away from what still stood. Some of the evacuating citizens would pause, watching the fighting along their way to the ships that would take them to safety. Feelings of hope grew as the defenders gained more momentum in their push against the Alliance forces. Mew had headed to where the secondary defense lines on the west side of Onogoro were set. He intended to help his allies out, shove what Omni had become back where it came from, and show them that honor and fighting for what's right could still prevail. Once he got into view of the defense line, Mew saw that daggers would press against it. He surged forward with the anti-ship sword in hand, using it to slice one dagger after another in two. Mew spotted the Shadow doing much the same with its beam sabers, occasionally using the shield's railgun. What surprised Mew was a moment later, the Buster popped up and used its combined rifle in the snipe configuration mowing down three daggers. At the same time, the Powell was still in the fleet's rear, observing the battle as it raged on. Hours had passed since the battle had started shortly after high noon, and it was heading toward sunset for the day. Muruta Azrael was impatient as little notable progress had been made in this endeavor from what he could see. Granted, he'd been told fighting the Federation would be no easy or short task to complete. As a businessman, Azrael knew that something took time to happen if you wanted a good profit. And yet, from what the crew was telling the captain, Azrael suspected there was more going on than he was being informed of. However, he reined his emotions in and didn't let them show outwardly, trying to be presentable. Azrael turned to the captain. "I haven't really gotten a straight answer from hearing your crew, Captain," he began. "Have we made decent progress in taking control of Orb's military headquarters? That is one of the main objectives of this operation, is it not?" The man who was the National Defense Industries Director was attempting to be nice in the question, and the captain knew that. The facts that made up the answer were things that Alliance bigwigs rarely, if ever, liked hearing. The simple truth was the Federation was proving their serious assumptions about their strength were correct. The Federation's military was strong, likely the strongest military organization currently in existence. To expect them to be swept aside with ease was foolish fantasy. So, the captain of the Powell turned to gaze at Azrael. "In an operation like this, sir," he replied, "things are not as simple as politicians imagine they are. In this instance, the two major problems are first, those new machines you are so proud of aren't doing the job you said or expected they would. They are more of a hindrance than a help as they are apparently just interested in showing how the mobile suit weaponry works on both Orb forces and our own. Second, the Federation mobile suits and Orb's own machines are putting up far more resistance than anticipated." The captain hadn't been all that happy to have the director of Blue Cosmos on board his ship, even if he was the Alliance's National Defense Industry Association's head. Azrael was well known for being a devoted member of the organization and a vocal hater of coordinators. ZAFT was made up of coordinator, but it made one wonder if the hatred wasn't one of the driving forces behind this war between the Alliance and ZAFT. The man certainly didn't understand how things went on a battlefield, that fact had been proven multiple times already. He focused too narrowly on what he wanted than what was feasible, which came with a serious cost. The fight kept going, yet the longer it did, the more ground the Alliance lost to the combination of Orb's military and the Federation's forces here. That proved the Federation wasn't folding under pressure and would more than likely endure beyond what Omni could throw at them right now. On the other hand, Azrael was feeling irritation, which was transforming into fury. He definitely miffed that Orb hadn't fallen yet and was told that the mobile suits he had been so interested in testing were not delivering as was sold to him. The newer GAT series machines were supposed to be strong and, with candidates from the Lodania lab, should be able to do what they were told. It brought back to mind the thoughts he'd had when speaking to Mina about the results of the Republic. The candidates' chance to fail at their given tasks and thoughts had become a reality. And while they had at first been good in destroying enemy forces, they had shortly become distracted by other things. That had come with a Gundam type, as the idea was being referred to as those who had the qualities of the G project. The machine had drawn the Raider and Forbidden away from their task. A second Gundam had appeared an hour into the battle and had helped the first one, drawing the Calamity away from its job. Azrael was brought out of his thoughts when it was reported that the Calamity, the Forbidden, and the Raider were returning. At the report, the captain turned to Azrael, trying to figure out what was going on. The 3 Gundams shouldn't need resupply yet, notwithstanding their excessive use of their weapons. That pointed to something wrong with the pilots that the captain hadn't been told about. The 3 that had come with the Gundams were classified as equipment rather than pilots. They were from the Lodania lab, which had several stories about it that gave the laboratory complex a very bad reputation. The stories said that kids taken from who knew where were dragged in there. If they came out, they were completely different or corpses that were being thrown out. The captain's glimpse of the 3 pilots had made him wonder if the stories about Lodania lab didn't have some merit. Do you have an explanation for their actions, Director? The captain asked. Their machines shouldn't need resupply yet, even with their piloting styles. Azrael didn't answer right away since he was fuming at the 3 candidates of Mina's had shown failure. The day was going differently than it was supposed to, which frustrated Azrael so much. He was silently cursing the Federation and its member nations for not falling into line like they were supposed to. And while he felt Mina would come through on delivering on her Victoria offer, that was something that was still a day away from fruition. So, it wasn't just the failure of Mina's candidate, Omni forces hadn't pushed far enough. They hadn't gotten past Orb's defenders and took the enemy's military command center. Thus, in the end, Omni's attempt to beat Orb was a failure at this time. Meanwhile, Clotho, Shunny, and Orga hovered inside down in the Powell's cargo hold and landed in their docks. All 3 crawled out of their cockpits, going against their pain due to the withdrawal they were experiencing. They would be given a different medication back at the lab before the performance enhancer ran out to prevent the withdrawal. And yet, the handlers didn't give the 3 the medication they were supposed to give them. Azrael had been specific that they were to be punished should the 3 fail. Back on the bridge of the Powell, Azrael had time to think about how to answer the captain's question properly. At this point, Omni had lost the battle, and continuing the fight would just increase losses. Azrael knew as a businessman that there were times that stubbornness could pay off, but there were other times when it was best to cut one's losses to prevent more. And the current situation with Orb was one of those times it was better to back off and reassess things. Even though he hated to let Atha have the upper hand, it was temporary, and that would have to do for now. So, Azrael finally answered the captain's question, "Well, Captain, with things going as they are." Azrael paused for a moment. "I would say it is best to take a step back, regroup, and assess our standing." The Powell's captain didn't think he had heard the director correctly for a moment. It had sounded like Azrael was calling for a tactical retreat of some sort. However, Azrael wasn't known for giving up on something he got involved in, which was part of the man's reputation. So for him to suggest any form of retreat didn't seem right. "Excuse me, Director," the captain asked, "did you say step back?" Azrael knew he had the reputation of being hard-headed, and he normally didn't have a problem with being seen that way. But even he would admit there was a need to change course when it was beneficial in the end. So, he nodded, "While I don't like the idea very much, it would be best we recall all forces for the time being." Azrael waved a hand, "Don't worry, this is only temporary, this is not the end of this." The captain realized that he hadn't been having hearing issues with Azrael's answer. The order was ridiculous, especially with the losses that had been taken thus far with Omni forces. And while his orders had him listening to Azrael as he was part of the Alliance leadership, this was going too far. Azrael had no right to make the decision he was attempting to, he was no officer and had no experience in this. The man acted like this was some sort of business transaction or money deal, not a battle. The very notion Azrael could command the Second Fleet was ridiculous, and it was quite irritated at simply hearing such. "What in the hell are you talking about?" Azrael sighed, seeing he would have to iterate why they needed to pull back for the moment. Even though Azrael would like to have Omni to keep going and take Orb from Atha and others, it wouldn't happen. The likelihood of Omni overtaking Orb at this time was slim to none. Azrael wouldn't kid himself. So, continuing the attack would only cost more than it was worth. "You have been observing the battle as it has unfolded, have you not, Captain?" Azrael posed. "While the strike daggers have made good pushes, their numbers have been worn down. Thus, there aren't enough daggers to finish the job of taking Orb's military command. We have underestimated Orb's defending force, and I'll admit that. Perhaps, the First Fleet's loss had more to it than I originally thought." He paused for a moment. "We really need the new GAT machines to make a hard push to take control of Orb. I'll get back with my contact for some detail about why the pilots came back on their own, for I don't have an answer for that." The Powell's captain couldn't make a good argument to Azrael about the daggers making a push but costing them. The daggers they still had would have a hard time pushing forward without being wiped out in the end. And yet, if Omni forces pulled back now, the progress would be wasted. It would give the enemy forces a chance to regroup and strengthen their defenses and position. Those that sacrificed their lives would have done so in vain if Orb remained untaken by the end of this. However, Azrael implied it was time to cut losses and develop a better plan to get things done. "Very well," the captain said, then turned to one of the bridge crew, fire signal flares, temporary withdrawal, and regroup. The signal was sent up to announce the Alliance's intention to retreat for the time being. It was seen by both the Earth forces and those defending Orb and was a welcome one for the defenders. Omni forces fell back to their fleet, leaving Orb in the damaged state they put it in, but it could have been worse. The Freedom and the Justice faced each other, and Kira's mind returned to the question of what Athrun was doing here. Kira appreciated the help, especially as Athrun had saved his life. But Athrun had announced himself as a ZAFT soldier yet said he had no orders about the battle. And that ZAFT didn't know Athrun was around Orb fighting to help the Federation raised other questions. Thanks for the backup, Kira began, but still, I can't help but wonder what your intentions are for being here. Athrun could understand Kira's response, and it was quite similar to what Tyler had said to him after the battle around the Republic. He had standing orders to capture or destroy the Freedom from the plant's Supreme Council chairman. Of course, after the conversation with Tyler, Athrun couldn't follow those orders and live with himself. But the start he'd used with Tyler seemed appropriate in this setting too. Thus, Athrun had the Justice fold the engine block down and his cockpit open, and the seat rise to bring him into the open air. Kira spotted the Justice's cockpit opening, and he wondered what Athrun was doing. Athrun gazed at the Freedom as he spoke, technically speaking, I'm under orders from the homeland to either recapture or destroy that machine you're flying right now, the Freedom. Athrun paused at the thought of the other half of his orders that Tyler had so bluntly spelled out. The rest of my orders are ridiculous, and I'll leave it at that for the moment. Athrun's voice had become bitter at saying what was expected of him. Yet, he continued, however, I have no intention of following those orders anymore and fighting against you. If you betray the one who entrusted the Freedom to you and hand it over to the Earth Alliance, would I take such extreme actions? Kira could tell that Athrun had changed. In what way exactly, Kira couldn't say. He bet it had something to do with Athrun's recent conversation with Tyler. However, it was clear that they needed to have a conversation with each other sooner rather than later. Kira then did the same as Athrun had, by opening the Freedom's cockpit and having the pilot chair raise out of the cockpit. So now, both Kira and Athrun could see one another, Athrun in the ZAFT red pilot suit, Kira in an Orb pilot suit. Athrun hesitated for a moment, just want to talk, okay, face to face. Kira nodded to the request, fair enough, he answered, it sounds like there is an amount to talk about between us. Hours passed since the battle's end as the clean-up was being done, and the sun was setting as the preliminary inspections were done. Omni had pushed in a ways and had caused a lot of damage as they had progressed. All remaining mobile suit pilots were tired after the battle and the work that had followed. The evacuations had been completed as hoped before the battle had ended, so civilian casualties were minimal. However, the defense had come at the cost of soldiers giving their lives to protect Orb from being taken. Kagalai went between the companies checking on the soldiers and making sure they were alive. She didn't know why Omni pulled back when they did, but it gave them time to reassess and regroup. The time would be used to shore up defenses and determine what injuries could be fixed. Omni would be back soon enough, and their goal remained unchanged by the sign scene. Mew and Crystal helped with the after-battle cleanup even though they were tired from the fighting. They had communicated with one another to ensure the other was alive and okay after the battle. Mew was still assisting the Astrace, and he glanced at the Buster, which was helping. The appearance of the Buster in the battle had been odd at first, but Mew had dismissed it as it had been helping Orb's defenders. The piloting style was a match to the ZAFT pilot from before, the one the Archangel had carried for a time. Why the teen had decided to help in Orb's defense, Mew couldn't say. But with the efforts that the teen had put forth, Mew was willing to allow him to explain his actions. The cleanup had Mew and Dirka end out on Onogora, where the most damage was. At the same time, Crystal had helped secure Orb's command center and then moved from there westward. She was appalled by all the destruction Omni had caused from the battle, it was ridiculous. Crystal had seen the signs that the other mobile suit pilots were as tired as she was from the fight. Omni had pushed hard and had made a path inland on both Onogora and Yalafath. They had focused more on Onogora than Orb's mainland aiming for the military headquarters, but western cities on Yalafath hadn't been ignored. As far as Crystal knew, Mew had chased that Gundam type to the closest city on Yalafath. She had communicated with Mew to make sure he was alive, but he hadn't given much details. Crystal began searching the general area around the command center's defense line was secure. It didn't take her long to find the strike, which was now on Onogora helping out with cleanup. What was surprising was the Buster was also around as it was supposed to be at Morgan Roet. The three Gundam pilots brought their machines to stand by one another before Mew and Crystal clambered out of them. Crystal and Mew met up to make sure they were okay after the battle. Dirka opened the Buster's cockpit and stood out on the lower hatch, looking around and taking in her surroundings. He spotted the Archangel coming in to land at the shoreline nearby and wondered what would be next for him. Technically, he hadn't disobeyed orders as he'd had none right now from ZAFT, other than perhaps getting back to allies. And Dirka could head to an allied base when he could or felt inclined to do so. Thus, helping the Archangel, which had been an enemy ship, was not entirely a problem. The ship had changed sides after all, and ZAFT wasn't at war with the Federation, at least not yet. Plus, Dirka didn't see circumstances working in favor of getting to ZAFT territory in the near future. So, in his mind, sticking with Archangel at least wouldn't have him on his own fighting for his life. It was making the best of a bad situation that Dirka had found himself in. As he watched the Archangel coming into land in the shallow water, those were his thoughts. Once Mew and Crystal got to the ground via their suit's zip lines, Mew came over to where Crystal was and sat down next to her. He was glad that his friend and usually his wingmate had made it through the fight for Orb. Mew and Crystal had been through many views of hell this war had thrown at them before now. He would entrust Crystal with his life as he knew she would have his back when he needed it. Crystal offered Mew a bottle of water which he accepted gratefully and took a swig before speaking. "Glad to see you still alive, Crystal," he began, "and I'm just as relieved the day is coming to an end." Crystal drank water as Mew spoke and agreed with his sentiments that the day was done and they were still alive. She would have to remember to tell Kira that she was sorry for ever thinking his job piloting a mobile suit was potentially easy. The teen pilots that the Archangel had to defend it had been doing a job that looked simple from the outside but was not from the cockpit. "A truer statement you couldn't say, Mew," Crystal remarked. "But we both made it through this, so we can compare notes on takedown count later to see who gets to buy drinks." Crystal then glanced at the buster and saw the teen pilot extracted from it months ago and confined to a brig cell. Before the battle around the Marshall Island, the pilot Dirka Elsman had been quite a problem for the Archangel. He was supposed to have left the ship and evacuated with the rest of Orb's citizens, but clearly, he hadn't done that. "And it would seem we will still be dealing with our resident ZAFT pilot," she commented. Mew's gaze shifted from Crystal to the buster, and he saw the kid descending by the buster's zip line. It was true that the Archangel would likely take the buster back on board when all was said and done. And the help the buster had provided had been welcome as it had taken the pressure off the other defenders, even if only slightly. Mew rose and slowly made his way over to Dirka, with Crystal following behind him. Dirka quickly spotted the two approaching him but didn't do anything in response. "The help you gave is appreciated," Mew stated, holding out a hand. "I hope you may provide more in the future." Dirka looked at the offered hand from one that months before was an enemy he and the others had been attempting to shoot down. He had been helping the Archangel more as a way to pay back kindness done to him from some on that ship. And while it was nice to be thanked for his efforts, as that was a rare thing these days, it felt odd coming from these two. He knew who the two were, and they had been among the few that had tried to engage in conversation with him. They had said they were the ship's mobile armor pilots during that meeting, even if Dirka hadn't said anything back to them at the time. Dirka slowly took the hand offered. "Nice to be told that and everything, but helping you wasn't the goal I had in mind." Crystal sighed at the defiance of the teen since she couldn't understand why some teens behaved like this. She'd never been this way when she was Dirka's age that she could recall. That wasn't to say that Crystal hadn't had a bit of a rebellious streak in her teenage years, but it wasn't like this. "Accepting a compliment is all well and good," Crystal remarked, "but you could have left out the second sentence, and you would have done better. You should have left and not looked back, definitely not got back in the buster for this fight." She paused. "Nonetheless, your assistance is appreciated even when it puts you in a difficult position." Dirka glanced at Crystal, wondering why the heck she would tell him to keep his honest thoughts about things. Before now, Dirka had gotten some stern looks from some officers and even a talking to for his behavior and opinions. And while he had listened to the lecture and not made many remarks about the looks he got, the lady that was calling him out had no right or reason to do so. What Dirka chose to do was his decision, and he would stand by what choices he made and the consequences that came with them. "You're welcome for the help," Dirka started, "but what I do is my decision, and I deal with their results. If you're trying to encourage me weirdly, you need to work on your methods because they suck." At the same time, the crew of the Archangel was coming off the Archangel now that it was in shallow water and docked essentially. The battle had been difficult for each crew member for several reasons. Omni had fought hard and threw themselves at the defenders, not seeming to care if they died. Muru was glad the fight was over, even if the reason Omni retreated was still a mystery. The Archangel had performed admirably, and she wasn't too damaged should she be called on again soon. All the mobile suit pilots were alive, which was another good sign for the Archangel and her future. And the future of the Archangel was now clearly not with Omni, who built her with the side they had chosen with the battle. To Muru, the battle Omni waged against Orb, and even the Republic had shown the alliance had been warped from what it had been at one time. Attention around the shoreline shifted as the Freedom and the Justice slowed down and then hovered over a clear area. As the Freedom descended toward the ground, Kira had its wings close and moved to their stored position. Athrun was doing much the same with the Justice's Phantom 00's engine block shift to standby position. The Phantom 00's wings quickly followed the engine block and folded down as the suit neared the ground. The two mobile suits touched the ground while a portion of those who were around moved towards the machines. The group included most of the crew of the Archangel, the ship's mobile suit pilots, and Kagalai with Kisaka and some Orb soldiers. Kira and Athrun came out of the cockpits and used the zip lines to descend to the ground. Kira stared at Athrun in a red ZAFT pilot suit, wondering many things, questions going through his mind that he had little answer to. Athrun was much in the same position as Kira, gazing at him in what Athrun was to guess was an orb pilot suit. While Tyler had answered some questions and important ones at that, there were still things that Athrun wanted to ask Kira. Also, Athrun wanted to personally apologize to Kira for trying to kill him back around the Marshall Islands since he'd been aiming for him, not Tyler. And this was the first time Kira, and he had the opportunity even to face each other since the Republic. So much had changed in close to 2 months that it made Athrun's head spin just considering it. At the same time, Kisaka studied the pilot in the red ZAFT pilot suit, for there was something familiar about him. The suit was to be seen as an ally to them with the Federation ID, but the designation suggested ZAFT manufacture the mobile suit. Kisaka couldn't see much of a reason for ZAFT to give a suit to someone that was an ally of the Federation. So, it begged the question of who the teen was and why they would be counted as an ally if they had a ZAFT machine. Not that Orb wasn't grateful for the help in its defense, and it just was something that wouldn't leave Kisaka's mind. And as he studied the blue-haired teen, the familiarity morphed into realization. The teen was the same ZAFT pilot which Lady Kagalai had found around the Marshall Islands more than a month ago. By what Kisaka had been told, the teen Mr. Zayla had been sent back to ZAFT's Carpentaria when he had recovered enough. He'd thought that would be the last he or Lady Kagalai would ever see of the young pilot. Yet, here he was again, in a ZAFT-produced unit that was registered with the Federation's military. The path which would have to be taken to get to this point boggled Kisaka. "That's the ZAFT pilot we found around the Marshall Islands," Kisaka muttered. Kagalai wondered who the unknown pilot was as he did seem familiar, but she hadn't been able to place why. She knew that her exhaustion likely played a part in her not recognizing the guy. But at hearing Kisaka's statement, the memory of meeting Athrun Zayla returned to her. That was followed by the time she had talked to him in the hospital, trying to get information from him back then. Athrun had been so broken back then as he had talked about killing a friend. Obviously, Athrun had not wanted to kill whoever it had been and felt deep regret about what happened. Athrun had mentioned Kira going with the Archangel and him being fooled by others but hadn't given more detail. However, he had come back here and had helped Orb, even if she couldn't figure out exactly why. The two friends touched down on the ground and simply looked at one another. Muru halted the Archangel's crew waiting to see what would happen in this meeting. It was clearer now that Kira knew this other teen more than just as an acquaintance. And with the expression she could see on Kira's face, they weren't going to fight each other. All the Orb personnel was just staring at the two trying to figure out what was happening. As Kira and Athrun began walking forward toward one another, the world seemed to fade from notice. The sound of guns being moved and readied got Athrun to glance in the direction of the Orb soldiers. He kept walking, reasonably sure they were just being cautious and wouldn't shoot him. Kira looked that way as well and put up a hand. "He isn't an enemy to any of us." Athrun and Kira came to stand face to face and said nothing for a long moment. Both recalled the events that had brought them to where they stood and the circumstance that stood. Much had changed for both of them even in the short time since they had seen each other last. Some of those events had Tyler involved, others didn't. The war had strained their friendship so much in the months alone that it was hard to imagine things would be what they were. There had not been an opportunity to talk about any of the horrible events that had occurred since the Republic. Then, out of nowhere, Tori flew over to Kira and landed on his shoulder, which acted as a trigger. "Hey Athrun," Kira greeted, "it's nice to see you're looking well given all that's happened recently." Kira's greeting was like most he would give before now, and Athrun didn't know whether to curse his naivete or be thankful for it. Kira should be angry or frustrated at the chain of events they had been forced to get here. Their fighting had nearly killed their other best friend and could have done far more than that. While Tyler's forgiveness had been hard to accept in the spirit that it was offered, Athrun had managed to do so. Kira either not acknowledging or pretending everything was fine was more irritating than Tyler's forgiveness. Thus, Athrun's left hand curled into a fist to signify his frustration but kept calm otherwise. "Kira," Athrun started, not sure how to word what he wanted to get across properly. Suddenly, Kagalai ran forward towards the two friends. "You two!" she shouted as she went. When Kagalai reached them, she wrapped an arm around them and pulled them closer together. "You," she got out, "you're both such idiots." Kira and Athrun looked at each other and smiled, knowing for now words weren't needed to understand. They would talk later and settle things as needed when the opportunity arose. Another hour went by as things calmed down, and the repair and maintenance work was being seen. There was an air of hurried work as the threat of the alliance was still present even with their retreat. Everyone contributed in what ways they could between their periods where sleep came. Even the leader of Orb, Duzumi Ha, was going out in a helicopter to assess the extent of the Earth force's damage. The damage wasn't as bad as it was feared it would be with the attack, but it was still more than enough to make things harder. The overall defensive capability Orb had was still ready to go if Omni attacked again, but it wouldn't be where it was at the start of the day. Ships were now in docks for repairs, and the Archangel was included in that. Mobile suits were being fixed up and resupplied for when Omni would return to continue their onslaught. Athrun and Kira brought their mobile suits into Morgan Roet's work floor for resupply as work was being done. The two ended out sitting next to each other after getting something to eat and drink. Others were close by, like Mew, Crystal, and some Archangel crew members were watching the two coordinators. Kira was gathering his thoughts on what to ask or what to say to Athrun. So much had changed over the passing months, from ZAFT's attack on Heliopolis to what happened around the Marshall Islands. The ongoing war was getting worse by the day, and it was getting harder to tell what was true and what wasn't. Good people were putting their lives on the line and being killed, along with innocent people being massacred by the week, if not the day. Kira took a breath. So by what you said, you've talked with Tyler already, right? Athrun thought back to the conversation he'd had with Tyler, as the subject matter was not something he could soon forget. Being forgiven was beyond what Athrun believed he deserved from the one he had just about killed. Then Athrun didn't know how much Tyler had told Kira about the view of the direction the war was going in. From what Athrun gathered, Tyler hadn't gone into detail about his views of the war with Kira while on the Archangel. They had supposedly talked about the freedom and what the theft had involved to an extent. That was the part of Tyler's warning to Kira and those he was with, which had gone ignored. Athrun nodded at Kira. Yes, back in the Republic after the battle for its defense. He paused for a moment. I really don't deserve him as a friend, not after what I did to him. Kira could see that Athrun blamed himself for the destruction of the Shadow and Tyler nearly dying as a result. Tyler had said something about him thinking Athrun would be doing that to himself. Truthfully, it was better than someone like Lakis's sister Sakura blaming him and then punishing Athrun. However, it sounded like Tyler had said that he forgave Athrun in some form which had helped but not move on fully from the point. But it sounds like Ty forgave you, Kira remarked. Yes, Athrun answered, what followed has given me a lot to think about. He paused for a moment, deciding to give a quick summary of what he had done before the conversation. Before talking with Tyler, I jumped in on the side of the Federation and helped defend the Republic against Omni's assault. It was my decision to help. ZAFT would have had me observe and not interfere, but I couldn't do that. Athrun curled a hand into a fist. Seeing the Alliance trying to take the Republic from its people frustrated me so much I just couldn't stand by and do nothing. That's why I chose to jump in and fight against the thieves and bullies that were trying to force their way on others. He stopped for a moment remembering the 3 Gundams that had been in the attack. An Omni had 3 Gundam types fighting in the attack on the Republic. They had similarities with the 3 who were in the assault on Orb but weren't the exact same. Those listening to the 2 teens talking were trying to process what Athrun said. For him to have fought in the battle over the Republic was hard to believe, but Kira didn't deny it. Mew was also curious about Tyler as the kid had left days ago and was still recovering from his near-death experience. But by the sound of it, Tyler had been in the fight for the Republic, likely in a mobile suit were Mew to hazard a guess. Tyler had said something about another machine to work with during his visit to Morgan Roet. Still, Mew could understand the feeling of not wanting to stand by and watch while others did horrible things. It was why he had been more than willing to get into the cockpit of the strike and go into battle. Yet, the description of the 3 Gundam types with Omni attacking the Republic was concerning. It was clear that the tech that went into the G project had been transferred to new machines and further developed. That would only bring more problems in future fights with Omni. Athrun continued, after the battle and helping clean up as I was able, Tyler and I were able to have a conversation. What was said opened my eyes to truths that I didn't see. Athrun stopped. No, I would say it wasn't that I didn't see the truth, it was more that I didn't want to acknowledge what was happening. Tyler essentially laid out the facts in a way that I can't effectively argue without lying knowingly. Athrun stopped after the statement, before the end of the conversation, and I was more than questioning the standing orders I had. Kira had a general idea of what part of Athrun's orders likely were. He was probably supposed to capture the freedom and take it back to ZAFT, but Kira couldn't say beyond that. Kira's expression fell. I can understand being given orders you don't agree with and don't like, he replied. Although, care to elaborate what Tyler said to have you to be so against your orders? Athrun was still trying to determine whether the plants and ZAFT's leadership really understood what they were telling others to do. His father's insistence on the need for nuclear power and technology was more than just frightening looking back. Patrick Zala was borderline obsessed with winning the war at any cost. Tyler had put it in a way that made the issue clear, and nuclear tech wouldn't solve any standing problem, it would worsen all of them. In the current climate, nuclear technology would lead to the production and use or, truthfully, the abuse of nuclear weapons. Then there was Tyler's iteration of what Athrun was expected to do in order to fulfill his mission as given to him. The vague terms it had been given by to chairman had hinted it was extreme, and that was the nice way to say it. To keep Enjammer cancellers out of the wrong hands was what others had said to justify the extreme measures. But Athrun questioned if the technology wasn't already in some of the wrong hands. The mission was, as Tyler said, impossible and thus, in the end, was suicidal for the one assigned. And yet, Athrun didn't doubt any more that he would be expected to die trying to do the cleanup his mission required. While the expectation of him throwing away his life was sickening, the consequences of even attempting were more horrifying. It would put ZAFT at war with the Federation, and the Alliance was already displaying how that would likely go. So, Athrun couldn't stop the sigh which escaped him. Put simply, if you can do that properly, he began. I am to capture the freedom or destroy it if capture is not possible. The rest of what I'm supposed to do is impossible, as Tyler so eloquently or really bluntly worded it. I think it is best I leave it at for the moment rather than go into the detail Tyler did with me. All those listening, including Kira, were left to guess what Athrun meant with what he was supposed to do for his mission. What could ZAFT possibly order Athrun to do that would have him so visibly sickened he didn't want to talk about it? However, Athrun shook his head in frustration at what this was becoming now before continuing. This war is changing and morphing into something else recently. Athrun paused, feeling Tyler had put the idea quite well. As Tyler stated it, there may still be two sides to the war, but it isn't related to faction any longer with Omni attacking the Federation. Kira blinked at the last sentence as it made little sense to him, but he felt there was something important being said. The war was changing and shifting, Kira had been noticing it, and the attack on the Republic appeared to be some sort of tipping point for the change to accelerate. However, Kira still couldn't state what the actual difference was overall, just that there was something that wasn't the same anymore. What do you mean two sides that aren't related to factions, Athrun? Kira asked. Athrun frowned. The two sides are determined by what one is fighting for, not who they fight for now. Thus, factions aren't the sides of this war anymore, and it is about what you fight for. Tyler said that it comes down to whether you fight to protect and save humanity or work from destroying it in some form. And I agree with the way he put it after considering recent events, and the war is coming down to that question. What Mew had been hearing was concerning in many ways, even if he didn't have all the facts. This kid had orders to take the freedom back for ZAFT, which Mew understood from a military standpoint. The freedom was a major advancement in technology, ZAFT wouldn't want others to have it, which was tactically sound. But the rest of the orders which hadn't been expanded upon implied they would have him doing something horrible. Mew knew that military organizations did things whether off the books or on top-secret records, which the public would find appalling or even evil. Nevertheless, Mew had a nagging feeling that the kid was being told to do things that might be seen as potential war crimes. And if ZAFT were stooping to commit terrible actions, the war would only become worse than it already was. Then there was the statement about factions not mattering anymore, which made Mew question what change was being referred to. So, Mew took a step forward. What do you mean factions don't matter anymore? He asked. Omni is still fighting against ZAFT. They just recently targeted the Federation, which merely adds to the war. Athrun shook his head, understanding the man's confusion as he'd had it when Tyler had brought this up. Tyler was right, and the war had transitioned into a fight to survive the human species. Omni attacking the Federation was just the last piece that forced the transition to the new phase of the war. No, Omni's actions don't add to the war, Athrun stated, it merely completes the transition to what the war has become now. This conflict is now being waged for the survival of the human species, whether those fighting know it or not. It all comes down to whether you fight to protect and save humanity or try to destroy it somehow. Mew didn't want to accept what was being said, but he had to admit that such would explain several facts as of late. The Alliance had been doubling down on coordinators being the enemy of all naturals. Mew could see that the propaganda led the Alliance toward demanding coordinators become less than human or be exterminated. And that led back to what this kid had been saying, and the war was coming down to the question of the human species being okay the way it was or not. Looking back, the facts made the point clear enough that it should have been visible, and yet, Mew hadn't seen it. He cursed that he was only now seeing such a thing with the Alliance going in the direction it had been. Kira gazed at the floor, knowing that Tyler's view was the right one with recent events. Humanity was being divided, and Lord Uzumi had said that before, even if in a different way than Athrun had. The divide was becoming more defined with each passing event, and the issue which created the divide was what Athrun stated. The human species was coming to a crossroads where it would have to choose whether to keep moving forward with its current diversity or be pulled back by destruction. The purge that some were screeching for would do no good for humanity, Kira was sure of that. But the hatred that was fueling the war was driving many, which would be difficult to overcome. So, where is Tyler? Kira questioned. I doubt he would stand and do nothing even after the attack on the Republic. Tyler was ordered to go up to space and help Federation forces there. He didn't give me further details than that, Athrun returned. He also mentioned something about wanting to help someone, and going to space makes that easier for him. He said that we would meet back up in space and that we can make the time there to catch up and compare notes on events. Kira agreed that Tyler, Athrun, and he needed to have a serious heart-to-heart conversation about things. Tyler tended to know more than he said or let on from what Kira had seen, and it was likely his access to the Federation's information network that gave him that. And it did seem that the war would move to space soon enough from how things were going. The Alliance just needed a mass driver, and they had been denied two thus far. The one that Athrun said Tyler wanted to help was probably Lakis, and him being in space would put him in a better position to help her. Kira gained a soft smile, then we'll see Tai soon enough, he said. You know he has a knack of looking after himself and doing just fine most of the time. And a near-death experience didn't slow him down for all that long, at least not as long as it would others. Once again, Athrun didn't know whether Kira was lucky to have his naivete and the optimistic view that came with it or if he should curse it. A smile came to Athrun's face. Now I understand why Tai and Lakis were so insistent that I talk to you. The optimistic view you have helps focus on the simple truths instead of the darker complexities life can have. Athrun shook his head as his smile grew. This is one of those times I have trouble deciding whether that naivete of yours is a blessing or a curse. Kagalai snicked at the last line, for it was so incredibly apt with Kira. The guy was naive sometimes to the frustrations of those around him, and she'd seen that clearly enough. And yet, sometimes, naivete seemed to shield him from horrible things. Thus, as Athrun had said, Kira's character flaw could be both a blessing and a curse depending on the situation. And the confused expression on Kira's face only added to the point as he didn't seem to understand he was being complimented. Kira shook his head, not figuring out what Athrun meant with the naivete comment. It would be great if we lived in a world where we didn't have to fight, Kira mused. And I would assume Tyler would agree. If only we could live forever in such a world, things would be ideal. While the world that Kira described would indeed be a wonderful one in theory if it could exist, the truth of that dream was far less wonderful. Such a world didn't exist, and if it did, then it wouldn't be the dream that some said it would be. There would be an exchange for the perfectly peaceful world due to how life worked, and it came down to balance. One couldn't have the good only without the non-good, much like old-fashioned scales, one side couldn't be heavier than the other. It could be stated in many different ways, but it all referred to the same point in the end. Yes, Athrun started, but in such a world, everything would stay the same, there would be no happiness, no sorrow, no pain, nor joy. The world is made up of the good and the bad, and you can't have one without the other. Kira knew what Athrun was talking about, and he had a valid point even if others would deny it. The world that Kira had painted was nothing more than a dream, a fantasy that would never actually exist. It was an idea that would only ever be a dream, unreachable but something to aim for nonetheless. So, Kira nodded slowly, true, and if things go on like they are now with the war and everything, then the plants and Earth will very likely destroy each other. However, I want to believe there's still hope for things to end peacefully and humanity continue to live, and that's worth fighting for. Kira paused, gathering his thoughts to get across what he wanted. Thus, I am on, as you put it, the side that works to protect and save the human species from a dark future that leads to extinction. I've already pulled the trigger and have killed people in this war, and one can't give back the lives taken. I want to prevent others from ending lives, protect what is dear to me, and do so with everything I have. While Kira's answer and conclusion were reassuring that he would be fighting on the same side as Athrun. However, Athrun wanted to make sure that Kira understood the danger should the Freedom reach the Alliance what would result. Tyler had said he had explained to Kira the issue with the Freedom, and Athrun trusted that. However, the fear of nuclear weapons coming soon wouldn't leave Athrun's mind. One question Kira, Tyler did tell you about the Freedom being equipped with a neutron jammer canceller, right? I want to confirm you understand what issues come with it. Should that data fall into the hands of the Alliance or terrorist groups, it would result in countless lives lost. Kira's smile faded an amount at the question and the implications it came with. Tyler had made the idea quite clear in their conversation back on the Archangel before he left. He'd told Kira that should the canceller make it into the hands of those that had the wish to do harm or kill people, and bad things would happen. Tyler had specifically stated that if the Alliance were to get the technology, they would produce nuclear weapons and use them against the plants. That made the promise Tyler demanded okay, but not to the extent that Tyler made Kira promise to do. So, Kira sighed. Tyler made the point clear. Athrun, he replied, then Kira's tone became firm and filled with a conviction, the canceller is dangerous for what it can lead to. He also made me promise that I not let the canceller fall into the wrong hands. Tyler went as far as to make me swear to shoot those who would take the tech for their own purposes. Thus, due to his insistence, I will shoot those that will try to take the Freedom from me even when I feel such as extreme in my view. Kira rose after he answered and walked away to see what he could do to help with the preparations. Hearing Kira say that wiped away Athrun's remaining concerns, he knew Tyler had made the right decision. With Tyler's side of the story, Athrun could make sense of Siegel's actions. The former chairman had been acting in the best interest in the long term for the plants and ZAFT. Those leading the plants would disagree, but either they didn't know the reasoning behind Siegel's choice or felt what he was trying to do was foolish. Had the Freedom and the Justice stayed with ZAFT, they would have been used for attacking others and potentially for a nuclear detonation. Athrun believed that the Federation would have developed a counter to N-jammer cancellers given time. However, time was short with nuclear tech back in existence, and a counter was needed soon. And the current council chairman wouldn't take the time to have failsafes made, and he was too focused on winning the war. Athrun had the fear in the back of his mind that his father may even consider using nuclear technology on Earth. While the Bloody Valentine had taken Athrun's mother, it had done more to his father, and Athrun was now seeing the effects more. Tyler had implied his father was pretty much a lost cause and couldn't be changed by the truth. Athrun didn't want to believe his father was so far gone, especially as Patrick had been a good man. Before Bloody Valentine, Patrick had been someone Athrun had been proud to be seen with. Athrun couldn't really remember the last time Patrick had looked happy, he had changed so much. Patrick Zala had almost become what he would say he worked against and would stop from destroying the human species. The issue was few still knew about the man that Patrick had been, only the ruthless man focused on wiping out naturals. The more Athrun thought about the man who was his father, the bleaker a future with him seemed. No, Athrun was starting to know in his mind that it wasn't just a bleaker future he was seeing, it was a non-existent one. A/N. And I'll leave off with this phase there and pick up in the next one with the story. Okay, so on to the points of interest in this phase that I want to point out to you readers. So, in the battle overall takes place over Orb's mainland and Onogora, where in canon it appears to be just Onogora. The other point of the battle overall is the Federation's presence makes all the difference, which will be more apparent in the next phase. Next, another difference I want to point out is the three candidates that Azrael has to work with have different priorities than canon. Clotho, Shuni, and Orga care far more what Mina Moss thinks of them, which reinforces the fear candidates have of the woman. I also iterate that the three make up an unusual trio that comes out of the Enhanced Human Project. A normal trio has a leader that the other two follow even if begrudgingly, the boys don't have that dynamic. Other changes from the original story come from the remaster version of Gundam Seed, like the strike's equipment for example. The last thing I want to talk about is the conversation that came up after the battle. It gives others some of the highlights of what Tyler told Athrun, which I want to say is important. Athrun also gives a summary of the Battle of the Republic, which the news reporting didn't give. I also wanted to show that Athrun's doubts are still growing even when they were huge now. Then Athrun sums up things by saying what Tyler did about the sides in the war, which is a good transition for other characters. As always, please some of you take the time to write a review and tell me what you think of the phase. I really do appreciate those that write reviews and their thoughts, I do read them. The next phase will be titled Transition and Change and will be out in 2 weeks if it stays on track, which it should. Peace out until then. Chapter 37, Phase 40, Transition and Change. A/N. Here is Phase 40, the second half of the Orb vs Alliance arc. I don't see a reason to say much more as the phase stands on its own. Enjoy the phase. Phase 40, Transition and Change. June 18, 71 CE. Ocean off the western coastline of the African community. The remnants of Omni's first fleet came into view of Victoria an hour after sunrise. The trip from the Republic hadn't been eventful in how Federation forces chased them out. And yet, there had already been a report that the Third Seaborne Fleet had to fall back from the Equatorial Union. That retreat would mark the Federation pushing back Omni in 2 battles, potentially a third if the Second Fleet had lost to Orb. To have no success against the Federation was a blow to already hurting morale. ZAFT's attack on Panama had damaged the momentum gained from JOSHA, being ousted by the Federation was pushing it lower. Through Omni, the Alliance needed a victory and a notable one to help things change. If the current circumstances didn't change direction, then Omni would lose major support from its member states. And the instability within the Alliance could tear it apart, which could cost the Alliance the war. Thus, the Alliance's leadership knew they needed to keep the Alliance together whatever the cost or lose everything it had worked for. It was why the Victoria operation was so important for Omni to do and have success with. Not having victory and gaining territory along with new technology options from the Federation was harsh. The Federation had shown they would stand up against the Alliance and Omni was problematic in the long run. They had also proven they wouldn't fall easily and would take more work and planning than ZAFT had thus far. However, the Alliance's outlook was grim if Omni couldn't have a victory against ZAFT now, they had mobile suits to work with. The Alliance was seen as losing right now, and the leadership and top brass wanted that to change. Victoria needed to happen and had to be a victory, or else the Alliance would lose all the momentum it had. Mina could see the determination or rather near desperation, Omni showed after the losses against the Federation. And while it didn't concern her what happened to Omni as she wasn't a part of it, the scene was annoying. Victoria for Mina was the chance to display the fruits of her project to one of her funders. Mina was confident that her girls would do her proud and impress Azrael enough to get him to stop badgering her. She was still concerned that those who had gone with Azrael, the trios of boys that were to go against Orb's defending forces, were decent performers. Mina didn't want the work that had gone into those 3 to go to waste just for a man who didn't consider the work investment. And the trio's handlers weren't the best or even consistent in their jobs, which Mina wasn't fond of. Good candidates came out with proper motivation balanced with consistent medication regimens. If either of those weren't done, Mina had seen failure and then worked to get the group back to where they were before. From what Mina had observed, the flagship's captain showed near desperation and frustration. Were she to guess, His failure to report had been discovered or more likely mentioned by Azrael to Alliance leadership. And whatever the answer had been from Omni top brass, it had not been praise or congratulations for the man. It was more likely that the captain had been dressed down and harshly at that. At least, the captain appeared motivated to do notably better with the Victoria operation than with the Republic. Mina would have pitied the man if she cared about others, but her work was more valuable than other people were. Mina had long ago stopped caring about all but the select few individuals she was familiar with. The Enhanced Human Project was what she cared about and what her life involved, or at least what mattered to her. As far as Mina had heard, the Lawton had contacted Omni's 4th Seaborne Fleet within the last hour. The 4th Fleet was the one that was assigned to begin Omni's Victoria operation. With how Duggan's ZAFT was supposed to be, Mina would be shocked if one of Omni's fleets would have quick success at taking the former Alliance base. If what Mina had seen around the Republic was anything to go by, then Omni's fighting strength hadn't improved much with the addition of mobile suits. Omni may boast that they would turn the tides and beat ZAFT with mobile suits, but they hadn't gotten that to happen yet. And with the epic failure against the Federation, Omni was hurting for something to show for their efforts. The plan Omni had that Mina was aware of had their 4th Fleet having started the assault on Victoria the day after the 1st Fleet attacked the Republic. The crew's chattering had informed Mina that their allies in the 1st Fleet hadn't made much progress with Victoria yet. Apparently, ZAFT forces were holding out and had strengthened the defenses that the Alliance had used when they had control of the base. Thus, Omni could not push forward against ZAFT in anything other than small gains from Omni's entry point. From what Mina had heard, Omni's 4th Fleet was under the command of one named Sutherland. When she had brought up the man's file, she wasn't all that impressed. Sutherland was not like Azrael in the way of him being a career military man, but the two shared the same type of views and hatred. Sutherland was also involved in the JOSHA incident by what the man's file stated, but no details about what that entailed. At least, the file implied Sutherland was a competent officer, more so than the one Mina had to deal with already. It was mid-morning when the 1st Fleet came into Victoria's range and the ongoing battle. Mina made her way to one of the ship's observation decks and gazed out at the fighting. Even from a distance, the Lawton was from the battle, and Mina could see Omni's strike daggers dancing with ZAFT gens and CGUEs. As an impartial observer, Mina would say that ZAFT was putting up a good defense of the base for what it was worth. It was almost like Omni had gotten off on the wrong foot from the beginning of the skirmish, and they were playing catch-up. However, Mina wouldn't say that Omni was being totally foolish, they were clearly working hard for their goal. And Mina would give credit where credit was due, even when Omni rarely deserved praise for a decent job. Nevertheless, the matter was that Omni wasn't making good progress in their operation with the time they had been working on it. Mina made her way to the Lawton's bridge to talk with the captain. The Lawton's captain had made it obvious that he needed to be told about some things as he wouldn't consider oddities when giving out orders. And the 1st Fleet wasn't the readiest or able to help the 4th Fleet with the losses taken around the Republic. One didn't need to be a genius or even half as smart as Mina was to make and understand that calculation. Mina's girls would certainly be able to tip the scales for Omni, and she was sure of that. Plus, it would give the girls a chance to make up for what happened at the Republic. All three had been frustrated by what occurred back in the last battle, and they had been promising Mina they would make her proud when given another chance. Mina was willing to give the three a second chance as they tended to do better when they performed a second time. Failure wasn't a deterrent for her star girls, and it was a motivation to improve and do better the next time. The Lawton's captain glanced at the door when it was opened and faced front when he saw Mina. The woman had been troublesome since coming onto the ship, putting it nicely. Some of the crew had quietly complained about the woman and the incidents she'd been involved in. And discussion with Mina Moss had led nowhere as she waved off any accusations. Then there were the woman's unnecessary questions she'd posed during the combat with the Federation. He would admit that those girls with the woman had put on an impressive performance against the Federation, but that was all. The captain had a dressing down by top brass for what happened with the Republic, and he felt that Mina had played a part in that happening. The woman had gotten an encrypted call the day after the battle, and there had been nothing as to who the call was with from the COMM officer. Mina noticed the captain's choice not to face or acknowledge her presence or entry on the bridge. Of course, Mina didn't care in the slightest about what the captain did for his ship or the fleet he was supposed to lead. She was here to tell him to open the cargo hold of this ship so her girls could go out and prove their skills. Mina told Azrael that her girls would prove the value of her project, so they would. So, the ship's captain would do what he was told if he was smart and let her girls head out. Mina didn't care if there were orders that would stop them from sortie out to the battlefield. Captain, Mina started, once in range, if you would open the cargo hold so my girls can head out and actually get progressing in a better direction. The captain didn't want to argue with the woman as it had been clear already that few would win against the woman. The problem was the fleet's standing orders had the 1st Fleet providing support for the 4th Fleet. Some strike daggers were to join those working on retaking Victoria, but the remaining daggers were to help defend the 4th and 1st Fleet from ZAFT forces. And yet, the woman was insisting that her girls should go out and fight among their allies. The Lawton's captain wouldn't discount that the three had done a great deal during the attack on the Republic. But they had destructive tendencies and didn't regard much for any that were supposed to be allies. So, he was hesitant to let the three girls go out and defy orders and then have to answer to Captain Sutherland. Standing orders do not have those girls going out to the battlefield, the man stated. They are to be on standby while the strike daggers push ZAFT's forces out of the base. Mina didn't care about the captain's orders from the officer in charge, which was likely the Sutherland she'd read about. If the man were anything like Azrael, Sutherland would be pleased with her girls working in the field. By what Azrael mentioned, some in Omni had expressed interest in her project. And with what Mina had read in the file on Sutherland, the man could fit the bill of some of those Azrael mentioned. If an Omni higher-up were impressed by her work, then maybe there would be less talkback Mina would have to listen to. If it wasn't obvious already, Mina began, I couldn't care less what your orders are. Your leaders want to see my work, and I will show them which my girls will display. I would think it will allow this fleet to provide support without throwing forces away unnecessarily. The Lawton's captain wouldn't say no to having a more long-range support role for the First Fleet. The fleet was still making repairs from the assault on the Republic and wasn't at full strength. But their orders were to support and not jump right into the fighting going on in the Victoria area. And if the 3 Gundam type went out without being ordered, he would be the one that would take the reprimand. The dressing down he'd gotten from higher UPS had been bad enough, and the man wasn't interested in having a similar experience again so soon. And Sutherland was rumored to be very non-understanding with orders being circumvented or defied. While that is all well and good, the captain started but never finished as Mina cut over him. Should it be about responsibility with superiors, you can direct them to me if you prefer. Just get to your job and let me and my girls do what we're here to do. The captain had no problem pointing Sutherland to Mina Moss if there was any backlash from the Gundams going out the field. He wasn't for the idea, as he would then be on the hook for things should they go wrong with the Gundams. However, should he be able to direct any that asked to Mina Moss should things go wrong, that would work out better. The woman seemed to report to Director Azrael and so answered to him, which several of the top brass seemed to take orders from. Still, if the Gundams went out, then the remaining strike daggers the First Fleet had could be used more effectively in defensive roles. Very well, do as you wish in this, but I will be directing to you if there are complaints, he replied. Mina turned and headed away from the ship's bridge as she had no problem with the condition laid down. Azrael wanted a display of her work, and he could deal with any complaints from Omni officers should they come. The work, her girls, would do should silence any complaint as it would move things along. As the old phrase went, the end justifies the means, and it was an apt phrase that several used to reason why they did things. She used the phrase from time to time, as the end goal was what mattered to her regarding the enhanced human project. Those that had come with her should have already finished the adjustments on the mobile suits from the data acquired earlier. Mina knew her girls had been brooding about their performance around the Republic. They had been cursing quietly and muttering how they would whip ZAFT around Victoria. At the same time, Deborah, Laughter, and Ross Weiss had suited up just before battle stations had been called. The three had agreed they would do better and make Mina proud out on the coming battlefield. They would be going against ZAFT, the ones the simulations at the lab trained them to go against. It wouldn't be exactly payback against those they had failed to beat, but it would be a step in that direction. And once they got to the cargo hold, they boarded their assigned machines and went over the OS as they had been told to do. Deborah saw the adjustments would help with smoother performance for the suits, and that would assist in defeating ZAFT. Mina would give them instructions and then her expectation of what they were to do out on the field, Deborah was sure of that. Laughter was doing the required checks that were expected of them, but she was squirming and fighting with annoyance. She would impress her mamas so that she praised and rewarded her for the good job. Ross Weiss was finishing her system check seeing everything for the Raptor was fine. She leaned back in her seat, closed her eyes, and thought about the mission ahead. As the leader of their trio, Deborah kept calm, which was one of the reasons she was chosen. Ahead of them on the battlefield that Victoria had become, Deborah and her sisters would help their mother show others her project had value. Deborah knew that their mother's work was important, it was why she took Deborah and her sisters in when they had lost everything. The sooner their mother could get back to the lab, the less testy she would be going forward. Deborah could see how their mother was not pleased to be here on this ship to display the enhanced human project. Normally, another dealt with the project's funders, and they were a friend of their mother, Dr. Call. The woman was the face of the project, yet she was still involved with the candidates. Dr. Call was in charge if Mina wasn't around, and she wasn't much nicer than their mother. Mina made it to the ship's cargo hold as the three girls were doing the expected preparations. She was approached shortly after entering by one of the handler team and informed that her girls were already doing their pre-battle preparations. Mina hadn't needed to know where the girls were, and she had no doubt they were ready to head out to the field. The three had learned their lessons well, better than any other candidate from the project. Mina didn't really have a problem with whether they had some sort of complex that had them wanting to satisfy their mother who was her. As Mina had said to Azrael, she didn't have any motherly attachment to the three. They were just the top performers, and so were the project's star girls for the funders to see and take as the potential for the work. They were years of work that Mina didn't want to waste or have to redo because the alliance was being ridiculous. Mina went over to the communication console so that she could give the instructions and expectations for the girls on this outing. Deborah just finished up, much like Laughter and Ross Weiss did when they heard Mina's voice. Good to see you, girls, where you should be, Mina started. I knew you would be ready for this chance. The image of Mina popped up on one of the VID screens inside the cockpits of the Gundams. All three girls paused in their work and paid attention to their mother and the instructions she would give them. I've seen all of you have been brooding about what happened the last time. But don't worry yourselves about what occurred, you did better than I would have expected of any other candidate in the same situation. However, today you will get to prove you can do better than Omni soldiers and get their jaws to drop. Doing that will certainly bring a smile to my face and earn you a reward of your choosing. Mina paused at the point of being to show how her work could show up the fools that dismissed it as a waste of time and money. I know you three will do far better this outing than the last, as this will be more like the simulations. Mina had her instructions ready of what they were to do at the bare minimum out there around the Victoria base. She, of course, had expectations, and then what would be even better were they achieved. The difference was instructions and what was to be done to be considered an acceptable job. On the other hand, expectations were tasks that would be much better but weren't a requirement if done. Mina's girls normally were able to both complete given instructions and achieve most if not all expectations. It was one of the things that set them apart from other candidates in any of the three labs. Mina continued, as before, getting good data for your mobile suits is necessary. However, as you three have shown many times before, you meet the expectations given to you. So, my expectations are for you to shoo away ZAFT forces from the base or destroy them. As you do, make your best effort to keep the mass driver from being too damaged during the fighting. Don't expect Omni machines to help you much in that task, and they are too foolish to be helpful in that. It would be best if the majority of the base is intact when the fighting is done. Also, if you could assist Omni along the way, they will complain less about you working. All three girls listened carefully to what their mother had been telling them. The instructions given were simple enough as they were much the same as they had been on the last outing. The expectations were much as they had discussed earlier when the outing was discussed. The base they would be fighting around belonged to ZAFT by what Deborah had read with Omni's information. Omni's machines would be all over fighting ZAFT, trying to push forward into the base. Yet, as Deborah and her sisters weren't under the command or taking orders from Omni, what they did wasn't important. Their mother had told them what she wanted them to do to show their skills and how good her work was. They were to help keep the base as undamaged as possible and protect the base's mass driver. Mina kept going, I know things happen out there, and I won't blame you for what others will claim to be friendly fire. Nevertheless, it would be best to make an effort not to shoot Omni machines, please. I take it that you understand what is expected of you in this. Deborah, Laughter, and Ross Weiss nodded to their mother to show they understood what they were to do. Yes, mother/mama/mom, we understand, they replied together. Mina watched as the cargo hatches opened, letting in the early morning light of the day. The three Gundams moved from the docks and launched out from the Lawton. Ross Weiss had the Raptor leap up and take position on top of the Bandit, which had shifted into its mobile armor mode. The three flew forward toward the signs of battle, such as explosions on the land before them. They activated their trans-phase shift armor as they closed the distance to the battle. At the same time, ZAFT forces that were defending the Victoria base were holding the defensive lines against Omni. Vyukyus and Zuoits were on the front lines fighting the strike daggers that were pushing. Jins and Dins were doing what they could to help from the air, trying to wear down the Alliance aircraft. The base defenses added to ZAFT's efforts to repel Omni from taking Victoria back. It was obvious to the ZAFT commanders that Omni was here to get the base or the Habilis mass driver. The attack was an expectation after the successful operation against Panama. Nevertheless, the first day of this attack proved Omni's mobile suit pilots had improved since Panama. Omni had been able to push forward a bit, but the base was still under ZAFT control. Omni suits hadn't breached the base's secondary defense perimeter yet, even if they had gotten a foothold on the eastern shores. The current day had begun much as the previous one. Omni had begun their attack shortly after dawn. Repairs had been made and resupply completed for damaged ZAFT machines before the assault began. ZAFT just needed to hold the base till the afternoon since reinforcement would begin arriving. Carpentaria was sending help, and there would be drops from space as well. With the reinforcements would help push Omni back and then oust them from their efforts. Admiral Tries had said that patience would win this battle, and the coming forces would speed that along. If not for Admiral Tries, ZAFT would be in much harder straits than now. Most ZAFT commanders would admit that with the recent demands and orders from the National Defense Committee, there was enough discontent with the Alliance getting mobile suits and having a victory at JOSHA. There was no need to add to it with the committee pushing for more aggressive actions in the ongoing war. On the other end of the conflict, Captain Sutherland watched the battle from the bridge of the Spengler class he was on. The first day the Fourth Fleet was to handle had been tedious and not very fruitful in the end. ZAFT had managed to keep them from making much progress or even getting into the base's perimeter. The Dagger pilots were trying to push ZAFT back. Sutherland would give them credit for their efforts. Most Strike Dagger pilots worked hard to improve their skills since Panama to level the battlefield. Thus, the first day of this operation hadn't been a complete loss, but there wasn't much progress made. A message from the First Fleet a few hours ago was that they were en route and would arrive at the estimated time. If the First Fleet was on time in getting to Victoria, then Sutherland hoped that better progress could be made today. Omni Top Brass wasn't happy with the operation being accelerated forward, Sutherland knew, and he understood some of the reasons why they were. The plan had been to do the operation later that year when the weather would give an advantage. However, Panama had made it more important the base be taken back sooner rather than as cleanly as possible. Sutherland knew the Alliance needed a mass driver not just for Omni's lunar supply line but also for future plans. ZAFT had destroyed Panama's mass driver at the beginning of a crucial stage of Omni's new offensive. Omni had been looking toward fighting ZAFT in space and putting them on the defensive. It would be the first time Omni would have forced ZAFT on the defensive and defeat them on their home turf. If Omni could push ZAFT back, it would be a turning point and change the tides of the war. The standing issue was that the Ptolemaios base could only produce the strike daggers so quickly, which wasn't enough for the planned offensive. The mobile suits being produced in complexes on Earth were needed to augment and increase the number of mobile suits. That required a mass driver to get them up to space at a reasonable pace and not a few at a time through transports. Nonetheless, Sutherland was brought out of his thoughts when a console operator reported that the First Fleet was coming into detection range. Sutherland glanced down at his watch to see that the First Fleet was arriving at the time expected, which he was pleased with. It didn't entirely make up for the failed assault on the Republic, but it did have Sutherland leaning more toward being nicer to the Lawton's captain. Perhaps a mild chastisement would be enough if the captain helped with Victoria to improve his performance results. Sutherland wasn't unreasonable in the point of admitting things didn't always go according to plans. The unexpected happened. So, when the First Fleet began deploying their forces, Sutherland had a soft smile and nodded. "Good to see the First Fleet has arrived when expected," he remarked. "Perhaps we can wrap things up and have Victoria under control before the end of the day." Sutherland was going to order one group of daggers to change their tactic when two objects zoomed past the Fourth Fleet. The man looked over and saw three machines surging forward toward the battle. A split second later, Sutherland realized that the three machines were from the GAT series. Specifically, they were the Raptor, the Sinister, and the Bandit, as Sutherland recalled the specs he'd glanced around a month ago. Sutherland remembered Director Azrael mentioning that the 6 second-generation GAT machines would be deployed, and that they would be piloted by results from a secret project Omni and others had been covertly funding. Azrael had said that the candidates were supposed to be trained to fight and beat ZAFT soldiers consistently. Sutherland would say Omni would have been funding something great if it could do what Azrael said it could. Standing orders for the First Fleet was to have them reinforce ground forces, not deploying a team to the front. However, Sutherland decided to allow the GAT machines to do what they were. He wanted to witness what Director Azrael had been talking about and see what the hype was about with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Deborah, Ross Weiss, and Laughter closed the distance between them and the battle. The three were taking in the field, both how Omni was trying to push their position forward and ZAFT keeping them from advancing. Deborah began to see where best her sisters could work on this battlefield, which was another reason she was the trio leader, her skills with tactics. "Ross Weiss, you will help break through ZAFT's defensive line," Deborah began. "Laughter, scatter ZAFT's aerial forces and keep them on their toes." Deborah paused, "And remember we are to avoid damaging the base and more so the mass driver per Mom's instructions." "So," Laughter started, "does that mean we have to easy on the baddies?" Nothing had been specifically stated about being nice to ZAFT forces. And Laughter knew their mama wanted them to do their best and show what they were capable of. Should they have to go easy on their opponents, they would have to hold back, which was no fun. "You should listen harder, Laughter," Ross Weiss remarked. "We are to shoot them or destroy the enemy. It will be up to them whether they run away fast enough or we shoot them for being in the way. We are to avoid hitting the weaker dorks than us. We are helping for Mother." While Deborah appreciated Rossius's level logic, she had, when not worked up, there was work to do and so no time to waste on details. As Ross Weiss said, "Laughter," Deborah said, "we only need as much of the base structures standing and mass driver working. So, as we have agreed, the one with the highest kill count gets to talk to Mom first and get the reward of their choice." Laughter snickered. "Oh goody, I can go hard and have lots of fun cutting bad guys into pieces," she exclaimed. Laughter broke off from her sisters with her climbing towards ZAFT's aerial mobile suits that were trying to attack the daggers. She took her anti-ship sword and zoomed at the nearest ZAFT gun, and sliced it in half before the pilot could react. Laughter moved on from there, slicing and slashing at any ZAFT machine that came into range. This did have the pressure ZAFT was attempting to put on Omni lessen slightly as they had to defend against the Sinister. Deborah flew over the base for Ross Weiss to get to where she could make the best difference. Ross Weiss scanned the area and found a spot where she felt the Raptor would have a slight advantage over ZAFT forces. Thus, Ross Weiss leaped off of the Bandit and landed on the ground around the hangars the base had a moment later. Deborah kept going forward after the Raptor had leaped off and separated to do its work. Her goal was to find ZAFT's commander group and take care of them while Deborah's sisters kept ZAFT busy. If ZAFT's commanding group were taken out or disabled, enemy ranks would tremble and fall. Laughter was having fun cleaving ZAFT machines into pieces one after another. In this battle, Laughter would make her mama proud and show her that she and her sisters could still fulfill her expectations. Whether it was Dins or Jins, the Sinister dispatched ZAFT units mostly with its sword and its high-energy beam cannon. The fight was much more similar to the simulations that all the candidates did back at the lab. And Laughter knew that she and her sisters had been among the best performers with the simulations. The bad guys were falling like flies, and Laughter would do her best to make her mama praise her for her efforts. That was her motivation. Laughter always loved to make her mama proud or smile, and the sweets she got were also nice. At the same time, the Raptor had quickly gotten to work after landing on the ground. Ross Weiss had aimed at the Bukyus and Zuoets, which were approaching where she was. The ZAFT machines shot their weapons at the Raptor, to which Ross Weiss would jump out of the way and use her shield to intercept. While she dodged, Ross Weiss had the Raptor had her high-energy beam cannons, and the railguns on the backpack fired at her enemies. The railguns attached to the shoulder binders swing up and add to the barrage and her bazooka. And Ross Weiss was having much better success at hitting her opponents than ZAFT was striking her. Ross Weiss found this was more challenging than the simulations at the lab, and she was actually starting to like this a bit. While her sisters occupied ZAFT's defending forces, Deborah flew the Bandit dove down to be between the base's structure. She did so to keep out of the direct attention of ZAFT so that she could find their commanding group. Deborah had glanced over the layout of the Victoria base as it had been when the Alliance had control of it. The control center had been positioned at the northern part of the base within a reasonable distance of the mass driver. Deborah knew that tactically speaking, ZAFT would be hard-pressed was the command center to fall. Chaos would spread throughout ZAFT's defending forces with their command structure falling apart, which Omni could take advantage of. The efforts of Deborah and her sisters would impress those that her mother was working with. Hopefully, that would make their mother less stressed and let her and them go back to the lab. Deborah came out of the street that she'd been traveling down into a plaza or square with a large building at the north end. It matched the layout that Deborah had looked over, with the large building being the command center. There were even a couple of Jins and a CGUE looking to be standing guard of the building. Deborah rushed towards the ZAFT suits and fired upon them as she shifted the Bandit into its suit mode. In one hand was a beam saber, and in the other was the Bandit's beam rifle as Deborah surged forward. She cut down the Jins and shot others, dispatching the Jins quickly, leaving just the CGUE to deal with. Deborah had the Bandit's claws shift forward and fire its machine guns in the claws at the CGUE. The ZAFT pilot used its shield to defend itself from the Bandit's attacks. The CGUE pilot was scared at this Gundam type that had shown up and had taken out their allies. There had been chatter about 3 Gundam types appearing a short while ago and them pushing the defenders back for Omni. Deborah shot forward and ran the CGUE through with her beam saber before she leapt back away from her enemy. The CGUE exploded, and Deborah turned her attention to the command center ZAFT was using. With the instructions from her mom to keep what she could of the base intact, Deborah felt the beam rifle would be too much. The machine guns would be fine, but they were not as precise as Deborah would like to be in dispatching ZAFT's commanding group. In the end, Deborah decided to use the Bandit's beam saber to handle those in the upper control room. The ZAFT commanders could only watch as the Gundam approached with its beam saber. Some tried to run away, but the beam saber's sweep killed all inside the command center's operations room. ZAFT began folding with the command structure in shambles. Now the command center was gone. Sutherland noticed the change as he kept an eye on the 3 GAT Gundams. The work they were doing was impressive, Sutherland would admit that after watching for a bit. If the pilots in those machines were an example of the enhanced human project, then Sutherland would say it was definitely worth pursuing. While the GAT series second generation was more powerful than the first, their pilots made it more pronounced. The 3 machines had made more progress while on the battlefield than the daggers had yesterday. Yet now, the daggers were making a good push forward and were closing the distance between them and the Victoria base. The only thing that had Sutherland curious was Azrael hadn't said anything about some of the GAT machines coming to help with Victoria. Not that Sutherland would complain about the help as it moved the operation along with more efficiently. However, from the time Sutherland had talked and listened to the National Defense Industry Director, he planned things out most of the time. Granted, reports said the First Fleet had failed against the Republic's forces, which Sutherland expected. While he might not like the Federation did things or ran its organization, he would admit they were strong. From what Sutherland saw, the special pilots were doing very well against ZAFT, better than the daggers had been so far. Sutherland was brought out of his thoughts when the report came that Victoria's command center had been disabled and by one of the GAT machines, no less. It did explain why ZAFT forces had suddenly started having problems keeping their defensive lines firm. Without orders from their commanding group, ZAFT quickly began losing ground to Omni. Deborah joined in with her sisters after taking care of ZAFT's commanding group, working to take down ZAFT forces. The battle shifted into more of a slaughter for ZAFT as Omni machines kept surging forward. ZAFT may have had variance in their unit's capabilities, but it was overcome by the beam weapons Omni was employing. The ZAFT soldiers fought as hard as they could but could not halt the advancing enemy forces. Deborah and her sisters prevented ZAFT from falling back and retreating while taking down enemy mobile suits. And with the GAT machines helping, the battle was essentially decided within a little over an hour from the First Fleet's arrival. When the time came that the 3 GAT machines had to go back to the ship for resupply, the daggers were inside the Victoria base itself. Sutherland would applaud the GAT machines and their pilots for their efforts. They had moved this operation along to its conclusion faster than even he hoped they would. Sutherland ordered the strike daggers to continue moving into the base and clearing out ZAFT. In those orders, Sutherland stated there was no need to take prisoners and to execute any ZAFT personnel found. ZAFT had proven at Panama they wouldn't do any different in Omni's position, so Sutherland felt the same courtesy was fitting. Once the 3 dagger team leads called in the base was under their control, Sutherland ordered ground forces to start sweeps for remaining enemy personnel. Over the next 30 minutes, Sutherland was given reports of the operation results. He was glad it was nowhere near the worst-case scenario for this operation. Omni had only lost an average of 20% of their strike dagger units, and aircraft was around the same. The base was overall mostly intact, some areas would need reconstruction work, but nothing vital had been damaged. Techs and engineers were already checking over the mass driver to see if it was still usable as it was. So, all in all, the operation was both a success and a notable victory against ZAFT, which hadn't happened for a time now. JOSHA was a victory, but that was seen differently than the Victoria operation. Thus, Victoria's victory would be seen as better. When the report of the mass driver being okay and operational came in, Sutherland couldn't help the smile that came to him. The mass driver's capture and being in working order had been the major objective of the operation. It was a necessity as it would be used to re-establish Omni's supply line back to space and the moon. The mass driver would also speed along with the transition to fighting ZAFT in space and push them back to L5. Sutherland knew that mobile suits could be mass-produced on Earth faster than on the moon. Thus the supply line with the mass driver would be crucial to begin pushing ZAFT back and winning the war. Sutherland could see a potential path to ending the war with the destruction of the plants at the finish. If there were nuclear weapons, that would make the job even faster and easier, but such wasn't available. At the same time, the bridge crew of the Loudon had been watching the 3 Gundams doing their work, most with open mouths. They hadn't forgotten what the 3 machines had displayed back around the Republic. The ship's captain hadn't been the only one to be impressed with the Gundam's performance against the Federation's forces. Their work against ZAFT had been even more surprising as they had whipped ZAFT, to put it simply. It had been almost unreal just how efficiently the Gundams had turned the tides and sent ZAFT running. It made the captain wonder what the devil woman Mina Moss had done to get those girls of hers to be able to do that. The man had heard some of the stories and rumors that Lodonia Labs and the other 2 places like it did. The official statements were that the work Lodonia did was improving methods to help Omni have an edge, which was vague, but that was all which higher UPS said. Some of the rumors the captain had heard were the places broke kids and then made them into some kind of super soldiers. The Loudon's captain wouldn't have put much into such rumors before, but he was forced to reassess after meeting Mina Moss. If the woman was involved in the work Lodonia did, then he could see the possibility of the rumors being true. Moss was cruel and unfeeling, so he wouldn't exactly be surprised if the woman and others like her took children and changed them into what they wanted. However, he wouldn't stick his nose into the idea to find out if the rumor was true or not, he would rather not know. Instead, the captain ordered the First Fleet to move forward and start assisting the Fourth Fleet with cleanup operations. And as the Loudon approached the docking facilities, the captain saw the Fourth Fleet was already in control of the docks. The hours that followed docking were used to help secure Victoria and do damage control as could be done. Mina had taken in the reaction of the ship's bridge crew as they had watched her girls work on the battlefield. She was pleased that her girls had done so well, not that she'd doubted they would make her proud and display her work. Even Azrael would be pleased by their efforts as it had gotten the base with much of it intact and the mass driver working by the end. Perhaps, with how good her girls did, Azrael may even say he was impressed enough he would get with the other funders and get them to quiet down. Mina wouldn't say no to that result, and she knew Lori would be pleased with being bugged less too. Mina left the bridge of the Loudon after the ship docked and returned to her quarters to write up the report on this skirmish, and the results were of note after all. It was one of the nicer reports Mina had written for a while if she was forced to admit it. Her girls had done even better than even she'd had hoped for in their first real fight against ZAFT forces, and she was extremely proud of their performance. Granted, all the candidates went through training regimens designed to do well against ZAFT. Thus, most of the candidates were expected to give good performance as a minimum standard. However, candidates were regularly motivated to do better than the expected standard they were held to. And her girls were the unofficial standard that other candidates were encouraged to aim for. With how they sent ZAFT running, it wasn't a great surprise her girls were the project. The recording of this battle and its data would be used to update the simulations, and Mina would ensure that. Then, Mina expected Azrael to call at some point today to get the rundown of how things went with Victoria. And this time, she would make the man please, and hopefully, he would not be so insistent on her helping with his business. She even may ask the man to let her go back to Lodania and have the male trio sent back when they were done. Mina didn't expect them to do much better against the Federation than her girls had. So, she was planning for their failure and would prepare for them to do simulations to refresh their skills. If any report from the handler team suggested the three did things they weren't supposed to, Mina would deal with that accordingly. The discipline system she had set up back at Lodania was strict. Thus, every candidate knew what the wrong action earned as a consequence. Even the other two labs used the same model for discipline so that all candidates were to the same standard. Mina was sending a message to her girls to start thinking about what they wanted for their reward after such a great performance but was interrupted before she could finish. The interruption came in the form of a call coming into her, and when she opened the communication found it was Azrael. And it was a moment later, and Mina could tell that Azrael was not happy at all right now. That led her to believe the assault against Orb had not gone well, which she expected even if others hadn't. And yet, for him to call her suggested he had a bone to pick with her. It implied that the male trio had performed poorly, and she could only think of two main reasons that would be the case. Either the three had been foolish and did things they knew they shouldn't while working on a task, or there was mishandling. My, Director Azrael, it appears that our moods are reversed from the last conversation we had. In fact, you appear to be in quite a bad mood today, Mina said. Should I ask what caused this? As Mina had said, Azrael was not in a good mood, and he wasn't inclined to talk about what normally put him in a foul mood. But attempts to get the Federation in line and follow orders as they should fail. Preparations had been made to have the best chance of success against the Federation, but none of that mattered. And then, to top off things, Mina's candidates had been less than helpful. They had been more interested in fighting each other than doing the task assigned to them. Mina, I've been needing a word with you, Azrael began flatly, about what happened around Orb. Mina suspected this call had something to do with the assault on Orb, and it made the most logical sense. And it was more than likely about her candidates was Mina to guess, which made her a tad irritated. Even when they did acceptably by themselves, the three boys weren't the best as a trio. However, all three knew that they were to focus on a task and not get distracted when given a task to work on. So, Mina sighed, I assume that the three candidates didn't perform well in the fight, among other things. Azrael grunted, you sound like you almost expected they would do poorly, Mina, he remarked. Yet, you said nothing to me about any expectation of that sort. Those three seemed more interested in fighting one another than doing what they were told to. Mina put a hand to her forehead, that trio has sporadic attention issues, yet you never asked about potential issues. You were rather insistent on getting examples of my project even after I told you that I didn't have many candidates ready. Those three were the closest to ready even though they have flaws that were being worked on. Mina paused before continuing, but I say again that my work is the best it can be right now, and I've stated it as such. There's nothing wrong with the mobile suits or the candidates. The mobile suits are as efficient as they can be made without more viable data that comes from field tests and actual combat. My candidates have been trained and conditioned to be able to do well against ZAFT forces. It's your fault that you hear things I don't actually say, it is why I'm not the one funders interact with. Azrael was about to say that Mina's work had still failed, but she beat him to speak, and if you want an explanation, then don't interrupt me, she snapped. You sent those three against Federation forces, and that's not what they've been trained to perform against, so the results will vary. Mina stopped considering what had happened back around the Republic with the custom machines appearing. She would be surprised if Azrael would see custom model mobile suits as different than mass production machines. He was a businessman, not a logical thinker, so he didn't see the complications that happened. And my intuition tells me there were some custom model machines on the battlefield, correct me, should I be wrong? Azrael thought back to the battle with Orb and recalled there had been a few custom model mobile suits fighting for Orb. However, custom models should not make a difference, and they require a bit more work to handle. So, Azrael didn't see the point of Mina bringing up the subject when it shouldn't make a difference. You are right, and there were some custom models on Orb's side, as I recall, he replied. However, what difference should that fact make in the failure of the attack on Orb? Mina was frustrated that she had been right about Azrael not taking into account factors such as custom machines. She expected at least the three boys had not been reckless and fought them without thinking. That action should have been done with how ingrained the lesson was with all candidates. Then there was still the possibility that mishandling would make things worse overall. Yet, Mina exhaled before speaking, allow me to tell you then, Azrael, an exceptional individuals almost always pilot custom models. And those types of pilots don't go down easily and don't fall to normal methods most of the time. Mina paused and looked Azrael straight in the eye. My project's candidates haven't gotten to the point where they can consistently take on a pilot of that caliber unless they work as a team, and even then, it is questionable. When you have multiple pilots of that level and caliber, even veterans would be challenged to survive, let alone win. Mina stopped as the other possibility came back to her mind of there being potential mishandling of the candidates by the handling team. It also sounds like there could be other problems going on that I'm not aware of. Mina then smiled slightly, but Director, I believe I have a way to brighten your glum and foul mood. With Azrael's current mood, there wasn't much that would help change it for the better. The failure to stress Orb's defenses to a real degree seriously frustrated him. That was added to the abysmal attempt against the Republic, which had come to naught in the end. So, Mina said she had a means that would improve his mood was, something he normally wasn't interested in hearing. However, Mina's smile was slight as it got Azrael curious about what had her pleased. Mina Moss wasn't one that usually appeared pleased to those around her, not how she was. Oh, you don't say, Azrael mused, and how would you do that, Mina? Well, she began, in our last call, I said that my girls would show just how good they could be with the Victoria operation. Azrael nodded, yes, you made an offer to have them display the fruits of your enhanced human project. He paused, suspecting that the First Fleet could have reached Victoria already. Were that true, Mina may be reporting the results of that, and Azrael had been looking forward to those. With Mina's sales pitch, Azrael was expecting great things from Mina's candidates. Am I to assume your group has reached Victoria, and you are about to tell me the operation results? Mina's smile shifted to a smirk, indeed, the overall result is Victoria is now under the control of the Alliance. The mopping up is just about done by what I hear, and ZAFT suffered major losses in this operation. Mina paused, from what the Lawton's captain told me, the Fourth Fleet had made little progress yesterday. However, my girls sped things along and got the operation to head towards a close within an hour. Azrael's eyebrows rose at being told Mina's girls had got things to move and going quickly to have ZAFT lose. The majority of the base is intact, and the mass driver is in good working order thanks to my girls' efforts, Mina continued. Azrael's foul mood was fading at hearing of the success of the Victoria operation, more so with Mina's iterations. Granted, he wanted to see for himself what Mina's work could do, but he wouldn't say no to having such described to him. Mina kept going, my girl's performance had many Omni officers' jaws hanging open if that is anything to go by. And I will let that be a standard of my project's ability when given a chance. Azrael hummed, it sounds like your girls haven't disappointed you and have shown your project has merit. It makes me glad you offered a second chance of performance as it seems they did far better the second time. I only wish I could have been there to see them in action, Mina, Azrael replied. It certainly does lighten my mood to know there has been an amount of success. I got some recordings for you to view of my girls whipping ZAFT at your convenience, Director, Mina stated. Their performance was even beyond my expectations, which is saying something as it is rare for them to do so. I tend to have high expectations of my girls, so they normally meet them, but they went beyond them this time. And it was extremely satisfying to observe them show the fruits of my work. Azrael would view the video Mina had of her girls later, and upon that, he would tell others that funded Mina's work whether it was worth it. But by what Mina had said, her project was indeed well worth pursuing. Azrael had suspected it would be, yet it was still nice to be proven right about his assumption. While I applaud your pride in your work, Mina, as it is well earned with the results, there are still standing problems. Orb is one of those problems, and your candidates did not perform as you implied they would given a chance. I hope you can either explain or preferably motivate your candidates to do better. As I recall, you've shown you have quite a knack for getting your candidates to do what you tell them. Mina was now more sure there had been bungling in the handling of the trio that was with Azrael. It would explain some things the director described that the boys had done. And it would be more helpful if she got a good look at what was going on with the trio to judge what was happening. Mina was never fond of others she'd given instructions not to do what they had been told to. Most at Lodonia and the other labs did as instructed, so it wasn't a regular issue. However, a select few strayed from the path of obedience from time to time. At Lodonia, that was curtailed quickly, so it rarely got out of hand with those Mina tasked to watch staff performance. However, the handling team that had gone to the Second Fleet had less to keep them in line. So Mina sighed, if it would help you understand what I've stated is correct, I could meet up with the fleet around Orb and check things over. Should any of the male trio be unable to perform, then I'll send out one of my girls in their place to show you that candidates from Lodonia can give acceptable performance, she stated. Would that be agreeable and to your liking? Azrael blinked at Mina's offer as it was the second unexpected offer the woman had made to him recently. The Victoria operation going well was nice and helpful, which Azrael wouldn't deny was a mood booster. Mina's offer to come and check out what was going on was nice of her, and she didn't tend to be so. It was even odder for Mina to say then if the boys weren't up to doing the job, her girls would pick up the slack. Not that Azrael would refuse such an offer from Mina, he was just curious what had brought on the offer. That is quite an offer from you, Mina, Azrael mused, it is unlike you to say you would do something like that. What brought this on that you would be willing to come and check on things yourself? Mina had the pet peeve of involving outsiders in her internal issues. Normally, Mina had a group that handled internal issues that came up from time to time at Lodania. It was one of the pieces of the system Mina had come up with that kept things running smoothly. And in this instance, Mina was really suspected the handling team had messed up things. If that was true, then there needed to be a correction, and she would do that herself as needed. Thus, Mina frowned, truthfully, I'm starting to suspect the problem you are describing is due to an underlying issue. I doubt the candidates nor the mobile suits are the source of the problem but the handling team they have. She paused for a moment deciding how to explain the issue she felt was happening. For acceptable performance from the candidates, they require a certain level of consistent maintenance. Should that be neglected, then quirks and problems tend to crop up with candidates. Mina stopped as she had tried to prevent such mistakes from occurring with the lab staff. All those who worked on the project were informed of the consequences if they didn't follow critical instructions. A few took one instance of experiencing the consequences to know it was better to follow orders given them. A select few that Mina kept an eye on to make sure they did things as they were instructed to. And one on the handling team with the male trio happened to be one of those. Mina hadn't liked that, but with the urgency this had been said to be, there hadn't been many lab staff available. Thus, Mina had to accept one of the troublesome staff had to be assigned to the handling team. Failure to observe such does occur occasionally, but due to efforts of myself and others, much less than in the early days of the project. If it is indeed a fault of the handling team, then I would prefer to take care of the issue myself. I've found internal issues are best handled personally to have the best results and not have loose ends. Azrael hadn't thought of an issue with those watching over Mina's candidates. The woman's management style tended to get obedience mostly out of fear of the consequences of not doing so. It was a mentality that Azrael could respect and agreed to use to get work done. And that Mina preferred to handle internal problems was yet another thing that Azrael could respect. One who was willing to handle the messes that happened with their work showed they took responsibility for problems rather than making excuses. Now that is a mentality I can respect, Mina, Azrael replied, yes, if you could come and check on things, it would certainly be appreciated. How long would it take you to get out here, Mina? Mina took a moment to think about the question as it was a distance between Victoria and Orb. And the point that would create a slowdown would be going through the Equatorial Union's territory. That was more a likely issue with Omni having attacked the Federation's member nations. With the top speed a Spangler class could travel at, Mina would estimate it would take a day and a half, should there be no contact with Federation forces. However, with the experience with the Lawton's captain, Mina didn't think the man would have the ship travel at full speed unless ordered to. From what I would estimate, 2 days at average travel speed the Lawton can do. And from what I've seen, the captain won't push things to get us there sooner if not directly ordered to. Azrael knew some Omni officers were stubborn, and he could deal with those when needed. All that would be needed would be a superior officer saying to push the Lawton's speed, and Azrael could get that in less than an hour. The sooner Mina got over to the Second Fleet, the sooner they could resume the assault against Orb. Tell the captain to head out and set course for Orb, Azrael stated, I will get the order to have the Lawton do so with haste to happen in the next hour. The sooner you get here and get things in order, the better I will feel as we can get the business with Orb settled. Mina nodded, I will tell the captain to get the ship going, just please keep Omni personnel away from my candidates and those who are supposed to be handling them. The call ended, and Mina headed back to the bridge and delivered Azrael's message to the captain. She also mentioned it would be wise to do so at all possible speeds as an order would be coming. While the Lawton's captain did give the order to head out to Orb, as the woman said, he didn't do so at full speed. Victoria's capture was a good step forward, and even if the National Defense Industries Director ordered the Lawton to come, all haste wasn't necessarily. However, an order from the top brass came less than an hour later to travel at full speed, forcing the captain to speed up the Lawton. A day and a half went by, and the Omni forces in Orb's territory were using the time to prepare for the next assault upon Orb. Yet during the time, a growing portion of the Omni personnel was starting to wonder what was going on. There hadn't been an official explanation for the tactical retreat that had been called for before. The gossip going around was it had something to do with the Gundam types which had been fighting with the fleet. And that reason was also why calls to continue the assault hadn't come to the soldiers yet. However, the leaders of the Second Fleet kept the rumors from getting out of hand while they waited for orders. Azrael didn't pay attention to the frustrations of the Omni personnel that were waiting for the assault on Orb to start again. He couldn't care less what the soldiers were thinking, and it wasn't his business to know that kind of thing. Soldiers were to follow orders and do what they were told, while Azrael was the one to help direct the big picture. That was the difference between the pawns and the more valuable pieces on the board of war. Pawns were to be used to advance their side even if it meant sacrificing them to achieve it. And in this, the valuable or at least powerful pieces were Mina's candidates and their GAT series machines. He had told the Powell's captain to have his personnel stay away from their guests and leave them alone for the time being. It was as twilight was falling after the day after Azrael called Mina when the Loden came into range of the Second Fleet. The Powell's captain told the Loden to come alongside the Second Fleet's flagship. Shortly after the Loden came alongside the Powell, Mina made herself ready to go over to the Powell to get things in order. She would have an assistant going with her, mostly to record things for her to look over later if it was needed in the future. And the journey here had soured Mina's mood as the mounting evidence pointed to candidates' mishandling. She had given specific instructions to the handling team to adhere to set protocols and not neglect them, even under threat from others. Those who didn't follow instructions didn't last long on Mina's project, and she made sure of that. Before leaving the Loden, Mina did stop by her girls' quarters and told them to be ready to sortie out if it might be needed. Laughter scoffed at the mention of the male trio had to have some problems in their tasks. Ross Weiss shook her head as the boys had proven to her that they got sporadic results and so were hit or miss with tasks. Deborah knew that their mother had been hesitant to send out the male trio. Their performance had been okay but not at the same level as Deborah, and her sisters were. Thus if their mother determined that the boys could not do what was needed, Deborah and her sisters would have to pick up the slack. The three acknowledged the suggestion and started getting ready to sortie if needed. Mina headed to the upper deck of the Loden to where the helicopter was waiting to take her to the Powell. Her assistant was following behind Mina with a briefcase containing supplies that Mina had required to gather. Mina had gotten her foul mood under control and now just wore a flat expression with cold eyes. Her assistant didn't say anything as she knew better than to prod Dr. Moss when she was in the type of mood she was. When Dr. Moss was unhappy, all who worked on the project knew you avoided her and hoped whatever caused her bad mood wasn't something you did. To not endure the woman's wrath, you did what she said without questioning her or hesitation. The helicopter lifted off after the two women were on board and flew the short distance to the other Spengler-class ship. Once the aircraft landed on the Powell's pad, Mina stepped out and didn't wait for the soldiers there, offering her a hand on getting down. Instead, she ignored the soldiers and headed into the ship's interior with her assistant right behind her. Any of the ship's crew the pair came across got out of their way with the air that surrounded Mina. It was almost natural for most of the Omni personnel to draw back from the two as they came. Mina paid no mind to the reactions others had as she and her assistant passed. She had long ago gotten used to the apprehension and fear she causes with others. Mina didn't care enough to change how others saw her or how they felt about her presence. The moment the helicopter touched down, Azrael rose and began heading toward the flight deck. Azrael hoped that Mina would get right to work as he really wanted to back to the business he'd been attending. The sooner Mina got things with her candidates in order, the quicker the operation against Orb could resume. And while Azrael felt Mina would handle whatever was causing the issue, he was tired of waiting for things to happen. He normally managed to keep in his irritation from the public, but the last 2 days had been trying his patience. So when he reached the same level as the flight deck, Azrael gained a smile when he spotted Mina. She had an unreadable expression which Azrael took as she was ready to get down to business. Mina saw Azrael approaching her. "Director Azrael," Mina greeted flatly. The tone just enforced to Azrael that Mina was focused on the task she was here to do, and he was pleased that was the case. One of the qualities that Azrael appreciated with Mina that others didn't was she could get business done. The woman had an incredible focus and drive, which he respected and liked for what one could do. "Mina, happy to have you here," Azrael returned. "I hope you can settle things efficiently." Mina said nothing in reply, so Azrael continued, "With that in mind, do you have any idea how long identifying and taking care of the issue will require? There's work to be done, and I'm not the fondest of waiting for long periods." Mina gazed at Azrael, wondering a few things as she stared at the man after asking the question. She had seen Azrael didn't let his impatience show to those around him that he saw as pawns or something similar. And it certainly seemed like the man wanted another go at Orb, or rather Orb's leader was Mina to guess. Why Azrael wanted to put down Orb's Itha, Mina couldn't say, nor did she really care for the reason. "Want another go against Itha that badly, do you, Director?" Mina posed emotionless. "Well, barring any unwelcome interference, I believe I will have an answer for you concerning whether any of the three can perform properly in around an hour or less. If you prevent those on board this ship from sticking their noses into my business, then I can settle things efficiently. As I stated before, I prefer to handle internal issues personally, if indeed that's the problem as I suspect it is." The answer Mina gave was better than Azrael was worried it could be. Mina was as reasonable as she could be in her own way, which he appreciated. An hour wait or less was fine, much better than the day and a half he'd already waited. And if all Mina wanted was others not to interfere, Azrael was more than happy to make sure the ship's crew paid no mind to Mina's activities. Thus, Azrael smiled, "Is preventing others interfering all you ask for? That's quite reasonable, and I'll be more than willing to make sure the crew minds their own business." I'd imagined it would take longer with what you said before. Azrael paused and exhaled. It is good to hear that I can still count on you to get results reasonably, Mina. Lately, there has been a shortage of that type of thing, and it is getting a tad frustrating. Mina nodded before going past the man, her assistant silent following her, heading for the infirmary. Azrael turned around and headed back to the bridge to tell the captain to inform his crew to stay out of Mina's way. He'd seen Mina work when visiting Lodania and certainly appreciated that she didn't mess around. Mina didn't care to make something look nice or pleasant, and she did what it took to get things going the way she wanted, even when others suffered for it. The Powell's captain had been catching up with the Lawton's captain with events like the Victoria operation and what had happened with the Republic. The news with Victoria had been good as the base was still mostly intact, and losses had been less than predicted. On the other hand, the assault on the Republic was the opposite and had been much like the attack on Orb. However, what concerned the Powell's captain was what his colleague said about the woman, Mina Moss, he'd been playing host to. Granted, having Director Azrael had been no picnic, but it hadn't been as bad as what the First Fleet's guessed. And now, that devil woman was on the Powell, which didn't sit well at all with the captain. Azrael's meddling had already been annoying enough to deal with, and the captain didn't want more of a mess created. Then Azrael had come back to the bridge and told the captain to leave the woman alone and let her work with those that had been with the special pilots. The Powell's captain had no issue with that and told the crew to keep to their preparations. Upon reaching the ship's infirmary, Mina heard the sound of some in pain, which was normal for her to hear. When Mina came into the room, one glance around confirmed Mina's suspicions of the handling team was not following procedure. The signs of the candidates were not just suffering, which Mina didn't care about, but that they had not gotten regular medication doses. Mina had made it clear that doses of the two main medications the candidates received regularly were not to be missed. It mattered not if another said to withhold such, the doses were to be administered without fail. Missed doses tended to cause candidates' performance to fall, and then they needed maintenance to get them back to where they were before. Seeing the clear neglect, the handling team ticked Mina off, especially as she had given them instructions about following procedure. She had said that Azrael could threaten or screech about punishing the trio, but they were not to withhold doses. Mina knew that those who worked at any of the three labs feared her and what consequences she would give out for violations of instructions. And there were enough working at the labs that reported to her for Mina to find out about those that tried to sneak around procedures and protocol. It was a part of the disciplinary system she had created, and one faced the consequences if they went against rules and instructions. That was a consistency Mina made sure was observed every time an incident occurred, which enforced the system. So, this situation's direction was clear, and Mina would waste no more time observing. The trio had likely been denied multiple doses and would take work to get back to where they should be. The normal medication regimen was a mix of different drugs named gamma-glifeptin and milanoserotonin. Gamma-glifeptin was, in simple terms, a performance-enhancing drug and was effective at raising awareness and reaction time. It had been an invention of Mina's which was better than any current drugs made for the same purpose. Glifeptin was even better than past substances in increasing human response speed and or time. The synthetic substance drug had the desired result yet had some side effects. The most problematic effect of the substance Mina had made was it happened to be extremely addictive. The symptoms of addiction observed were worse than any previous natural or synthetic drug or substances recorded. The withdrawal episodes that had been allowed had shown the candidate would be hindered a bit more than 8 times out of 10. It was why the dose regimen had been put in place and enforced. Long-term effects of the drug were still undocumented, but preliminary estimations suggested that it would have consequences. There had been suggestions that gamma-glifeptin could cause an early death of the recipients. Although there hadn't been any deaths of candidates from the effects of gamma-glifeptin, the second drug was to help mitigate the chance. Mina didn't much care if some candidates died from the long-term effects of gamma-glifeptin, she could always get more candidates. However, she didn't want the project's work to be wasted and then take longer to make up for failed work. That was why another had created the drug milanoserotonin which had helped with some of the side effects. Milanoserotonin was to help stabilize the body overall and balance out the work done on candidates. It also prevented the bodily rejection from coming into play that the other surgeries sometimes brought on with the candidates. With the range and variance of implants installed in candidates, it was necessary to stop the human body from rejecting and attacking the implants. It also had the added effect of extending the time that the gamma-glifeptin acted on the body and diluted the negative effects of the drug somewhat, but not getting rid of them. Mina wasted no more time visually signaling her assistant to bring the briefcase to her. Mina's assistant did what she was silently being told to as Dr. Moss looked even more irritated by the scene in front of them. It was clear at least some on the handling team were about to be punished. And a punishment from Dr. Moss was always horrible and could have long-lasting effects if the woman wanted it to be. Mina's assistant didn't want to be a receiver of any of that, so she stayed silent and set the case down for Dr. Moss. Mina opened the case to reveal various medical tools, liquid-filled bottles, and even a data pad. She took out the syringe and studied the bottles considering which to use for the consequences she would hand out. Each bottle contained a mixture that Mina had whipped up personally, none of which was meant to be nice. Mina intentionally made the liquids to cause pain and suffering in different ways. Within a moment, Mina chose the poison she would use to teach the needed lesson of obedience. She filled the syringe with the liquid and put down the bottle before moving forward toward the team lead. None noticed her moving forward further into the room, and they were too focused on the candidates to see her. Mina didn't hesitate as she got close to the handling team leader. She grabbed the man's shoulder with one hand and plunged the syringe's needle into the back of the man's neck. She then pushed the syringe's plunger down, injecting the substance into the man. The man dropped to the floor, holding the back of his neck as a burning sensation quickly began spreading through his body. Mina just glared down at the man who was a troublemaker that she had been tolerating till now. I see you've not learned your lesson from the consequences of not following instructions, Dr. Mole, Mina stated coldly. And you have not been giving the doses out as procedure requires to the candidates. Thus, you have earned the consequences you are experiencing right now, Mole. All in the room drew back in fear of the woman with the things she would administer to those that went against her instructions. All the staff at Lodania knew should Dr. Moss find out one went against her instructions, and they would suffer. And by suffering, it meant that Dr. Moss gave you something that would force the recipient to experience pain of some sort. The real question that one had to ask with punishment from Mina Moss was how much you would suffer from her punishment. The woman wasn't known for being understanding or merciful to those who incurred her wrath. It was quite the opposite, she was cold and didn't show mercy, and punished those that didn't follow her instructions. To prove the point, those in the infirmary watched as their team lead thrashed around on the floor in clear pain. It was expected that whatever Dr. Moss injected the man with was one of her own mixes, which always made the recipients suffer. Mina only gazed at the man that was suffering for a moment to make sure the cocktail she gave him was doing as intended. She turned and took one of the available chairs in the room, still with a cold expression on her face. Mina was still very displeased that things with this trio had degraded to the point they had. None of you are to do anything to help him, Mina stated clearly to the rest in the room. They all knew Mina Moss wasn't one to cross, and suffering was all that came from doing that. Mina continued, this is what he receives for not following the instructions given him in favor of his own methods. Mina swept her gaze around the room, to which all shivered. Should any of you feel inclined to do so, understand that you'll receive the same treatment. Those in the room didn't move at the threat from Mina, and they turned away from the one they had been taking orders from. They did their possible to close out the grunts of pain from their colleague on the floor. On the other hand, Mina shifted to what needed to be done to get things in order. One of you make yourselves useful by going and fetch 3 standard doses of medication right now. They are to take them before any more damage is incurred with the 3, Mina commanded imperiously. One of the doctors rushed off to do as they had been told, so they didn't join the man on the floor. While that one rushed off, Mina continued, while that is being done, someone fetch a status report on what has been happening for these 3 since leaving the lab, ASA. Damn P. Mina expected at least one of those on the handling team to have been doing the expected job. Mina would expect more than one to be observing proper procedure even if others weren't. One of you, I expect, has been documenting what's been happening with this trio, as should be common practice for all of you by now. Within a minute, the woman that had gone to get the medication returned, and the doses were given to the 3 males. Another had come back with a data pad with the documentation which had been recorded while on the ship. Even when the team lead hadn't instructed to do so, that had been done. Once the medication was administered, Mina then had a test started on the 3 boys to see if they were still up to going out in mobile suits. During that time, she looked over the documents and learned 4 dose regimens had been missed thus far since leaving the lab. Missing 1 time of doses was not horrible, but still, her candidate's performance for a short period. Should more than 2 times be missed, then there were noticeable and problematic issues came up. The maintenance that was required to repair the damage done by multiple dose regimens missed was normally extensive. After reading the fact of the mishandling, Mina got up and went back to the man still writhing on the floor. She kicked the man in the gut for his incompetence, and Mina had worn firm heels today. Mina didn't stop with one good kick, and she struck the man 2 more times before she ceased for a moment. Should the answer to the question she would ask be something she didn't like, she would continue the blows. And she wouldn't just kick with her shoe's toe, and she would start using the long heel regardless if it would cause more serious injury. Tell me, Mole, Mina growled, did you at least record data for improving and adjusting the mobile suits? You bungled handling the candidates by ignoring set procedures which shouldn't be argued or questioned. Did you at least make the efforts made worth the time you wasted with your arrogant mistakes? If you didn't at least do that much, today will be the last of the few free days you will have going forward. There was silence from Dr. Mole other than the grunting and other sounds of pain he was letting out. But that told Mina he hadn't recorded any data from the 3 going out in the mobile suits as he should have. The man who was a foolish troublemaker had wasted time and opportunity by doing damage to the project with his actions. Mina was about to use her right shoe's heel to jab the man to get his attention and get him to use his tongue when she was stopped by one of the other women. Excuse me, Dr. Moss, the female said, Dr. Mole might not have taken data for the mobile suits, but another and myself did. It was more due to the habit of documentation you've drilled most of us on, ma'am. At hearing that, Mina lowered her heel back to the floor and slowly returned to the chair she had sat in before. While she had expected some to do what they were supposed to and had been trained to do, it was good to hear confirmation of that. It meant that not all the effort and time spent here was wasted, and Mina detested wastefulness. Those who were wasteful frustrated Mina, as it was a pet peeve of hers that she had little tolerance for. So, Mina waved a hand to the other lab staff. Well, at least some of you listen to what you are told, even if a greater portion doesn't see the logic of the instructions. Mina exhaled, then take the data collected and make the needed adjustments to the 3 machines on this ship as quickly as possible without making mistakes. There have already been enough serious mistakes on this outing, do work on preventing more from happening. More than half of those in the infirmary left to do what Mina told them to without another word. They were so eager to leave to get away from Mina than anything else, including the tedious work they would be doing. After 5 minutes, Mina ordered another pair to take Mole out of the infirmary and throw him into a room where she wouldn't have to see him. Once what Mina saw as distractions were eliminated from the space she was working in, she observed the tests being done on the boys. 30 minutes later, the test results were finally returned and given to Mina. She looked over the data pad she had been handed, skimming the information on the candidate's condition. It was mostly what she'd expected with medication regimens missed. The 3 had after effects of not being on consistent medication as they were supposed to be. There would need to be follow-up work done with them when they returned to the lab to reverse the damage, which frustrated Mina. Clotho, Orga, and Shunny were silent, waiting for whatever verdict would be handed out by Dr. Moss. The moment the 3 had understood Dr. Moss was in the same room they were in, they had said nothing other than answering questions posed to them. It was normal behavior for candidates when Dr. Moss was around: don't speak unless spoken to, don't make eye contact unless required. The woman had ultimate authority at the lab, and she had the last word. No one argued with her. The candidates knew that arguing with Dr. Moss was one of the quickest ways to receive punishment, and the bad sort at that. Mina drew the attention of the 3 boys by gazing in their direction, and they could feel her looking at them. The results are in for you 3 on whether you are fit to keep performing for the time being. First, candidate Clotho Boer, Mina began. Clotho stood up. Yes, ma'am, he replied evenly, not letting his voice say how scared he was. The results for the first of the trio were as Mina had thought: the damage was bad enough his performance would be below acceptable. It wasn't entirely the candidate's fault, his handler had been an idiot and messed up. However, Mina knew these 3 would need a reminder about focusing on a task. The records had shown the 3 had gotten distracted while they had been out and lost sight of the goal they had been assigned. And if not for the data on the mobile suits, they would be heading for remedial lessons. Thus, Mina looked at him with expressionless eyes. You are deemed unfit to perform at this time, Mina stated flatly. You are to return to your quarters to wait for further instructions. While you are there, go over lessons on focusing on your given tasks rather than becoming distracted by other things. Clotho bowed his head to accept the judgment and quietly did as he was told, not wanting to anger Dr. Moss. He wasn't being punished for the failure, and like any candidate, he didn't question such instead of being grateful. Clotho was getting off with being told to consider him fighting with his fellow trio members rather than focusing on the assigned task. He would remember not to do that again anytime soon, if only to stay off Dr. Moss's bad side. Clotho just hoped he'd get a second chance at those 2 machines from the last battle and take them down. After Clotho left, Mina shifted her gaze back to the data pad again. Next, candidate Orga Sabnik, Mina stated, to which Orga stood up. You are deemed unfit and are to also return to quarters and await further instructions while going over the importance of not getting distracted from doing an assigned task. Orga felt a bit of panic mixed with the desire to go back out there and fight again. He wanted to prove he could perform so Dr. Moss wouldn't punish him or, worse, dispose of him. Please, Dr. Moss, I can perform, just give me a chance, ma'am, Orga pled. For the candidates from Lodania Labs, to be unable to perform could be classified as being a failure, and if such happened consistently, that was extremely bad. Continued underperformance was treated in one of 2 ways, neither of which was good for candidates. The first was remedial lessons under a higher-up to promptly get said candidate back on track. If that didn't work, the second possibility was disposal, which every candidate avoided the best they were able. Disposal was the final punishment any candidate received, and it was a permanent thing. Candidates sentenced to that went into a room that was marked arbitrio, and not a single one came out again. Not even screams came from that room, and it was a void to all candidates didn't want to be led to. There were whispers that the room was where candidates were killed, but none could confirm it, and the lab staff wouldn't say anything about it. Mina stopped as she had been about to move on to the last candidate and give them their results. Candidates rarely questioned her decisions, the vast majority knew better, and it tended to take one time for the rest to learn not to. She made sure there was a memorable punishment to help the lesson of not arguing with her sink in. Mina knew better whether candidates were up to performing, not them. Thus, she looked at the boy. Do I need to remind you, Orga Sabnik, it isn't up to a candidate to decide if they are fit or not, Mina pointed to herself, that's the job of those like me. She paused for a moment to give Orga one chance to correct himself as his handler had been foolish. If you are unsatisfied with my diagnosis, then I can have your accommodations changed to assist in understanding. One of the brig cells on this ship would do just fine for the point. Rest assured, the cell will be made to be exactly as one of the timeout rooms back at the lab. Mina took a breath, with that in mind, do you still think my fitness assessment is flawed? Orga shivered at the mention of the timeout room and snapped his gaze away from Dr. Moss. Shunny hugged himself in fear at the mention of the place since they both knew exactly what Dr. Moss was referring to. It was a set of specific rooms at Lodania Lab that every candidate knew about, and they weren't rooms that any of them liked or wanted to go into. In fact, it was one of the select few things all who lived at the lab agreed upon. Such was true whether they were a natural type or a coordinator, as both types were at the lab. The set of rooms was the worst punishment that could be given other than disposal. All the candidates had either seen someone go to them or been in one of the timeout rooms themselves. The stories from those that had experienced the rooms and what the staff said left no question of how horrible they were. One would go in resisting and or fighting those escorting them as they were dragged there. But when they came out, they were all the same, and there were no exceptions. Every single person would be broken down, in tears, promising to be good and do what they're told no matter what. Orga had been sent to one of those rooms once, and he would never forget how awful it had been to be put in there. He couldn't put what had happened in the room into words without breaking into tears at the memory. The experience was one he never ever wanted to repeat again as he, too, had been a mental mess and had broken down into tears, promising to be good and do what he was told like the rest when he came out. So, Orga quickly shook his head, tears coming to the corners of his eyes with the memory flooding back to him. No, Dr. Moss, you're right, I won't question you again. I'll go back to my quarters as you told me to, he replied quickly and then made his plea. So please, don't put me in one of those rooms another time, I'll be good, I promise. The response was the normal one Mina got when she suggested a candidate would be going to one of the timeout rooms. The fear of the punishment motivated them and dissuaded the vast majority of the candidates. So, Mina gazed at Orga for a moment, very well, I'll let it slide this time since I'm feeling generous right now, and it's your handler's fault you've been having a number of the issues, Mina stated then waved a hand toward the door, now off to your room you go then. Orga said no more, instead just leaving to the quarters he'd been assigned. That left Shunny in the infirmary to await his judgment of whether he could go out or be sent to his quarters like the other two. Shunny was trembling as he waited since he didn't have much hope that his verdict would be any different than Clotho's or Orga's. The chances he would be fit to perform were slim to none. And the reminder of the second worst punishment a candidate could receive had shaken him. Shunny's roommate back at the lab had been to a timeout room and had told him about it. The things Shunny had been told had scared him badly, so he didn't want to face such himself. Thus, unlike Orga, Shunny would accept what Dr. Moss told him without question so he wouldn't be punished. Mina brought up the final results for the last candidate in this different trio. Interestingly, the damage to Shunny was less than his fellow trio members. The boy seemed to have some quality that allowed him not to suffer as much damage as other candidates did when deprived of medication. There were a few candidates like that, and it was noted on Shunny's file which made him a tad more valuable than others. So, Mina glanced up at Shunny. Finally, candidate Shunny Andres, she announced. Shunny stood up, ready as he could be to be told that he wouldn't be able to perform and to go to his quarters. Mina continued, you are fit to perform, unlike your fellow trio members. Shunny's head snapped up since he thought he had heard wrong. He thought Dr. Moss had just told him he was fit to perform, but he questioned that. Clotho and Orga were judged unfit, so why would he be any different from them? So, while he rarely questioned what he was told since he did his best to listen, he had to make sure he'd heard correctly. You said I was fit to perform, Dr. Moss, right? Shunny asked with slight disbelief, meaning I can go out again. Mina didn't see an issue with candidates sometimes asking for clarification on instructions. It showed they wanted to get things right and do so well, which Mina would applaud as long as it wasn't an unnecessary habit. And Shunny's record stated he didn't tend to ask for clarification often so that Mina would let this instance slide. Thus, Mina nodded, that's corrected, Shunny, she stated evenly, so that being said, I expect you to do acceptably. Your past performance has shown you can do consistently, and I expect that to continue. You've proven to be the most consistent out of your trio, so make yourself ready to launch in the X252, off you go. Shunny nodded, not wanting to question this good fortune he was receiving from Dr. Moss. He bowed and left the infirmary heading toward the cargo hold to ready himself for sortie. Shunny was in a much better mood with the prospect of being able to prove he was useful. Plus, Shunny would have another chance to go against the two different machines he and the other two had failed to take down. And this time, Shunny wouldn't have to compete against Clotho or Orga to take down the enemy. With the problem now in hand, Mina put down the day top hat and let out a frustrated sigh. The issue shouldn't have happened, following procedure should have prevented this from getting to the point it had. The fool mole had dismissed protocol and caused damage and put 2 candidates down for a time. Mina would make sure the man would be kicked out of the lab when she got the time to do that. Mole had failed too many times to be given another chance, so he would be let go, and then he wouldn't be Mina's issue to deal with. After a moment, Mina went over to the communications console and dialed up the bridge. Azrael, Mina began, I finished solving the problem that had cropped up, and it was, as I thought, an internal issue. Thankfully, it was fixable enough that little extra work will be needed. It hadn't been an hour yet, and Mina had already solved whatever had been going wrong. Azrael was again impressed at Mina's proficiency in getting things going in the direction she wanted. He hoped that meant the assault against Orb could resume shortly as that had been interrupted. I see, it is good to see you can deliver on what you say, Mina, Azrael replied. I will not ask how you got things in order as that is your prerogative, but to business, what is the verdict on your candidates? Mina sighed, being reminded of Mole's screw-up and encouraged by his disregard of instructions. The mess had been annoying to clean up, but she still preferred to handle such herself. Clotho Buer and Orga Sabnik are unfit at this time to perform due to the bungling done, Mina said dryly. However, Shani Andres is up to go out and do the assigned task. Yet, since 2 out of the 3 are not going to be able to pilot, I'll also send out my girls with him. I would rather he not go out alone and potentially get needlessly killed and waste the work that's gone into him. Azrael had been concerned that Mina would see the 3 boys as not up to doing the job. Yet, having one was better than none, and Mina sending out her girls would certainly be an agreeable compromise. Azrael wanted to see Mina's star girls in action if possible, so it worked out better in the end. Your offer is perfectly fine with me, he returned, and I look forward to seeing your girls in action with what you say about them. Mina disappeared from the VID screen, and Azrael turned to the ship's captain. Well, Captain, Azrael began, it sounds like things are ready enough to resume the operation, our patience will be rewarded. Less than 10 minutes later, Omni forces started moving forward toward Orb again. With all the preparations done, as the fleet officers said, aircraft lifted off ships, and strike daggers came out of Spengler-class ships' cargo holds. Mina had returned to the Loden just before the advancement started to get away from Azrael and watch her girls work in peace. In Mina's opinion, the man had an ego far too large for one person to need or should have. It was one of the main reasons Mina didn't deal with the financial backers regularly. Most of them were narcissistic fools and were a pain to be around, and Lori dealt with that sort far better than Mina. Mina tolerated Azrael more since Blue Cosmos gave Lodenia Lab a large amount of money to work with for research funds. Once on the bridge of the Loden, Mina sunk into her chair and exhaled heavily at the whole situation that was happening. War wasn't Mina's thing at all, even if her work was well suited for the idea. Her interest was always in finding where human beings' limits were and seeing what it took for them to surpass them. The drive for that had her so cold and strict in how her project was run. Mina focused on the battle looming rather than on the man that was being a frustration lately to her. Perhaps today, Azrael would see enough to be impressed with her project and pass that on to the other funders. Mina could hope for that since such a result would have a good chance of getting her back to the lab. Lori and the others that were the face of the enhanced human project for the funders could have the job back. This trip reinforced Mina's position of doing work on the project and not doing the selling. It was how it should be. Mina connected a comm channel down to the 3 mobile suits in the cargo hold and the Forbidden. The instructions she would be giving the 4 would be much as they had been in the previous encounters with the Federation. Mina's expectations weren't the highest, with the Federation clearly being prepared for Omni. However, even when Mina didn't expect the best results, she still would have an acceptable performance from all 4 candidates. Listen up, all of you, Mina began, and all the girls and Shani stopped what they were doing to listen to Dr. Moss for their instructions. It was a habit for them all candidates to stop what you were doing and give her your full attention when Dr. Moss spoke to you. Mina continued after a moment, your goal is to get as far as you can in this fight toward Omni's aim of taking Orb. I can guarantee it won't be a simple task and harder than any of the simulations you've done. You're not going against ZAFT forces like you have been trained to face back at the lab. Deborah had glanced over the records on the recent attempt to fight Orb to get a sense of what she and her sisters would be going against. The resistance from the nation had been much the same as it had been around the Republic. And then, the male trio had started fine in working toward the task they had been assigned, but that hadn't lasted long. The 3 had quickly gone from working loosely together to fighting against one another. It progressed from working toward the goal to competing between them to the 3 fighting. Deborah had heard things about the male trio, and most had been they were sporadic at getting results together. With 2 of the trio not going out, there was a chance the remaining male would do better, but Deborah had mentioned to her sisters to be careful around the boy. Mina kept going, that should be clear to each of you by this point, having at least one experience against Federation military forces. They are an amount better than ZAFT is and underestimating them will not end well for any of you. With that being said, using your brains will be the best thing for you to do in this outing. Mina paused for a moment, like before, and the desired results are for the mass driver to be intact and usable, and Morgan Roet being like that as well. Quite honestly, I don't find it likely that even with the four of you working together, be able to do that without a lot of effort and luck. Do the four of you understand your instructions? The instructions were clear enough for all four, and there were really no questions. For Deborah and her sisters, this was a chance to make their mother proud, and none of them missed an opportunity for that. In Shunny's case, this was the chance for him to prove he was useful and could perform acceptably. Thus, all four replied in unison, "Yes, mother/mama/mom/ma'am, we understand our instructions." Once in range, Omni began firing their weapons off, starting with missiles at Orb, focusing on Onogora Island this time. Before, Omni had been attacking Orb's mainland's western coast along with Onogora, which hadn't made much progress. So, this attack focused on Onogora as it had the points of interest Omni was here to take from Orb. The goal Omni was working for hadn't changed, they were still to seize the mass driver and, if possible, Morgan Roet too. While Victoria's mass driver solved the supply line issue, a second mass driver would move plans along. Those on duty in Orb's military command center hadn't missed Omni's advance. As the enemy fleet had only backed a distance away and not left the general area, tight watches were mounted to alert for the slightest hint of another attack. Omni had thrown too much at their attempt to take Orb to cease with just one assault on it. There had been a slim hope that Omni would give up and leave the nation alone, but it had been a fool's hope. It was why repairs and other preparations had been worked on while the enemy had not been attacking. Of course, orders were given for defending forces to head back out to protect the nation from the assault. The evacuations had been completed by this time, so the mainland was almost empty of people. And with the apparent focus of Omni on Onogora, Orb forces concentrated on defending the smaller island. The strike daggers leapt off from the ships and headed toward Onogora when the ships got close enough. Omni aircraft had already engaged the Valkyries that were in the air by the time the mobile suits surged forward. A few of the Orb's operators in their command center noticed some odd signals with the daggers. They reported the signals to Kisaka and Kagalai, and when Kisaka came over to a console and glanced at what the operators were talking about, he was somewhat concerned. There were 4 unique signals among Omni's mobile suits, and one was a match from the Gundam types in the previous attack. However, the other 3 didn't have data matching them, but they seemed similar, suggesting they could be Gundam types too. The 3 Gundams that had been with Omni before had caused more trouble than the mass production models. Having 3 new ones to replace 2 of the previous was extremely troubling for those defending Orb. As the 4 Gundams launched from their respective Spengler classes, they came together into formation. Deborah shifted the Bandit into its mobile armor mode before the Raptor jumped on top of it. Laughter took up position on the right of the Bandit while the Forbidden did the same on the left. Deborah scanned over the battlefield ahead, taking in the enemy's positions and formations. It was clear to her that the enemy had multiple defensive lines which would have to be breached to achieve their task's goal. And Deborah didn't feel the daggers would make decent progress in a reasonable period. However, according to the previous battle record, there were unique mobile suits that would need to be their focus first. The fight around the Republic had proven with this Federation that their custom machines were too powerful to ignore. Thus, they needed to be handled first before moving on to the other part of the assigned task. Orb's defenders quickly found Omni's attack was heavy as it had been 2 days ago. Nonetheless, the Astrace and the Valkyries held their ground and didn't give an inch to the strike daggers. The Archangel exited its dock while the 5 Gundams left Morgan Roet's complex and went to the battlefield. The Strike, the Shadow, and the Buster headed to the forward defensive line Orb had formed. On the other hand, the Freedom and the Justice took to the air and were scanning over the field. Omni still had a sizable number of their mass production strike daggers left to fight from the last battle. However, both Kira and Athrun quickly spotted the 4 incoming custom models from Omni's side. Kira recognized one out of the 4, which was the white one that had the green backpack and shields on either side of the shoulders. It had been one of the 3 who had been in the attack 2 days ago, along with the black one and the artillery wielder. Yet, the 3 with the white one were new to Kira as he hadn't ever seen them before. One appeared similar to the black and red one but had different coloration than the other. As Kira was studying the approaching enemy Gundams, so too was Athrun. And while seeing one of the 3 from the last battle was not nice, it wasn't the real issue he saw. No, Athrun's heart dropped at seeing all 3 mobile suits that Tyler, he, and others had dealt with around the Republic. The 3 had proven to be dangerous both as individual units and as a team working together. Unlike the other 3 they had faced in the last battle, 3 out of the 4 coming their way were more competent with their skills. And not only that, they had a better focus and didn't get distracted by other things in the skirmish. Athrun also saw that the tools he and Tyler had destroyed before had been replaced in the interim. He specifically recalled Tyler slicing up the blue one's anti-ship sword, but it had it back now. With those 3 here, the fight would be more complicated than the last, Athrun did not doubt that. The other 3 had made things easier as they fought against each other instead of focusing on their opponents. And if he and Kira didn't keep the 3 Gundams from the Republic's battle occupied, they would cause trouble for the other defenders. Athrun feared if they helped Omni's strike daggers break through Orb's defensive lines and advance forward. And with Omni focusing on Onogora Island instead of dividing between both it and the mainland, it would make the fight harder. Athrun bit his lip. Them again, he cursed. I guess it shouldn't be surprising they would call for them to come here. He opened a comm channel to the Freedom so that he could warn Kira about their opponents. Kira, Athrun began, the 4 Gundams approaching us, the 3 you don't recognize, were with Omni's forces that assaulted the Republic. Kira had a double take at Athrun's statement about the 4 Gundam types that were coming toward them. If he had faced them while helping the Republic's defenders, he had more knowledge than Kira had on them. And the tone in which Athrun was talking implied the 3 new machines were more dangerous than the 3 in the previous battle. Still, Kira said nothing as Athrun continued, don't underestimate them, or else you may not live to regret the action. They are dangerous, as individuals and as a team, they proved that in a way that left no doubt. At the same time, Laughter spotted the 2 different-looking machines in the air above the island they were traveling toward. One was white and black, it wasn't one she'd seen before, but she would cut it down like any other. Yet, Laughter stopped on the other enemy since it was a second after looking at it that Laughter recognized it. The crimson suit was the same one she and Deborah had fought back around the Republic. It had been helping the red mina that had so irritated Laughter since they hadn't let her cut them into pieces. Seeing one of the 2 irritating machines got Laughter to grit her teeth in frustration. It's the crimson one that was helping the red mina 2 fights ago, Laughter growled. Deborah heard Laughter's tone, and she had also noticed the crimson unit, which was, as her youngest sister said, the same one from the first assault they had participated in. It was clear that Laughter wanted payback, and where Deborah could sympathize with that, the task took priority. While I understand you want another go, Laughter, Deborah started, we can't lose sight of the assigned task. Deborah paused for a moment. Laughter, Andres, keep those 2 in the air busy for a bit. I'm going to drop off Ross Weiss so she can get to work and then come back, and then together we can take them down. Fine by me, Deborah, Laughter responded. Shunny didn't much like taking orders from another, it was how his trio had worked, and it did fine. But as he was out and his fellow trio members were not, and Dr. Moss had given him a chance, Shunny would do as he was told. He had a chance to get payback on those that had embarrassed him and the others. So, Shunny would do as the eldest Galliana's sister and not snap back at her as he kind of wanted to. Arguing wouldn't help move forward, and Shunny knew that, so he just acknowledged the order, Roger. The Sinister and the Forbidden surged forward toward the Freedom and the Justice racing at them. While they went off, Deborah descended down to avoid direct conflict and headed for the land ahead. Ross Weiss, Deborah began, do try this time not to get swarmed, you were starting to be overwhelmed around the Republic, don't make that mistake. Ross Weiss grunted, I won't let the enemy get close enough to do that this time, she replied. Then, Deborah said, coming into range of the land, off to work you go, Ross Weiss. The bandit tilted to the right, and the raptor jumped off the bandit and headed toward the ground. Ross Weiss used the raptor's thrusters to have a fairly soft landing on the ground on Onogora Island. She then worked using the raptor's weapons to begin cutting down Orb's defenders. After dropping off and seeing Ross Weiss getting down to work, Deborah swung the bandit around and headed back to the other 2. Kira and Athrun met the Forbidden and the Sinister and brought them to a halt. That transition into the 4 fighting with 2 on 2. The Sinister focused on the Justice, Laughter wanting to vent her frustration for what happened with the Red Meanie. That left the Forbidden going against the Freedom, and Shunny had no issue with it as he wanted another chance against it. Athrun and Kira were slightly forced onto the defensive by their opponents as the 2 Omni Gundams were aggressively attacking. The Freedom and the Justice were harder pressed when the Bandit joined the fight. The Bandit shifted into its suit form and took out both beam sabers, using the Justice's shield as a springboard and striking at the Freedom with its sabers. The move was unexpected and caught both Kira and Athrun off guard slightly, but they recovered quickly. They brought out their cannons and employed them to force the Bandit to draw back a bit. While the fight between the 5 Gundams was going on, the ground forces were still duking things out. Mew and Crystal had gone out to the front defense line with the second half of Orb's Astrace. Omni's strike daggers pushed hard against the defenders, but their push was halted. Dirka was on the northwestern part of Onogora, working with an Astray team to fight against Omni's daggers. Even with what Athrun said about helping the Federation likely being against orders, Dirka didn't care right now. He was here, and he had made a choice to assist in this fight with Omni, that was his story, and he would stick to it. However, only a short period after its landing, Mew and Crystal noticed the Raptor. Mew could see the unit's artillery, which was similar to the one he took on in the last battle. However, it appeared to be lighter and had slightly less armor but still had cannons it was using to mow down Orb's forces. Mew went straight for the Raptor, however, the difference in armor became apparent with the better mobility the suit had. The Raptor nimbly dodged Mew's attacks with the Agni cannon and anti-ship sword he tried. Ross Weiss would use her shield's machine gun and the high-energy beam cannons against the enemy machine. Mew would have drawn back when his opponent would direct its weapons on him. Crystal observed Mew's attempts at this new Gundam, and she didn't like what she saw from the fight. She moved over to where the strike was dancing with the raptor, planning to help Mew push this enemy Gundam back. The Shadow approached from behind, and Crystal raised the Shadow's shield's railgun. However, before she fired it, Crystal saw the enemy suit's right shoulder rack swing back to have a cannon pointing at her. She had just enough time to jump back and to the left as the enemy plasma cannon fired at where she had been. It showed that the Raptor's shoulder cannons have a 180-degree spherical motion range. The enemy artillery wielder in the previous battle possessed blind spots, and this enemy unit didn't, by what Crystal could tell. Back with Kira and Athrun, as time moved forward, they managed to divide their three opponents with the help of allies. Valkyrie jet fighters had begun assisting the Freedom and the Justice shortly after the three enemy Gundams had attacked them. Kira went after the bandit once the three enemy suits were separated from each other. Athrun rushed forward at the Sinister, who retaliated against the Valkyries that had helped them. The Forbidden was being kept busy by a team of Valkyries. Athrun stayed on the left and attacked the Sinister, remembering how Tyler had done that before. And he quickly found the reason Tyler found this enemy that way is they had a hard time attacking that side. The Sinister's anti-ship sword was swung so that the pilot would have to turn, which made it difficult to strike on the left with the large shield. And Athrun was probing his opponent's weakness to see where he may strike to gain even a slight advantage. Athrun knew the sooner the Gundam types went down, the better Orb's defenders would do and the quicker they would force Omni back. At the same time, Kira was dancing with the bandit and was finding it much different than the machine it appeared very similar to. Whoever the pilot Kira was facing now wasn't erratic or seemingly crazy. No, they were focused and, while aggressive, showed they weren't reckless with their fighting style. Kira was forced to keep on his toes as he learned how his opponent was fighting. The bandit kept switching between using a beam saber and its beam rifle, which the machine in the previous battle didn't have. Kira definitely had to keep the Freedom's shield ready to be in front of the enemy he was fighting. Kira wondered where Omni could have gotten the pilots they had for their Gundam types. As the battle continued, those on the Powell taking in the combat were in shock at seeing the difference that the other custom mobile suits were making. It was completely different than the battle that had happened 2 days ago. On the other hand, Azrael was smiling at the display of Mina's work he was seeing. This was the type of performance he had hoped to see 2 days ago and had been disappointed when it hadn't occurred. However, even if he'd had to wait to see the real value of Mina's work, the wait was worth it with what he was seeing. Mina's girls were even keeping the 2 Gundam types that had defeated the 3 in the last battle on their toes. Azrael would say to others that funded Mina's project that it wasn't a complete waste of money. If Mina's girls were anything to go by, her project had real potential to change not just the war but means to keep those that didn't obey in line. Azrael knew there was still an open comm channel between the Powell and the Lawton, mostly for coordination. But he was impressed enough to comment for Mina to hear, "I must say, Mina, quite impressive performance from your candidates." That was the closest thing Mina had heard to a compliment from Azrael during this whole time away from the lab. And while Mina did not live for compliments or worked for them, they were nice to receive every once in a while. Plus, Mina knew her girls would be able to do better than the male trio had. They were the standard the other candidates were to work toward to perform well. "There's a reason that I have confidence in my work and its results, Azrael," Mina replied, "and now that you see the reason with your own eyes, you would do well to remember the fact." Things were going well for Omni as their Gundam types were bolstering the strike daggers and Omni aircraft. Omni used the momentum that the Gundams gained to surge forward and gain a marginal foothold on Onogora. They were able to push Orb's defenders onto not just defensive but against a wall within less than 30 minutes. Those in Orb's military command center were seeing Omni's push. Kagalai was frustrated that the forward defense line was being breached and collapsing in places. Orb wasn't on the brink of defeat yet, but Omni's push was directing the battle in the general direction of Orb losing. If Orb's defenders didn't get away from the wall they were pressed against, and then there may be no tomorrow for the nation. Then an operator called that new contacts were showing up at the edge of Orb's sensor range. A moment later, Kisaka confirmed the new contacts were made up of Allied reinforcement. Kisaka also mentioned to Kagalai that the ID codes were coming up as forces belonging to the Equatorial Union and the Republic. Shortly after Orb's command groups noticed the Allied reinforcement, they flew past the Omni vessels. Azrael and those on the Powell's bridge followed the craft that shot past them toward the battle. Azrael didn't like the sight of Federation reinforcements, and it would only complicate things. Really, it would probably reverse the momentum that Omni had gained in this battle. It was one of the frustrating things about the Federation's military, and they normally got reinforcements from seemingly out of nowhere given enough time. And if Azrael needed any more of a sign of the tables turning, it came with the report of ships at the back of Omni's fleet being hit from underwater. Then, the extra Federation forces shifted the daggers from the offensive to a more defensive posture. Omni nor Orb military command was the only one to notice the Federation reinforcement that had appeared. Orb's defenders quickly realized that there were more fighting the strike daggers and Omni aircraft. As Mew was forced back a bit by the Raptor, he suddenly found the Gundam he'd been fighting was being swarmed by Federation Valkyrie jet fighters. Their coloration on the wingtips and accents were different than Orb's, but Mew didn't complain about the extra help. On the other hand, Athrun saw some of the fighters had the colors the Republic forces possessed. Yet, the majority didn't have Republic colors, and Athrun was left to conclude they were from the Equatorial Union. It was the closest Federation member nation that could effectively send military forces to help Orb. However, the other thing that caught Athrun's attention was two signals that were heading for not Omni's mobile suits but their ships. The ID codes meant nothing to him, so he couldn't say what the signals were but to go for the Omni vessels while others helped Orb's defenders suggested they were different from the rest. Mina also was studying the new Federation forces that had popped up on this battlefield. Specifically, she noted the coloration of the fighters' head on their wings and other areas of the craft. She knew enough about the Federation to have heard that each nation had a different color scheme for defending forces. And while she may not know the coloration of the different nations, Mina could logically deduce where the new forces came from. Some had the same colors as the Republic's forces, but they didn't make up the majority. And the closest Federation territory was the Equatorial Union, so Mina assumed that was where the rest came from. The reinforcement from the Equatorial Union suggested that Omni's Third Seaborne Fleet had failed in their task to take control of the nation. If this attack against Orb failed, and it was certainly looking like it would, then Omni will have failed to take any Federation territory. The issue Mina saw with the new Federation forces was twofold, and one was a more immediate problem while the other would be a more serious long-term issue. The long-term issue came from Omni attacking the Federation's member nations. And that she felt would be the response of the Federation's military, which Mina believed would happen in space. The lack of communication down on Earth was bad, so Mina assumed it was the same with Omni's space forces. Thus, if or rather when they were attacked, Omni's orbital and lunar fleets would be fighting against the Federation and likely have no idea why. And should the battles be anything like they had been on Earth, Omni's space fleets would be hard-pressed and probably would be mowed down. Mina saw what a mess that helping the Earth Alliance was becoming the longer that this time away from the lab went on. Technically, Lodania Labs didn't belong to the Alliance, just more than half of its funders were a part of the Alliance. The thought of looking into taking her work to either ZAFT or the Federation came to mind once again. Then, the second more immediate issue that Mina saw that she felt would be a real problem. The fresh Federation forces were indeed reinforcing Orb's defenders, but they were also exploiting the Gundam type's weaknesses. Mina knew the Federation wasn't foolish or stupid, even if Omni's actions implied they thought they were. The weakness exploitation was proof that the Federation learned from each encounter and applied the lessons learned. And then, the Republic forces brought back to mind the sonar issues that had occurred back in that battle. She had figured that the Federation had developed something to cause that and had equipped it with one of their new Gundam-type mobile suits. Should that be true, then there was the real possibility that one or more of those with that sonar weapon could be here now. So, Mina twisted herself in her chair. Captain, it would be in our best interest if the frequency that sonar runs on. The captain was about to argue, but Mina cut over him. Change it before your sonar becomes blind like it did back in the Republic. If nothing happens, then feel free to argue with me. But your sonar operator will thank you as then they won't have to have a headache from the sonar scream at him. This battle is already going badly, do not make it more difficult than it already is. The Lawton's captain wanted to argue with the woman, but with the skirmish going on, it wasn't worth it at the moment. So he ordered the sonar operator to change the sonar's frequency without snapping back at the woman. The sonar operator had barely done as ordered when reports came in from other ships of problems. The reports confirmed Mina's assumption as they said something had scrambled or blinded the sonar detection system. As the battle kept going, the Federation turned the tides and flipped the sides to have Omni on the defensive and the Federation on the offensive. The battle had been going on for nearly an hour by this point, and things were only getting worse by the minute. And the fact that the custom mobile suits for the Omni would soon need resupply began registering in Mina's mind. Things were quickly looking grim for Omni from Mina's perspective and with little possibility of improvement. The last point or capping idea that worried Mina about how this would end was Izumi Atha's reputation. The man that led the Orb Union wasn't known for folding under pressure, quite the opposite really. And if one went by that, then Atha wouldn't let the Alliance have the Mass Driver or Morgan Roet. Even if keeping the Alliance from getting what they wanted would end badly for Orb itself, Atha would likely do what he felt it would take to stop the Alliance. So, no matter how this finished, the Alliance would lose and not get what they were after. With that in mind, Mina got back on the comm channel to the Powell. Azrael, don't take this the wrong way, but I would suggest that a tactical retreat be done, Mina said, a personal opinion based upon observation. Things were not going as he wanted, so the last thing he wanted to hear was another suggestion to pull back from this conflict. The Federation reinforcement had been a frustration that Omni wasn't doing well to counter. Then, there was the sonar issue that none could explain, causing panic among the fleet. All in all, Azrael wasn't happy right now, and so Mina's suggestion was pushing him to the edge of his patience. I have no interest in hearing your opinion right now, Mina, Azrael growled back. This fight isn't over until Orb falls. Mina thought about explaining to Azrael logically why he would not get the outcome he wanted, but the man would unlikely listen anyway. She would have said something to the effect of Azrael being welcome to eat his own words, but she never got the chance. That interruption came when two unknown craft burst out of the water. The two machines shifted over to mobile suits before landing on the closest ships. One was green, some of the larger sections were darker green while the rest were lighter green, and only the feet center section was white. Before the suit appeared as a saucer for the upper section, the lower half of the suit simply folded back and was likely the propulsion system. So, the head, shoulders, and arms folded in and combined with the back to form the saucer section. It possessed two long cannons, one on either arm mounted on the saucer section parts. From where it had come, it was clear that it was meant for fighting underwater and above it. The other machine was white overall, with the upper torso section and the feet being blue. Like the other had transformed from a submersible form with the long nose divided into two parts, one behind each shoulder. Then there was a powerful-looking cannon on its back along the center, where there were two rifles on the outside of the shoulders. The suit was also carrying a lance of some kind on its back beside the cannon. Both the Gundam types wasted no time and started shooting the Alliance ships they were on and near. The licensed pilots used their skills to rip Omni ships apart with their mobile suits' arsenals. Mina assumed that the two were carrying the equipment that had scrambled Omni's sonar systems. It would make the most sense that underwater machines would have the equipment to give them quite the advantage. And with their arsenal, they specialized in hitting from underwater or taking on sea vessels. That also bumped up the Federation's Gundam types to 7 in total. There were the two from the first generation of the GAT series and the black one that had been with that series. Then there were the two in the air, one being the crimson one from the Republic. Finally, there were the two underwater machines that had appeared, all versus the 4 Gundams on Omni's side. Those 7 were making a difference before one took into account Orb's mobile suits and the Federation's jet fighters. A person observing the skirmish would say while the custom models were doing a portion of the work, the rest of the Federation's forces weren't slacking. And there was a bit of difference in the fighting style between Orb's forces and those who were reinforcing them. The units from Mina guessed were from the Equatorial Union were using more aggressive and almost guerrilla tactics. The strike daggers were certainly having a much harder time defending themselves now. Mina refocused and turned her attention back to Azrael. "Look around you, Director," she stated, "and then tell me you still think it's such a bad idea to retreat." Mina paused to allow Azrael the time to take in the flow of the battle before she continued, "Plus, with the reputation that Atha has, take a moment to consider the situation. I would bet a substantial sum of currency the man has rigged something with the mass driver and Morgan Roet. Should you overtake the defenders, I would doubt he'd hesitate to destroy both of them before you could do anything to stop it. If that happens, then it makes all the work done to get this far wasted." Azrael didn't reply immediately, instead, glancing over the battlefield that was before him. Orb's defending forces, bolstered by their reinforcements, were slowly but surely pushing the strike daggers back. Even with the 4 Gundam types, Omni lost ground to their enemies as time kept moving forward. Just seeing the truth on display caused Azrael to frown in irritation at the turn of events. He was angry at how things had been going as they should at first, but now they were going the opposite way. And though he didn't want to admit it, Mina had a point about things going against them. Heck, she was likely right about Atha probably planning ahead to ensure that the Alliance wouldn't have victory if Orb lost. The man that led Orb had shown he was stubborn enough to do pretty much anything to deny the Alliance. Omni had lost the battle essentially, and to continue it would only end in a worse fiasco that would stain the Alliance. Thus, Azrael sighed in slight defeat. "Fine, Mina," he remarked, "I admit you have a point in this but don't think this fight with the Federation is over." Mina had heard Mueda Azrael was a sore loser, and she'd seen evidence of the truth of the point. Azrael wouldn't let losses against the Federation, which Omni had suffered, stop his vendetta. He wanted the Federation to bow down to him and become something akin to slaves to the Alliance. Mina didn't believe that the Federation would accept anything like what Azrael and those like him wanted of them. However, Mina knew that it would be better that she not call the man out on his foolishness. At least, she would have to keep quiet about any disagreement until she had a path that would take her and her project out of reach of men like Azrael. "I wouldn't doubt you'll make sure of that," Mina replied, "regardless of what others may say to you." The moment Mina was off the call to Azrael, she immediately gave orders to recall the Gundam type suits. Mina didn't want to have them damaged too much by staying out longer when the battle was decided. Her girls quickly responded and did what they were ordered, and Shunny soon followed. The order was echoed to the rest of the Alliance forces, and they pulled back from Orb, leaving the nation still standing. Omni vessels turned and began traveling away from Orb to signify full retreat. Orb's mainland had been damaged, and the cities and surrounding area would take time and resources to rebuild. Onogora Island had taken the worst beating of the islands in Orb's territory during the 2 battles to defend the nation. Many had given their lives to stop Omni from achieving their goal of taking over Orb. Even with the assistance of their allies, calculating losses would take time to really know how many had lost their lives. However, in the end, Orb hadn't fallen to Omni through the efforts of its defenders. That gave hope to those that made up the Federation, since none of the Pacific member nations had been taken by Omni. Nonetheless, things quickly became busy since Omni forces had pulled out and left Orb's territory. The work was prioritized for the jobs that would make Orb ready should another attack come from Omni soon. That was balanced with soldiers getting downtime and helping the injured get their needed help. Orb's military command was buzzing with coordinating groups for the work needing to be done. The nation's admirals were quick to organize shifts and lay down routines to ensure no one fainted or dropped from the work. Kagalai tried to help as she could, but she was pulled aside by Kisaka and was told she was to go to the Kagaya complex. She couldn't figure out why she would be called there and by her father. Kagalai could help around Orb's military command and manage the needed work to get Orb back on its feet. Still, as her father had asked her to come, she would go and see what he needed before getting back to what she could do to help. Kagalai was already stressed after having to watch Orb assaulted by Omni. They had done horrible damage to the country, and it would likely take a year or more for Orb to be rebuilt back to what it had been. Then it would take just as long, if not longer, with the way for the citizens to return to Orb. Those were her thoughts as she traveled with Kisaka toward the Kagaya complex. Once the message of Omni having retreated was broadcasted to the defenders of Orb, Muru had the crew stand down from battle stations. The battle was very similar to what the previous one had been 2 days ago. Omni's push and efforts to take Orb were really only explainable by their wish to have the Federation under their control. She had accepted that Omni had morphed into a monster they had said they would fight against. But seeing Omni attacking neutral nations to take control of it and make it part of the alliance by force. Muru had never believed months ago that the alliance would stoop so low as to intimidate and force others to fight for them. Yet, the last 2 months had changed so much of what Muru had believed of the alliance and Omni. The Archangel was heading to a dock when the ship got orders to make its way to the Kagaya mass driver complex. The complex was northeast of Onogora Island on a smaller collection of islands that supported the mass driver. Muru didn't know why the Archangel would be told to go to the complex. It implied the Archangel was expected to go up to space for some reason. However, the Archangel wasn't built for using a mass driver, though it could equip boosters to do the job. Yet, the boosters were not made as far as Muru knew. Omni hadn't gotten around to it. It was possible that the Federation could have made something similar, but again, Muru hadn't heard anything about it. And besides that, what could the Archangel do in space it couldn't do down here? Instead of questioning the order, Muru had Arnold pilot the ship to the mass driver complex instead of any of Onogora's docks. Arnold did as directed and moved the Archangel around the northern side of Onogora, heading to the Kagaya complex. The Archangel's bridge crew viewed the buildings around the mass driver's control facility as they approached. The mass driver's track spanned around 40 kilometers from the control center to the end of the catapult. Just south of the mass driver track was the complex's docking facilities, including dry docks for attaching ships with equipment. And it was to one of the dry docks that the Archangel was directed by those in charge at the complex. The Archangel came down into the dry dock, and once, in it up from under the dock's sides, came scaffolding which moved over the ship. The dock workers under the direction of some from Morgan Rowett got to work attaching the plasma boosters they had there. They looked much like the specs Muru had glanced at during a briefing with the other members of the original bridge crew. The equipment gave credence to the Archangel heading into space very soon, but she still couldn't help but wonder why. Muru did exit the ship, leaving it under the command of Crystal while Mew accompanied her. They traveled to Orb's Kagaya control center and were met by a man that looked quite similar to Lord Uzumi. Homura Atha bowed to the 2 officers from the Archangel as they got to him. Homura felt he was getting the easy job briefing the Archangel's officers. His brother Uzumi would have to tell his daughter Kagalai she would be leaving Orb and heading up to space. He felt Kagalai wouldn't go by choice to leave the nation at a time like the current one. But Homura agreed with Uzumi that Kagalai was needed where the war was going, which was space. Kagalai would carry seeds of hope for the next generation to have and use. It was time the current leaders of the Federation started letting the upcoming generation do their part. And while Homura didn't much like the young being in the war, they had the best chance of helping bring about a good end to it. On behalf of Orb, Homura began, I would like to thank you for your assistance in its protection. I am Homura Atha, a member of Orb's ruling council, and I personally am grateful for your efforts. With the name of Atha, Mew figured the man was related to Lord Uzumi somehow. The resemblance suggested they could and very well may be brothers. The gratitude was appreciated, especially since the Archangel had been going against former allies. Muru returned the bow. Thank you for the gratitude, and it is some of the few good things we have received lately, she replied. Mew nodded his head in agreement. Indeed, the thanks are nice, he remarked. However, sorry if it seems presumptuous, but why is the Archangel being equipped with boosters? And why were we asked to come to your Kagaya? Homura faced Mew. It is hoped that the Archangel will go into space and help end the war there. Homura paused for a moment. The war is moving towards space, and nuclear weapons are coming, that is no longer a question. Muru didn't want to believe Lord Homura was telling the truth about nuclear weapons. The Bloody Valentine had shown what could happen if nuclear weapons came into the war. But should Lord Homura be right, then that kind of event could occur once again, and the war was going in that direction. Homura continued, humanity needs those like yourselves to fight against those that screech a certain group has to die. This war encompasses all of the world, the moon, and the plants, and none will be left out of this any longer. Mew looked at the floor. We're not heroes, Mew commented, just people that are doing the best we can. Homura chuckled, you may see yourselves that way, but others will see and call you heroes for what you have done. Homura paused, considering historically, those that were seen as heroes for their actions. Most hadn't asked to do what they had, and they had just done what they could do to make a difference. History's heroes were called upon to do what was needed at the time to save humanity from the darkness it was in. And in this war, it was much the same, the heroes that had come had been called upon, not made ready to do what they ended out doing. History makes it clear that heroes are called upon not for their skills or appearance but upon their beliefs and determination. And humanity needs that more now than ever with its path right now, Homura stated. Would you not agree? It was a question that neither Muru nor Mew had a real answer to Lord Homura. Meanwhile, the buster was loaded onto the Archangel and put into a dock next to the Shadow. The three from Omni's G project didn't have effective means of flight to help with watching for Omni forces who might stop the ascent. The job would be left to the Justice and the Freedom, who would ride the Izumo's central module when it would use Kagaya to go to space. While Omni had retreated, they still may try to mess things up as payback for losing the battle. Dirka didn't like being trapped on the Archangel with the buster grounded. Granted, the Archangel was going to space, which was a way for him to go in that direction. However, Dirka was leaning toward sticking with the ship for the time being. What they fought for, he wanted to fight for the same thing, the peace for all people, both naturals and coordinators. At the same time, the final tasks required for the Izumo to be ready to ascend to space were being seen. Kisaka would be in charge and would act as the ship's captain with the military experience he had, and it seemed the best option. Erica Simmons would also go to make sure the Astray suits that were going on board would be working as efficiently as possible. While Kagalai was kind of glad that she would get to see both Mrs. Simmons and Kisaka off for their mission, she wondered if that was the only reason her father called her here. There was still so much work to do to help Orb get back on its feet, and she would be assisting in that. So, taking a break to see off friends was nice, but also she dreaded them leaving. Kagalai was worried that she might never see them again, and that thought frightened her. She prepared herself to put on a brave face to send Kisaka and Mrs. Simmons off. However, when her father came up to her and put a hand on her shoulder, she straightened up and put on a good face. Uzumi could see his daughter was forcing herself to put on a brave face for those she cared about. Kagalai had a big heart filled with care, passion, and love for others, and the world needed that more now than ever. Her duty would have her here to help Orb get back to its feet and stand against the encroaching darkness. But Uzumi was sure now that Kagalai could do more in space to assist in bringing the war to a good end. His daughter he had worked so hard to raise had grown up into a strong woman like his wife and Ellen. And knowing he was about to send her into the unknown future of possibility made him worry and proud of the woman she was becoming. Uzumi could now better understand what Ellen felt when Tyler went on missions for the Federation's military. Kagalai gazed at her father when he spoke. Worry not, Kagalai, he said with a smile, you will not see the Izumo leaving Orb as you are dreading. Kagalai couldn't figure out what her father was talking about when he said she wouldn't see the Izumo leaving. That was why he'd called her here, so she could see her friends off, right? What are you talking about, father? Kagalai asked, confused. That's what you called me here for, isn't it? Uzumi spotted Kisaka coming up to where he and Kagalai were. He knew Kisaka was coming to get Kagalai and take her onto the Izumo. His presence was the signal that the ship was prepared to launch, and it was time for it to leave. Homura had volunteered to talk to the Archangel's officers before leaving for space. To be honest, Uzumi believed his brother was getting off with the easier job. The time had come for him to bid farewell to his daughter and send her off to carry the seeds of hope. So, Uzumi gently pushed Kagalai toward Kisaka. You will be on board the Izumo when it flies into the heavens. Kagalai gaped at her father, saying that she would be going on the Izumo. She was needed here in Orb to help rebuild it for the time its citizens would return to it. Going into space was not where she was needed right now. That was where those like Kira and Athrun were to go, fighting to end the war in a good way. So, she was about to say no to her father, yet Kisaka grabbed one of her arms. Kisaka knew what Lord Uzumi intended for Lady Kagalai, and he agreed with the action. Lady Kagalai would carry seeds of hope to where they could do the most good for all. Thus, he nodded to her when she looked at him. It's time to go, Lady Kagalai, he urged. Kagalai gazed back at her father, tears coming to the corners of her eyes. She was supposed to help here with Orb and its reconstruction for the future. That was to be her part in this horrid war, not go to the battlefield. So, she shook her head at her father, but Orb needs people like me here, she choked. I can't go up into space right now. The tears were flowing down her face at this point. You know there needs to be those that can manage the work here. Uzumi smiled softly at the attempted excuse his daughter was trying to give to say she should stay. He knew it was best for Kagalai to leave Orb for the time being and go to where the war would be decided. She wouldn't do well waiting and worrying about those she cared about so much. He knew his daughter well enough to know how she would react, so he prepared a response. He shook his head at Kagalai. No, your place is above this world, Duzumi assured. Your voice may be able to help turn the tide and bring about a better tomorrow for not just Orb, but all humanity. Duzumi took her hand and rubbed it gently. I will stay here and lead this nation, help it get back to its feet after the Alliance's attempts to bring it low came to naught. Duzumi turned to Kisaka. Fly Kisaka, my friend, watch over my daughter while she's under your care. She will help nourish the seeds of hope that will bring the future. And that will be necessary if the human race is to have any chance of surviving and having a future for itself. Duzumi decided to tell Kagalai something he hadn't yet, so he took a photo and gave it to Kagalai. Worry not, you will not be alone, you will have your brother. Kisaka bowed to Izumi before he began pulling Kagalai towards the Izumo. Kagalai, however, was struggling against Kisaka, saying she couldn't leave Orb like this. A part of her wanted to go to space, for that would have her with Kira and a throne. But her duty was to Orb and its people first. As much as she wanted to be with friends, duty was important. She was forced to leave her father and uncle, whom she loved very much. Kagalai wouldn't accept this while she had a say, she would stay in Orb as she should. Yet, Kisaka kept firmly pulling Lady Kagalai to the gangway connected to the Izumo. Uzumi could only smile at seeing the struggle his adopted daughter was putting up as Kisaka pulled her to the ship. It reminded him a bit of his late wife and very much of his friend and colleague, Ellen. Certainly, Kagalai had learned a few mannerisms from Ellen, how to be headstrong at the very least. He would have to remember to thank Ellen for the qualities she had instilled in his daughter. Homura had entered the control complex and had arrived in time to watch the interaction with his brother and his niece. The two were quite a pair, and Orb was lucky to have them. He approached Izumi from behind and cleared his throat. By what I saw, I assume my niece didn't much like the idea of leaving at this time. Izumi faced his brother, smiling at the comment. No, she most certainly didn't agree with the idea, he replied. Izumi recalled some of the times Kagalai had been stubborn and would resist what he told her to do. But like the times before, Izumi was doing what was best for his daughter even when she disagreed with his view. But it is needed and is for the best. The seeds of hope that will bring about the future are in jeopardy. The war has put them in danger of being destroyed. Now more than ever, those who can protect and nurture them are necessary. Izumi sighed. Still, it is not easy for a parent to send their child off. Izumi paused for a moment, not liking the fact, and so it isn't for me either. Homura could see his brother had a time sending his niece off to make her own path. The girl was a young woman now, and it was time for her to go out and forge her own way in life. And while it was a sign that his brother was being protective of his adopted daughter, Homura still found it amusing. You are not the first parent to admit that, nor I believe you will be the last, brother. Still, there's plenty of work to do down here for both of us to focus on to last us for weeks. After convincing the Archangel officers, I spoke with our allies from the Equatorial Union. It seems that we aren't the only ones with serious issues with how the Alliance leadership is running things. Apparently, a growing number within the Alliance states are becoming dissatisfied with the leadership, mostly Atlantic Federation personnel, and their recent actions, stated Homura. Uzumi hummed in thought at that piece of information, for it could infer quite a few different things. It first meant that the Equatorial Union had been attacked, and their defending forces had ousted Omni. But the comment of some within the Alliance had misgivings about their current leaders was news. It meant there could be those who could be convinced to help defend humanity from destruction. Perhaps there were more seeds of hope than Uzumi had thought there were. If that was the case, then maybe humanity wasn't as far down the dark path it was one as Uzumi feared. Uzumi hummed, then maybe humanity has a better chance of a good future than I feared it was walking away from. Outside, the Archangel lifted off from the dry dock it had been in and climbed into the air. Muru ordered the positron cannons brought to active position and to wait until they got to the right altitude. Her bow was pointed towards the sky before the ship fired a volley from its positron cannons. The positron energy reacted with the boosters and helped the ship increase its speed as it climbed higher and higher. The energy created a stream that made an ascent vector to space for the Archangel. The white vessel used the vector and rapidly climbed upward in the sky to help in the ongoing war. While the Archangel ascended, the control personnel announced all non-essential personnel to clear the mass driver track. Minutes later, energy arcs were visible along the track as the voltage for the mass driver charged up. Once the voltage level got to the needed levels, controllers told the Izumo they were good to launch. Under the direction of Mrs. Simmons, the Izumo's bridge crew had the helm to have the ship move forward. The Izumo moved down Kaguya, picking up speed as it went, the voltage giving the ship power to the engines. The Justice and the Freedom latched onto the ship as it zoomed down the mass driver, constantly gaining speed. Halfway down the length of Kaguya, the Izumo's booster's output increased to full, adding to the ship's speed. The Izumo rocketed of the linear catapult upward toward space and an unknown future. A/N. And that's where I'll leave off with this phase. I know this was a long phase, but there was a lot to get out for where I wanted to transition, thus the extra length. So there is a bit to highlight and cover from this phase for you readers as there were changes from the original. The first most of you would bring up is the expansion of the Victoria event. I wanted to expand it to show how good the Galena sisters are compared to the boys from canon. It also displays the capabilities of the boosted man from the project, as canon doesn't go into much detail. The next part I want to point out comes after Victoria, which comes with Mina, Moss and Azrael. I want to state that Mina's personality is staying as cold as it was before, if not being colder. That is her character. During the interaction between Mina and the three boys, I did go into more detail about the disciplinary system Mina created. While the details infer nasty things, I didn't want to do the gore as that's something I rarely write about, no offense, just not my forte. On to the battle that took place after Mina got things with her stuff in order for Azrael. There are some things to cover. First, I want to highlight something: the Galliana sisters are Mina's project star performers. The other candidates are well aware of the fact the three girls are the best, as they are reminded of that. The sisters are the bar the majority are judged by, and most of the candidates resent and curse the fact when Mina and others like her aren't around. Thus, other project candidates aren't fond of any of the Galliana sisters, so working with them is almost a punishment. And the Galliana sisters aren't the fondest of the other candidates, as they hear about them mostly from Mina, who doesn't speak highly of them. Next, the battle on Orb's End was much the same as the original. I did go into some more detail with the two Gundam models that appeared. They are the Cancer and the Leviathan, as mentioned before. And finally, the things that came after the battle, which some is new from the original version. Granted, do describe the boosters being equipped, but that isn't that important, just more color to this story. First, the meeting between the Archangel's officers and Representative Homura, which is new. As stated before, Homura is seen as the second in charge of Orb's ruling council that Izumi leads. Homura reinforces the point that nuclear weapons are coming and will change the war, much as Tyler mentioned to Athrun. However, I want to point out the line which follows it about heroes, as that is one I chose specifically. I'm defining the making of war heroes and what sets them apart from courageous soldiers or individuals that fight in a war. It will come up later and will set some apart, like Tyler, Kira, and Athrun along with others. Lastly, the conversation between Kagalai and her father, as it is expanded, and for good reason. While sending his daughter to space, Izumi does explain better in this version than the original why he is sending her away. For the first time readers, I know Izumi surviving is not canon, but like Siegel I have my reasons for not killing him other than being a good character, but I ain't telling what it is yet. Back to the conversation, Kagalai is unwilling to go as one would expect and tries excuses that don't fly. Izumi counters with the important point that I want to highlight, which is that he recognizes she is one who will care, hope for the war being ended peacefully. After Kagalai is dragged away, there is an exchange between Izumi and Homura which I put in for humor and the plight of a parent. I'm not a parent myself yet, but I've been around enough of them to know sending off one's child is never easy, whether shown outward or not. However, the parent is trying to do what they believe is best for their child, which is what I wanted to portray. You can laugh or roll your eyes at the point, but I will have it stand as it is. That's all I have to highlight in this phase, as the rest is as I see it self-explanatory. As always, if some of you could take the time to write a review and tell me what you think of this phase. If you have a question about this phase, then put it in a review, or if it is a more in-depth question you can PM me and I'll answer it the best I can. I appreciate the feedback I get, good and bad. I take it to heart and apply the criticism as I can. Anyway, the writing process is moving along consistently, so I expect it to be 2 weeks or so for the next phase. It is titled, Fruits of War, and I warn/inform that changes/additions in the story will be happening more often going forward. I say that as the next phase has a whole new section to give an example without spoiling the story. Peace out until the next phase, readers. Chapter 38, Phase 41, Fruits of War. A/N. Here is Phase 41, hope you enjoy the phase. Phase 41, Fruits of War. June 17, 71 CE. Above Earth. The atmospheric ascent of the transport shuttle was much the same as it normally was for Tyler. It was somewhat bumpy on the way up while one was pushed into the seat, but still better than doing re-entry to Earth, in Tyler's opinion. And at least he wasn't doing this alone, and the company was comforting with current events. With the way the war was going, Tyler would rather be working with some he knew than others he didn't, or alone. Tyler would even say Graham's company was nice, though he didn't much like his heroic attitude. He was especially grateful for the company, as Tyler wasn't looking forward to what he and his companions would be doing on their assignment. From the assignment document, Tyler, Lisa, and Graham were to assist the Space Forces in the response to Omni's actions. The three of them were to join up with the Federation's first space fleet and work with them. The fleet's current job was to hunt down Omni's orbital fleets and handle them. Tyler already had a good idea of what the term handle was referring to, and it was dealing with them in such a way that would be lasting. Omni fleets were given a chance to surrender, which, if they took, were allowed to go their way after signing an agreement of non-aggression. Were an Omni fleet not taking the offer of surrender, they were exterminated without further delay. And with how the alliance had been recently, Tyler would bet none of the fleets hunted down would take the surrender option. The facts made Tyler wonder several things about the alliance and Omni, more recently than before. The decisions they had been making had done nothing to help them in their goals, more the opposite. Ever since they got mobile suits, they had seemingly lost common sense and became foolishly aggressive. They may not admit it officially, and it was mostly as they didn't want to say they were being reckless, but the alliance had put themselves in a bad position. The alliance had declared war on the Federation unofficially with their actions of attacking the member nations. Yet, from what Tyler had learned from the information network, Omni's space forces had no idea what was going on. Thus, Omni's orbital fleets would be exterminated without knowing why the Federation was doing it. The lack of communication within Omni was doing more damage than anything else. However, the Federation was doing it to cut down potential fighting power in space Omni could work with. Tyler could see the logic in the Federation's Admiralty's actions. If Omni lacked space forces, they wouldn't have an effective means of delivery when they were able to create nuclear weapons. Doing that would block one avenue of potential nuclear weapons being used to kill people. It would only leave ZAFT's weapon, whatever it was, to block and prevent its use. Tyler certainly hoped that Federation R&D had finished or was close to completing a countermeasure for the Enjammer Canceller. He felt the human race would need such sooner than any wanted to believe. Tyler was brought out of his thought when the shuttle exited Earth's atmosphere, and he felt the effects of zero-G. The shuttle was not the vehicle to get them to the first space fleet, merely the way from Earth's surface. Now they were in high orbit. Tyler and his companions unbuckled their restraints. Lisa and Graham headed for the cargo hold. Tyler turned to thank the shuttle pilots that had brought them up to orbit while his companions went ahead. He felt extending gratitude was the proper thing to do when someone did something for you. It was a lesson his mother had repeated to him more times than Tyler wanted to count. However, his father had helped with a few of those lessons, which were the more memorable ones Tyler could recall, and extending gratitude was one of them. So, Tyler made the time often to thank others as he knew his mother would expect such of him. After thanking the shuttle pilots, Tyler headed to the craft's cargo hold so he could head off with the other two. Crew members were helping Lisa and Graham to board their assigned mobile suits when Tyler arrived. Lisa was locked into the pilot seat of the Athena when she noticed Tyler coming into the cargo hold. She had seen him go toward the shuttle's cockpit while she and Mr. Aker had gone to the hold. Lisa figured Tyler had gone to thank the pilots or something along those lines. That's the kind of person he was. She knew that Tyler had been going over their assignment as much as she had been, if not in more detail. Helping the first space fleet was fine and straightforward enough that there wasn't a question about it. No, the mission the fleet was on currently caused the hesitation as to what would likely be involved. The first fleet was working on hunting down Omni's orbital fleets. It was the response to the attacks on the member nations, fighting their space forces. Lisa could understand Tyler's hesitation in the task of hunting down Omni's space forces. The first orbital fleet had been exterminated after refusing the chance to surrender, and it was expected dealing with the other fleets would go much the same way. Graham had also noticed Tyler entering the cargo hold a little while after he and their female companion had come down. He had glanced over the standing orders the three of them were under right now. The Federation's space forces were working to hunt down Omni's orbital fleets one by one. It was tactically sound from Graham's experience: cripple your enemy before they can deal a serious blow to your territory. And with the rumors of the Alliance working feverishly at getting nuclear technology at their disposal, the possibilities were horrible to imagine which was more motivation. The human race wouldn't do well with another event like the Bloody Valentine. It was the reason ZAFT had abandoned nuclear technology. However, from what Tyler had mentioned in passing, ZAFT had developed the means to get around the Enjammers. It was troubling and sad that some within ZAFT would throw away the sacrifices made to prevent another terrible event. Tyler floated over to the Aurora, secured to the ceiling of the cargo hold. The Athena was on the right wall, and the Thanatos was on the left. Tyler noticed all three machines had been unsecured from the cages they had been secured in for ascent. He grabbed the Aurora's pilot seat to stop his momentum. "I hope the Aurora is ready to go out," Tyler asked the nearest crew member. The crew member nodded. "Yes, Commander, the suit is good to go," they said in reply. Tyler maneuvered himself into the Aurora's pilot seat and felt his suit's backpack lock into the seat and securing him. He had the seat lower into the cockpit and had the bulkhead slide over the opening and seal. Tyler started up the operating system as the shuttle crew left the cargo hold so the air could be sucked out. Tyler connected lines to the Thanatos and the Athena so he could be on the same page with them. They were a team for the time being, and Tyler tended to take the role of team lead in this kind of thing. "I hope both of you read the mission brief and know where we are to meet the first fleet, correct?" Tyler posed. Lisa nodded. "Yes, we are to meet them a distance from here as they are traveling toward Lagrange 1. Graham picked up where Lisa left off, and we will be helping them in their hunt of Omni's orbital fleets." Tyler hummed. "Good to see we're all on the same page," he remarked. There was a soft jerk as the Aurora came out of the dock and moved to the center of the cargo hold. "Remember, this is to both deliver a message to Omni and prevent them from doing even stupider actions and making things much worse." Lisa knew that Tyler's statement was true as many wished it wasn't. The alliance became more foolish as the war had gone on over the years. In the first 2 years of the war, Omni wouldn't have considered the actions they were doing now. It was more a display of the effects of the corruptive influence terrorists and hate-filled individuals had with the alliance over time. Those like Blue Cosmos had so much influence for long enough that their views had permeated the alliance's general reasoning that should guide them. One of the major points that brought the war to where it was now with Omni being in its position. The alliance was now fighting both the Federation and ZAFT. It was costing them their forces along with other things. Tyler wasn't saying that he had his own reason to come up to space. He had mentioned vaguely that he felt he would need to go back to the plants soon. Lisa figured that he wanted to save that pink-haired friend who had helped in the theft of the Freedom. The poor girl would have taken a portion of the blame for that event. From what Lisa had seen from the information network, Mr. Klein was in serious trouble these days. Siegel Klein was unseated as the chairman of the plant's Supreme Council just before the Freedom disappeared, which had sown more problems than it solved. Klein hadn't been the only one removed and replaced in the plant's governing body, simply a more notable one. The issue as it was being seen was those replacing the reasonable people were more radical-minded that aligned with those that were in control. Because of that, Mr. Klein and his daughter were quickly labeled traitors after the Freedom had been taken. Thus far, the two had kept themselves from being captured by those in power putting forth efforts to handle them. Lisa would guess some were helping the two putting their own lives at risk. It merely showed what the war was rapidly morphing into, good people being silenced and horrible individuals' voices amplified. Lisa didn't doubt Tyler was waiting for the opportunity for him to rush to the plants and help his friend. There were rumors that a mission was being put together to send some over to extract Mr. Klein and his daughter. The man had done a great deal for the plants and the human race, which some were trying to overwrite to justify their actions against him. However, even as others were trying to paint the man as a traitor, the Federation hadn't forgotten what Siegel Klein had worked for much of his life. For all the efforts Siegel Klein had put forth to foster goodwill and push for all humans to coexist, the man certainly didn't deserve others trying to say he did the opposite. And with how Tyler was, Lisa would be completely shocked if he didn't rush off when he could to help his friend regardless of the consequences. If there was one thing that could be stated about Tyler, he was loyal to his friends and would do pretty much anything. Tyler saw the cargo doors directly ahead of him open so the Aurora and the other suits could leave. Tyler nudged the throttle forward and had the Aurora slowly exit the shuttle before moving a short distance away from the craft. He did shift the Aurora into its flight mode so the journey to the First Fleet would be smooth. The Athena came out next, followed by the Thanatos, both heading in the Aurora's direction. The shuttle continued its orbit as they would return to Earth's surface rather than stay in space. The Athena and the Thanatos changed over to their flight forms as Tyler took the lead of their group. Lisa moved to the Aurora's left while Graham did the same on the right. They traveled toward Lagrange 1, reaching the debris belt within about an hour. The journey through the debris belt was quiet since the three didn't talk to one another as they moved through the area. Tyler was left to his thoughts while he led the group forward as the flying didn't take his active attention. Tyler would be lying if he were to say that he wasn't thinking about what was happening to Lakis and Siegel right now. The things that he'd read on the information network hadn't been encouraging in the slightest. While the two had been branded traitors as Tyler had expected with their involvement in the theft, the backlash was worse than he'd thought it would be. Tyler had figured the two would be cursed and maybe imprisoned for their actions due to the love of the plant's citizens they had. However, Tyler had to admit he had been wrong and underestimated how the radicals in power could spin things. According to plant informants, Chairman Zala and those like him had pushed the story Siegel had lost his mind and was helping rogue agents after resigning as chairman. It wasn't just the speed with which those in control of ZAFT and the plants had turned on Siegel and Lakis that surprised Tyler. The turning on was expected, but the narrative's influence on the citizens with how it smeared Siegel was painful to see. Tyler knew the man had dedicated his life to making the world a better place for coordinators and naturals. The man's legacy should be a wonderful thing for the world, yet now, it is being destroyed by radical fools who want the man silenced for speaking against them. Lakis was in a similar boat as her father was in many ways, Tyler knew that for a fact. Through her songs, it should have been unquestioned that she loved the plants and its people, and they loved her. Nevertheless, much like Siegel, those in control were using the media the plants had to paint Lakis as an evil person. She had been forced into hiding like Siegel had been and thus had kept herself from being captured. In fact, from what Tyler understood, Lakis was fighting back by broadcasting the truth over communication frequencies that the main media didn't control. Apparently, she'd been quite a thorn in the side of the radicals. Citizens were listening to what Lakis was saying, and Chairman Zala used the council's resources to attempt to stop her. Tyler found it amusing that he was having a heck of a time dealing with a girl with all the power Patrick Zala now wielded. Tyler applauded Lakis's efforts, and the girl wasn't going to be silent and was fighting back in every way she could. Tyler had seen on the network there was a rescue mission being planned and put together for Siegel and Lakis. It was being scrambled but wasn't official or ready to be done yet. Tyler knew there would be one good chance to rescue the two from those that wanted to silence them. So, as much as Tyler wanted to go rushing off to the plants and save the two from their predicament, he knew it would be better to wait until the right opportunity came up. No matter how it frustrated him that Lakis was in danger and he had to sit on his hands for the moment, it was the best thing for now. When the time came for the rescue mission to be dispatched, Tyler would head to Lakis's side and help her. If any tried to stop him, then Tyler would proudly display how outright stubborn he could be when put to it. Yes, even if his boss Admiral Rain ordered him to stand down, Tyler would defy her orders to save Lakis and Siegel. And Tyler rarely considered going against the woman that was his boss since he knew the consequences of such. But for Lakis, he would face the potential punishment from Admiral Rain and tell her he wasn't ashamed of his actions. After getting through the debris belt, the three kept traveling forward but switched on their stealth systems. It would be another hour from the outer edge of the belt to the meeting point with the First Fleet. They had met no Omni forces yet, even though they had crossed a known patrol path of their orbital fleets. Tyler wondered if Omni's space forces knew what was coming their way for the actions of their allies. He doubted it, but he couldn't say if the rude awakening of an orbital fleet were being destroyed. There had been no report of an orbital fleet being dealt with yet, but Tyler felt it wouldn't be long. However, it was better if they did not get any hints of what was coming. It would be kinder as Omni personnel wouldn't need to dread their pending ends. Once arriving at the outer perimeter of L1, the three came to a stop. Tyler sent out a signal for the First Fleet that they were there, and then they waited. Less than a minute later, a large shape began appearing in front of them. The shape became a ship that was a Federation Voyager-class dreadnought. The class had a length of 525 meters from back to front and was the largest ship class built to date by any of the factions of the human race. The central section's shape was similar to the Enterprise-class cruiser, though the wings ran the whole length of the ship on both sides. The wings were level with the top of the ship for the back half of the ship, then tapered off forward and downward on the front half. There were 4 heavy engines, 2 mounted on each wing's back and 3 built into the ship's rear. The Voyager class had but one mobile weapon linear catapult, which ran along the top of the ship's center line. And the ship supported an average crew complement of 400 but could have up to 475 without overstressing its resources. As with any ship class the Federation built and employed for military use, the Voyager class was equipped with an array of equipment. A combination of a stealth system emitter network, including an optical camouflage field, made the ship undetectable. Its arsenal was lighter than cruisers in the amounts of weapons but carried more powerful options. There were 3 Lancer high-energy beam cannons, 1 on either center of the wings and the third on the bottom ship hull just behind the center. Then along both wings were an array of missile launchers built into them to have 12 in each wing. And for the interception system, there were 11 Scepter CIWS dual-barreled defensive gun turrets in total. The 4 positioned in front had 2 on the center section on either side of the linear catapult and a gun on both wings. There was 2 more midway along with both wings, and the last 3 were divided with 1 on top and behind the navigation bridge. The other 2 guns were along the bottom length of the central section of the ship. The major weapon the Voyager class possessed was built into the forward of the central section of the ship, much like the Enterprise class. However, instead of a MAC gun, the Dreadnought had a 300 cm multi-phase beam cannon that could even outdo Omni's positron blaster cannon developed with the Archangel. It was called the Biostvian cannon, which Tyler suspected Omni had used as a basis for the beam weaponry in their G project. From what Tyler saw, the Aegis's Scylla cannon worked with fairly similar principles as the Biostvian. Yet, one difference was that the Voyager class had heat dispersion systems for cooling the cannon efficiently, whereas the Aegis hadn't had such built-in with it. And the main part of the Voyager's arsenal was the mobile suits it could carry, which could be as many as 15. Tyler knew the Voyager class was definitely the hard hitter in an assault and was normally a fleet leader. The message to approach the ship came to Tyler's group and moved forward with Tyler in the lead, followed by Lisa and then Graham. As Tyler came into the hangar, he was directed to a dock, and he glanced around as he moved to the designated area. He saw there were currently 8 Delta fighters in docks for the vessel to send out if called upon. That was generally an average complement for the Voyager class for missions, so that was expected. Just after the Aurora docked, Tyler popped out of his cockpit and scanned the hangar. The Athena was moving into a dock, as was the Thanatos. They would need to report to the ship's captain as they were more than likely in charge of the fleet. While their mission was to help the First Fleet deal with Omni's orbital fleets, there wasn't much more detail. Tyler waited as his 2 companions docked their machines and exited them before leaving the hangar. The 3 reported to the fleet commander and learned the First Fleet was heading for Omni's second orbital fleet. It was the closest to the current position as it would be an hour to contact. The Omni fleet was under the command of one Admiral Coates, who was known for favoring brute force swarming tactics against ZAFT as stated by his service history. Tyler had read a general opinion report on the Omni fleet admiral in question and hadn't been impressed. Omni's second fleet commander may not be a Blue Cosmos sympathizer, but they didn't show mercy to the Alliance's enemies. The man was nothing like Halberton was, which was not a compliment, more an insult or should be seen as such. And even should Omni's second orbital fleet have already obtained their mass production mobile suits, it wouldn't make a difference in the end result. With the Alliance having declared war on the Federation with their actions, the Federation's Admiralty had gotten to work. For the Space Forces, the admirals over the branch named Maharaja Karn and Kate Gina Luce had been mobilizing the space fleets. Such mobilization hadn't occurred for years now as it hadn't been necessary. And the Federation's space forces were ready for the planned task just as they were for ZAFT. Also, since the Alliance knew about the Federation having their own mobile suits, Tyler didn't see the Federation Admiralty keeping that secret anymore. Delta fighters were just as much mobile suits as the Valkyrie jet fighters were, so Omni would have no more luck in space than they had on Earth. Thus, the swarming and brute force tactics would be pointless in the upcoming fight as the Federation would counter it. Tyler knew the Aurora and its fellows would be fully resupplied before the battle against Omni's orbital fleet started. But the setup for the coming battle didn't give Tyler a good feeling, much the same feel as fighting to defend the Republic. Only in this case, Tyler believed it would feel more like professional soldiers taking on disorganized rebels in strange territory. The only chance Omni's second fleet had was to surrender, at least, they would live should they do so. If they didn't, all in Omni's second fleet would die for their allies' actions on Earth. What irked Tyler was those in Omni's orbital fleets hadn't been the ones who had attacked Federation member nations. And yet, they would pay the price for the decisions of the fools who led the Earth Alliance, and it didn't feel fair or morally right. But Omni needed to be shown that making horrible and stupid choices based on hatred came with just as serious consequences. The ship captain assigned Tyler and his companions quarters on the ship, which was named the Resolute. The three separated to the separate rooms they had been given, and after unpacking what few things he had, Tyler sat at the desk in the officers' quarters he'd been given. He accessed the information network to check what facts were on Omni's second orbital fleet. The fleet was originally made up of 37 ships, but it had lost some during a recent fight against ZAFT according to reports. It had 5 Agamemnon classes, 12 Nelson classes, and 12 Drake classes. From what information had been recently acquired, Nelsons could carry up to 8 mobile weapons while Agamemnons could have 12. Thus, if one assumed the given figures, the second orbital fleet could have up to 172 mobile weapons. Not that Tyler expected Omni to be able to run with that many mobile weapons by this point. They hadn't produced that many of their mass production suits yet, and mobile armors couldn't be produced that quickly with the supply lines cut due to the mass driver's destruction. So, Tyler guessed 86 mobile weapons at most, which was fine as the first space fleet had more than enough machines to handle those numbers. Tyler turned his attention to using the information network to check on what could be happening to Lakis and Siegel. The most current info stated that Council-loyal soldiers had apprehended neither of the two. There was information that implied a division in ZAFT, and it was getting wider by the day. Admiral Tries was not delegating forces for Chairman Zayla's vendetta and didn't seem to even be involved in the slightest. And soldiers that were forced to do what the chairman told them were having doubts about their assignments. Tyler doubted the chairman understood his actions were weakening ZAFT and the plants rather than strengthening them. It was truly sad to Tyler, and the chairman was completely different than the Patrick Zayla he'd once known. Tyler still had early memories of Patrick Zayla and his wife Lenore visiting the Republic to see his mother. Athrun's mom quickly became friends with Tyler's mother so fast that Tyler swore the two had met before. As Tyler recalled, Patrick had been a good man and had good discussions with his mom. Ellen had said Patrick had been dedicated to helping coordinators live peacefully with the rest of the human race. And so, he had agreed with the Federation's policies and had said they were visionary. However, there was no shadow of that man that Tyler saw in Chairman Zayla. What's more, Tyler couldn't help but feel sorry for Athrun, with Chairman Zayla the way he was now. Tyler had tried to be gentle in implying Chairman Zayla wasn't Athrun's father anymore, but he could only do so much without stabbing Athrun's heart. Tyler felt that if he had told Athrun outright, his friend would have denied the fact. Such wouldn't help right now, and even if it were the truth, it would only put Athrun in a harder position than he already was in. Still, Tyler was impressed that Lakis and Siegel were keeping out of the clutches of Chairman Zayla. He couldn't imagine the task was an easy one, not how the chairman's attack dogs were hunting them. And Lakis was doing her broadcasts on top of being chased, which Tyler had to applaud. Tyler knew the girl had heart and drive, but she showed real courage with her actions. He'd thought Lakis going out in a mobile suit and fighting was something for her, but she'd upped that higher with her resistance she was showing now. And he would tell Lakis that he was impressed when he went to the plants to bail her out of her current situation. Tyler shook his head and searched the network, and found that Omni was in the process of attacking the Equatorial Union. They were also poised to strike the Orb Union and would later the current day. Tyler was confident that Kira and the Archangel's crew and pilots would help in Orb's defense now they knew the truth about the Alliance. And then, Athrun would get there to help them, which would boost Orb's chances. Tyler didn't doubt the Equatorial Union's forces would kick Omni out of their territory for a second. He'd worked with some soldiers from the Equatorial Union, and their fighting style was something else, and he respected the soldiers from the territory. And once Omni was ousted from the Equatorial Union, its forces would go and help Orb as the Federation did for one another without hesitation. Once Omni failed to take any of the Federation's member nations, the war would shift towards space. By the time it went in that direction, Omni's space forces would be worrying about other things. In the weeks that would go by, Omni would lose their orbital fleets whether they would try to stop the extermination. If things went as expected with the current mission parameters, Omni would lose its remaining 7 orbital fleets in around 4 to 5 weeks. If Omni dragged things out by running and hiding their fleets, it could take up to 7 weeks. And while Omni focused on fighting the Federation, their standing would worsen overall. The Alliance hadn't taken the 2 member nations that the Atlantic Ocean bordered. The Euros coalition and the Kingdom of Scandinavia were securing their borders currently. The Federation's Asgard base had been on high alert since the Republic was attacked and were increasing patrols and other defensive measures. Asgard was located on the island that had been known as Iceland before the Reconstruction War and was the Federation's Earth-based headquarters. Tyler knew the Alliance hadn't liked nor appreciated the Federation's base there and had often made their displeasure vocal, but it hadn't changed anything. Tyler logged off the information network, went over to the bed, and quickly dozed off. He was still more exhausted than usual due to his continuing recovery from the Shadow's destruction. So Tyler knew he should rest when he could, especially if it were uninterrupted recovery, thus, he dropped off quickly into a light dose. When Tyler jerked awake, he looked around and found the clock to see the time. It told him that he had been dozing for close to an hour, which was Tyler's hope. He wondered if there may be the chance to catch a bite to eat before the start of the operation. Tyler decided he could just pop into the ship's mess and see if he could find a meal to scarf down. He was just outside the door of his assigned quarters when an alarm sounded, and red lights lit up on the corridor walls. Red alert came over the ship's speaker system, all personnel to your stations. Repeat, red alert, all personnel to your stations. The announcement answered Tyler's question about if there was time for him to grab a meal, and the answer was no. Red alert status for the Federation was the same as Omni's Level 1 battle stations and ZAFT's condition red. It was announced to tell all on the ship to get to their stations in preparation for combat. For pilots like Tyler, it was the signal to suit up, get to the hangar and board your assigned machine. In this instance, Tyler figured it meant their group had come into range of Omni's second orbital fleet and it was time for the operation to begin. So, Tyler quickly made his way to the pilot locker room and slipped into his pilot suit. He wasn't the only one there doing that, but Tyler smiled that he was among the quickest to be in and out. When Tyler arrived at the hangar, he found the ship's maintenance crew were hard at work finishing up preparations. Tyler floated over to the dock the Aurora was in, and he grabbed the back of the pilot's seat to stop his forward motion. He nodded to the lead mechanic over the group checking over the Aurora. "My machine ready to go?" he asked. The leader of the group of mechanics looked at the young man that had spoken. The file for this machine stated it was assigned to one Tyler McGregor, who was a legend in the Federation's military. Commander McGregor was the youngest soldier with the rank of commander, and he was a member of Salas. On top of that, he was a top-ranked licensed pilot the Federation had at its disposal, which was just as rare. The stories about the young man were normally unbelievable when told by most, for they portrayed him as larger than life. Thus, meeting the young man face to face was close to unreal for the normal forces. And just as amazing was the mobile suit the commander had been assigned to pilot. The mechanics that had worked to make sure the Z201 Aurora had been whispering how impressive the unit was. Of course, with it being a Tesway-produced machine, it wouldn't be an ordinary mobile weapon but still it impressed the mechanics. Tesway Research and Development was the foremost R&D facility the Federation had on Earth and off of it right now. The lead mechanic gave a nod in answer to Tyler, then ordered his team pulled back as they were done with the Aurora. Tyler moved to be in the pilot seat and felt his suit's backpack slide into the dock for it and locked him in. He then had the seat descend into the cockpit before the bulkhead sealed the cockpit. Tyler booted up the Aurora's operating system, checking over things to make sure he was ready to go out and fight. Once Tyler was satisfied that he was as ready as possible, he leaned back in the seat and waited. On the bridge of the Resolute, the fleet commander was gazing out at Omni's second orbital fleet. By reports, Omni's second orbital was on its way back from a confrontation with ZAFT around the debris belt. And from the look of it, the fleet was somewhat smaller than it was supposed to be when at full strength. That made it easier for the first space fleet to accomplish their assigned mission. The fleet commander ordered the comm officer to send the message made for this mission. It was assumed that Omni wouldn't accept the chance to surrender, it wasn't their usual response. So, the message was more a warning that a battle would occur and Omni would lose. The lead Agamemnon class named the Lewis was sailing through space with the rest of the second orbital fleet surrounding it. The recent battle against ZAFT had gone better than things had been in the last year, which was a morale booster. The addition of mobile suits had made a difference in the war against ZAFT, and it had leveled the battlefield. Any victory was helpful with the war going the way it was, especially after ZAFT attacked Panama and destroyed the mass driver. Omni's earthbound forces were working on getting a mass driver to use, and hopefully, they would succeed soon. The recent victory had cost a few ships with good men and women on board, but their sacrifices would be recorded and remembered for future generations. Once they got back to the Ptolemais base, they would resupply and hopefully help protect the supply line to get it back into full swing. Admiral Coates was going over the reports on the battle they had been in. He would have to put together a final report for the top brass to read about how the battle went. It would be a few hours before the fleet arrived at Lunar HQ, but there was little to worry about as it was through Omni-controlled territory. However, the man was brought out of his thoughts when one of the comm officers spoke up. "Admiral Coates, we're receiving a message from an unknown source." Coates glanced at the comm station. "What does the message say, Ensign?" he posed. The comm officer looked over the message and resisted scratching his head as the contents didn't make sense. And with there being no identifying signature with the message, it made it all the more confusing. The communication essentially stated that they were being given a choice due to recent actions the Alliance had taken. The choice was to surrender or prepare to be exterminated, as it was being worded specifically. If it weren't for the recent actions bit, then it would be a message expected from ZAFT sometimes. But the message set a tone that felt serious even if the sender was still a mystery. It was possible it could be the Federation's military, but they were neutral when it came to the war, so that didn't make sense either. The ensign cleared their throat before they began. The message reads as follows: Omni Second Orbital Fleet, due to the recent actions of the Alliance, you are to stand as an example. You will face the consequences for your allies, which you may curse for the fate. However, as a show of extending mercy, you will be given a chance to surrender. Should you accept the offer, you will sign an agreement of non-aggression and then can be on your way. Yet should you refuse to surrender, then the entirety of Omni's Second Orbital Fleet will be wiped out and none spared. You will be given 5 minutes to decide before it is assumed you choose to fight. We await your response. Coates blinked at what the comm officer had just said since it made no sense. There was nothing in the message to say who the sender was. Coates had first thought that ZAFT had sent the message as it was something he could see them saying. However, the tone was unlike anything ZAFT tended to use on a normal basis. And the message was worded and sounded like the sender meant what they said. Nevertheless, whoever it was wouldn't get Coates or the Second Orbital Fleet to back down or consider surrender just because they were told to. The sender of the message doesn't seem to know how Omni does things, Coates stated. We don't surrender, and we fight to protect our pure and blue world from those that threaten it. The 5 minutes given to Omni's Second Orbital Fleet went by, and there was no response from them. The First Space Fleet commander took that as Omni refusing to surrender, which was expected from them. So, the Fleet commander ordered Omni's long-range communications blocked, and then all ships began deploying their mobile suits. And a moment after that, the whole First Space Fleet dropped its optical camouflage. The moment Federation's ships began appearing, Omni's Second Orbital Fleet was left to question what was going on. The Federation's military didn't just appear in front of a fleet for no reason, less one of their full space fleets. And with them already sending out their space fighters, it was becoming clear they were more than likely the senders of the message received. Coates quickly ordered all mobile weapons to head out and ships into defensive formations to counter. Before now, the Federation had the advantage of stealth and technological superiority, but now they didn't have that. Omni had mobile suits, which would give them a fighting chance against even the Federation. So, if the Federation wanted a fight, they would get one from Omni. It would be a reason to put them in their place once and for all. Coates knew he wasn't the only one that had wanted to teach the Federation the lesson they weren't better than the rest. It had been an annoyance to many that the Federation had done nothing in this war. Now they would be brought to task and made to regret when they had stood by. The signal to head out came for the mobile suits, and the Delta fighters launched out to the field. When Tyler's turn came, he zoomed down the Voyage's catapult and shifted the Aurora into its flight mode just after leaving. As Tyler moved toward Omni forces, he noted the mobile suits among them. Tyler could see 3 different variations with Omni's mobile suits as he took in the field ahead. The first was their mass production model called the GAT-01 Strike Daggers, the most numerous. Then, a few machines looked similar but had more armor and darker blue coloration on those looked to be something based on the Strike Sail Pack's backpack thruster system. Tyler assumed those were the commander units for Omni's mobile suit forces. And lastly, there were units of a newer model from what Tyler had seen or read about before. The new model was based on the X-103 Buster, and it had the same basic shape overall. However, it had more green coloration and probably had laminated armor rather than phase shift as Omni's mass production units were built with. Tyler once again wondered why the Alliance made not the smartest decisions when it came to what they did. Omni had invented phase shift armor, yet they didn't employ such in their mass production models. They would have a decent advantage against ZAFT's mobile suits, which was the point of their G project if they used phase shift armor. Instead, they used the less effective laminated armor as the Archangel used. The recklessness the Alliance showed more often than not cost them most of the time. And they didn't even seem to understand they were creating the problems and challenges they faced themselves. It would be sad if not for the regularity of the Alliance shooting themselves in the foot. Tyler focused on the fight that was about to begin. It would be a slaughter for Omni as the standing orders were to exterminate Omni's Second Orbital Fleet sparing none. And even if they did destroy some of the Delta fighters, their losses would be much higher than the Federation's. Before the 3 licensed pilots were taken into account, the odds against Omni were stacked higher. Any of the three would make a serious difference. Tyler, Lisa, and Graham together could do the job alone. Heck, Tyler would bet that Graham could solo this mission and still come out with maybe a scratch, if not unscathed by the end. Tyler would do similar, just a few more nicks and scratches than Graham if he used his seed mode. The Delta fighters began engaging Omni's mobile weapons, quickly pushing the mobile armors back. The strike daggers shot at the Delta fighters and did minor damage, but the Delta fighters shifted into their suit forms in response. The Delta fighter suits had similar shapes in the torsos and legs as Omni's G project, enough to have Tyler wondering if someone had partial specs on them they started with for their project. However, the head had a single visor that contained the camera set for the machine. The Deltas quickly brought Omni's mobile suits to a halt and pushed them onto the defensive. And it wasn't long after Omni was brought to a halt that the first fleet's ships began firing upon the second orbital. Coates gazed out of the battle, which was not liking what he was seeing in front of him. The Federation forces had stopped both the mobile armors and suits from advancing. And while that was frustrating, that wasn't the issue this battle had. No, it was the rumor of the Federation's military having mobile suits proven that Coates saw as the problem. Omni employing mobile suits was supposed to level out the battlefield if not give a slight advantage against the enemies of the Alliance. Fighting ZAFT had changed with mobile suits, and it was not so one-sided as it had been for years now. And the hope was it would be the same when fighting the Federation's military, as they had been seen as unbeatable for the majority of the war. After all, mobile suits should be a more effective fighting machine than the space fighters the Federation used. Yet, right before the second orbital size, the Federation used their mobile suits to whip them again. Meanwhile, Tyler figured that going for Omni's ships would quickly help the battle move along. It was a tactic he had learned early on during his military training, and if you cut off your enemy's ability to resupply, you hastened the fight's conclusion. Mobile weapons had a set limit for operational time, even if they varied with type and model, but they still couldn't keep going forever. However, before he could reach the ships, he was shot at by one of the Buster lookalikes and one of the commander-colored units. The said command unit also appeared to have equipment similar to the strike sail pack. The two managed to force Tyler to bring the Aurora to a halt and shift over to its suit mode. Tyler shifted his shield to block the Buster unit's beam rifle against him as the two approached. The 01A1 Dagger pilot, a team lead, observed the Federation mobile suit that had broken off from the rest of the Federation's forces. While the Federation's space fighters changing into mobile suits would be an issue, there had been a few custom models among them. The models from the G project were superior to the mass production daggers, so any that looked similar to them were classified as potential issues. It also proved the rumor that the Federation had got a hold of data from the G project and had made use of it. The two daggers kept firing at the Aurora as they kept getting closer to Tyler. However, Tyler had the Aurora's shield expand and had the incoming beam start deflecting instead of disperse on contact with the shield. The command strike dagger had been shooting its M703K beam carbine at the Aurora but quickly noticed something had changed. The enemy's shield had gained fins, and the bolts from the carbine were not hitting the shield but bouncing away from it. The sight appeared like the videos of the experimental deflection system Omni's R&D had been working on. Tyler let the two Omni units keep getting closer, drawing them in so that he could use a beam saber effectively. Tyler could shoot them with his beam rifle and move on, but tactically speaking, being efficient with power usage would help things along in the long run. Tyler would need the power to fire his plasma cannons to take down the Omni ships quicker than the beam rifle. Not that Tyler expected the first Space Fleet's ships would stand back and let the mobile suit forces do the job. But the dreadnoughts, cruisers, and frigates were far from Omni's second orbital fleet. The ships had to watch their weapons fire, so they didn't hit their own mobile weapons fighting in front of them. Thus, it was up to the mobile suits to make paths for their fleets to get clear shots at the opposing side. So Tyler bided his time and let the two stalking him get closer. The commander unit showed signs of caution while the other was showing nothing of the sort. It was kind of sad that Omni was throwing away decent pilots to try and prove they were superior. The cautious pilot was right to be suspicious of Tyler as he led them into a trap. Tyler waited until the Buster dagger was combining its guns into the shotgun formation that Tyler made his move. Tyler had the Aurora spin to the right as the Buster dagger fired a volley before he rushed forward, drawing a beam saber and sliding behind the enemy machine and slicing it in two between the torso and hips. Tyler twisted to face the remaining strike dagger as the Buster dagger exploded, who had its shield up to defend itself. He had the Aurora's shield collapse and pointed the Aurora's beam saber at the dagger. The dagger moved forward and swung its beam saber, which Tyler blocked the strike with his shield. Tyler did much the same action as his opponent and responded much the same way. The deadlock didn't last long as three mobile armors headed for the two, and Tyler shoved his shield forward and then drew back from the dagger. With Tyler now going against four opponents, he would need to switch up his strategy. He decided to combine his beam sabers, kind of like a Thrun did with the Justice during the Battle of the Republic. The Aurora's dual Corsac was comparable to the Freedom's and Justice's ambidextrous halberd, from what Tyler understood. Tyler slotted the beam saber he was already using into the hilt of the Aurora's second saber. Then after drawing the combined sabers, Tyler activated the beam sabers and moved to the right as the armors closed in. The Aurora twisted into a spin before slicing through the nearest mobile armor and dividing it into 3 pieces before shifting into a flip. The armor cut in half exploded as the Aurora spun over toward one of the other mobile armors. As Tyler had the Aurora rotating, he removed one of his beam sabers and disconnected the other. The Mobius Tyler was aiming for tried to maneuver itself to face the Aurora, but Tyler surged forward and carved the armor in 2 from front to back. Tyler quickly stored the saber and took out his beam rifle, and brought it to bear on the final armor. He pulled the trigger and shot the armor cleanly, making it explode before turning to face the command dagger. The Omni pilot and the dagger stared in horror at the wreckage of their allies that had just been destroyed in mere moments. It was clear that the Red Machine's pilot wasn't a normal one, even for the Federation. If there was a chance to beat this enemy, it would be through fighting smarter rather than rushing forward guns blazing. Tyler waited for a moment to see what his opponent would do, but they did nothing. So, Tyler moved forward, putting away his beam rifle and taking out a beam saber as he went. His opponent met him with their shield, putting him into a deadlock. However, Tyler used his CIWS guns this time and peppered the dagger with rapid-fire projectiles. The dagger pilot tried to move out of the way as the projectiles were quickly stressing the laminated armor toward the point of failure. Tyler didn't let his opponent get away from his barrage as they were in his way. Tyler hadn't lost sight of his goal to get to the Omni vessels and take care of them. So, Tyler kicked the dagger away from him, then took his beam rifle out and shot his opponent, destroying them. The Aurora resumed closing the distance between it and the second orbital fleet while Omni's mobile weapons were kept busy. Tyler brought out the Aurora's plasma cannons when he got into range and aimed at the nearest ship. He fired one of his cannons and punched a hole through the Drake-class's bridge, which caused a chain reaction that led to its destruction. Out of the corner of Tyler's eye, he saw another helping with the task he was working on. He saw the Athena, meaning Lisa, had joined in on dispatching Omni's fleet when he looked. Upon glancing back for a moment at the fighting, Tyler was irked to see Graham was showing up the rest. And when Tyler said showing up, he meant that Graham was more than whipping Omni forces. Graham showed the skills that made him ZAFT's ace of aces, their comet they used to rely upon. Tyler focused on the task he'd been working on, as the sooner Omni's vessels were dealt with, the quicker the battle could be wrapped up. It didn't take long for Omni's mobile weapon pilots to figure out they were being kept busy while their ships were attacked. Many of them tried to break away and go back to defend their fleet from being wiped out. Yet, every attempt to break away from fighting Federation mobile suits ended either being stopped, or the Omni pilot killed. Coates could see the enemy was keeping their mobile suits and armors away and preventing them from defending the fleet. The Federation had outmaneuvered them and effectively split the fleet from its mobile weapons. It was a show that even with mobile suits, Omni would unlikely have superiority over the Federation in the end. And with the Federation blocking communications, Coates couldn't give any information nor warning to allies. The battle between Omni's second orbital fleet and the Federation's first space fleet lasted around 20 minutes. As per standing orders, the Federation wiped out the fleet entirely, both the mobile weapons and the ships. Tyler wasn't fond of the point that no prisoners were being taken or any survivors left. It seemed a great waste of lives to destroy an entire fleet and make sure there was no one left. Nonetheless, Tyler understood why the Federation's higher-ups saw it necessary to go so far. The loss of Panama had broken the Alliance's mentality to appear as the defenders of Earth. Their attacks on the member nations only proved they were dropping the face of civility and doing what they felt would achieve their goals. Thus, Omni had to lose their fighting force in space to suspend more potential and harsher tragedy from occurring. They wouldn't listen to reason and correct their ways with those that led the Alliance anymore. Even knowing that, such didn't make the tasks any easier with exterminating Omni's orbital fleets. Tyler was glad that Omni's 8th orbital was no longer around, as he wouldn't want Halberton to suffer this kind of fate. Yet, the man may consider the surrender option while others wouldn't do so. Yet still, the fight was taking a lot of lives from those that didn't necessarily believe in or agree with those that directed them. That didn't sit well with Tyler, but he dismissed the feeling since the goal being worked for was more important. The goal was to hamper an attempt to stop the Alliance from using nuclear weapons on others. None were kidding themselves. If the Alliance could use nukes against the plants, then they were just as likely to drop such on those that resisted on Earth without much hesitation if any. After the mop-up was done, Federation forces returned to their assigned ships in the First Space Fleet. And Tyler was once again back to the waiting game for the opportunity to go and save Lakis and Siegel. He wasn't fond of waiting to do something, especially when the task he was waiting to do was to help a friend. It was a form of torture for Tyler, which came from time to time, but it was beyond irritating. He hated seeing a friend in hardship and/or trouble and be forced to sit waiting rather than doing something to help. The situation with Lakis and her father could change at any time, in hours, days, or even weeks. And yet, Tyler's hands were tied until the circumstances shifted into something he could work with. As days went by, little change was noted. The war continued as he had been descending into. One thing that happened was the Archangel and the Kusanagi ascending from Earth into space. The ships established themselves into a stable high orbit before taking stock of their situation. The Astrace the Izumo carried headed out into space and readied themselves for the assembly process for the ship. It was an hour before the two modules came into view as they were orbiting around Earth. They dropped the optical camouflage field that had been over them once in the signal range of the Kusanagi. One team of Astrace moved to the engine module while another did the same for the catapult section. Kira and Athrun kept watch while the operation to assemble the Kusanagi was being done in case unfriendly forces came around. Kisaka was overseeing the procedure and was helped by Mrs. Simmons. It was the first time that Astray pilots had been in zero-G environments up in space. The Kusanaga's central module kept its slow orbital path, and the Astrace lined up the two other modules. The catapult section was moved ahead of the Kusanagi while the engine section was kept behind. Athrun watched as the engine module approached the ship before splitting into two parts and moving forward. He glanced out towards the moon and where L5 was, and thoughts came to mind about how circumstances were. Tyler was somewhere up here in space working with the Federation's military, likely dealing with Omni. And with the Federation's proficiency at working tasks, Omni would be hurting if not in full-blown panic soon. Meanwhile, those leading the plants and ZAFT were crying for blood in retribution for wrongs done to them past, present, and future. The war was not getting any better than it had been in the last year, rather, it had gotten worse and was becoming more so rapidly. And yet, Athrun still wanted to talk to his father one more time if the opportunity came his way. Kira was also looking out while the Kusanagi was put together for operation up in space. As the catapult section split apart, he observed one part rising and the other lowering as they sailed towards the central module. Kira wondered what would happen next from here as leaving orb implied that their group would be doing things in space to help the war. And then Athrun had mentioned that Tyler was already up here since he came to space after the fight to defend the Republic. However, none in the group had any idea where Tyler could be currently. He worried about Tyler as he was recovering from a near-death experience he'd been in almost 2 months ago. Yet now, he could and likely was fighting in this war even though he wasn't at 100%. Kira cursed the war as it was putting good people at risk of dying and all for hatred and fear. The modules used their thrusters to move to the spars they would dock to on the Kusanaga's central structure. The two wing engines connected to either side slightly in front of the central thrusters on the ship. At the same time, the catapult sections floated back and lined up with the laser guidance that had activated on the front of the central structure. Once lined up with the guidance, they stopped floating and moved down onto the docking points for them. The Astrace double-checked the connections the modules had slotted into to ensure they were locked in properly. As Kisaka coordinated the assembly operation, his thoughts wandered to Lady Kagalai and her current circumstances. She had not wanted to leave Orb even when Lord Uzumi had insisted that she go and help guide humanity to a good future. Yet, Kagalai had not taken the way she had parted with her father well, and that was saying it nicely. The Archangel's bridge crew had watched the Kusanagi being put together as the operation had been something to see. Muru thought removing the plasma boosters from the Archangel had been a real task. Mew and Crystal had gone out to help with the removal though they hadn't done much to assist the worker pods. Muru guessed that the two just wanted experience with mobile suits in the space environment and she couldn't blame them. Still, observing the Kusanagi modules being assembled had been hard not to watch it being done. It helped distract Muru from thinking about the situation they were now in. The Archangel was a rogue ship and had chosen its side by helping Orb and making itself an enemy of Omni. They would have to fight those who were supposed to have been allies who had left them for dead. Then she knew that she wasn't the only one that wondered what the Federation would do in response to the Alliance's attacks on them. If there was one thing the war had taught the Alliance and likely ZAFT, you didn't cross the Federation and face no consequences for the action. Muru had heard rumors that Omni had tried things against the Federation, and none of it had ended well. She wondered now that some of Omni's strike and Black Ops team vanishing was not more the Federation dealing out consequences. It wouldn't surprise her if the Alliance lost many soldiers with their foolish decisions. Muru didn't want to admit it, but as Mew had said, Tyler had been right about what the Alliance had been doing since she had met him. Thus, what he said they had done was more than likely true, which was scary and horrifying. Once the Kusanagi was properly assembled and the Astrace were coming back in, Kisaka ordered a comm channel to be established between the Archangel and the Kusanagi. The two ships needed to discuss what to do going forward from here as there were many possibilities to choose from. Kisaka had to lead the Kusanaga's crew as Lady Kagalai had not shown herself to the crew since the ascent up from Earth. She had locked herself in the captain's quarters and hadn't responded to any knocks or attempts to interact with her. With the war going as it was, there wasn't the time to wait for Kagalai to come to terms at her own pace. Muru saw Kisaka on the main forward screen on the Archangel's bridge when the comm channel connected. While Lord Uzumi had introduced the man as his military aide and right-hand man, Muru expected Miss Kagalai to be the one in charge. But rumors which were whispered said the girl hadn't parted with Lord Uzumi under the best of circumstances. Thus, Muru tried to put on a smile but couldn't do a good job with the mood in the group. "Should I ask how is Miss Kagalai doing after having to leave Orb as she did?" she asked. "I heard she wasn't very interested in leaving when Lord Uzumi said to." Kisaka had known Lord Uzumi hadn't much liked the idea of Kaguli heading for space. He would imagine any parent would be hesitant to send their child off into what would be a war zone. However, Lord Uzumi had stated to Kisaka that his daughter would carry seeds of hope for the human species to endure and have the chance at a good future. And with how Kaguli had reacted, Lord Uzumi hadn't told her what he had said to Kisaka. So, it had been hard for Kisaka to essentially drag Lady Kaguli to the Kusanagi as she struggled against him. Thus, Kisaka lowered his head. You heard right, she didn't want to come up to space with the state orb was left in after the Alliance's attack. I believe she had calmed down somewhat from how she was when Lord Uzumi ordered her to leave with the Kusanagi. Kisaka paused as Kaguli was like a daughter or niece to him, and so he loved her, so didn't want to see her sad. It was hard for her to part with her father, and she left orb when the Kusanagi was due to launch. Damage control was still being done, so we didn't know how many gave their lives to defend orb at that time. Lady Kaguli assisted in damage control before being called to Kaguya. Kisaka hesitated. I can't look her in the eye and tell her things will be okay, nor can I tell her to hold back her tears. Recent events with the Alliance have taken a toll on her, many have died for it, and nothing I say has been able to help her except such. Meanwhile, Kira and Athrun returned to the Kusanagi once the assembly was finished and the mobile suits were ordered back. Kira was worried about Kaguli as he hadn't heard her voice with any coordination with the operation. From what Mrs. Simmons said, Kaguli had not been happy to leave Orb or her father and uncle. Then when one added what happened with Orb and the Alliance attacking it, there was no wonder that she wasn't showing her face. Kira couldn't say exactly why he worried about Kaguli so much, it just seemed to feel so natural for some reason. It was different from what Kira felt with Lakis, but it was similar, yet Kira couldn't express the difference in words. Athrun could see Kira was stressing himself about Kaguli, though he didn't seem to know why he was. There was a relation between the two, yet Athrun couldn't say what the connection was exactly with what he'd seen. However, Athrun assumed Kira's naivete was hindering him as it normally did, making him want to comfort the girl and not understand why. It was a good and bad quality that Kira had, he was nice to others but couldn't take a hint as to the effects of what he did. Of course, Athrun hadn't an issue with making sure Kaguli was okay and comforting her the best possible. From the previous encounters, Kaguli was a strong-willed girl who could be stubborn when she got an idea in her head. Tyler could be that way at times, but he had a knack for coming up with ways to accomplish what he got into, no matter how crazy his methods seemed. Athrun would also admit that Kaguli was pretty, her strong personality aside. And he wouldn't admit it to others yet, but he thought Kaguli's personality made her quite cute. Perhaps Kaguli would be even more pretty in a few years, especially in a dress, which Athrun would like to see her in. The two headed for the captain's quarters given to her by Kisaka, who was the vice-captain but was acting as captain right now. By the whisperings of the Kusanaga's crew, Kaguli had locked herself in the room and hadn't popped out since arriving above Earth. Kira and Athrun had heard Kaguli hadn't wanted to leave but had been ordered to do so by her father. After what had happened to the Republican Orb, Kaguli was really down and hadn't talked to anyone. Being held up in her room wasn't going to help in the long run, Kira was sure about that. So, Kira knocked on the door but got no response from within after waiting a minute. Kira knocked again, but a moment later, Athrun sighed. She isn't even acknowledging your attempt to be polite, Kira, he said. She needs someone to listen and talk to her, so let's go in and do that. Kira nodded sadly. I know, but unlike Tyler, I try to be polite and do things properly before resorting to other methods. Athrun shook his head as Kira fiddled and got the door to unlock and slide open around a minute later. The two entered the captain's quarters and found Kaguli sitting on the bed, staring at the floor. Both could see the tears flowing from her eyes, and the droplets floated around her head. At seeing the state Kaguli was in, he floated forward and shifted to be next to her on the bed. Kaguli, are you going to be all right? He questioned. You've been held up here for long enough for the crew to worry about you. Athrun held in the flinch and urge to smack his forehead with a hand at Kira's statements. It was close to reflex. The urge came in response to Kira's naivete, which so frustrated Tyler and him. It was a long-standing thing Athrun and Tyler had in common, the annoyance to frustration that came from Kira's thick naivete being on full display. And there were times that Athrun couldn't help but wonder if Kira's naivete was not some sort of impressive act. The moments of clarity made it appear Kira was faking his blatant ignorance he had so often shown. Athrun had been amused when Tyler let the effects of Kira's naivete irritate him so much that he cursed it in some form or another. Of course, Athrun had his share of frustration with Kira's blissful ignorance. He had plenty. His friend hadn't the faintest clue how much his naivete protected him while also holding him back. In this instance, Athrun wanted to chide Kira about being blind to what was going on. The feel in the room alone would tell most that Kaguli was not okay or even in a decent mood. Few, if any, could blame Kaguli for being in the mood she was with recent events. She had left her homeland in a damaged state, people had died defending it, and now those left were picking up the pieces. Lord Uzumi and the rest of Orb's council were working to clean up the mess and keep things calm in Orb. It had been much the same kind of state Athrun had seen after Omni had been forced back from the Republic. It had been painful to see a once beautiful land damaged and battle-worn. It was a feeling that Athrun couldn't forget. So, Kira asking Kagalai if she was alright showed him being a naive fool. Kagalai hadn't looked up when the door slid open, even when she'd locked it so others wouldn't disturb her. The way she'd been forced to leave Orb, the land she loved so much, was tearing at her heart. Orb had been hurt, helping with damage assessment had only drilled in how much Omni had done, and that was before the casualty count. And now she was off of Earth in space, and for what? Her father had said she would be needed in space to help end the war in a good way for a potential good future. Kagalai didn't know what that meant since she was no soldier or pilot like Kira and Athrun were. Granted, she wanted to do what she could to end the pointless war raging for years now. Yet, everything seemed to be going downhill with the Alliance forcing the Federation into the war. So, Kira's question about her being alright or not was a complicated one to answer, and for once, she didn't have a reply. Instead, Kagalai glanced at Kira before she threw herself at him and broke into sobs, unable to express her feelings with words. Kira simply patted her head while Athrun looked at the floor, not knowing what he could say. He was still trying to sort out his own family issue he would soon be forced to face. Athrun hadn't missed Tyler's implications with what he'd said about ZAFT back at Tesway. Tyler had not said it directly but had implied Chairman Zayla was not the man Athrun had known as father. His mind agreed with Tyler's view, and Chairman Zayla didn't act as Patrick Zayla used to, he merely wore his face and used his voice. And yet, in his heart, Athrun couldn't believe his father was lost forever and was now unredeemable. Patrick Zayla had been a good man once, much as Siegel Klein was still with a view of a bright future for all. While that was happening, the Kusanagi moved to be alongside the Archangel. It would be best to have a face-to-face talk about plans to move forward for the two ships. Once the ships were orbiting alongside each other, a shuttle launched from the Archangel with Mew and Muru on board. Crystal had volunteered to stay on the Archangel to be in charge of the crew and step into command if needed. She would be updated when the two got back from the Kusanagi about the plans. The journey was quiet, but not silent as Mew did speak up as he piloted the craft. You know, the real problems we will have to face are still ahead of us. Muru hummed in agreement but wasn't ready to cross the bridge of looking forward to the difficulties there would be. Being on the side of the Federation didn't guarantee the Archangel was safe, though it did make fighting and surviving marginally easier. There had never been a definitive choice made regarding what the Archangel would do for the rest of this war. There were many factors to consider that boggled Muru's mind and gave her a headache. Mew could see Muru wasn't in the mood to talk about what was possibly ahead of the Archangel and its crew. He didn't blame her for not wanting to think about what they would deal with soon enough. Mew didn't like the thoughts of what was ahead either, but as one of the protectors of the Archangel, he had to consider what could cause them trouble before it came. Just trying to help spark thoughts for the meeting we're about to be a part of, he remarked. When the Archangel shuttle got close to the Kusanaga's catapult, the entrance to the ship's hangar opened. Mew moved the shuttle inside, and workers tied down the craft to the floor to keep it from moving around. Mew and Muru exited the shuttle, and a crew member showed them the way to the navigation bridge. Muru noticed that the corridors of the Kusanagi appeared nearly identical to what the Archangel had. The Archangel's design was different from previous Omni vessels had standard. Muru had merely thought the Archangel was a new spin on ship design both inside and out. However, seeing the Kusanaga's interior, she wondered if the G project hadn't just copied Morgan Roet's specs for their Izumo class. That also brought on the thought if Orb was part of the Federation, could this be what the interior of Federation space vessels would look like? There was so little information on the Federation that it was hard not to wonder what they used and how they designed things for themselves. They took an elevator to the command deck of the Kusanagi and stepped out to be in front of the door to the navigation bridge. The two approached the door, which slid open, and they stepped onto the Kusanaga's navigation bridge. Muru blinked and glanced around as she swore she had just stepped onto the Archangel's own bridge. The room she was in, like the corridors, were like the Archangel's navigation bridge. It was pretty much identical. Mew also noticed that the Kusanaga's bridge was much like the Archangel's bridge. Yet, as Morgan Roet had built both, it wouldn't be all that surprising if they had much the same layout. However, Muru spoke first out of the pair. This navigation bridge is very similar to the Archangel's. While what Miss Ramus said would be true from her perspective, the Archangel was similar to the Izumo class that made the relationship. After all, they had both been designed and mostly built by Morgan Roet Inc., so there were bound to be similarities due to that. And there was little point in keeping the fact that some within Orb had struck a deal with the Atlantic Federation. Thus, Kisaka smiled a bit. Actually, it's the other way around, as Morgan Roet produced both ships. There is much more of a story of why Morgan Roet helped with the Archangel, but now is not the time to tell it. He turned to Mrs. Simmons. Can you bring up a map of this area of space? Erica had been going over the early reports from the Astray pilots with their experience out in space. She knew there would need to be minor adjustments to the Astray suits to work efficiently. Federation data had helped and had gotten the general settings to the area they needed to be at for zero-G environments. Erika had been filling in the vice-captain position as Kagalai wasn't feeling up for command, and Kisaka was taking charge as acting captain. So, with Kisaka asking for the general area map, it was a simple thing. Sure, give me a moment. Mew and Muru looked in the voice's direction and saw Erika Simmons sitting at a console. Both were shocked to see the woman that was Orb's chief engineer at Morgan Roet. With Orb's condition when they had left, it was assumed those like Mrs. Simmons would be busy helping with cleanup and rebuilding. Yet, here she was on the Kusanagi at a bridge console. Chief Simmons, Mew greeted, didn't think we'd see you here. The greeting and notice were nice, Erika would admit, she worked more in the background than in the spotlight. It wasn't as bad as some would imagine, her work helped Orb, and the hours she worked still gave her time with her son. But she was here to help the mobile suit pilots who had no practical experience in space with their machines. Hello, Commander, she replied, nice to see you too. And you're lucky I'm here with you and most of the other pilots operating mobile suits in space for the first time. It's a very different environment than doing it on Earth, there will need to be adjustments made, and I'm the best one. More so with the operating system Mr. Yamato wrote, which is comparable to the Federation's system and really is a bit easier to use. Erika put in a command on her console, and here is the map of the area for us to work with. A general area map appeared on the right side display showing the basic diagram of Earth, the Moon's orbit, and the Lagrange points. The Earth sphere was left of center of the screen, and both ships' signals were below Earth in its southern orbital position in high orbit. The planets were shown in the position at L5, and the Moon also was on the map. Mew stared at the map and noted a difference on this map from the others he'd seen. There were a few extra Lagrange points that no Omni map had. There was an L6 above Earth's northern pole and L7 below its southern pole. Mew couldn't figure out what there would be extra Lagrange points that the Alliance wouldn't know about. If the Federation had established more Lagrange points, Mew couldn't help but wonder why they had created them. Kisaka gestured to the map, as you can see for yourselves, with the plants at L5 and the debris of Artemis at L3, you can realize that we'll be in a bit of a bind given enough time. Yet, things should be fine for a little while, and supplies will hold up, but water will be the first to become a problem in that regard. As the meeting on the bridge was going on, Kira and Athrun moved outside the room and were waiting for Kagalai to collect herself. Kagalai had changed out of her military uniform and into the Morgan Roet outfit she had been given. She then washed her face to rid herself of the signs that she had been crying. A small photograph floated out of her things as she finished, and she noticed it in the mirror. Her father had given it to her before the Kusanagi had launched, mentioning it was important. She hadn't really looked at the photo since it had been given to her and had been told it was of Kagalai and her brother. It was the first time any mentioned directly that she had a sibling. Ellen had implied such could be a possibility, yet, Kagalai had dismissed the idea as Ellen worrying about her keeping so busy. Nevertheless, Kagalai looked at the photo now and saw it was of a brown-haired woman holding two babies, one with brown hair and the other with blonde. Seeing the picture, thoughts swirl around her head with her father's words. She turned the photo over and stared at the writing on the back with only two words, Kira and Kagalai. If what her father told her was true, then she was the blonde baby in the picture, and the writing on the back said that the other baby was Kira. Granted, Kagalai knew that she was adopted by her father Uzumi, but that had never really made a difference to her. Uzumi had been the best father Kagalai could have asked for. Yes, there were times that his rules and actions frustrated her, but he had been doing what he could to help her in hindsight. Then she knew Kira's parents, Karidad and Harima Yamato, and considered them good people, and they were like an aunt and uncle to her. But never had she thought that Kira could be her brother by birth, they hardly knew one another until recently. Then, Kira was a coordinator, and Kagalai was a natural, the necessary circumstances to have them be siblings were outlandish. For that to be the case, it required one of two things, either Kira's genes would have been altered while he was in the womb or taken out before he had been born and other tools used. No matter which it could have been, for chance and fate to bring them together, Kagalai didn't know what to think of this. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Kira and Athrun were waiting outside her quarters. There was a meeting going on right now about what they would be doing going forward, and she knew she should be there. Kagalai exited her quarters, and then along with Kira and Athrun, the three headed for the navigation bridge. At the same time, the discussion of what to do next continued after their current location was established. There was much to discuss, more so with what Kisaka had read recently on the information network. The report Kisaka had read upon getting up here had iterated the Federation's response to the Alliance's attack. The Federation's space fleets were hunting down Omni's orbital fleets, giving them a chance to surrender, and then when refused, they were destroyed. The second orbital had already suffered the fate of being exterminated around 24 hours ago. So, there were decisions to be made of the path forward. For supplies, I suggest heading for the colony cluster at L4, Kisaka remarked. It would give us time to figure things out and not be concerned with being directly involved in the war immediately. Muru sighed as this sounded very similar to what happened after Heliopolis and Artemis's issues with water. Back then, the solution had been taking water from other places too, and she hadn't liked it any more now than she had when it happened before. This is sounding hauntingly familiar, the Archangel has been down this road before, she commented. Mew's ears picked up the last line, specifically the direct involvement piece, as that was odd to him. The war was still happening on Earth's surface, but it was being said it would move up to space. However, there had been no recent information about the fighting heading in that direction that Mew could remember hearing. It won't be the same this time, Maru, and we won't be stealing. But what do you mean with not being directly involved in the war yet? Mew asked. The war is focused on Earth right now, and it will likely be a bit before it would transition up to here in space. The door to the bridge slid open just as Mew was asking his question, so the three teens entering heard the inquiry. Kisaka noticed Lady Kagalai coming onto the bridge as he considered what to tell the commander. His former allies suffered crippling losses because of what Omni had and was doing on Earth. The information network was strongly suggesting Omni's space forces and Earthbound forces weren't talking to each other. If that was true, the orbital fleets were being exterminated for reasons they had no idea about. So, Kisaka looked at the floor. I take it you haven't heard then, Commander, he posed. Mew blinked. Haven't heard what? That the Federation has started hunting down Omni's orbital fleets and is destroying them should they not surrender, Kisaka stated. Maru and Mew were filled with horror at that one statement. Maru didn't want to believe the Federation was actively attacking Omni space forces with the intent of eliminating them. ZAFT had been trying to dispatch the orbital fleets for years but hadn't had much success in the goal. Should the Federation's military be working on the task, Maru didn't want to imagine how quickly they could do the job. On the other hand, Mew wondered not if the Federation was hunting down orbital fleets but how far along they were on the point. The idea made sense, and it was likely the Federation's response to the attacks on their member nations. He figured there was more to the point than just responding to the attacks as it wouldn't have been his first choice in their position. I take it that you are saying it the way you are, the Federation's military has already started and has made progress on hunting down the orbital fleets, Mew questioned in almost a resigned tone. Maru twisted to gape at Mew as it sounded like he wasn't as flabbergasted as she was about this news. Kagalai looked between Kisaka and Mrs. Simmons, trying to read them about the subject being discussed. Kira was trying to figure out what the discussion was about as he felt he was missing something. On the other hand, Athrun wasn't shocked that the Federation was attacking Omni's orbital fleets. With what Tyler had said to him, it was the logical conclusion for them to eliminate them. The Federation expected the Alliance would utilize their orbital fleets to deliver nuclear payloads when they got N-jammer cancellers. And so, if Omni's fleets were almost eliminated or totally gone by the time they produced nuclear weapons, it would cut off an avenue of them being used. That would then leave ZAFT and their version of a nuclear weapon which Athrun wished wasn't a genuine concern. However, with his father's insistence, ZAFT was far more likely to make a nuclear weapon of their own. Kisaka sighed. Omni's second orbital fleet was eliminated around 24 hours ago, he admitted. So the answer to your question, Commander, is yes, the Federation's space forces are making progress on their task. Kisaka paused before he continued, and what is sadder is that the orbital fleets don't seem to know why this is happening. There is a lack of communication between Omni's earthbound forces and those in space. Kisaka looked back to the map on the right screen, and with that going on, I feel the colonies at L4 would keep us out of the way of the space forces' work. You wouldn't need to assist in hunting down your former allies, which I wouldn't want to expect of you. The small number of colonies at Lagrange 4 had been built during the earlier part of the colony construction race during the Cosmic Era. The colonies were made up of O'Neill Island 3 and Bernal Island 1 type colonies. The colonies were made for agriculture and scientific research, and habitation. They had been among some of the first colonies people lived in before the plants were finished. Nonetheless, the colony cluster became abandoned due to a combination of conflict and a viral outbreak. Over time, they became ignored as they didn't have significance to the war. Yet, even if no people were living within any of the colony structures, some of the colonies were still operational according to inspections. But among the colonies, the level of operation varied mostly due to which had better built systems than the colonies, for they weren't all equal. The most well-known and famous colony among the L4 cluster was the Mendel colony, an O'Neill Island 3 type. Before the conflict and viral outbreak, a group of scientists under the name of Genetic Advanced Reproductive Medical Research and Development, or GARMR&D, worked at the Mendel colony and used it as their main facilities. Other than the group's name and just a few overall facts, most assumptions were unproven about them. That was public facts, and none knew if any of the three major factions had more information. And out of the three, the Federation was the most likely to have the most info with their abilities to get information. The assumptions that came from publicly known facts and the rumors weren't nice about what could have happened there. And though from the team of scientists, the artificial womb came into being and had been meant to assist in bringing forth a new generation of coordinators with DNA alterations before the actual birth process. However, the knowledge of the work done there hadn't been obtained and wasn't used for current coordinator births. The man that was seen as responsible for the idea was Yulin Hibiki, and he was known to be ambitious or more obsessed with what he and others called the pursuit of potential. There was other gossip about the man that painted him in a much worse light, but no proof had ever been found or made public. With any of the colonies at L4 still at some level of operation, resupply and recharging should be possible. Athrun even added that ZAFT had inspected the colonies in the cluster after a report of suspicious activity. It had ended up being nothing of real concern, but the colonies had been quiet since then. However, ZAFT scouts had determined that pretty much all the O'Neill 3-type colonies still had a breathable atmosphere inside them and could be entered without needing a spacesuit. The reason Athrun remembered the report was because it had said the teams that had done the inspection had to be debriefed especially, but there had been no reason. The rumor was that they had seen things that had been classified but never proven or admitted to, so Athrun didn't bring that up. Mew looked at the blue-haired kid, recalling his name was supposed to be Athrun Zayla. The current plant's Supreme Council chairman had the same last name as Zayla. It was possible they weren't related, but it was probable. If that were so, the kid helping them would be fighting against his father, which wasn't easy. True, the kid had helped them back at Orb, which took guts and dedication. But up here in space, the chance of fighting ZAFT was far higher than it was on Earth. Mew had to be sure the two would fight with them, even against ZAFT, as that would come up sooner or later. Thus, Mew focused on Athrun, so, after what happened in Orb, you fighting with us has been nice, and that goes for the other ZAFT pilot. Your actions spoke for you, Mew bowed in thanks and continued, you have my gratitude for that, so you'll have to forgive me for asking the question. But with the battles ahead, I feel the need to hear you justify the point, how committed are you to our cause? Are you ready to potentially fight those you considered allies before? Athrun was silent at the question, fully aware of the real question being put forth, and he wouldn't blame others for asking it. He and Dirka had not technically defied orders yet, but they had essentially assisted the Federation in their defense. And while Dirka could likely get out of punishment for his actions, Athrun had much less of a chance of being excused. Athrun still wanted to protect the plants, that hadn't changed even if his perspective had. He didn't believe the Federation would destroy the plants, and they had no reason to do that with their principles. However, the conversation with Tyler had helped Athrun decide what to do going forward. This war had gone from fighting the good fight and defending the plants to being a quagmire of retaliation that kept escalating out of control. And if the direction didn't change, ZAFT and the Alliance would destroy everything. Mew continued, seeing that Athrun was thinking about how to answer the question. With your last name, can I assume that you're Chairman Zayla's son? Athrun nodded, looking at the floor and being reminded of what Tyler implied, that the man wasn't his father. Mew kept going, then, being his son, I can understand the difficulty you face, and I sympathize. But I have to ask for an answer on this. Kagalai was irritated that Athrun's loyalties were being questioned after what he had done. Defending Orb had shown he had a good heart so that he would fight for the right reason in her eyes. So, why should it matter who his father was? Athrun was making his own choices, which mattered the most. Why should it matter whose son he is? He makes his own choices, so, Kagalai began, getting angry at the implications being put on Athrun. Mew twisted to gaze at Kagalai. Leaving one's own military is a lot more of a serious matter for a soldier than you imagine it to be, Missy, he began. Not only that, imagine if your own father was the one who was in charge of the nations you promised and vowed to defend. You should be able to comprehend that a small margin. Mew turned back to Athrun, unless you believe in your side's cause and are fully dedicated to it, fighting in this war isn't possible. Mew took a deep breath, I hate to force this issue on you, but if we fight together, then can my comrades and I rely on you? Kagalai was about to reply, but Athrun held a hand. It's all right, Kagalai, he stated, I don't blame Commander Laflaga for asking the question. Athrun stopped ordering his thoughts and continued, to answer your question, allow me to paraphrase the conversation I had with Tyler before coming to Orb's defense. All on the bridge paused as some heard mention of Tyler talking with Athrun. Kira had even asked Athrun what the conversation had been about, but Athrun hadn't said much. After my apology and his forgiveness, he filled holes in events I had been told about. His stay on Aprilis 1 and the theft of the Freedom, to name a few. Mew and Muru were trying to process what Athrun said, as they had heard nothing about that. Tyler had merely said when asked that he had been away to recover and didn't give a specific location. There hadn't been any hint about him being around the plants, much less their capital. And then the teen had stated the Freedom had been entrusted to him, not that he'd stolen it. It left them wondering what in the world Tyler had gotten into for him to have done what he had. On the other hand, Kira had been told about his friend's stay on Aprilis 1 and the following theft, so that wasn't new. Athrun kept going. He explained that those who asked for his help were working with the best intentions even when others were screaming the opposite. Specifically, the theft of the Freedom and files that Tyler carried were to be taken to the Federation so countermeasures could be made for Njammer cancellers. The fact that some within ZAFT had the foresight to consider making counters for the invention that gave them nuclear tech was incredible. But as Athrun stopped, Kira figured it was best the truth be known to those here. and Lakis helped Tyler in that theft and so is one of those being seen and hunted down as a traitor for the occurrence, Kira remarked. Kagalai snapped around to stare at Kira when he mentioned Lakis since she had kind of liked the girl. Lakis Christopher had been a really nice girl, Kagalai would admit, while she had been on the Archangel. She hardly believed Lakis had been one of the pilots for the Alliance vessel, and the girl just seemed too nice to do that. And now, according to Kira, Lakis was on the run after being seen as a traitor. Wait, Lakis is on the run now, Kagalai exclaimed. Athrun nodded. Unfortunately, she is. Mew rubbed the back of his head since he didn't like that the Pink Princess was in trouble. The girl had been a sweet one and shouldn't be involved in the war, not with her kind heart. But he couldn't think of words to say, knowing the girl was fighting against those she likely knew and loved. Athrun kept going. Tyler did what he could to draw attention to himself. Athrun paused and smiled softly, and he did an exemplary job since there are orders to take him alive so he can be tortured before his execution. Mew's eyes widened at hearing Zaft wanted Tyler to suffer and die for whatever the kid did to draw attention to himself. And it wasn't that Mew doubted Tyler couldn't tick off people with what he did, he knew Tyler could do just that. Natarl was a shining example of how the teen could get under another's skin. There had been times that Mew and Crystal had heard Natarl cursing and swearing she would chuck Tyler into a brig cell before being talked down from doing so, normally by Mew or Crystal. Yet, Mew couldn't help his curiosity at what Tyler could have done to get enough ticked off with him to want him not just dead but to suffer beforehand. I knew the kid had a knack at getting under another's skin, but I didn't think he could get another to want to kill him so much, Mew muttered. Athrun sighed, sadder still, if not for Tyler's action around Josha, many Zaft soldiers would have died by the Alliance's trap. However, he hasn't been thanked or recognized for those efforts. Athrun shook his head, but moving on to the point I'm trying to make about the conversation. He took a deep breath before continuing, the orders I have when I was given the justice was to hunt down and either recapture the freedom or if I can't, to destroy it. Also, I was to eliminate all persons and places the freedom could have gone to. Kira shook his head slowly, but that would mean, he began. However, Athrun cut over him, I'm surprised you figured it out, Kira, but yes, I would have to do many horrible things, including becoming a mass murderer. Athrun gained a flat tone as he kept going, not only would I have to kill you and Tyler but take the lives of countless innocent people to fulfill the orders as they were given. Tyler effectively and bluntly spelled out what I was required to do to follow my orders. And as he put it, the mission is suicidal for pretty much anyone it is given to, even Zaft's champions. All on the bridge were silent at the remark with Athrun admitting his given mission was even one of Zaft's champions wouldn't be able to do successfully. A mission that the best Zaft had would have been difficult or couldn't do was beyond a harsh mission, there was no argument with that. Thus, Mew regretted calling the kid out, knowing he had an assignment he was expected to die trying to do. Athrun took in a breath before he continued, even if I complete the mission successfully by some divine miracle, it will doom Zaft and the plants so that it would be pointless. Athrun paused, shaking his head again, as Tyler told me, the war has been sliding in the disgusting direction it has for a while now, it is just doing so faster now than before. Athrun glanced around the room, I will state what Tyler said as I believe he has a serious point with it. There are two sides in this war now, and it isn't related to factions any longer. It is those who want to save humanity fighting those who are hellbent on destroying it somehow, whether a part of humanity or the whole species. Neutrality is no longer an option in this, and all will have to choose a side they will fight on. And I believe Tyler is right, looking at things as they are, this war is about humanity moving forward as it is or being destroyed and snapped back to a dark past. Athrun gazed at Mew, thus, my answer is I will make my own decisions, and I will fight to protect the human species as it is now. I may still have some doubts, but I will not just follow orders anymore as that path leads to destruction. If you fight to protect humanity as it is, then we are allies, Athrun stated, but he paused. I can't speak for Dirka, and you will have to ask him the same question. But I am not your enemy, that much I can assure you of. Mew had just wanted assurance that Athrun would be helping them and not just go back to Zaft. But the answer he'd gotten to his question was more than that and gave a lot of food for thought. If Athrun was paraphrasing what Tyler had told him, Mew wondered if his head would explode with the full version. He knew Tyler had quite a view of the world around him, but this was far more than anything Mew would have expected of the teen. Overall, Athrun's answer had silenced any doubts about him working with them. So, Mew nodded, that's more than good enough for me. You have a strong heart and mind, and I can put my faith in that, he said, then paused, and it gives me food for thought, I don't know about anyone else. Kira hoped he could get Tyler to tell him what he said to Athrun as there sounded like there was more than Athrun was saying. It certainly seemed Athrun had been thinking hard about what Tyler had told him. And the point about factions not mattering anymore made sense to Kira with what he'd seen. Then Kira couldn't imagine all those who lived among the plants wanted the war but wanted the fighting to stop. Thus, he believed there were many that wanted to fighting and conflict to end. So, Kira spoke up, I don't believe that we're the only ones that wish for peace. Those in the Federation and I imagine many in the plants and on Earth want peace. There was silence at the comment, more so with all the information given in this conversation. None of them had forgotten about Lakis, even when she had left the Archangel a period of time ago. They cared what happened to the pink-haired girl, and to hear that she was in danger didn't sit well with any. And then Tyler was also absent, elsewhere helping the Federation likely with their response against Omni. There were so many decisions that needed to be made to move forward. Then Mew spoke, well, if there really is a chance to end this war and have peace, the Federation would be the most likely to succeed if you ask me. Shortly after the planning meeting, the Archangel and the Kusanagi began heading for the colonies at L4. Busy work was done as the ships traveled. Kira and Athrun stayed on the Kusanagi to help there. Kira noticed that something was bugging Athrun, but he couldn't say what was bothering him. His explanation to Mew had left some unanswered questions in Kira's mind which wouldn't leave him alone. And Kira had a nagging feeling that there was something big that Athrun wasn't saying due to those who had been in the room. If he could get Athrun alone, maybe he would tell Kira what he hadn't when asked about his loyalty. Kira caught Athrun in the pilot observation lounge. Athrun, he greeted. Athrun had been thinking about something on his mind since his last encounter with his father. The conversation with Tyler had just made a choice heavier as his friend implied his father was too far gone to save. Athrun didn't want to believe that was fact in his heart even when his mind said logically it was the truth. Tyler was rarely wrong in his observations, which was why Athrun's mind agreed with him. But Athrun wanted to talk to his father face to face one more time, try once more to help him see reason. If Patrick could see where his actions would lead, he would perhaps realize the error of his views. The chances may be small, but Athrun was willing to try even when it seemed doomed to failure. Yet he was brought out of his thoughts when Kira greeted him and got Athrun to turn. Kira, he muttered, what brings you here? Kira floated over toward Athrun. Something is bothering you, he replied, something you are not saying. What did Tyler say that has you frustrated? This was one of the times that Kira's naivete seemed to be an act or at least absent. He had seen something bothering Athrun but hadn't connected the dots he had dropped. Going against Zaft was one thing, but fighting against his father was a completely different matter. And that was before Tyler implied Patrick Zala had gone far enough that he couldn't be saved from the madness which had taken hold and corrupting him. Yet, if he didn't stand up against his father, his friends and the world would be lost forever. However, before Athrun could explain anything, Kagalai entered the lounge. Kagalai had been looking for Kira as she wanted to talk to him about the picture her father had given her. And it wasn't that Kagalai didn't believe what her father said wasn't true, he didn't lie to her, he would merely say he couldn't tell her something rather than lie. Kira unlikely knew any more than she did, but maybe he would have some thoughts that she didn't. Kira, Kagalai started, do you have a moment? I have something I want to ask you about. Athrun felt he could intrude on these two and didn't want to be a third wheel to them. He still thought Kagalai was cute, and maybe that could go somewhere later, but now wasn't the time for that. So, he faced the door. I think that's my cue to go, it would be best for me to find other things to do, he remarked. Kagalai hadn't meant to interrupt the two with whatever they had been talking about, questions about the picture could wait. And she didn't think Athrun would ask strange questions about the picture her father had given her. So, he didn't need to leave the room for the questions she would ask Kira. No, wait, Kagalai exclaimed, then stopped and took a breath before she moved forward and grabbed his arm. You can stay for this. Kagalai hesitated since she felt at ease around Athrun for reasons she couldn't understand yet. But she continued after a moment, I would prefer you do, so please, stay. Athrun wondered about Kagalai's reaction and her wish for him to stay for whatever she wanted to talk to Kira about. She was a nice girl, Athrun would say that outright, especially after seeing what she had gone through in the last few days. But the last sentence made him wonder if something was going on between him and her. He nodded to Kagalai's request and stopped where he was. Kagalai continued over to Kira, leaving the boy wondering what she could want to talk to him about. Sure, Kagalai, I have the time, he said, what did you need to talk about? Kagalai hesitated at the question, gathering her thoughts on how to begin this conversation. She took out the picture and offered it to Kira, take a look at this. Kira took the picture and looked at it, wondering what this was about. The picture was of a brown-haired woman holding two babies, one a blonde and the other brunette. A picture, Kira remarked, who is in this picture, Kagalai? Kagalai didn't look at Kira as she answered, turn it over. Kira did as instructed, and while he did, Athrun sailed over to be next to Kira, curious what this was about. It was clear that something about the photo was having an effect on Kagalai that was bugging her. There were two words on the back of the photo, Kira and Kagalai. Kira read the words several times, not quite believing what was there. He glanced up at her, Kagalai, he uttered but couldn't find words beyond that. The picture implied they were brother and sister, which didn't make sense to Kira. He knew he was adopted by his parents and had come to terms with that some time ago. Kagalai had mentioned Lord Uzumi adopted her, but the chances of the two of them being related by blood were ridiculous. Kagalai wasn't looking at Kira as she spoke. My father gave me the photo before the Kusanagi launched. Kira blinked, but why would he? Kira started, but Kagalai kept going. He told me that I wouldn't be alone on this journey. She hesitated. He said I would be with my brother. Kagalai couldn't keep going as the tears came to her eyes. She didn't know why she did it, but she reached out and grabbed onto Athrun's jacket. Athrun could sympathize with being alone as Kagalai was clearly feeling. He'd had time he experienced the same. Kagalai gazed at Kira. How is it possible that we are related? You're a coordinator, and I'm a natural. Kira shook his head slowly, for he didn't have any more of an answer than Kagalai in this revelation. The only viable explanation was that Kira had his genes altered while Kagalai had not. However, with genetic engineering, as it was, the chances were very low for such to be successful for two related individuals. I don't know, it is technically possible but extremely improbable, Kira stated. Athrun then had thought of one way for the two to be related but be different types. You would have to be twins for there to be a chance of this, he commented. But the picture alone doesn't give much of an answer other than the possibility. A line that Tyler would say came to Kira's mind, which had helped him accept he was adopted, but his parents loved him as their own. It was clear that Kagalai was questioning whether she was a natural or a coordinator like him. Kira believed Lord Uzumi when he said Kagalai was a natural. The man had also obviously loved Kagalai as his own daughter, which love mattered the most. As I was told before now, Kira began, worrying about things you can't change doesn't help, focus on what is important and move forward from there. Even should this be true and we are siblings, Lord Uzumi is your father. Kira smiled, remembering Tyler's reasoning about how Karidot and Harima were his mother and father even if not biologically. He raised you and loved you, Kagalai, is that not enough to make him your father? Athrun blinked at what Kira was saying, what he was, as it was so out of place for him. Those kinds of lines were what Athrun expected from Tyler. And that connected some dots, which was enough for Athrun to guess Tyler had said something similar to Kira. Tyler had mentioned once that he had helped Kira with accepting he was adopted. Tyler say something like that for you when telling you being adopted isn't important? Athrun asked. Kira nodded, pretty much, and I've learned he was absolutely right as he has a knack to be, he replied. Then he turned back to Kagalai, he loved you as his own, and you loved him, that makes him your father, do not doubt that fact, Kagalai. A/N. Okay, I'll leave off there and continue the story from there in the next phase. So, on to pointing out things I want to highlight from the phase. The first thing I would point out is the new section I wrote which wasn't in the original, that being Tyler's time with the Federation's first space fleet. I wrote this section for two reasons, the first of which is I wanted to fill in what Tyler does before rushing off to the plants. I will get into the second in a moment. So, I put out general recap if you want to call it with what is happening with Lakis and Siegel as they haven't been in the story since phase 30. I also wanted to kind of iterate how the war was getting worse and a little bit of the why. Then, I also wanted to tell Tyler's feelings about what he was doing and what was happening to Lakis and his frustration about that. Finally, I wanted to put on the point that Tyler is willing to face his boss who he is scared of for Lakis. It reminds you readers that Tyler had the character which has him doing pretty much anything for his friends, even to a fault. The second reason I wrote the new section is to both introduce the Voyager-class vessel and display the Federation can and does still whip Omni even when they have mobile suits. It was shown on Earth, but it is just as true in space. And come on, who among you readers doesn't like a good battle scene every now and then? The second half of this phase is of course, back with the Archangel and the Kusanagi. I did fill this scene out a bit more than it was in the original, and I credit the footage from the remastered version of the anime. I hope the imagery is being enjoyed by you readers as it takes time to write. I wanted to point out a few things with this scene which are a tad different. I want to highlight the crew of the Archangel are questioning how they didn't see the Alliance for what it is, a crisis of former faith if you will. It shows that some have come to terms while others are still working on it. I also want to state that while Kagalai may seem like a whiny girl in this phase, that isn't her character as any who have watched canon will know. She is having a kind of midlife crisis so please give her some slack, the girl does get better. The next thing I want to highlight is Kisaka talking about the response to the Omni's orbital fleets. While you readers who have looked at my original story knew it was coming, the Archangel's crew didn't. Mew and Crystal suspected something harsh would come, but not orbital fleet extermination. And it is more the efficiency the Federation is wiping them out which is shocking to the former Omni officers. As one passage stated, ZAFT had been trying for the years of the war to do the same. I will reveal more specific figures in the phases to come. The final thing I want to talk about is the conversation at the end. In canon the picture is given to reveal Kagalai and Kira are siblings, and it is the last act of Uzumi. I state that as Uzumi is alive, but he wanted to give Kagalai hope to latch onto with even darker times ahead. I myself am not a father yet, but with what I've seen, parents want to give their children hope as they go out on their own. Anyone can correct me should I be wrong, I won't take it badly I assure you. I also want to point out the subject of family pushed Thrun to decide to confront his own father. We all know that won't go well, but I want to state he made the choice on his own knowing how much of a long shot it will be. That's all I want to highlight in this phase, and I hope you liked what I pointed out. I will leave the specs for the Voyager class below as well as the Delta Fighter's specs to give readers another look. Again, if some of you could take the time to write a review and tell me what you thought of this phase, I would appreciate it. Every review makes a difference, if only to me. I take every comment seriously as it helps motivate me to keep writing. The next phase is on track so far. It is titled, Promises to Keep, and it will be posted in around 2 weeks. Peace out and stay safe in the world of today wherever you are. I salute soldiers that serve their country, you are amazing. Federation Voyager Class. Technical Specs. Classification, Space Cruiser, based on Mass Effect's System Alliance Dreadnought. Overall length, 525 m. MS capacity, 15. MS catapult, 1. General data. Manufacturer, Human Federation. Operator, Federation's military. Machines carried, Delta Fighter, Aurora Gundam, Athena Gundam, Thanatos Gundam. Crew complement, average 400, up to 475. Standard equipment. Optical camouflage field system. Similar to the Delta Fighter's optical camouflage system, but on a much larger scale. Phased array sensor detection system. Works much like ZAFT or Alliance sensor detection systems, but can also see through fields or systems like Mirage Colloid. Standard armaments. 2x Lancer high-energy beam turrets. There's a double-barreled turret, one on either wing which can swivel 180 degrees. 12x missile launchers. Missile tubes are in the wings towards the back of the ship on both sides, 6 missile tubes on each wing. Bastion 300 cm multi-phase beam cannon. A beam cannon built into the forward structure of the Voyager call much as the Mac gun is for the Enterprise class. Its size gives the ship a powerful punch and the cooling system allows a reasonable firing rate. Thought to be the basis for multi-phased beam technology as they have similar properties. 11x Scepter 75mm multi-barreled CIWS. There are 11 Scepter CIWS dual-barreled defensive gun turrets in total, 4 in front, with 2 on the center sections on either side of the linear catapult and a gun on both of the wings. There were 2 more midway along both wings and the last 3 were divided with 1 on top and behind the navigation bridge and the other 2 along the bottom length of the central section of the ship. Technical specifications. Classification, Mass Production Transformable Mobile Suit. Model Number, HFCSD-201. Official Name, Delta Fighter, based on MSN-001X Gundam Delt Kai. Overall height, head height 18.6 meters, Mobile Suit Mode. Base weight, 68.6 metric tons. Power plant, ultra-compact energy battery. Armor material, unknown. Crew, pilot only, in standard cockpit and torso. General data. Manufacturer, Tesway Laboratories, Federation's Military's Olympus Space Construction Yard. Developed into, HFSE-100 XL. Variants, HFCSD-201E Delta Fighter Eagle Custom, HFCSD-201R Delta Fighter Rock Custom. First deployment, July 23, 65 CE. Operator, Human Federation. Known pilots, Tyler McGregor, Lisa Malto, Alan Knight, Luke Lucy, Kurt Greem, Cormac Swift. Equipment and design features. Long-range targeting, LRT, scope. The optical camera has a huge zoom ability which acts like a scope on a long-range rifle and is hidden in the right side of the head. In the cockpit, a small screen comes out from behind the pilot seat and sits right in front of the pilot's helmet on the right side. Spectre Optical Camouflage Field System, SOC Field. The system allows the fighter not to be detected or seen. It does so by projecting real-time images of what's behind the field with the method used in the heat dispersal from the thrusters, even the heat won't give away position. Recharge Cable System. The equipment is attached to the underside of the machine, is made of 3 parts, a line that connects to the battery of the Delta Fighter, a junction that the line connects to and a combination of hydraulic launcher and cable that can connect to other connectors. The system can be used to tap into a facility's own power grid or into a mobile suit's battery, simply when what's connected to the other end of the cable is in contact with either cables or other means power is transferred by. Fixed armaments. Kai 120mm railgun. The 2 cannons are mounted on the backpack, one on the left and one on the right. Like all railguns, they use electromagnetic forces to launch the projectile they carry. Shield. A standard defensive feature the Delta Fighter, its arm-mounted shield which goes over the left arm in mobile suit mode. Originally a thick piece of extra armor designed to stop physical rounds, shield technology has been forced to adapt to the development of beam weapons by incorporating an anti-beam coating. The Delta Fighter's shield also has the function of serving as the unit's forward section in flight mode. Beside the beam sabers/beam cannons and it can mount a large variety of weapons. Pepper 60mm Vulcan. The 60mm Vulcan gun, while not very powerful and typically unable to penetrate mobile suit heavy armor, the Vulcan gun is useful in intercepting missiles/rockets, destroying mobile suit sensors, and engaging lightly armored targets such as tanks and small aircraft. Beam Saber. The Delta Fighter's close combat armaments, they are stored in the rechargeable racks on the shield. The Beam Saber is capable of cutting through any metal that has not been treated with anti-beam coating. They are also dubbed as beam cannons while mounted in the shield and could be utilized in flight mode. Optional armaments. Plasma Pulse Cannon. An optional weapon that can be mounted on the underside and rear of the nose. It causes heavy and explosive damage on the intended target, and is the default heavy weapon the Delta Fighter has at its disposal. The secondary effect comes from the highly heated plasma that can remain after the impact and corrode a machine's armor. Rapid Assault Machine Cannon. An optional weapon that can be mounted on the front side of the shield. Developed by Kovo's Weapons Development Institute, it fires heavy caliber armor-piercing rounds. Chapter 39, Phase 42, A Promise to Keep. A/N. Here is Phase 42, hope you are enjoying the rewrite thus far. But enough from me, on with the story. Phase 42, Promises to Keep. June 25, 71 CE. Around Lagrange 1. The time that went by in which Tyler had to wait seemed much longer than it really was. Exterminating Omni's second orbital fleet had been tedious and a chore to Tyler, more distracting from his worries than anything else. It didn't help that Tyler dreaded he would read about something happening to Lakis and Siegel as he scanned over the information network. From the things Tyler was seeing, the National Defense Committee was doubling down on trying to apprehend Lakis and her father. They were even employing their group that did off-the-books cleanup work, which was concerning. For the chairman to call upon those who did off-the-book work implied several things. First, it said that Chairman Zala knew they were not criminals as much as he had portrayed them to be. Thus, he couldn't publicly call for their execution as the people of the plants loved them. Which led to the narrative that the Supreme Council was using, that they were unstable, confused, and were being tricked. Those working to capture them were likely to kill them, which irked Tyler. It showed Chairman Zala demanded absolute loyalty over anything else for his plans regarding the ongoing war. So far, both Lakis and Siegel had evaded capture, which Tyler applauded since it wasn't an easy task. As it used to be said, they were moving from foxhole to foxhole, keeping out of the hands of their pursuers. And yet, Tyler was forced to sit around, waiting for the mission to extract the two to be given the green light. If it would work, then Tyler would have gone to Aprilius 1 himself and gotten the two out. However, Tyler knew the chances of success were far too low for that to work and have them alive by the end. Tyler felt Lakis and Siegel would be needed for a world of peace to come to pass. If the world lost either of them, the possibility of lasting peace dimmed tremendously. Plus, Tyler didn't want to lose a friend, he wouldn't accept that if there was any other option. But finally, Tyler saw an extraction mission was given the green light to commence. Tyler had tried to get assigned to the job in what ways he could without getting caught. He was attempting to keep under the radar of his boss, since if he were found out, he would face her directly. Tyler would still go to help Lakis and Siegel even if it meant he would have to take consequences from Admiral Rain. However, nothing Tyler did could get him to put on either of the two Salas teams being sent. All his requests to the second-in-command of Salas were declined, the reply saying those being sent would complete the task fine themselves. Yet, Tyler wouldn't accept that, not that he believed the Salas agents would fail in their mission. Tyler had complete confidence in the Salas teams that would go, and his colleagues would get the work they were assigned done. Tyler's other point set to go to the plants came from a promise he had made to Lakis before taking the freedom. And when Tyler made a promise, he didn't do so lightly, especially when it was made with a friend. It was a lesson that he'd learned from his father: you were a man of your word and kept a promise made to the best of your abilities. And so, Tyler fully intended to go and help Lakis out of the trouble she was in. Of course, if he could assist Siegel, Tyler would do what he could for the man. Tyler would willingly face his boss and tell her his reasons for going off on his own and doing what he did. Such an idea was a horrifying situation that Tyler avoided as he could. But for Lakis, he would face the hellish consequences Admiral Rain could hand out. Tyler wasted no more time and went to the ship's captain and informed him that he would be leaving the ship on assignment. Tyler said he couldn't disclose the details when asked about the assignment as it was a Salas mission. The captain accepted that when a member of Salas said it was their business, it was better not to know. Tyler raced down to the hangar and boarded the Aurora with that done. He launched out from the Voyager class and headed off in the direction of the plants. Tyler shifted the Aurora into its flight mode as he went and shoved the throttles forward to get to his destination on time. Thoughts of Lakis in trouble, crouching down to hide from gunfire and the like, were running through his head as he went. At the same time, Athrun traveled along toward the plants in a shuttle he had borrowed from the Archangel. After Kagalai had gotten out her feelings about Kira potentially being her brother, Athrun decided he would go to the plants and confront his father and do his best to convince him of the wrongness of his actions. If Athrun couldn't convince his father, he would at least make sure the man knew he would be responsible for ZAFT falling and the plants surrendering. Should things go unchanged, the Federation would end this war by defeating the Alliance and ZAFT. Learning that the Federation had already wiped out one of the Alliance's orbital fleets showed that ZAFT wouldn't do much better against them. He had left the Justice back with the Archangel, for a couple of reasons. ZAFT would abuse the machine and take advantage of it having a Federation ID assigned to it. Dirka hadn't been willing to admit Athrun may not come back from his trip to the plants, so he hadn't accepted the pilot seat offered. However, Athrun had to plan for the worst, that he would be killed or imprisoned when he got back. The implications that Tyler had given were bouncing around his head as he sailed along. Tyler hadn't said it directly, but he might as well have. Patrick Zala had fallen into madness, whether by his own choice or another leading him into it. However, there was still the possibility that his father was still in there somewhere, and Athrun wanted to see if he could find him. It was for Athrun and the good memories of his mother that he was firm in taking the slimmest of chances. Kagalai's objections hadn't helped his resolve as she had tried to stop him. Yet, Kira had been on his side and convinced Kagalai to let him go. Kira had been with him for around halfway before Athrun had continued alone to Jachindu. When Athrun had arrived at the base in the Alliance shuttle, he had been detained, which he had expected. He had been given a state-of-the-art mobile suit to bring back its twin unit or destroy it before returning. And with him returning without the mobile suit he had left with wouldn't be seen well at all. But Athrun was prepared for the questions demanded of him when he arrived. He didn't answer much of them but was polite about those he did answer, even if those interrogating him weren't giving the same courtesy. However, two things saved him from further questioning, which he hadn't expected. The first was that someone came upon the interrogation, Admiral Tries of all people who had been touring the base at that time. He had asked what was going on, and those trying to get information from Athrun couldn't come up with a response for the man. The second point that got Athrun out of the questioning was that orders came that he was to be escorted to the chairman's office immediately. Meanwhile, Tyler had been traveling for a few hours before he came into the area considered Lagrange 5. He spotted the hourglass-shaped colonies laid out in 6 rows, with 10 in each row and another grid of the same size below the first. By the last collection of information that Tyler had looked at, Lakis and Siegel were on Aprilius 1. Tyler headed toward Aprilius 1, aiming for the central control structure where docking facilities were located. Once Tyler got close enough to see the outer hull of the control sector of the colony, he began looking for a usable airlock to enter by. Tyler quickly found what he needed, exited his suit's cockpit, and used his suit's thrusters to get to the airlock. With Tyler's skill set, getting past the ZAFT security was a simple task for him. Upon entering the colony, when the airlock cycled, Tyler began searching for the Salas team that had been sent here. Tyler kept to unused paths in the control sector, the maintenance corridors being what he favored. As Tyler made his way toward the colony interior, he came across the Salas team he'd been looking for. He was forced to stop when he had guns pointed at him by the Salas team members. Tyler put up his hands before bringing out his ID stick and projecting his military creds. The team leader signaled the rest to lower their weapons. "Commander McGregor," she started, "I wouldn't doubt there's a story to why you're here." Tyler put away his ID stick before gazing at the Salas team leader. "Indeed, there is," he replied. "But as time isn't a luxury we have in plenty, it would be better if I don't get into it. I know I'm not assigned to this mission specifically, but I will face the consequences from above." After a moment, the team lead shrugged. "So be it, you can join us, but we aren't responsible for what you do should Admiral Rain inquire." Tyler nodded in agreement. "I accept that, and I'll take the fall should that be needed and drag no one with me." Tyler fell in with the rest of the Salas team as they moved forward toward the colony interior. He didn't know anyone on the team as he hadn't met any of them on a previous mission. But then, Tyler tended to get missions with small teams or work by himself on the assigned tasks. Most in Salas knew who Tyler was because he was the youngest member and tended to get infiltration missions. He had earned a reputation even when he didn't want to have the kid that managed to pull things off. And that reputation was something he had worked hard to prove to others it was untrue, at least the kid part. Tyler also found the team he had joined up with was the one that was heading for where Lakis was assumed to be hiding. The team traveled through the maintenance corridors of the control sector, which were empty and clearly not checked often. That ZAFT had areas in their colonies they didn't watch much if at all, showed they didn't expect outside forces to get inside. The team met none as they moved forward, though they were still on guard just in case they encountered anyone. So, the Salas team met no trouble before reaching an airlock that would lead into the habitation area of the colony. The team opened the airlock and looked down toward the ground far below them. The team lead signaled the rest to ready themselves to descend to the ground below. All on the team activated their optical camouflage systems with their suits before jumping and starting the drop to the colony interior. Using their suits' thrusters, the descent took close to 10 minutes, so they remained unnoticed by any that may look up. After landing, the team quickly moved forward to the house that information pointed to the one they were to rescue. Tyler saw that the place they were approaching looked like a house for multiple families. He would guess it had more than 5 bedrooms and could support several people living within. The team sped forward and hid in the greenery at the edge of the property. The Salas team's view was a few vehicles that were both in green uniforms and men in black suits. Those in green uniforms also wore helmets and bullet-resistant vests, while those in black suits had guns with silencers. Obviously, the soldiers were guarding the place and would prevent any from leaving while they were there. There were also gunshots coming from the inside of the house, which Tyler didn't like to hear. "McGregor," the team leader said, "take half the team and go inside and deal with those there. The rest will be with me, and we'll take care of those outside." Tyler acknowledged the order and moved forward, and others filed into a double line behind him as they headed for the house. As Tyler's group prepared to enter the house, the rest of the Salas team moved over to where the ZAFT soldiers were. They quickly got down to dispatching the ZAFT soldiers quickly enough that they didn't know what was happening. Meanwhile, Aisha and the soldiers with her were holed up in one of the bedrooms inside the house. The windows to the outside had been blocked so that none could target any of them from the outside. 12 of the soldiers who had joined the cause that Lakis stood for now, along with Aisha. 3 soldiers were at the door with submachine guns firing in the direction of the invaders and assassins. All in the bedroom were dedicated to protecting Miss Klein and would give their lives to shield her from death. If Siegel and or Lakis were lost, then those against the way the war was going would lose pretty much all but one chance to stand up to those in power. Lennis Tries was the only other that could stand up to the Supreme Council and have a hope of succeeding. Lakis didn't like the current circumstances that she and others found themselves in right now. She had never meant for others to become involved in the mess she and her father knew would come their way after the theft of the freedom. Both she and her father had gone into hiding the same day Tyler had taken the freedom away from the plants. Siegel had gone one way while Lakis had gone another. They kept in contact through secret channels. That had been working with keeping them out of the hands of those Chairman Zayla had been sending out to find them. That had worked for close to a month, and they had kept one step ahead of the hunters from catching them. However, this time ZAFT forces had gotten the jump on them before moving to their next hiding spot. It was questionable if they would escape alive from the ZAFT forces Chairman Zayla had sent at them. With how things stood, Lakis may end up being why those here lost their lives. While she believed in what she spoke about in the broadcasts and felt it was worth risking one's life for, it was more than just hers in this. Lakis really would love for Tyler to appear now. He would come up with a plan to get all of them out alive. Tyler always had a plan for any given situation, and he seemed to have a knack for the idea. He'd promised he would come to help her out of a jam, and if she wasn't in one now, Lakis didn't know what a jam was. Lakis was torn from her thoughts when one of the soldiers protecting her cried out and fell backward. She looked at the man and saw he had taken a bullet in his right shoulder, bleeding. Aisha moved forward and glanced over the man and the injury he'd just taken. The wound to the shoulder wasn't serious at the moment, if the bleeding could be stopped soon. They were losing ground and would soon be overrun if things didn't change seriously. Andy was too far away to be able to help in this since he was at a ZAFT dock with the Eternal. Those trying to get to Miss Lakis had more in the matter of numbers than they did, and that would win in the end right now. Tyler's group moved into the house's foyer and found there were soldiers in the adjacent rooms. By what Tyler saw, the attackers looked to be part of the group as those outside, so they were likely the same force. They were firing their weapons into a room toward the back of the house. However, the gunfire in that direction was being shot back at by those they were trying to kill. From what Tyler could count, there were 20 on the attacking end, and there were fewer on the defending side in his estimation. Tyler ordered that smoke grenades be used to make a screen for his group to be able to move in and dispatch those they were here to stop. The smoke quickly spread into the rooms, and Tyler ordered his group to activate their thermal filters on their visors. His group moved in and began clearing the rooms, killing the ZAFT personnel and shooting at whoever was in the house. Aisha peeked around the doorframe and spotted smoke filling the room, and she was trying to process what was going on. If the smoke was from their attackers, why was it filling the room they were in and not the hallway they were shooting down? Something didn't feel exactly right to Aisha, and she wanted to say she was missing something in this. What she saw didn't match any ZAFT strategy that Aisha knew of. As smoke filled the rooms, the sounds of coughing filled the air, which was good enough for Tyler to order his group forward. With the thermal filter in the visors of the Salas team, they could see the layout of the room without the smoke interfering. While moving through the smoke, Tyler and his group were using blades rather than guns on the ZAFT soldiers. With Tyler's group dispatching the attackers, things were going as smoothly as possible. But then one of the ZAFT soldiers threw open a window, and another did the same on a second one. With the windows open, the smoke quickly began moving out of the room Tyler was in, which required a change of tactics. Tyler ordered blades away and guns out to finish cleaning up the mess they were in now. After giving out instructions, Tyler sheathed his own knife and took out his Hornet SMG he preferred to use on missions. Salas operatives tended to have the Federation's Avenger assault rifle as the standard gun they used. Tyler flicked off the gun's safety, took aim at the nearest ZAFT soldier, and got to business. The ZAFT soldiers had bullet-resistant vests on, as was standard for operations to deal with insurrectionists. But this enemy which had come with the smoke and had been taking them down was not like any of the criminals that had been in the mission brief. And now this unseen force was using guns that the vests didn't seem to block bullets well, if at all. Truthfully, Tyler almost felt sorry for the ZAFT personnel and what they faced. They were outmatched and didn't even know it. Yet he ignored the sick feeling of killing others and focused on the task at hand, which was saving Lakis. Aisha was listening with the two at the door to figure out what was going on in the dining room. Firing bullets was odd, as it didn't sound like any weapon that ZAFT would use that Aisha could think of. The sound of gunfire died down after a couple of minutes, and silence filled the house. There had been gunfire from outside, from what Aisha had heard. It made her wonder who was here now that had likely just wiped out the ZAFT forces sent to kill them. She and another peeked around the doorframe and saw the dining room with dead bodies on the floor. From what Aisha could see, the bullet-resistant vests hadn't been much help to the soldiers. However, there was the faint sound of footsteps in the house in different rooms further away. That could mean whoever had mowed down the ZAFT force was still here in the house and potentially on the outside too. Tyler had told his group to fan out and search the rest of the house to make sure there were no other ZAFT soldiers there to cause issues. It was better to be safe than sorry, as the old phrase used to go, and Tyler had learned the wisdom of the adage. Tyler joined the house search to make sure the coast was clear for Lakis and those who were with her. It took 5 minutes to make sure the house was clear of any that could cause problems. Tyler was back in the foyer when the all clear was reported. He was stepping into the dining room when he gave the order to drop their camouflage they had been using. Tyler holstered his SMG as he moved towards the room ZAFT personnel had been shooting at. He figured that the room was the most likely place for Lakis to be, and he was here to save her. Aisha had been talking to Lakis when one of the soldiers at the door whispered to her that they had seen something. Aisha moved to the door, peeked around the frame, and saw some in the dining room and foyer. The thing that caught her eye was the figures she was seeing were in Federation spacesuits. She could think of no viable reason for Federation soldiers would be around Lagrange 5, let alone on Aprilis 1. Aisha was grateful for the assistance of the Federation soldiers since they had gotten them out of a bind. However, there was no clear motive for them to be here or help Miss Lakis. Aisha didn't like to make assumptions, even if they could be good ones for her. She signaled some of the soldiers to move out into the hallway to stand as a defense for Miss Klein. After seeing 4 ZAFT soldiers coming out of a room into the hallway and aiming their guns at him, Tyler stopped. He raised his hand slowly to show he didn't have a weapon to use against them. A moment later, he heard guns clicking, and Tyler knew some in his group had come into the room and were covering him. The standoff didn't last long as Tyler signaled his allies to lower their weapons. Pointing guns at one another weren't helping this situation, and time was of the essence. Aisha was still in the doorway to shield Miss Lakis, but she kept an eye on the standoff. The Federation soldiers had what appeared to be assault-style rifles even when it was a model she wasn't familiar with. Aisha was surprised that the Federation soldiers' team leader told them to lower their rifles while her allies kept their guns raised. Aisha whispered for the 4 soldiers to do the same as the Federation soldiers, with them likely not to kill them. She would rather deal with the Federation than ZAFT personnel right now. Tyler exhaled when the ZAFT soldiers lowered their submachine guns and glad things were not escalating. Lakis wondered what was going on outside the bedroom since there had been silence for minutes now. From what Aisha had whispered, Lakis was led to believe that Federation soldiers had handled the ZAFT personnel hunting them. Lakis wanted to believe the Federation being here was good for them. Lakis's group needed a stroke of luck in this situation if they were to get out of their circumstances. 2 of her protectors had been hurt, one with a gunshot wound to the shoulder. The other had gotten a gash when a window had been shattered from an explosion. She had apologized to both of those hurt, defending her as she wished they hadn't been injured. However, she was done hiding behind others right now, and they get hurt for her. So, Lakis rose and walked toward the door to face those here now. A woman stepped out of the room, and it was a second before Tyler recognized her. The woman had been one of Lakis's helpers during the theft of the Freedom. He assumed that he and Waltfeld were still assisting Lakis while she was on the run. Tyler guessed the ZAFT soldiers and personnel had likely defected from the regular forces to do what they were. He would applaud their dedication as their lives were on the line with protecting Lakis. Tyler would be shocked if their hunters showed any mercy to Lakis's protectors. They would gun them down without hesitation. Tyler refocused and decided to take off his helmet to be recognized and move things along potentially. Lakis stepped around Aisha and gazed at those in Federation spacesuits. Much like Tyler's pilot suit, the visors blocked any view for the face of the wearer. However, as Lakis took in their rescuers, she saw they had more equipment than Tyler would normally possess. Yet, her attention was drawn to one Federation soldier taking off their helmet. It was unusual as the Federation was well known for being mysterious and not revealing much information about themselves. Nevertheless, once the face was there for all to see, Lakis felt warmth in her heart seeing Tyler's face. She rushed forward and embraced her friend, so happy that he was there. Yes, he had promised that he would come to help her get away from those that would hunt her down. Lakis had believed Tyler when he'd said he would come back, but she had worried he wouldn't make it in time. Aisha blinked at seeing the face of the Federation soldiers since it was oddly familiar to her. A moment later, she remembered where she'd seen the young man which had been during the theft of the Freedom. He was the pilot Miss Lakis had chosen for taking the mobile suit away from the plants. Aisha hadn't imagined she would see the young man anytime soon again after the theft. Aisha would have said something but Miss Lakis shot past her and hugged the young man. Aisha decided they were safe for the moment as the young man was a friend of Miss Lakis and wouldn't hurt her. Tyler returned the hug Lakis gave him. "It's good to see you're okay, Lakis," he greeted warmly. "I'm here like I said I would be to help you get out of this situation. I just got help, which had speed things along tremendously." Tyler knew they couldn't stick around for long, and they needed this group to get moving before ZAFT sent more to finish the job. "Nice as it is to know you're alive and okay," Tyler said, "we need to move before others come and continue what those we handled were doing." Aisha agreed with the need to move away from the house stated. Section 2 and ZAFT soldiers had been sent to kill them, which was worrisome. Soldiers were expected more than some from Section 2, who normally did dirty work that the public didn't even know about. However, with Section 2 and soldiers failing, the next step usually was for special forces to be deployed. While she and the others protecting Miss Lakis had dealt with that, they would not do well against special forces. Federation soldiers had bailed them out of a tight situation, and such an opportunity shouldn't be wasted. "I would agree, Miss Lakis," Aisha said, "we should move away from the house before more come for us." Aisha told the soldiers to ready themselves to move and carry the 2 injured comrades they had. Tyler noticed that 2 of the ZAFT personnel here with Lakis were hurt, likely from the fighting they had been doing. The female ZAFT soldier looked to have her arm wrapped in bandages but could move fair enough on her own. On the other hand, the male soldier had a bloody shoulder likely from a bullet wound that would cause an issue. So Tyler moved forward, taking out one of the vials of stim shot. It was an emergency injection that would stimulate the individual and help them ignore the pain and get through things. The idea was temporary, but it was effective most of the time. Tyler knelt by the injured man. "I have something that will help for a time to get you through this." Tyler paused, squeezing the levers on the side of the vial, so the injection needle popped out. "You'll still need medical attention when you get it, but this will temporarily help." Tyler stabbed the needle in and pressed the button on the top of the vial, and the liquid in it drained into the man. While Tyler was injecting whatever he was into the injured soldier, another wrapped their shoulder with bandages. After a few minutes, Lakis's group gathered what they needed and were ready to head out of the house. Once outside, Lakis's group was shocked to see all their hunters dead and more Federation-suited people. It was an unofficial accepted fact that Federation soldiers were better trained than either Omni or ZAFT. However, it was another thing actually to see the point proven to them. Aisha wondered if these soldiers were Federation special forces of some kind. There had never been any mention of what kind of soldiers they were that Aisha could recall. She wouldn't be shocked if they were special forces or even the Federation Salas with their skills. If any of them said they were members of Salas, Aisha would believe it without much difficulty. As they moved away from the house, the Federation soldiers vanished from sight. However, Aisha could see faint disturbances in the air, which could be mistaken for a heat haze of some sort. There was little argument that the Federation was superior regarding stealth technology. Neither Omni nor ZAFT could compete with the Federation on stealth, which was very much detested. Yet, Aisha wasn't against having invisible allies, as if ZAFT special forces did catch up with them, they would have a hard time for it. If their group could get to the docks and onto the Eternal, they would be clear. Meanwhile, the trip to Aprilis 1 was quiet for Athrun, and then the walk to Patrick Zala's office was the same. The 2 soldiers said nothing as they escorted Athrun, nor did they give any expression to say anything. Athrun focused on controlling his breathing and keeping calm for what lay ahead of him. Upon entering the office, Athrun noted it was darker than the last time he was here, adding to the uncomfortable atmosphere. The expression on his father's face was even less kind and somewhat understanding than when he received his mission to find the Freedom. If Athrun needed any other sign that this conversation would be anything but pleasant, then Patrick signaled for the soldiers to leave. After the soldiers left, Patrick came around his desk and stood in front of Athrun. "You've returned from your mission, Athrun, not a single report before this, which I'm disappointed with. However, as this was a top-secret assignment, I would normally be willing to forego that. And yet, by what I'm to understand, you came back on an Alliance shuttle and not the mobile suit you were given." Patrick glared at his son. "Where is the justice? What happened to the Freedom?" Athrun's intention was to confront this man that was his father in the hope of understanding why he had been doing things that got so many people killed. The man Athrun remembered from when he was a child had been a good man, stubborn at times and stern, but a good-natured man who stood up for others. However, the display of the man in front of Athrun was not even a shadow of that man. It was pretty much as Tyler had implied the leaders of ZAFT would be, and it was a stab in the heart for Athrun. But for the good in him that Athrun still wanted to believe he had, he would attempt to reason with him. Father, I need to know what your true feelings and intentions concerning this war are. Patrick became more irritated at the question being asked rather than the answer that should be coming out of the boy's mouth. There were enough issues to handle currently, with the two Kleins sowing doubt and discord. Managing the rumors that those two had been putting out had kept several in the National Defense Committee. Then Section 2 had been having little success at apprehending either of them. The Kleins seemed to keep a step ahead and were away from the hiding places discovered. One team of soldiers was looking into a promising lead on Lakis Klein, and hopefully, the girl would be caught or killed soon enough. There were far more important facts to confirm than this boy asking foolish questions. Thus, Patrick stared for a moment before gaining an expression of annoyance on his face. What did you say? Athrun didn't back down, and he would have a straight answer regardless of how painful it could be. You heard me, how much longer must we continue fighting? Athrun continued. The inquiry that questioned this conflict's purpose and reasoning were important, and Athrun had to know. What do you believe must be done so this war can end with peace and not destroy the human race? Again, Patrick Zala paused at the question, not quite believing that the one in front of him was asking this. This boy had been given an important mission to complete, and he shouldn't be wasting time on nonsense. What nonsense are you blathering? Patrick snarled. What's important now is the mission you were assigned to do. You're to report on that and not ask ridiculous questions that are childish nonsense. That reply and tone didn't give Athrun hope that he would do what he wanted to come back here. No, it only showed how far gone the man was, which hurt far more than any words did. I've returned because, Athrun paused, I felt the need to ask you this question directly. How much more of this fighting, this destructive war must there be for it to be enough? Athrun snapped, how many more lives will be lost before it ends? Patrick was becoming angry at this boy who wasn't doing as he should. Athrun was being childish at a time when that was a hindrance. So, Patrick gained a look of growing anger. Enough of this, Athrun. I will not have a child who doesn't understand a thing talking to me like this. There are far more important tasks to be done right now, and you are impeding them. Before now, Athrun would have likely backed down and not argued with the man. His father had been in leadership for long enough to be wise in how things should be done, that's what Athrun had believed. But not anymore, so much had changed in the months of the current year that Athrun couldn't accept the man knew best. Athrun wasn't ignorant of the world around him, nor any more of the rising cost this war was taking. This war was slowly but surely bringing the extinction of the human race, and the pace had been accelerating in the current year. So, Athrun glared right back at the man, it is you who doesn't understand a thing. Alaska, Panama, Victoria, and then the battles that resulted from those. Do you even know the exact numbers of those who didn't come back because of the bloodshed? Athrun breathed a bit and lowered his volume a bit, which had risen before he continued, you attack another, and then you're attacked again because you attacked. It's a cycle of never-ending revenge. All the lives that are lost in this count for nothing, it doesn't make sense at all to anyone with logic. This war only escalates, and more people die, yet nothing changes, the same responses and reactions don't solve anything. This war and its disasters will never stop with the current mentality. It will only keep spiraling into the death and destruction it has, and it's getting out of control. The subject matter was far too similar to the garbage Klein and his daughter were putting out to the public. With Athrun having been away, Patrick would have thought he wouldn't be swayed by such nonsense. The boy was clearly lost and blind to see that, yet it wasn't helpful that he was rebelling in the end. Where did you get such crazy ideas? Patrick demanded. Have you been deceived by that girl, Lakis Klein, and her lies? The replies coming from his father were becoming more ridiculous each time. He wasn't listening to the subject matter, just thinking of the justifications for himself and his goals, whatever they were. The effects the war was having even now were doing horrible things and were going beyond the original arguments that brought it about. From what Tyler said, Lakis and her father were doing what they could to help the plants. And by the sound of it, she was broadcasting messages of peace which some didn't want. It was more evidence that Tyler had been right. This man wasn't his father, Patrick Zala. Father, do you seriously think meeting power with power will end this war? Athrun questioned incredulously. If the boy hearing the truth could get him back on task, Patrick would tell him. The fact had become clear years ago, and the war wouldn't end with peace talks. Only when one side stood in victory over the remains of the other two would the war end. Of course, it will, Patrick shouted, the moment every last natural is exterminated is when the war will end. Athrun was dumbfounded at the last line as it was one he would have never expected from the one in front of him. What was more worrisome was the conviction it was stated in, as it made it clear the man would see it through. And that transition into Athrun feeling Chairman Zala saying every last natural he included those that were citizens of the Human Federation. The sheer amount of lives that would end and be destroyed were such a thing come to pass, it went far beyond mass genocide, it was pure evil. This was more a mantra or answer Athrun would expect from groups like Blue Cosmos, not his father. The parts that Tyler had said ZAFT was going down the same path as the Alliance came back to Athrun's mind. Patrick continued, Now tell me, Athrun, what happened to our machines, the justice and the freedom? Patrick Zala snapped, regaining Athrun's attention. The chairman closed the distance between himself and Athrun and grabbed his son by the collar of his uniform. Be aware that even you may not be forgiven depending on your answer. He had to ask the question on his mind, and though he was almost certain of the answer now, his heart urged him to ask it. Athrun truly wanted to believe his father could be saved from this madness, but it seemed impossible. However, Athrun wanted to make sure this man understood what he said. Father, do you really mean what you said about killing every natural? Athrun inquired seriously. Do you really believe that extermination is the solution to this war? Athrun paused for a moment. Please, tell me you don't mean that, tell me you don't want all naturals to die. This boy had lost sight of the goals ZAFT had to achieve to protect the plants. That's the whole point of this war. That's why we're fighting it in the first place. How could you have forgotten that? He snapped angrily. No coordinator is safe while a natural lives. They deserve to die for the suffering they caused us. Each line made this conversation worse, as if a knife was being twisted in Athrun's heart. Those in the Federation didn't hate coordinators, they welcomed them and treated them with dignity. If not for the Federation, the coordinator population would be close to half of what it was now. The Federation's principles protected all human types from oppression and had done so for years, even before the war. And yet, his father was implying that even those who had welcomed coordinators deserved to die. And do you include those who are members of the Federation? Athrun questioned, hoping that somehow, he could make his father realize what he was saying and take back what he claimed. They welcomed coordinators and gave them a place to call home. They have defended us and our rights but are still naturals themselves. The boys still didn't understand the point. Naturals were evil and threatened coordinators, it was their nature. The Federation was no different, as it was infected with natural type thinking. Of course it does, they are no different than any other natural type. The Federation can't be trusted, naturals have corrupted them to their core. They are as much a threat as the Earth Alliance. Before he threw Athrun forward to the floor, Chairman Zala barked, they will die along with the rest of the horrid naturals for the future of all coordinators. Athrun hit the ground and bounced once before he hit the ground, rolled a few feet, and came to a stop. It had been like the knife in his heart had been jerked and ripped a part of his heart out. To hear his father declare that he would keep this war going until every natural was dead brought the conclusion Athrun had been unable to accept before. Such an action wouldn't end the war, Athrun knew it without a doubt. The coordinators who had loved ones that were naturals wouldn't allow it. The only thing that action would bring would be to continue this vicious cycle of war until humanity utterly destroyed itself. Athrun's thoughts were of why would his father do this and go so far as to keep this war going? However, the click of a gun being loaded and ready to fire snapped Athrun back to the present. He glanced up at Chairman Zala. A gun, father? Athrun asked, tones of disbelief mixed with sadness entering his voice. Now, stop giving me that garbage and answer me. Where are the justice and the freedom? Chairman Zala demanded. Athrun gazed downward, at last, realizing what Tyler had been trying to tell him when it came to the man who was the chairman of the plants was right. The man in front of Athrun looked like Patrick Zala and sounded like him, to the point he was a carbon copy. But the man wasn't Patrick Zala, he was akin to a stranger and nothing more. The man who had been Athrun's father, Patrick Zala, was gone forever, and nothing could change that now. And the awareness sinking in hurt far more than any of the words which had been said for Athrun. At the same time, Lakis's group, escorted by the Salas team, got to the colony's central elevator that would get them to the control sector and spaceport. Aisha contacted Andy and told them Miss Lakis's group was en route to the Eternal just before their group had reached the colony elevator. The plan was for him to have those who weren't in on the operation to get Miss Lakis away from the plants to get off the Eternal. It appeared to Tyler that Lakis and those with her already had a plan to escape the plants. Tyler couldn't say what that plan was, but as she had kept herself and others from being captured for around 2 months, the girl could plan things for herself. Tyler knew he would have to find his own way out and get back together with the Aurora. It would be simple enough once in the control sector, as Tyler could use the maintenance ways to find a way out of the colony. And while Tyler wasn't fond of leaving Lakis, she had a Salas team with her. The Salas team would make sure Lakis would get to wherever she was going, he was confident. And so, as Lakis was exiting the colony elevator, she heard a whisper in her ear. Lakis, Tyler's voice said, this is where we part, for now, I'll see you later. Lakis glanced to her right where Tyler's voice had come from, but there was nothing there she could see. She didn't like Tyler going a different way to leave Aprilius 1. There was so much that could happen or go wrong for him, and he was high on the list of people those in control wanted to be rid of. She didn't doubt Tyler could take care of himself, and he'd proven that several times during the journey to Earth. Tyler quickly slipped into a shadowy corridor that led to the maintenance access ways in the colony's control sector. Tyler met no one as he moved through the corridors and came into what Tyler felt was a military area of the spaceport docking section of the colony. Tyler felt the area he was in would be classified as such because of the mobile suit docks and the occasional ZAFT personnel he would see. It looked similar to where Lakis had taken him for the theft of the Freedom. Tyler used his infiltration skills not to be caught by any he encountered. His suit's stealth system certainly helped him from being found or seen, but it wasn't perfect. But Tyler was searching for a place he could have the Aurora come to pick him up and potentially resupply. And after 5 minutes of searching, Tyler had the good luck of finding a dock that would work for his needs. Tyler entered the docking area, went to a console, and put in some commands to see what he had to work with. The dock would be able to resupply the Aurora quickly enough for the short time that Tyler had. Tyler heard some noise from out in the hallway the dock was connected to, so he stopped what he was doing. Tyler popped out into the corridor and saw 2 individuals coming down the hallway. One was in a ZAFT uniform, implying they were a soldier, while the other was in a mechanic's uniform, meaning they were probably an engineer. If they walked by and didn't do an inspection, Tyler would be fine, and he hoped they did. Should they not, Tyler would have to take care of them, so they didn't interfere with what he was doing. However, Tyler's luck didn't hold, and he saw the 2 were glancing into docks as they were moving along the corridor. So, Tyler floated over to be behind the 2 as they walked down the hallway and readied himself to do what he needed to. As the 2 were passing, Tyler hit them hard on their heads to knock them out. He then dragged the 2 further down the hall until he found a storage room and shoved the 2 inside the room. After the 2 were dealt with, Tyler made his way back to the dock he'd found and returned to the console he had been working on. He hacked into the colony systems and managed to get the airlocks to the dock to open without notice. With the way in clear, Tyler used his arm control pad to give his machine remote instructions for it to come here. The response from the Aurora was quick, and it was moving from where he'd left it to the tunnel Tyler had opened. As the Aurora came into the dock and landed, Tyler wondered how ZAFT could be so lax in the plant's security. He connected the cables and other lines to have the Aurora start resupplying. Now it was a matter of Tyler waiting for the process to finish and not getting caught before that was completed. With how unused the area of the sector seemed to be, Tyler should be fine. However, he had come across the 2 he'd had to store in a different room, so it was still possible he could be found. Back with Lakis's group, they kept moving toward the main spaceport area to reach the ship they were trying to get to. The Eternal was in one of the ZAFT docks but could be accessed from the main spaceport. They took less used and watched routes to get to their final destination. With Lakis's appearance being as well known as it was, she needed to be out of sight with her being hunted by those loyal to Patrick Zala. And yet, a few soldiers who were part of what was being called the Klein faction met up with them along the way. They didn't bring welcome news to Lakis. While they had escaped their pursuers, it was being countered. That was expected, but the other piece of news that they brought got Lakis to bring the group to a halt. They told her Athran Zala had returned from the mission he was on. The mission was top secret, so few details were available as to what Athran had been assigned to do. The only information that those who were telling her this could get was Athran had been given the justice for the job. What was strange was that he hadn't returned with the mobile suit he had been sent out with. Instead, Athran had returned to Aprilius 1 on an Alliance shuttle, and the shuttle's flight log had been erased. Athran was now in the custody of the regular ZAFT forces under the command of Chairman Zala. They had dragged Athran to meet with the chairman for a debrief, as it was referred to. Nothing was being said about the content of the meeting, but it was assumed not to have gone well. Athran had been escorted out of the chairman's office by several soldiers which members of committees had seen. After meeting with Chairman Zala, Athran was being taken to be questioned or really interrogated by some from the Justice Department. Lakis figured Athran had been trying to confront his father, but she couldn't say for sure. She couldn't blame him for wanting to try talking reason to one who had been at one time a good person. It showed that Athran had a good heart that Lakis already knew. At hearing that news, Lakis wanted to help Athran out of the situation he had been put in. Should Athran be taken away and interrogated, Lakis feared she nor anyone would see Athran again. With how things were, she believed Athran would be killed to have him silenced, much as Lakis or her father would be if caught. So, she asked Aisha if there was any way to help Athran out of the predicament that he had gotten himself into. What Miss Lakis was asking was a tall order, to put it simply. Saving people from the attack dogs of the current ruling body was a difficult task in any event. It was doable, but it took work and planning to pull it off successfully and not pay a high price. So rescuing someone on such short notice was going toward suicide. Yet, Miss Lakis was clearly set on somehow helping Athran Zala out of the hands of Section 2. That was standard procedure in ZAFT. If the Supreme Council member had someone they wanted investigated, Section 2 was tapped for such things. There was an opportunity to get Zala out of the hands of those guarding them during the exchange from soldiers to members of Section 2. Aisha quickly assigned Martin da Costa, Waldfeld's right hand, and went to complete the task of getting Athran out of his situation. A few men went with da Costa after Aisha had given him the job and told them to catch up to the ship after he had Athran with them. At the same time, Andrew had already gotten to work on his end to have the Eternal ready to go. The ship to which Andrew had been assigned, the FFMHY-101 Eternal, was a pinkish dark red color overall with an overall length of 300 meters. It had a single mobile suit catapult on the forward half of the ship and the majority of the ship behind the catapult. The ship had 10 engines in total, with 2 on each wing pod structure and the other 6 on the rear of the main ship body. For armaments, the Eternal had 40 missile launchers spread throughout the wings, central section, and the ship's rear. The main offensive weapon of the ship was a large beam cannon mounted above the catapult deck. 3 smaller beam cannons supported the cannon on both wings for a collective total of 6 of them. On the defensive side of things, there were 12 CIWS guns and 2 double-barreled CIWS to intercept incoming fire. Then last but not least, the 2 mobile suit embedded tactical enforcer, or meteors, were docked to the front of the ship just forward of the mobile suit catapult. The meteors were a weapon system in themselves, with 4 high-energy beam cannons, beam swords, and missiles with each unit. The bridge crew worked on having the ship's systems good to go and not being vulnerable to any from the dock taking them over. Andrew picked up the ship's phone and put it to his ear. "Attention, this ship is entering its final preparation," he announced. "I repeat, this ship is entering its final preparation, so let's get to work." Those working with the Klein faction understood the code that was being stated. It was time to get all of those that were allies off the ship so they didn't get involved and could be safer. Others on the ship stopped and looked at one another, wondering what Captain Waltfeld was talking about. The Eternal had no launching orders from the National Defense Committee yet, so they were to stand by until they did. However, that confused ZAFT personnel quickly found guns pointed at them by their comrades. Questions were asked about what was going on, and they were told that they needed to exit the ship. Should they do so, they would be okay and not get into trouble with anyone on the Defense Committee. While that was going on, Athrun was escorted out of the administration building by the soldiers. A truck waiting would take him somewhere to be questioned and roughed up if necessary. Athrun had tried as hard as he could to convince the man that was supposed to be his father that what he was doing wasn't right. But, in the end, his effort had not been since the chairman hadn't listened to him. The realization the Patrick Zala Athrun had known was gone forever had shaken him to the core. All Chairman Zala had been insistent on knowing was what had happened to the Freedom and the Justice and their locations. Athrun's next action of attempting to assault the chairman was foolish, and he knew it. But the anger he felt at the man that appeared and sounded like his father burned. Fuel was added to comprehending how blind this man who led the plants was, and it had become immense. When Athrun had asked how this war would end, the chairman had shouted that the war would end only when all naturals were dead. At that moment, Athrun had fully understood how Tyler had felt when he had performed for the security camera before stealing the Freedom. It had snapped something within Athrun, and he couldn't stop himself from attacking the man using his father's face and voice. Accepting his father being gone hurt far more than the pain of the bullet going through his shoulder. The only thing that Athrun and Chairman Zala agreed upon was the mutual disappointment in one another. As he was being escorted out of the government administration complex, looks of confusion and incredulity were visible on people's faces as they passed. Thoughts swirled around Athrun's mind as he moved forward. Echoes from those like Lord Atha stating that Chairman Zala justified what ZAFT was doing by claiming coordinators were a new and separate species. The man who had been his father ruled the plants and ZAFT now instead of the council. Kira said it wasn't his time to die just before they parted, making sure Athrun knew that echoed in his head. Tyler's final sentence also rang in him, of doing what it took to stay alive. Tyler's voice helped Athrun make up his mind about what to do. The soldiers on either side of him gestured for Athrun to get into the truck that had 2 black-suited men sitting in the back already. Athrun knew the time to act was now. The black-suited men were from Section 2, who were supposed to officially be part of the Justice Department. Unofficially the group was those who settled things that the public never found out about. Athrun shouldered one of the soldiers and then spun around and kicked the other backward, followed by body slamming the first soldier into the nearest wall. Athrun then ran away from the truck, looking for a place he could lose the pursuers that he would have. What surprised him was when many soldiers turned on the others and opened and began firing their guns at them. One of them followed Athrun, throwing a flash grenade at the black-suited men, stopping them in their tracks. Athrun ducked behind a stone wall of the building he was next to and sunk to the ground feeling lightheaded, probably from the blood he'd lost so far. The soldier told Athrun to turn his back to him so that he could shoot his cuffs to get them off. There was a bang, and Athrun felt the cuff loosen, and he let them fall to the ground. "You're being far too reckless," the soldier said, chucking another flash grenade. The soldier turned to Athrun, "Are you trying to kill yourself? You even knocked over one of our own men in this." Athrun was trying to figure out what was going on, for it wasn't making sense. Soldiers had been escorting him to those that would make him disappear, yet now some of them were helping him. Athrun stared at the man. "Who are you?" he asked. The man pushed his helmet up, showing red hair. "I'm with the so-called Klein faction. You've made this a lot more complicated than it's supposed to be, so cooperation would be helpful." As a second soldier slowly walked backward by them, the man handed Athrun a gun. "Da Costa, hurry it up. They're recovering from their confusion." The 3 hurried along and managed to escape their pursuers and make it to a shuttle that was hidden out of sight. The 3 boarded the craft, quickly got it into the air, and flew, heading for a tunnel out of the colony. Meanwhile, Lakis, Aisha, and the rest of their group continued onward towards the Eternals dock and took less watched routes. The Salas team was still with them, some in front and the rest behind. But the group finally came to an observation lounge above the Eternal which they would take to leave Aprilius 1. Aisha led the group to the dock's maintenance entrance, which wasn't being watched. She and the other soldiers made sure the dock control room saw them, so they distracted from Lakis boarding the ship. The Federation's Salas team used their stealth systems to make Miss Lakis invisible to any looking at the docking area. Once in the cargo hold, Lakis and those with her quickly made their way to the ship's bridge. Andrew heard the door to the bridge open, and when he turned in that direction, he saw Lakis coming in. "Miss Klein, welcome aboard the Eternal," Andrew greeted. "Are you ready to blow this pop stand?" Lakis took the seat behind the captain's chair. "Yes, it would be best for us to leave while we can," she replied. Aisha came onto the bridge and took a seat near Andrew. "I would have to agree with Miss Klein in this," she said, "but we're still waiting for your father." The leader of the Salas team had been getting in touch with the second Salas team that had been working to save and extract Siegel Klein. The exchange between two team leaders wasn't the best, but nor was it the worst. The other Salas team had managed to save Siegel Klein though the man had been injured during the rescue. The Salas team had put down ZAFT forces that had been attempting to kill Mr. Klein. However, due to the fight to rescue Mr. Klein had closed the original extraction route planned. The team had to improvise for the extraction route that a special team member had suggested. They were ZAFT expert, so they knew the plant layout and how ZAFT responded to situations. The fact of the matter was Mr. Klein wouldn't make it to the docks as had been loosely planned. Thus, waiting any longer to leave wouldn't help any on this ship, so the team leader spoke. "Siegel Klein is no longer able to reach this ship, others are helping him." Lakis and others turned and saw the Federation team becoming visible at the back of the bridge. The voice had been mechanical even if it had been feminine, and Lakis assumed it had come from the leader. What had been said instantly worried Lakis as it suggested that something had changed. It could mean her father had been hurt or killed by ZAFT. Lakis hoped her father was okay, and the implications suggested that Siegel was alive. While Lakis worried, Andrew took what was said as plans had changed, and he needed to adapt. The Eternal needed to leave as soon as possible now. "Very well then," he said with a nod, "let's get this ship moving." Laying in departure plan C, one of the bridge operators announced, "Forced exit subroutine 1920, online. Adding logic array, security disengaged." "All systems are go," said another operator. The bridge lights came on. Aisha glanced around, and from what she saw, the ship's systems responded as expected. The Eternal was as ready as it could be to launch right now. "Charge engines for forward thrust," ordered Aisha. "Prepare to head out." Those manning the consoles in the dock control room started to notice something was not going right. While odd, the unscheduled crew switch was not unheard of with Commander Waltfeld. He sometimes gets some crew members shore leave without approval, so the crew switch was not questioned. However, the Eternal was powering up, and the engines were charging for active use. There were no orders for the ship to move out from the National Defense Committee. The lead operator got to the Eternal radio. "Commander Waltfeld, what are you doing?" they asked desperately. "Take-off orders haven't been given for your ship." There was a pause, but no response came from the Eternal. "Respond, Commander Waltfeld." No one on the Eternal paid attention to the dock controllers, but their actions did bring up a problem. The pilot turned to Waltfeld. "Commander, they altered the code to the main gate control system." Andrew Waltfeld sighed and the new trouble they would now have to deal with. Instead of opening the gate, the Eternal would need to use weapons to rip the doors open. Aisha, on the other hand, giggled at the turn of events. The dock operators assumed the ship wouldn't have its weapons up and running. The weapon systems had been finished last week ahead of schedule by a week, so they were ready to go. "They're clever doing such, I will give them that," she remarked. Andrew smiled at his partner's comment. "Well, damn, it would have been better if they had left things as they were," he replied. While Andrew was correct, it didn't matter what damage would happen upon their exit for those on the Eternal. The responsibility for the damage would be on the dock operators, among others that would be blamed for this. So, Aisha nodded. "Well then, the damage from our exit will be on their heads," she said. "It just means that it will be rocky." Aisha's reply made him shake his head, but her banter amused him. It was a quality that he loved about her, and she could make him crack a smile. Thus, Waltfeld nodded and faced forward. "All right, prepare the main cannon, stand ready," he ordered. "Target the main gate, blast it off its hinges." The main beam cannon lowered its pitch angle to aim at the gate that led out of the dock and began charging up. Lakis focused on the journey ahead. "Ship Eternal, it's time to launch," she commanded. "Engines half ahead," Aisha commanded. The Eternal's engines burned and propelled the ship forward slowly, even as the dock controllers were continuing their pleas for the Eternal to stop. The main beam cannon of the Eternal fired at the wall ahead, and the gate was ripped open, and the ship flew out of the dock. Andrew Waldfeld turned to Aisha. Where is Da Costa? He asked. Wasn't he with you? Aisha frowned since Da Costa had been sent off on the job Miss Lakes had asked them to do. She had told him to be quick about it and get back to the ship as fast as possible, and Aisha had hoped he'd be back by now. I thought he would have made contact by this point. We were given information that Athrun Zala had gotten himself into a bad situation. Miss Klein wished to help him, and I sent Da Costa and a few others to do what they could. I haven't heard anything from them yet, she replied. That is odd since he does quite a good job at being prompt and reporting in at least. Da Costa was flying the shuttle upward to one of the control sector tunnels that would lead outside. After the craft got into the access tunnel, drones moved to intercept the shuttle. Da Costa weaved in and out of the weapon fire path and shot past the drones toward the tunnel exit. The moment the shuttle shot out of the colony, Da Costa spotted the Eternal clearing the dock it had been in. He turned on the radio and connected a channel to the Eternal. Commander, he called, sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Aisha smiled as one could almost set a timepiece to how impeccable Da Costa's time could be. She just had to talk about him, and he seemed to pop up magically and was ready for any job she could have for him. Aisha was glad she'd convinced him to trade with another commander for Da Costa. The trade had been more than worth it. Da Costa had proven handier than most ever came close to being, and Aisha would compliment him. My, there he is now, she remarked. Da Costa still has impeccable timing, doesn't he, Andy? It was one of the many times that Andrew had to admit he was grateful he had listened to his partner on a decision. Aisha had convinced him to trade an officer that he hadn't really had an issue with most of the time with another commander who wanted to get rid of Da Costa. Da Costa had been one of Andrew's best men working under him. He was a trusted friend now, and Andrew wouldn't have anyone else as his right-hand man. So he sighed. That he does, my dear, that he does, he muttered before turning his attention to his subordinate. Da Costa, move to the rear hatch. He paused and closed the comm channel. As soon as they get on board, I want maximum thruster speed. That way, we'll shake those who attempt to chase us. While that was happening, Sakura Klein was making her way towards the office of the plant's Supreme Council's chairman, Patrick Zala. To say she was in a fairly bad mood would be an understatement for her right now. Most of the time, she had to be required to meet with the man or others from the council would end up being annoying talk that was a waste of her time. The majority of those times had been while Zala had been the head of the National Defense Committee. And Sakura didn't see any reason why the man would change from how he was before. So, Sakura was prepared to receive a lecture on why she should do what the committee says above all others. That was coming from fools who didn't know what goes on around a battlefield since they were politicians. If talking to Zala was the only thing Sakura had to deal with, then she wouldn't be in the mood she was right now. The other piece that added to her current mood was the rumors she'd begun hearing upon her return to the plants this morning coming from Earth. The rumors implied not only had her father and sister committed some sort of crime, but one of massive proportions. It was completely ridiculous, and Sakura's glare sent at those who had been saying such things had silenced them. To even hear the suggestion that her father or her little sister Lakis would betray those living in the plants was as ludicrous as Linus choosing not to work to protect the homeland. And to even hear it suggested, even in jest, angered Sakura enough to scare those who faced her. She wasn't someone you wanted to be angry at you if you wanted to live long. Thus, when Sakura entered Patrick Zala's office, she didn't have a pleased or nice expression on her face. Patrick Zala was just as unhappy as Sakura since he had been told minutes ago that Athrun had somehow escaped from the soldiers escorting him to interrogation. ZAFT was searching for him, but it would take time for Athrun to be found if he didn't escape first. The meeting with Commander Klein was to get information from her as to the whereabouts of her family. Commander Klein, how nice of you to come by after getting back, Zala said flatly. Sakura wasn't in the mood for pleasantries with the rumors she'd been hearing. She had about thrown some at walls for even whispering the foolish rumors. So, Sakura glared at the man. Don't waste my time, Zala, she growled, get to the point. You requested to have me make the trip here. I can think of other things to do with my time, and I'm not in the mood to stand and listen to lectures. It was normal for Sakura not to wish to mince words with others, rather, she wanted to get to the main point of what was being discussed. Patrick could respect the mentality more so these days than in previous ones. So, Patrick smiled a bit. To the point as you always are, I can respect that these days, he remarked. I want to know where your family is currently. The request or demand more than irritated Sakura, especially with who it was coming from. Linus Tries was the only one who could make a request, let alone a demand of her. He had earned her loyalty and respect while no other had done so. And now Zala had the gall to ask something of her that had nothing to do with her duties. So, Sakura let out a snort, that is a personal thing not relating to my duties. But since you asked, I haven't heard from them since I was last around the homeland. Sakura folded her arms. I've been busy cleaning things up on Earth since there have been several messes to clean up later. Perhaps you are too busy with things here, as the council chairman noticed, but keeping the alliance in check is no picnic as it used to be put. There was a pause before Sakura continued, and the second I return to the homeland, fools saying they're from Section 2 confront me. They say my father and sister have disappeared before they demand I tell them where they could be. Sakura gave Patrick a cold glare. Either Section 2 employs ignorant idiots, or they forget I don't answer to them any more than fools from the defense committee. If that wasn't frustrating enough, I hear a ridiculous rumor being whispered that both my father and sister have committed treason in some way. She then closed the distance to the desk and banged a fist down on it. So perhaps, you can logically explain to me with evidence of why I'm hearing such crap? Rest assured, I'm more than ready to strangle the next person who whispers the nonsense before you get to deal with the bodies I leave behind. Instead of answering vocally, Patrick revealed and activated a screen to Sakura's right and showed her the recording. The video showed Lakis helping someone in a ZAFT red pilot suit entering a mobile suit dock. As Sakura watched the recording, she wasn't buying what was inferred by this recording. There was information missing with this, and the lack of info was being used to make Lakis appear guilty. The pilot in the video did give an amusing gesture to the camera, which was clearly directed at the chairman and other leaders. The silent message the gesture was giving was something she agreed with as of late. The pilot then got in a new mobile suit before leaving with it. There was little to nothing done to stop the pilot from stealing the suit. Those on duty were as much to blame for the theft since they did not appear to be doing a thing to impede the pilot. Once the video finished, Sakura looked back at Patrick again. If this is all the evidence the ridiculous rumor is based on, tell me what is known about the one in the pilot suit. Patrick wasn't interested right now in the thief, and they would be dealt with later when they were caught. Lakis Klein had clearly helped the thief, and that was treason, helping an enemy agent gain ZAFT technology. So, Patrick glowered at the question. There is little information on the pilot, saying pilot in a venomous tone, but what does that matter? They will pay when they're found, I assure you. However, you can clearly see that your sister has betrayed us and what we stand for. Now I order you, Commander Klein, as the chairman of the plants, to tell me where they are, Zayla bellowed. Sakura kept calm, even with this man yelling at her when he had little to no reason. However, she did feel the strong urge to send her fist straight into this idiot's gut in response to his bellow and the demand. Sakura wouldn't mind or have an issue doing the same idea with Patrick's face since it would achieve what she was going for. Zayla had become a fool from this war, and he ranted about how ZAFT needed to do anything to win the war. And now, for some reason, Zayla had something against Sakura's father and wanted him out of the way. Sakura didn't appreciate that this man was abusing his position's power to try and eliminate those he disliked. What was ticking her off was Zayla was also going after her baby sister Lakis, and Sakura wouldn't allow another to do that without consequences. And now he demanded that she betray them by helping Zayla. She had no intention of helping Zayla even if she did know where her father and sister were. Thus, in response to Zayla, she shrugged her shoulders. I haven't the faintest idea where my father or sister are. And even if I did somehow know, what reason is there for me to assist you in this foolish witch hunt of yours, Zayla? Siegel and Lakis Klein are traitors to the homeland and must be punished for their crimes, Patrick barked. You honestly think I would believe that you would know nothing about their whereabouts? Sakura was close to slugging the man for the response, but she managed to hold herself back. Her anger had morphed into fury at the man in front of her who was threatening her family and herself. Sakura could easily deal with those who threatened her. It was a rare thing these days, but it still did happen sometimes. Yet, Sakura wasn't going just to take another trying to use her to get to her baby sister and father. So, she glared at Patrick. Did it ever occur to you, Sakura growled, that others, along with yourself, drove them both into hiding? I've been on Earth cleaning things up, so they haven't contacted me, Chairman. She folded her arms but continued to glare at the man. Or did that conveniently slip your mind because I'm now tempted to make you shut up with physical means? And rest assured, I'm one of those that would make you shut up, and few, if any, would argue with my actions. Patrick knew Commander Klein didn't make idle threats, and her reputation left no question about that. And he was inclined to believe that the woman was telling the truth, that she didn't know where her father and sister were. Recent reports had confirmed Commander Klein had been on Earth fighting against the Alliance. While on duty, ZAFT personnel weren't allowed to make communications with family or friends. It was policy. So, Patrick took a moment to calm down before he continued. My apologies, Commander, I've seen the reports of your work on Earth, and you have been busy. However, do understand that your father and sister are traitors now due to their actions in espionage. Helping them is now a crime, so be careful and know what is more important. Choose whether obeying your superiors or being loyal to a family that discards its values is better. The statement more than infuriated Sakura and drove her past boiling point. She moved forward, closing the distance between where she had stood and Zayla's desk. Sakura reached forward, grabbed Zayla's uniform collar, and wrenched the man up. The gesture caught Patrick completely off guard as there hadn't been any cause for this. You listen and listen good, Patrick. Zayla, Sakura began in an emotionless tone. Just because you've taken the position of chairman of the Supreme Council doesn't make you superior to everyone else around you. That is an abuse of power, and I'm one of those that volunteer for those that deal with such crap when it comes up. It makes no difference whether you are the head of the council or if you were a fresh green pilot. It was my job to give a wake-up call. You nor any other can tell me what to do and expect me to an unquestioned acknowledgement, not before now nor ever would that be so. Linus tries, and no other is the only person who can give me an order and expect me to follow it without telling me why I should give them the time of day. Don't you ever forget that fact, Patrick Zala, or I will show you firsthand how I got the reputation I have as the Black Zephyr. Sakura released Patrick after saying her piece before she left his office and lost herself in her thoughts. She continued to fume about Zala as she stalked toward the Black Jade. If the fool to have the gall and the stupidity to attempt to tell Sakura what to do just enforced her dislike of Patrick Zala. Sakura's mood had been foul before with the rumors around, but it was even worse now. The two soldiers who were escorting her to the Black Jade could see Commander Klein was in a very bad mood, so they kept silent. They were terrified of the woman, much like most in ZAFT were with her record. The two just looked at each other and silently agreed to do nothing to make it worse so they could keep living as they were. As Sakura's group came up to a group of ZAFT soldiers and engineers gathered together, the three came to a stop. Sakura demanded to know what was going on with a mild snap. She knew that taking out her frustrations on others that weren't involved didn't help things. And the second that those Sakura was talking to understood who it was in front of them, they snapped to attention. One of the engineers answered Sakura and said that they were finishing up an inspection of the less used areas of the colony as per their orders. However, some had not been reported in and were missing, so there was a discussion to decide what to do. Sakura managed to contain her annoyance and irritation at seeing the incompetence of the soldiers here. Those on Earth had at least done their best, admitted mistakes, and attempted to improve themselves. Instead, Sakura took charge and quickly organized the soldiers and engineers into teams to search for those missing and figure out what was going on. She also went searching. It was something to do, and it took her mind off of Zala and his idiocy. Within 10 minutes, Sakura and those with her came across a room that contained two missing personnel. The engineer and the soldier were out cold and looked to have been disabled by a blow from behind. Sakura ordered those with her to call for medical personnel to their location right away, and one of the soldiers did as she said to. While the soldiers and engineers were helping their comrades, Sakura started inspecting the surrounding area. While she wasn't pleased with the failures of those she had been helping, she was also curious about what had happened. The soldier and engineer that had been found out cold didn't do that to themselves. So, logically, someone had to have struck them, and there might have been evidence to point to the one responsible. Sakura was glancing into the viewing ports of the two closest docking facilities and found nothing that could be potential evidence. At the same time, Tyler was still waiting for the Aurora to be resupplied, and time seemed to be moving slowly as he waited for the process to finish. There would be fighting ahead of him, and Tyler didn't doubt the point, as he would be a fool to think otherwise. Things were going dandy for him, notwithstanding the two he'd had to disable and stuff in a room. However, Tyler began to hear voices and other noises outside the docking area in the corridor. That meant people were coming Tyler's way, and he wasn't ready to leave. Tyler rushed over to the switch for the lights and shut them off, throwing the room into shadowy shapes and blackness. Then, Tyler dove downward and out of sight of the entryway to this dock, using equipment and supplies to hide from being discovered by any that may check into this room. Sakura was still looking into docks along the corridor, and she came to the third. She stopped as she spotted something inside the dock from what she could see at the door. From what the engineers had mentioned, the mobile suit docks along this section of the control sector should be empty. Sakura opened the door to the dock and entered, drawing the gun she had with her if there was someone in here. The room was dim with all the lights off except the dull light from the doorway. So, Sakura found the switch for the lights and flicked them on so she could assess what was in the room. Sakura turned around and viewed the mobile suit sitting on the dock with the lights on. Even with the years of service Sakura had given to the ZAFT military, she hadn't seen a mobile suit like she was seeing now. The head appeared to be similar to the stolen Alliance machines that those pilots stuck with crews had used, and it had the same grey coloration. Its frame was different from those suits, but they had clearly been some of the bases used in the design process. There were also vents on either side of the torso and the front of the shoulders. Also, with the shoulders, short wings stuck out at the end of either shoulder cover. The legs did have large vents above the ankles, and beside them on the outside were short wings and thrusters. Behind this mobile suit were two long guns or cannons and a pair of long wings. Sakura shifted her attention to the armaments that this machine had, noticing a shield attached to the left arm, and it was white and shorter than any Jin's or CGUE shields. In the right hand was a good-sized rifle that looked to be a tad bulkier than beam rifles being produced now by ZAFT R&D. Now, this mobile suit being there in the unused dock and none knowing about it was odd, even by Sakura's standards. If others stored it here, the engineers should have at least known that this dock was being used. It would have been the same whether they were told to keep away from the dock due to classified equipment or some other excuse. Sakura assumed the suit before she was a product of the Integrated Design Bureau. They always worked on improving mobile suits or just making new ones for ZAFT to use in the war. But the question on Sakura's mind was why those from the bureau would store one of their machines in a place like this. It didn't make sense for them as security conscious as they were the majority of the time to leave a machine where any could access it. As Sakura was walking in, Tyler sunk lower behind a group of liquid tanks below the entry level to the room. He was listening to the sounds outside the docking area to figure out who or what had come in. Tyler couldn't tell what was happening or who was talking outside the docking area. The lights coming on weren't a good sign in Tyler's mind and he had enough problems to deal with. He hoped that whoever had come in would glance around and leave, moving on to something else. The likelihood of such happening was slim to none, but Tyler still wanted that so he wouldn't have to harm another just because they were doing as told. He poked his head up over the tanks and spotted the shadow of whoever it was that had come into the dock. They were staring at the Aurora from halfway between the doorway and the forward control console by the shadow's position. However, the sound of a gun clicking as it loaded around into the chamber dismissed any chance of there being an easy out for Tyler. Sakura glanced at the suit, which appeared to be hooked into cables and other things for supplying the suit. While a mobile suit linked in for power and supply while in the dock wasn't unusual, this setup didn't feel right to her. She pushed off from the catwalk and floated slowly forward, looking around for any evidence of something being off. Tyler decided it may be good for him to dash for the Aurora's cockpit and get inside and leave. He began moving, using the shadows to hide from the one searching the docking area. Sakura had reached the console for the dock and the machine within it and looked over the readouts. The suit was drawing energy from the colony's power grid, however, it was doing it so as not to draw notice. Sakura had to admit the way the machine was recharging was quite smart, no one would note any real draw from the colony control center. Nevertheless, Sakura still had a nagging feeling that something was off, which she couldn't shake off. She had this sixth sense of there being something off more than long enough to know it wasn't wise to ignore. Tyler was at the ground level of the dock, still using the shadows to get to his machine. He felt that if he could get to the Aurora and get behind it, Tyler could get up to the cockpit and get out of here. Tyler had been here longer than he should have been. Zaft was poking around now. Lakis was likely already heading out from Aprilias 1, and he was going to help her get away from her pursuers. Tyler stopped just short of the short distance of lit floor to the Aurora as it was the last length to cover to get to his machine. However, Sakura caught slight movement down below to which she swung her gun to point in that direction. "Stop, come out with your hands up," she shouted, "or else I'll shoot." Tyler reacted on reflex and moved back to get behind metal equipment before he heard a bang of a gunshot striking metal. However, what was irking Tyler the most was the voice belonged to none other than Sakura. He wasn't in the mood to deal with the antics that came with dealing with his stalker. Tyler was also surprised that of all times for their paths to cross, Sakura and he had to come to be in the same place at the same time now. And by how loud the striking bullet metal had been, the woman that chased Tyler got close to hitting him with the said bullet. He knew that his next action had to count, or else Tyler might get a bullet hole in him somewhere. As much as Tyler didn't appreciate Sakura and what she did around him, he wanted to avoid getting shot by her much more. Sakura kept her gun trained on where the figure had ducked behind equipment to avoid her bullet. She floated forward toward the equipment the intruder had taken cover behind. Sakura would get answers to what was going on that no one was saying anything about. Tyler was quick thinking about how he could distract Sakura to either calm her down or escape. Those were the only two options that Tyler could think of to get out of the current issue he was in. Then an idea came to Tyler, and he took off his helmet and tossed it upward with the intent for it to be a decoy. Sakura scanned the shadows to spot the intruder before motion caught her eye. She swung her gun to point at whatever she had seen and blinked after a moment. What was floating up in front of her was a helmet for a space suit, and after a second, Sakura recognized it as a Federation space helmet. Sakura's pause was all Tyler needed as it was an opportunity to make a move against her. He surged forward and kicked the gun out of Sakura's hand before getting behind the woman. Tyler wrapped his arms around Sakura, clamped down in a bear hug, and held on with all his strength. Sakura was surprised when her gun was knocked out of her hands. However, she was snapped back to attention when arms encircled her and held her in some kind of bear hug. Sakura struggled against the hold she was in, and she had to admit the one holding her was not weak. However, as strong as they wouldn't keep Sakura bound for too long. Once she was free, Sakura would catch and interrogate them for information on what was going on. Tyler could tell he was fighting a losing battle and was short on time. The only other option that Tyler could think of was to appeal to Sakura's fondness for him to save himself. He just hoped for one time in his life that Sakura's liking of him would trump her military discipline, which would kill him. "I don't have the time for this today, Sakura," Tyler said with an effort, "I have other things to do." The foul mood Sakura was in instantly vanished at the voice speaking, and Sakura felt her heart have a tingling warmth. Sakura was filled with happiness at knowing her beloved was here. She twisted around and embraced Tyler, who was in the blue Federation spacesuit. It didn't matter to her right now why Tyler was here in a Federation spacesuit. Tyler was the only one who could put her in a good mood no matter how angry she was before. On the other hand, Tyler was being crushed by Sakura's affection for him. And he knew there was no time for this, not with Lakis and Seagull being extracted by Salas. Sakura, Tyler began, contain yourself, I'm in the process, he gasped, of helping your little sister, and I'll be unable if I don't go soon. The mentioning of Lakis got Sakura to ease up on Tyler since she had little on her sister lately. It sounded like Tyler had more valid information than any Sakura had talked to after getting back to the plants. She didn't believe any of the rumors heard from others about Lakis or their father. However, the video the chairman had shown her did raise the question of what had happened with them. If Tyler could give her more info, Sakura would be grateful. You're helping Lakis. Tyler didn't blame Sakura for questioning the point of him helping her baby sister, not with the rumors going around the plants. Sakura wouldn't have missed others saying Lakis and their father were traitors. Tyler was surprised that no one had already been hurt or maimed by Sakura. The woman had a history that left doubt that Sakura would go above and beyond to protect Lakis. It was more how frightening how far Sakura would go in her view to protect her sister. In the end, Tyler sighed heavily, undoubtedly, you've heard the crap flying around that she and your father are being accused of. And yes, I call it crap as that's what it is since the two are many things, but traitors they are not. They have done what they could to help prevent horrible events from being worse than they already could be. Tyler paused, took a breath, and exhaled, I tried my best to get as much attention off of them as I could, and from what I've heard, I've gotten quite a few mad at me for it. However, it wasn't as much as I wanted, so here I am doing what I can to get them out alive. Sakura would argue with her beloved normally, especially when describing the rumors about Lakis and her father. The claims that her father and sister had violated the trust of the homeland's citizens were, as Tyler said, crap. Zayla's uproar merely enforced the point that calling them traitors was an excuse to get them out of the way. Yet, Tyler mentioned he had tried to draw attention away from them and that others were mad at him for it got things to click. Zayla had nothing on the pilot in the footage he'd shown her, which had annoyed her at the time. But it had been clear that Zayla had been angry with what the pilot did in the video. The way he'd said pilot had made it clear the man wanted to make the individual suffer if he could. And the dots connected point to Tyler being the one in the ZAFT red suit in the footage. Sakura's eyes widened, you were the one in the ZAFT red suit, she uttered. Tyler knew Sakura would figure out what he'd implied in his last two sentences. The woman was not as dim as those leading the plants right now. But again, time was of the essence, so Tyler didn't have much time to spare. So, Tyler nodded, yep, that was me, Tyler admitted, as for the truth, your father asked for my help, and I didn't say no to the request. He wanted to have some to make countermeasures for nuclear tech that is becoming available. However, it was satisfying to show what I thought of those running things for ZAFT these days. And with the crackdown on speaking out against council members, I felt actions speak better than words. Tyler was right about the crackdown on those speaking out against the radical council, and committee members were happening. She could speak her mind, and most were too afraid to argue with her about her opinion. But there weren't as many that would stand up and be against those in power as there once were. And Tyler's action had certainly set off the chairman and had made him burn with irritation, and Sakura doubted Zayla was the only one irked by Tyler's display. So, she snickered, indeed, the chairman wasn't happy about the gesture you showed in the security footage. I gather that he wants you to suffer greatly before being publicly executed for some crime can be applied. Tyler blinked as the public execution was a new twist to him as consequences he'd heard for his actions. Sure, a throne may have implied something along those lines, but not specifically a public execution for the end. Well, the public execution bit is new, but I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, Tyler remarked. Guess it says that I really got the attention of those I wanted, even if not in the way I had hoped for. Sakura shrugged, while that may be true, I can assure you, you're not the only one that feels that way about the man's actions, she returned. Sakura felt Tyler needed to be on his way to help Lakis and their father. Time was of the essence if the two were trying to escape the attack dogs of Zayla. So, Sakura released Tyler, go then, help Lakis, for I can't right now even though I wish to. Keep her safe while I am unable to, or you will answer to me. Tyler was starting to turn towards the mobile suit, but Sakura didn't want things to end there as they were. So, Sakura moved forward, grabbed both sides of Tyler's face, and pressed her lips to his in a kiss. Sakura craved this contact with her beloved and was often denied it for one reason or another. Tyler was too stunned by Sakura's action to fight her or even push her away from himself. The kiss was so unexpected that he had been caught so off guard that he couldn't be flabbergasted. Tyler didn't have words to describe what the kiss felt like, and his brain had frozen for a moment as Sakura had pressed her lips to his. It was fairly obvious that Sakura was enjoying the gesture of affection she was doing. Tyler barely felt Sakura pull back and push away from him, and he was still in mild shock from the kiss. His mouth was open in surprise before Tyler's brain began functioning again. He grabbed his helmet and shoved it on his head before turning away from Sakura. Tyler could feel his cheeks were on fire due to the kiss, and he couldn't get it out of his mind. As Tyler adjusted his helmet's connection to his pilot suit, Sakura was floating to the dock door. She had a smirk on her face due to the expression she had seen on Tyler's face after kissing him. Tyler may not have expected her kiss, but he certainly hadn't hated it or even rejected it. That meant Sakura had a chance with her beloved, and she would work and fight for that chance with all she had. Tyler got his helmet locked and his suit sealed before going to the dock console. He heard the door to the dock sliding close as Sakura left the room, and the kiss was still playing in the back of Tyler's mind. However, Tyler took some deep breaths and then focused on typing in the commands to get out of here. The cables and lines hooked and linked to the Aurora began popping off and disconnecting. Tyler programmed the airlocks to open and look like a routine maintenance cycle. He hoped that Sakura could spin the point in a way to get others to wave off the event as nothing to worry about. Tyler had the program start running before he shoved himself off and sailed to the Aurora's pilot seat. He caught the seat, moved himself to be in it, and locked his suit before descending into the cockpit. Sakura watched Tyler working at the console from outside the dock before moving to the mobile suit. An engineer approached Sakura then and said the airlocks in the dock she was looking into were opening. Sakura said that the airlocks were doing a maintenance cycle. She had seen the countdown on the console. When the engineer said that shouldn't be happening, Sakura said it likely was a malfunction and nothing to be concerned with. She silently wished Tyler luck on whatever he would do. Sakura was confident he would protect Lakis in whatever she would get into after leaving the plants. Tyler brought the Aurora's operating system up, and after the quick booting process, he gripped the controls firmly. Once the tunnel was fully open, he had the Aurora leap upward and raced through the tunnel to get outside Aprilis 1. He shifted the Aurora into flight mode before activating its Phantom stealth system and the phase shift armor. It was one of the nice things about Federation stealth technology Tyler had found. It was separate from the phase shift armor, so it didn't require one to be on and the other off to work. The Aurora vanished before it could be noticed by ZAFT, at least Tyler didn't see any sign that the patrols had seen him. So, Tyler flew the Aurora in an arc around the colony and came around to the opposite side before he began searching for a ship leaving the colony. Lakis had mentioned the ship she would be using to leave the colony would be easy to spot. And Tyler saw an explosion around the spaceport before a pink ship emerged from the smoke. Tyler tilted his machine and moved into a path that would have him following the ship. However, Tyler had to shove the throttle close to full to catch up to the ship with its cruising speed. As Tyler was closing the distance between the dark pink ship and himself, a message came to the Aurora from the 2nd Salas team. It said that Siegel had gotten out from Aprilis 1, but he'd been injured with a bullet to one of his shoulders. The injury had been treated as a field injury to the best as it could be wrapped up so that it wasn't a serious issue. Siegel was being escorted back to the dreadnought around the area right now, and the Salas teams had come from. Reading that news brought peace to Tyler's mind, as he wanted both Lakis and Siegel to be alive when leaving the plants. The two had suffered more than what they deserved and earned none of the persecution they had been under. Meanwhile, accompanied by Da Costa, Athrun left the hangar, making their way towards the Eternal's navigation bridge. There was a bit of a jerk as the Eternal increased its speed, but that didn't affect either Athrun or Da Costa. Athrun was still thinking about what had transpired with his father and what followed it. His father had rejected reason and had doubled down on the vendetta against naturals. Tyler had been right as he normally seemed to be that the leaders of ZAFT and the plants were going the same direction as the Alliance. Athrun had chosen the side he would fight on, and it was the opposing side from the Supreme Council. The knowledge left a sick feeling in Athrun's heart, but he knew such was needed now more than ever. The two soon came onto the bridge, and Athrun could only stare around since the bridge of this ship was unique. The captain's chair was slightly above another seat for potentially a vice-captain, which wasn't standard for ZAFT ships. There was usually a captain's chair and one for the mission commander for ZAFT vessels. The rest of the bridge stations were set in AU around the room's outer edge. Yet, Athrun's gaze settled on Lakis Klein, who was in the captain's chair. It was the last place he expected to see her. When the lift to the bridge had opened, Lakis turned to see who was coming onto the bridge. All the crew was at the condition red stations as resistance was expected soon enough ahead. She wasn't surprised to see Athrun coming onto the bridge since he was rescued at her request. However, she spotted Athrun had his arm in a sling and a bandage on his shoulder. Lakis was concerned about what could have happened to Athrun for him to have injured his shoulder enough to need bandages and a sling. It was possible, and even likely he had been hurt by his own father was horrifying to imagine. Thus, Lakis got out of her chair and sailed towards Athrun. "Are you okay, Athrun?" she asked in a worried tone. "Your shoulder." Athrun looked at the floor, somewhat ashamed and saddened at the memory of what had occurred between him and his father. "It's the price I paid for trying to reason with the chairman." Athrun paused. "While it hurts, it isn't as bad as understanding the facts that came out of it." Lakis frowned at what he said, not fully understanding what Athrun was referring to. It was clear that Athrun had confronted his father, likely about the direction of the war. Athrun had a good heart, which was a good quality, but it didn't help him in this instance. Andrew Waldfeld turned in his seat towards Athrun, looking over the kid. That Miss Lakis wanted to save him made Andrew think the kid was not just anyone but potentially a friend. Miss Lakis had interesting friends. Andrew would admit that since the one he'd met had been anything but ordinary. He assumed that Mr. Zala would also show he was an unordinary individual, much like Mr. McGregor had. "Hey there, youngster," Andrew greeted, "welcome to the ship of the songstress. I'm Andrew Waltfeld, and the lady next to me would be my second-in-command and partner, Aisha." The introduction itself didn't shock Athrun as much as the unsaid implications that came with it. Athrun had heard of Waltfeld, and he had the nickname of the Desert Tiger for his work in the African community. But for a high-profile ZAFT commander assisting Lakis and Siegel showed the state ZAFT was heading for. Yes, the last visit when he had come back to the plants after what had happened around Orb had shown that things had changed. Nevertheless, he hadn't thought that ZAFT itself was becoming internally divided between the chairman and Admiral Tries. The differing opinion wasn't new, but for the split to drive things to armed forces being divided into two different sides was disturbing. It would have given the alliance an advantage if it wasn't following a similar mentality. However, the introduction was interrupted by some things: Mobile Suit Battalion approaching. 50 Jins and a few Nazca and Laurasia classes behind them, one of the bridge operators announced. Tyler was following the Eternal as Lakis had referred to the ship she said she would use to leave Aprilius 1. He was catching up slowly but surely as the Aurora traveled along. However, as Tyler was in visual viewing distance of the Eternal without zooming in, Tyler also saw a massive structure ahead. The structure was made up of an asteroid, which ZAFT had made into a military base called Jachindu. The place could take a nuclear bombardment and have taken a moderate one earlier in the war when nuclear weapons were sometimes employed. It was also the main base of ZAFTs that stopped attacks that were to be directed at the plants themselves. And its defending forces were already approaching the Eternal. Tyler scanned the quickly building battlefield and estimated 50 Jins heading in the Eternal's direction. They were accompanied by a couple of Nazca and Laurasia-class ships approaching. And from what Tyler could see, the Jins were armed with artillery-type weaponry. The equipment being used and the amount of force used to stop one ship were extreme to Tyler. He figures some idiot has a serious problem and anger management issues that aren't properly dealt with. Tyler did imply to Athrun that the current chairman of the plant's Supreme Council was off his rocker or heading in that direction. Tyler hadn't told Athrun directly the one who had been his father was nothing but someone who wore Patrick Zala's face and used his voice. And now the chairman was showing how unstable he was by sending an army after one ship. It was the actions of a dictator or a tyrant who feared those that stood up to them and would get rid of them. Back on the Eternal, Aisha figured out the Eternal's chances of getting past those they were facing. They were facing Jachindu's defense forces, and she knew they weren't lax or an easygoing group. They were responsible for defending the homeland, so they couldn't afford to go easy on any opponents that came their way. It was one ship against many ships and 50+ mobile suits in the looming battle. There was the possibility of the Eternal outrunning the Jachindu forces. However, Aisha could see some of Jachindu's forces moving ahead to prevent the Eternal from cutting and running. Jachindu's defense force, Andrew posed. Aisha sighed. "You have to ask the question when you know the answer, Andy," Aisha remarked, "and they're setting up to block us from leaving Lagrange 5. Andrew could see what his partner was referring to with the last half of her sentence. He could see some Nazca and Laurasia classes moving ahead of them to block a quick escape. So the Eternal would have to fight its way away from the Jachindu forces. And their chances currently weren't great right now as they stood. The Eternal did have one mobile suit on board, but it wasn't ready for deployment to a battlefield. And there wasn't the time to do the needed adjustments to the said mobile suit. So, the Eternal was in a bind with a very low chance of getting out of it. "Of course they are, not all that surprising with our course," Waltfeld agreed. But Andrew knew it was better to move on and get on with the battle, ready the main cannon to fire and activate CIWS systems. At seeing the coming fight, Athrun's restlessness returned as he felt close to useless as he was standing there. He wanted to help, do something to assist those fighting for the human race's survival. While he may be injured, Athrun couldn't sit around doing nothing, and he wouldn't accept that. He had promised Kira and even Kagalai that he would return to them. Athrun could see there needed to be a change in standing for the Eternal to make it through the battle if faced. Athrun may not be good with bridge operation, but he was still a pilot. So, if there were a mobile suit on board, Athrun would be more than willing to pilot it. He was well aware that he wasn't in a position to ask to help, but Athrun couldn't stay silent. "Does this ship have any mobile suits on board?" Athrun asked. "I want to help somehow." There was silence to the question, not because there wasn't an answer, but neither Andrew nor Aisha wanted to admit it. The Eternal did have a mobile suit on it, but it wasn't ready, so it may as well not have a unit on board. The theft of the ZGMF-X11A Regenerate had been Lakis's idea since she wanted to have a mobile suit to use if it was needed. She'd made it clear she didn't intend to sit by and have to watch Kira, Athrun, and Tyler put their lives on the line for everyone else. She would go out and be right next to them if that would make a difference when the chance came. So, while the boys' offer was a nice one, it was one they couldn't accept right now with the current state the Regenerate was in. As there was silence, Athrun took the answer to his question. there were no mobile suits on board this ship. That would complicate things and make things harder for the Eternal to escape from Lagrange 5. However, Andrew spoke up. Well, he said before pausing, technically yes, we have one mobile suit on board. Athrun's head snapped up at being told that there was a suit on board. Yet, there was an implied point that the suit was somehow not usable right now. What do you mean? Athrun asked. If there is a mobile suit on this ship, is it not usable? The young man had no idea how right he was about the machine in the hangar right now. Indeed, it still needs adjustments before serious use, Aisha finished. Thus, it isn't an option right now to use in our plight. This ship was originally meant to be used exclusively for the Justice and the Freedom, Andrew added. He thought about the discovery that the design bureau hadn't stopped at the 2X series they had already made. Another had been made, and 2 more were in production currently by what reports had been obtained. The Eternal was to be the carrier ship exclusively for the Freedom and the Justice originally. Yet, the Integrated Design Bureau didn't stop with those 2, they kept going with the series which the Eternal would have been the carrier for. Aisha nodded in agreement with Andy about what the Design Bureau had worked on. They made another one already, which is now on the ship, Aisha commented. But as I said, the unit needs adjustments before it is deployed out to battle. And the Bureau is in the process of constructing a 4th and 5th unit for the X series. It was stunning to Athrun and disturbing that not 1 but 3 other mobile suits were designed with similar features to the Freedom, the Justice, or both. While the Freedom and the Justice capabilities were impressive by themselves, it showed the series was a serious advancement in mobile weapon technology. However, Athrun also saw the dangers of employing or further developing what had gone into the Freedom and the Justice. The other units of the X series would possess nuclear reactors as their power sources, but there would also be more than that. For example, were the Aegis's transformation abilities be further developed and applied to a unit, it could be a nasty machine to go against. Athrun was about to inquire further, but Lakis spoke up before he could. Open all channels for outgoing communications, she ordered. Lakis wanted to attempt to convince others of the wrongness of what ZAFT was doing currently in the ongoing war. So many brave soldiers were throwing their lives away when it wasn't needed at all. What was needed wasn't nuclear weapons but talks between all sides to come to an understanding. Lakis was confident there were enough that wanted the peace and that talks could work in the end. While Waltfeld could guess what Miss Lakis wanted to try doing, he respected that she wanted to spare as many lives as possible. It was unlikely she would be unable to persuade few in the Jachindu forces. But Andrew would still let Miss Lakis try to convince others as it was what she wanted to do. So, he nodded and faced forward. Roger, he gave the nod to Aisha, and she acknowledged what Andy was asking her to do. She gave the command to the comm officer, who did as instructed, and opened all the ZAFT channels. Once Andrew saw that communications lines were open, he spoke again, all comm channels are open. Aisha frowned as she knew what Miss Lakis was trying to do was good in principle but would unlikely make a difference in practice. Let us hope some listen, Aisha remarked quietly, though I doubt the ones that could prevent issues will. Even if it was a fool's errand, as it could historically be called, Lakis wanted to try still to convince others not to fight. If it saved one life, then Lakis believed it was worth attempting to speak and persuade another. Lakis took a deep breath before she began. Soldiers of ZAFT, this is Lakis Klein. I do not doubt you've heard much from Chairman Zala about me. I know we hope for different futures, and due to our differences in view and opinion, I do not wish to fight any of you. The future that Chairman Zala is working towards is a dark and cold one that ends all of humanity. All parts of humanity deserve a better future than that, and we are capable of creating a better future. Please allow us to pass in peace, and I ask each and every one of you to think about what it is you are fighting for. And what we should all be really fighting against in this conflict. While Andrew and Aisha would applaud Miss Lakis's words as they rang true for many, it wasn't the time. They both say the response to Lakis's petition came from the sensors detecting incoming projectiles. There had been the slightest pauses with some, but that wasn't enough to avoid this fight. Andrew sighed at seeing the Jachindu forces still advancing. Well, I'd hoped for a moment that they would listen, yet alas, it seems they aren't going to. Andrew paused. It's not so easy for them. The military is unknowingly taking commands from 2 different sources, and they have different objectives in mind with their orders. Andrew was right about the growing division that ZAFT was unknowingly dealing with behind the scenes. Admiral Tries was doing as Lakis suggested with fighting for the right reasons. However, the National Defense Committee orders were close to the opposite, producing confusion. Aisha nodded sadly. Unfortunately, I believe that Jachindu's forces are taking orders from Chairman Zala rather than Admiral Tries. Commence our counterattack, Waltfeld ordered. Lakis still wanted there to be the least bloodshed possible. She now had her own experience of battlefields and what happened to them. Her eyes had been opened to the horrors of the war, and the value of life was so precious. Mr. Waltfeld, please avoid hitting the cockpit the best you can, Lakis requested. Andrew hesitated as Miss Lakis was asking was more than a tall order with how things were. The Eternal was already about to fight an extremely difficult battle against many mobile suits. To also attempt not to hit the cockpits, which was the simplest area to hit to dispatch an enemy unit. Andrew exhaled heavily. That's easier said than done, but we'll try our best to do that, yet I make no promises about how successful we are at it. Tyler heard Lakis's speech and plea to the ZAFT forces they were facing. And Tyler would have loved nothing more than for her words to change minds and convince soldiers to stop fighting. It was clear to Tyler that Lakis had learned war was horrible, and it took lives so easily. Lakis had a heart of gold, Tyler would state and argue that to any that would disagree with him. And if those could move the world as Lakis spoke, it would be a very different place. However, the reality was much less kind and idealistic. Tyler knew that all too well and cursed the point on occasions like this. So, it wasn't very surprising that ZAFT forces didn't give a response much if all other than continuing to move forward. The Eternal was already using their CWIS systems to intercept Jins and CGUEs. That was more than enough for Tyler to move forward to take action and help the Eternal. It was time for Tyler to get to work and fulfill the points of his job description, which he saw being a good guy involved. He would save the Eternal from getting destroyed and kick ass while he did, and Tyler would do so with style. Tyler rocketed forward as he pushed the throttle against its stop. He swung the Aurora to start an attack line that would cross 5 Jins, bringing the Aurora's crosshairs of its 90mm Vulcans to bear on the first Gin. Tyler began his attack run, peppering the first Gin with a clean line of bullet holes. Tyler's shots hit the second's artillery, setting it off and causing the Jin's destruction. Tyler used his beam rifle on the third and fourth Jins, getting clean shots in the torsos and destroying them. The fifth Gin noticed that its fellow had been destroyed and pulled away. Tyler followed the Gin and launched missiles at the machine, which found its target and eliminated it. Tyler turned back to the Eternal and shut off the Aurora's stealth system to use the power it was for the fight. He flew back toward the ship and saw missiles and projectiles were sailing in their direction. Tyler could see the Eternal's defenses were doing their best to fend off the attacks but were slowly being overwhelmed. Tyler aimed his plasma cannons just ahead of the Eternal and fired. The beams engulfed the projectiles and sent the Eternal's way, destroying them. Tyler closed the distance between him and the Eternal so he could defend the ship from whatever ZAFT could send their way. Those on the Eternal's bridge hadn't known they were being helped until the crimson beams shot in front of them, eliminating the missiles aimed at them. The angle of the beams made it clear it wasn't a ZAFT machine just missing. Plus, beams such as those seen weren't put out by mass-produced weapons ZAFT used yet. Then there was a report from the sensor operator. "Commander," they called, "unknown unit has appeared to our starboard." Andrew looked in the direction indicated and saw an odd-looking fighter craft flying among the ZAFT forces. It appeared crimson with white lining overall and looked based on Earth aircraft. Yet, it had 2 cannons in front and what appeared to be a beam rifle and shield on the bottom side of it. The equipment suggested the fighter was more than likely a mobile suit that could take the form of a space fighter. The unit certainly didn't have any markings or equipment that ZAFT had produced, so unlikely a ZAFT machine. The Alliance wouldn't waste time helping the Eternal, and they would be attacking ZAFT instead. That left the unknown being a Federation unit, which was possible as the Federation had already helped Miss Lakis. Aisha had also mentioned that the young man from the Theft of the Freedom had popped up. So, for all she knew, the kid could have a mobile suit to work with and was assisting them now. It wouldn't shock him if that were the case with how Miss Lakis had talked about him. Athrun was staring at the crimson machine and observed it shift into a mobile suit he'd seen before. It was the one Tyler had used in defense of the Republic, the Aurora, as Athrun recalled Tyler called it. For Tyler being out here explained something Athrun had been wondering about. Tyler had mentioned he had a promise to keep with someone that being in space would make easier. Tyler's promise had been to Lakis, likely to help her escape the plants and her pursuers. It was how Tyler was, help a friend no matter the cost to himself. It was a quality that Athrun was more grateful for from recent events than he used to be. Still, after seeing the machine, Athrun couldn't help but mutter its name, the Aurora. Lakis twisted around to look at Athrun as he knew of this unknown machine that had appeared. Andrew also turned to look at the blue-haired boy since he had called this machine they were looking at by a name. "You know of the unit helping us out," he posed. Athrun nodded. "It is called the Aurora," he stated. "It was designed and produced by the Federation. It is also the mobile suit that a friend is piloting who I talked to recently." Lakis's eyes widened. "Wait, Tyler is piloting that suit?" she questioned. Athrun nodded in response to the question. "Correct, and it is the machine he has been using since the Alliance attacked the Republic, as I understand it." Athrun would have gone on, but most on the bridge were distracted as the Aurora began doing amazing moves. Not only was it doing acrobatics to evade ZAFT attacks, but it was also shooting its beam rifle and nailing its opponents. Tyler had something between a soft smile and a smirk as he kept up his antics by distracting ZAFT. He did take the opportunity to test out the Aurora's beam rifle's secondary mode, named it Stream Mode. Tyler had looked at the option but hadn't had a chance to employ it before this skirmish. During the defense of the Republic, it hadn't been an effective option since Tyler had to watch his weapon fire back at the time. However, Tyler had still been quite curious about the option ever since reading about it. The feeling he had when he tested new stuff for Tesway had come to him, but he hadn't heeded it at the time. Yet, Tyler could have a chance to try out the stream mode without issue since the Eternal was behind him, and that was the only ally he needed to be concerned with. Upon switching the rifle's mode over, the front half of the weapon split open, revealing a long and thick barrel. Tyler had the Aurora take the secondary handle on the rifle, and then he aimed at the nearest group of Jins. He pulled the trigger, and the rifle emitted a focused beam that blasted through the Gin Tyler had been aiming at. Tyler swept the rifle to the left, and the beam followed the motion. The beam cut through the suits by the first one much like a beam saber would do. Tyler was impressed by the stream mode, and he didn't impress easily, and those at Tesway knew that. Next time, when he was around Tesway, he would praise Carlos and his colleagues for this invention. The stream did drain the Aurora's power supply more than the beam rifle normally. From what Tyler could tell, it was comparable to using the plasma cannons. And while that was something he would keep in mind, the attack option was awesome to Tyler. After Tyler had used the stream mode of his beam rifle for a second time, he caught sight of an explosion from one of the Nazca classes. When Tyler looked in that direction, he found the explosion had been caused by something puncturing through the ship. And above the ship was a custom Delta fighter model looking down at the damaged ship. It had a different color scheme than the mass-production Delta fighters came with. It was dark gray overall and had a non-standard arsenal to go with it. First, it had smaller railguns than the standard Delta fighter possessed, and then the shield had a pair of 80mm Gatling guns on either side attached to it. The last piece of equipment was a unique weapon combo in the form of a long rectangular beam rifle with a pole coming out from the butt of the weapon. The custom machine shifted into its mobile suit mode, took out the pole, and ignited the two emitters on the end of the pole, producing a long curved beam blade shaped like a scythe. With the entrance through the Nazca, which was a classic move of one Tyler knew, it wasn't hard to guess what was inside. The mobile suit was piloted by only one man. He was infamous for his preference to use a scythe-like weapon. Something about the best tool to open tin cans or warships to the rest as Tyler recalled the man's reasoning. The man was named Kurt Greem, and he was a colleague of Tyler's and was the pilot above him in ranking. Tyler had never beaten the man, even won in a mock battle, and he'd tried his best to do so. Even with seed mode, Tyler had failed. And it was because of those mock battles Tyler was glad Kurt, and he was fighting on the same side in this battle. Kurt's fighting style had scared the crap out of Tyler when he'd faced it, and he still had nightmares about it. Even as Tyler kept defending the Eternal, he saw Kurt was proving why he chose the weapon he did. Tyler almost felt sorry for the ZAFT soldiers as they were unknowingly going against one of their champions, and they hadn't a clue. Tyler opened a channel to the Delta fighter. Kurt, I appreciate the help in this, he stated, and I'm glad we're on the same side, no offense. Kurt swung his scythe and sliced two Jins in half as he heard the message from another. The voice was instantly recognizable as it belonged to Tyler McGregor, who Kurt had found to be a very interesting teen. The kid had held his own against him for longer than most ZAFT soldiers had a prayer of doing. Tyler had a style of his own and stood up for himself when others criticized him for it. Kurt respected those who did things their own way and then defended it. He'd done that himself a few times. Honestly, Kurt had volunteered for the extraction mission Salas had mounted to repay a debt. Sakura had saved his team on the moon when the Alliance had used their Cyclops system to end the Battle of Endymion. His team had been family to him, so Sakura had done Kurt a serious favor. Rescuing her father from being killed by those under the command of Chairman Zayla was his way of repaying that debt. Kurt chuckled at Tyler's greeting. It is a rare thing for the two of us to be on the same assignment, Tyler, he remarked. But we can catch up after the work here is done, work before pleasure, Tyler. Tyler agreed with the sentiment, but it was still something to see Kurt using his scythe and the flechette rifle on the end of the weapon's pole. The rifle operated much as a shotgun, firing a spread of beams with each discharge. At the same time, Kira had been waiting for Athrun to return from Aprilias 1. Athrun had been gone for hours now, and Kira was worried about him. Kagalai hadn't been pleased with the idea of Athrun going to the plants, and she had been firmly against it. She had Kira promised he would make sure Athrun returned to them after his attempt. Kira's attention had been drawn when ZAFT forces became active near their Jachindu base. Something had set them off, but Kira couldn't see or come up with a reason for that to be so. Then he'd seen the pink ship heading away from the plants and toward the waiting ZAFT forces. As Kira kept watching, he saw the ship fending off ZAFT. Then there had been the crimson mobile suit appearing and helping the ship. Kira decided to jump in and help this unknown ship and go on from there. The situation became even more interesting in Tyler's view when the Freedom appeared, and Kira added his efforts to the mix. Tyler wondered where Kira had been hiding and watching things from. He couldn't have appeared as quick as he did if he hadn't been close by. Truthfully, ZAFT's defending forces' advantage with numbers was cancelled out by the efforts of the three opposing mobile suits. The three managed to shoo away what was left of the mobile suits of Jachindu facing the Eternal. The Eternal kept moving forward, looking relatively undamaged from the battle due to the efforts of Tyler and his companions. Kira flew alongside the Eternal, hoping he could find out what was going on and what he had been involved in. It was dangerous for the Freedom to be seen by ZAFT right now. Tyler had made that clear when explaining things to him. ZAFT wanted the Freedom back and were willing to kill any to get it back under their control. And Kira had promised Tyler that even if he hadn't liked some of the conditions, he would not let ZAFT have the Freedom back. So, Kira opened a channel to the ship. "This is the Freedom, Kira Yamato here," Kira identified himself. Lakis was shocked to hear Kira's voice as it had been months since they had parted ways. She believed that Tyler would get the Freedom to Kira as he had said he would. But to hear his voice from the machine was somewhat comforting for Lakis. She had missed Kira so much since returning to the plants. She had worried about what Kira was doing and what was happening to him. "Kira," Lakis uttered in surprise over the comm channel. Tyler listened to the exchange as he swung around to have the Aurora fly along the Eternal's right side. He shifted his machine into its flight mode and matched his speed with the Eternal's cruising speed. Tyler was in the view of the bridge as he sailed along beside the Eternal. Tyler was working to contain the mirth filling him at the exchange between Lakis and Kira. The interaction between the two was cute and amusing, even if it was frustrating. And Kira's appearance was one of the instances of impeccable timing he could show. It wasn't a fluke as some may claim, it occurred too often to be a random chance. Plus, Tyler was happy to hear Kira's voice as it had been more than a week since they talked or saw each other. Thus, Tyler couldn't stay silent for very long. "One of the instances of your impeccable timing, Kira. Nice to see you are as dependable as you normally are, my friend." Kira cringed a bit at hearing Tyler's voice as he hadn't expected it in this event. Tyler had disappeared more than a week ago. He had said he had to return to the Republic to defend it from the Alliance. That had been the last that Kira had heard from his friend. Athrun had mentioned Tyler had told him the three would meet up in space and catch up on things. So, this was the last place Kira expected to cross paths with Tyler. "Ty," Kira questioned in surprise, "what are you doing here? Were you expecting someone else then?" Tyler posed. Tyler had made sure that Athrun and Kira had no doubt about the distance he would go for friends. "Granted, I've been keeping myself busy lately, but I try to do what I can to help those in need. It is part of what I like to call being one of the good guys, and that should be in my job description." The conversation quickly turned to where the group would go since they couldn't return to the plants soon. Kira mentioned that others he had been with, like the Archangel, had gone to the L4 colony cluster. When Tyler asked what Kira meant by others, Kira said it was the Archangel and an Orb Union vessel he called the Kusanagi. It wasn't long for an agreement to be reached, and the Eternal and the Freedom and the Aurora started going in that direction. It would take over 12 hours to reach Lagrange 4 and a little longer to reach the colony the group Kira mentioned was it. Tyler was left to his thoughts as the group went along, considering what lay ahead. With what had occurred around the plants, there would be repercussions that would follow. Tyler feared that ZAFT's leaders were rapidly becoming the same as the Alliance's leadership. Instead of natural supremacy, the only difference was coordinator supremacy. That standing would only make the war a worse conflict in the long run. It would certainly make the work of the Federation more cut and dry. It was clear to Tyler that the work he would be involved in would pick up and keep those like him busy. Tyler just hoped that once the group he was in arrived at the colony, they would get some time to relax. A/N. Okay, I'll leave off there for the phase and continue on from there in the next one. Now on to the part where I elaborate on things from the phase that I want to highlight. So, originally this and the last phase were one phase themselves, but it was getting too long in the rewrite. I also have been expanding things if it hasn't been clear to you readers, and I hope you appreciate more depth to the story. With that out of the way, let's start with the rescue portion as there were some changes there. So, first, Tyler wasn't assigned, and he will have to face consequences later. I wanted to establish that now. I want to point this out as it shows how far Tyler is willing to go for his friends, and I wanted to make that clear. For all that he does, Tyler has his priorities in the right place even when it may not seem like it. Second, I did jump back and forth from what was going on with Athrun and Tyler as the events were happening about the same time. I hope it wasn't too confusing the jumping, but I felt it worked better than just separating them. Next, I want to point out the conversation between Athrun and the chairman. The conversation is overall the same, but I wanted to show that Patrick Zala had lost touch with what his plans would do. Athrun understands thanks to Tyler's help back in the Republic. However, I feel that Athrun needed to try to reason with his father even when it was doomed to fail. It gives him more character and shows he cares and isn't a plot armor character as Kira can sometimes be. Moving on to the escape and the interaction between Sakura and Tyler. The escape is not too different than canon except the regenerate is on board the Eternal. I do want to point out the quirk with Waltfeld and Aisha which I describe in this. Andrew may be the one in charge, but Aisha works with him and gives him advice, kind of like a married couple. The example is the acquisition if you will of Da Costa. Andrew hadn't been sure but Aisha said to do it, and it works out well. Then we have one of those scenes I know you readers like as I get questions and comments about them, the interactions between my main character Tyler and Sakura. In this instance, Sakura shows she don't take crap with the chairman, which I think all of us wanted someone to do, correct me should I be wrong. Then as Tyler is doing resupply, Sakura is helping the ZAFT inspection team. Yes, I felt it amusing that the interaction ended with a kiss from Sakura. I know many of you wanted to see such happen at some point. Besides, Sakura got the jump on Tyler, and he didn't push her away, wink wink. On to the battle the Eternal got into while escaping the plants, which did change somewhat. So, granted Tyler whipped ass in the original, but why not make it better I say. And this is the first battle that will be neater than the original, just a peek at that point. That is it for the closing notes on this phase. However, I do have one thing to bring up to you readers. I have made a poll for you all to vote on and give me your opinion. It is for future plans, whether to change another story of mine from first person to third person since this one has been going so well. Feel free to vote on it should you wish. It will be up for a while as I want input on where to go after this story is finished or is where I want it to be. As always, some of you take the time to write a review and tell me what you think of the phase. I appreciate those who do and let their voices be heard. I will see you all in 2 weeks or so with the next phase titled, Call to Stand. Peace out all. Chapter 40, Phase 43, Call to Stand. A/N. Here is Phase 43 for you readers. And as I quote every once in a while, I don't own any of the Gundam universe stuff as cool as that would be, Bandy has that privilege. I only have my characters, musings, and ideas. Hope you all enjoy the phase. Phase 43, Call to Stand. June 28, 71 CE. Lagrange 4. The Astrays had finished the full search of the Mendel colony in the day and a half which had passed upon their arrival. They found nothing out of the ordinary outside the colony and within it. The pilots discovered the breathable atmosphere within the colony and the docking control area. The colony's spaceport was a mess but did allow the Archangel and Kusanagi to dock inside. However, there was no room for another ship with the debris filling the spaceport area. Kisaka planned to have the Astray pilots clean the spaceport both to get the work done and give the pilots practice in the environment. Mew and Crystal had joined the groups of Astrays during their investigations. They both needed the practice for piloting mobile suits in zero-G since it was different than a mobile armor. The cleanup of the spaceport was started after the investigation, which was a more involved task than the exploration. It was done in shifts to move the job along slowly, but it would be done in the next few days at the pace set. It was close to a day after Athrun and Kira had left for whatever Athrun had wanted to do around the plants. The kid had never exactly mentioned, which had those who knew of Athrun's trip curious. Kagalai was worried about Athrun and what he was getting into. The plants were dangerous for one like Athrun, and he could be hurt or killed. The longer Athrun was gone, the worse ideas Kagalai imagined he was experiencing. She didn't want Athrun to get hurt or die from confronting his father. Kagalai couldn't say why she cared as much about Athrun, but she didn't want him gone. She couldn't place the feelings she had when it came to Athrun yet, but they were different than anything she had felt before. Nevertheless, it was late that day that the Freedom was detected approaching the Mendel colony. However, the Freedom wasn't alone as it was approaching the colony. It was accompanied by another mobile suit and an unknown ship. The Eternal with the Aurora and the Freedom escorting the ship toward the Mendel colony. As they came into the area of Lagrange 4, an eerie feeling came to Tyler. The abandoned colonies here at L4 were still operating to varying degrees. The information network and routine inspections left no doubt about that. It wasn't entirely the same as Junius 7 felt to be around, but it was similar enough to be unsettling to Tyler. The facts about Mendel alone sickened Tyler. The experiments done there and in a few of the other colonies had been horrible. Tyler's group approached the Mendel colony named after Gregor Mendel. The man was a historical figure from the 19th century before the Reconstruction War and the Cosmic Era. And the Bernal Island 1 colony was the most well-known one in the L4 cluster, but more due to the nasty rumors about the place. From what Tyler could see from a distance, the reports about the colony were accurate. It was the cluster's most intact colony overall, so that Tyler would guess the most functional of them too. Kira radioed the Archangel and informed them that the ship he was with wasn't an enemy. Tyler listened to Kira explaining to those at the colony how the Eternal had ended out with him. Those at Mendel wondered how the ship Kira was with had gotten here, but that wasn't the most surprising thing. What was causing pause with most was Lakis had managed to pull off the theft of the ship, and ZAFT hadn't been able to stop her group. Those on the Archangel knew Lakis had unique skills and capabilities, and she had shown that. However, stealing a new ship from ZAFT was in a league of its own. As the Eternal started maneuvering back into the colony's dock, Mew could only shake his head. I always suspected the Pink Princess was something else, he began, but I underestimated her. Crystal snickered, you weren't the only one that didn't give her the credit she deserves, Mew. I think we should just be grateful she is alive since many wouldn't be after enduring what she has. Crystal glanced at the red spacecraft, yet, Kira only said the red machine was with them, no other detail. I find that odd. Crystal turned her attention to the Archangel. Do we have any information on that red unit, Archangel? Muru had asked Kuzi to get in touch with the Kusanagi and see what they could find out about the unknown machine. From what he was saying, the Kusanagi said the unit had a Federation ID which Kuzi said he was told meant it was a trusted ally. Muru had Mirialia give that information to Mew and Crystal and tell them it was all the information they had. Meanwhile, Tyler slowed his approach as he watched the Eternal spin around and started backing into the colony spaceport. Tyler had scanned over the immediate area and saw a Strace, the Strike, and the Shadow, in what Tyler assumed were lookouts. Even if L4 was officially Federation territory currently, that didn't mean ZAFT and Omni didn't come around it. Thus, posting lookouts was sensible, and Tyler would applaud the action. However, while Tyler was observing the Eternal docking, a message appeared on one of the displays in the cockpit. Tyler brought up the message and saw it said a shuttle from the Voyager class, which had been following, would be departing for the Mendel colony. The shuttle had Siegel Klein on board along with a few others, by what Tyler read. He didn't doubt Lakis would appreciate seeing her father as soon as possible. With Siegel not getting to the Eternal, many bad assumptions about what happened to the man could be made. And Tyler figured that since the two had been in hiding, they hadn't had much face-to-face contact as of late. Tyler could do the easy thing and just go to the Archangel and have the Aurora stored there for the moment. However, he wanted to ensure Siegel was okay and could do that better on the Eternal. Plus, he could then escort Siegel to where Lakis was to reunite the two quicker if he did. So, Tyler waited for the Eternal to move into the dock, sliding to the left of the Kusanagi, behind, and to the left of the Archangel. He didn't recognize the ship beside the Eternal but assumed it was an orb ship as that's where the group would have come from. But Tyler didn't have much time as he detected the shuttle the message had mentioned approach. So, Tyler shifted the Aurora into its suit form and headed for the spaceport entrance. Mew had noticed the movement of the red spacecraft and his eyes widened as it changed into a mobile suit. It appeared to be a Gundam type but had equipment different from what had come out of the G project. The shield was completely different, and it had cannons more as the Freedom had than what the prototypes did. It made Mew wonder if what he saw was an example of a Federation interpretation of a Gundam-type unit. Tyler contacted the Eternals bridge and asked them to open their linear catapult so he could come in. The woman Aisha was in charge and didn't have an issue letting the young man who had helped them onto the Eternal. What made her pause was him saying there would be a shuttle behind him. The sensor operator was seeing nothing other than the Aurora approaching. But Aisha figured that if there were a Federation shuttle came, it would have a stealth system like anything else the Federation used seemed to have. It would also provide a way for their Salas guests to leave the ship, which Aisha wouldn't say no to. She was grateful for the Salas team's help, but having special forces on a ship was unsettling. So, Aisha ordered the catapult opened for the Aurora and the shuttle so they could come on the ship. Tyler pulled back on his throttles to slow his forward momentum so he didn't hit the deceleration cables hard. He wasn't interested in seeing how good the new restraint system was by having it hold him in his seat. Tyler felt a moderate jerk as the Aurora came into contact with deceleration cables, which stretched before he was brought to a complete stop. Feeling the jerk and the stop reinforced what Tyler preferred the magnetic rail deceleration option the Federation employed. Tyler moved out of the way to allow the shuttle to have an easy entry and was directed to an empty dock. The catapult closed, and the shuttle was secured to the hangar deck while Tyler popped out of his cockpit. One odd thing Tyler noticed was 3 empty docks but a machine in the fourth one. The suit's frame was unique, yet it reminded Tyler of the Aegis to an extent. The blades it had on its feet and the torso section did look similar to what the Aegis had possessed. However, for lack of better terms, the machine appeared to be built in sections and then connected. Its legs and arms looked to be able to shift like the Aegis could, from what Tyler could see. There also seemed to be a backpack part, though not like the Justice's Fathom 00. Then on either side of the backpack, 2 other limb-like parts sat folded up to be behind the shoulders of this unit. Tyler could see no obvious weapons on this machine, which meant it possessed hidden weapons. After taking in the mobile suit, Tyler turned and floated toward the shuttle that was on the deck. As he approached, he took off his helmet, hoping to see Siegel come out of the shuttle as some were already exiting it. Tyler spotted Kurt coming out of the shuttle, the customary black eye patch over his right eye and the strap around his head. From what Kurt had told Tyler, his right eye had been seriously damaged in the Battle of Endymion, and doctors couldn't save any functionality in it. Thus, Kurt had decided to wear an eye patch instead of having an odd-looking eye. Kurt had many skills, giving him the same rank and a pilot license as Tyler. But he wasn't a member of Salas even when he had been offered a position. Kurt was a Special Forces agent by choice. Tyler nodded at Kurt, who returned the gesture. "Kurt, nice to work with you on a job," Tyler greeted. Tyler next saw 3 coming out of the shuttle, Siegel in the middle with a Federation soldier on either side. Tyler spotted Siegel's left shoulder was crimson, and so Siegel was being rushed off for medical attention. Tyler turned back to Kurt. "Kurt, should I ask how things went with extracting Siegel?" Kurt shrugged, as he was a high-priority target for some in power, a large group was sent to try and capture him according to the soldier that sung to me. But with the special forces, I would say it was more they were there to kill him, he replied. Tyler didn't like what he heard and believed Kit's assumption was right on the money. Those who had been after Lakis seemed to have the goal of capture and had been watching their movements. When a group was out to kill another, they didn't watch their actions and just did whatever it took to get the point done. Kurt continued, but they didn't expect a team with the same skill level to show up and show them no more mercy they were giving. A few of Mr. Klein's defenders gave their lives to protect him, and rest assured, they will be honored for their bravery and sacrifice. Tyler sighed, well, I wish they hadn't needed to do so, but that seems to be the world we live in now. On the bright side, Sakura will be very grateful for what you and the team did, Kurt, Tyler remarked. Kurt gained a soft smile, I would do something for her even if I weren't asked, she is a friend, he reasoned. And I owe her a favor I've been waiting to repay. She saved my team at Endymion, and I can't thank her enough for rescuing those who are family to me. Tyler bowed his head solemnly, understanding having those you loved as if they were family. Kira and Athrun were that for Tyler. Tyler floated off to the ship's infirmary to check on Siegel as he had been injured, shot by what Tyler had heard. He may not know where the infirmary on the Eternal is, but he knew where it would generally be on a ZAFT vessel. He hoped that the layout would be similar enough to other ZAFT vessels that it would get him to the infirmary. It took Tyler about 5 minutes to find the room he was after. Tyler found that Siegel's shoulder was wrapped up, and his arm was in a sling. Tyler exhaled heavily, thank goodness, he said, getting Siegel to look at him, glad to see you alive and doing okay rather than the alternative outcome. Siegel gained a soft smile since Tyler had a point as Siegel could have died before the Federation team had arrived and saved him. And members of the team had said Lakis was okay and had gotten away unscathed. Siegel was grateful to the Federation for saving his daughter and himself. He didn't want to imagine what would have happened if they hadn't stepped in. Siegel would likely be dead, and that would cause hardship for Lakis, it would set off Sakura. Sakura would have been out for blood belonging to any of those involved, and they would suffer her wrath, Siegel didn't doubt that. His eldest daughter would still want vengeance for the attempts on her family, but she wouldn't set out for blood like she would have been if either had been killed. Yes, I'm grateful to the Federation soldiers that interceded and saved those they did, Siegel replied. Things could have been far worse if they hadn't appeared. He nodded at Tyler, I wish to thank you and the others that saved Lakis, I didn't want her involved in this. Tyler bowed, more than happy to help save her, he returned. Only wished I could have done the job sooner and not have you both in danger. Tyler heard someone approaching, and when he looked, he saw Kurt approaching the door. You didn't tell me what was done to draw the attention of the special forces you mentioned. I'm kind of curious as special forces aren't the easiest to distract. Kurt smirked, which got Tyler curious about what the man had done. Let's say they learned that the Federation's sonic grenades really hurt to be hit by, Kurt remarked a tad smugly. Then, my knife skills are still a cut above the rest, even when it comes to special forces. Siegel was listening as his bandages were set, still remembering the moment Mr. Grimm introduced himself. Siegel knew the name since Sakura had mentioned it belonged to a friend and fellow champion. Never had Siegel imagined that a champion, even a former one, would show up to rescue him from being killed. Kurt kept going, to leave, I put together some things I found at hand to make it appear all in the house were either dead or about to be. ZAFT won't find enough evidence to say he escaped, and there were bodies, so the majority will believe Siegel dead. Siegel frowned, wishing that the measures weren't necessary to fool others that he was dead. He rubbed his shoulder, yes, that sounds about right, he commented. Although, several good men and women sacrificed their lives to make the escape possible. Tyler didn't want to think about what would happen if Siegel had been killed. The human race would have lost a visionary man who would make the world a better place for all. Siegel was a man who could help bring peace and a known pacifist who would be needed. The war made things volatile enough, losing those that were voices or reason would make things so much worse. Once Siegel was fixed up, Tyler led the man to the docking tunnel that would get them to the port facilities. Tyler would search for Kira as he figured if he found his friend, Tyler would locate Lakis. While Kira would do his best to comfort Lakis, his naivete would likely foil the attempt if Tyler were to guess. Kira had a heart of gold, but the guy was clueless about social stuff and oblivious to nonverbal gestures and hints. Tyler had given up smacking Kira for oblivious misses of hints that most would see clear as day. That wasn't to say Tyler wouldn't call his friend out of some things, Tyler hadn't given up on Kira to leave him to his own devices completely. Thus, with Siegel in tow, Tyler traveled through the colony's southern spaceport looking for Kira and Lakis. Athrun had been enduring Kagalai's worried talk the moment she found him after he had exited the Eternal. And while it was nice for Kagalai to be worried about him, Athrun was a tad embarrassed when others saw Kagalai hovered over him. She was a prominent figure in Orb. Kagalai should be holding herself to a higher standard. Kagalai may well be one of Orb's future leaders, and she should keep that in mind. Yet, in Athrun's heart, he found himself liking Kagalai, being so concerned for his well-being. He'd never had a girl worry about him like this, really few other than Tyler and Kira had consistently shown they cared what happened to him. The moment Kagalai had seen his arm in a sling and his shoulder bandaged, she had panicked and hovered over him. Athrun did manage to pull Kagalai off to one of the empty observation lounges where no one else was around to see her behavior. She had peppered him with questions about what had happened for him to get injured in his shoulder. Kagalai, on the other hand, the moment she'd seen Athrun, had been more than worried. She had been extremely concerned about Athrun going to the plants to do whatever he was. Kira had mentioned that Athrun wanted to talk to his father, but nothing had been said about what. With how Athrun was injured, the talk hadn't ended well and didn't sit well with Kagalai. She had questions about what occurred and wouldn't let Athrun deflect her as he had before leaving. Athrun was a good person, and the world needed those with the war going in the direction it was. What happened, Athrun? Kagalai asked firmly, how did you get hurt? Athrun looked at the floor, not wanting to meet her eyes with the question Kagalai was asking him. He knew that confronting his father would not end well, and all the facts pointed to that. His heart didn't want to accept all that inferred Chairman Zayla would not listen to reason. So, the shoulder injury resulted from the poor decision he had made in the face of the facts. The consequence of trying to reason with one that won't heed reason anymore, Athrun replied. What Athrun said didn't make sense to Kagalai, and she wanted answers to what happened to him. He had been gone for close to 2 days, and when he returned, he had bandages on his shoulder. Most didn't go on a trip and return with an injury that had to be treated as Athrun's did. So, she glared at Athrun. What do you mean consequences of reasoning, Athrun? She just about demanded. Athrun didn't want to get into the details of the encounter with his father any more than he wanted to relieve them. And he knew Kagalai would be appalled by what occurred as most would be. Nor would she likely understand that Chairman Zayla wasn't Athrun's father any longer. As Tyler had implied, and now Athrun knew for himself, the man looked like Patrick Zayla but wasn't him. Patrick Zayla was gone forever, and nothing could change that horrible fact as much as Athrun wanted there to be. The Bloody Valentine had been the beginning of his father's fading death, and the war had pushed it along. While Athrun accepted that even if begrudgingly so, someone like Kagalai would be unable to do the same. Thus, Athrun sighed, I tried to help the man see reason, but he wouldn't heed it or even listen to what I was telling him. He was so focused on his own ambitions that he was blind to anything else. Athrun paused, clenching his teeth. He was supposed to be my father, he hated war and said it was a horrible thing and a ridiculous waste. But that same man now insists that winning the war is the only thing that matters. I became so angry the chairman was using my father's face and voice that I tried to attack him. He shot me before I could reach him, Athrun went on but never finished. Kagalai had not liked what she had heard from Athrun. She had got that he was iterating about talking with his father. However, something had happened that had ended with Athrun getting shot. That he was shot by a gun more than worried her, it scared her a great deal as he could have been killed. Worse, his father had shot him before he escaped the plants. But she couldn't help interrupting him after he said he got shot. Your father shot you, she exclaimed. Athrun shook his head, it was just before I was shot that I realized and understood the man was no longer my father. He may look and sound like him, but my father has been lost and will not come back. Athrun hesitated, others tried to warn me that the chairman wasn't who I thought he was anymore. Friends and even your own father implied that, and yet I didn't listen to them and found out the point the hard way. So, my unwillingness to accept the point resulted in me getting shot in the shoulder. Kagalai could only shake her head at what Athrun had gotten himself into. He was so stubborn, which had cost him in the form of an injury. Yet, as frustrating as that was with the guy, Kagalai couldn't help herself but like some of the qualities he had because of it. Athrun's wish to want to see the best in others was something she appreciated. He was a good person just caught up in the war. Why is it you're always getting hurt whenever I see you? Kagalai asked. Athrun smiled softly at the question, even when he never intended to get injured when it did happen. If anything, the amulet that Kagalai had given him reminded him of what he still had to live for. She was one of those important to him and made his life worth living. Your amulet helped keep such to a minimum, he replied, it helped me remember what is important. Kagalai had given Athrun the amulet as a good luck charm for his journey. It was the only thing she could think of to do for him before he had left for the plants that it had helped him in some way and brought warmth to her heart. She'd hoped it would help him somehow, though she didn't know how it could assist him. So, the amulet helped you, did it? She asked, that's good to hear. Tyler was passing by the lounge and began hearing the conversation between the two as it continued. Siegel was still behind Tyler as the young man glanced to an area to the right. Siegel glanced in that direction and saw Patrick's son with a blonde girl talking. He did notice that Athrun had bandages wrapped around his right shoulder. Siegel could only imagine what could have happened to Athrun for him to have been injured as he was. Tyler had slowed to listen to Athrun and Kagalai's conversation, wondering what was about. He felt something was going on between the two and was curious what it could be. Tyler did look up to one of the upper observation lounges and spotted Lakis and Kira near the window. Kagalai stared at the Eternal, still trying to wrap her head around how someone like Lakis could have managed to steal it. The ship wasn't small, and its customization would likely have it watched more than other vessels. Yet, not only had she and others managed to take over the ship, but also escape ZAFT. It was impressive even to imagine what had possibly gone into this to Kagalai. So, she continued, it's amazing that she escaped with this huge thing. Kagalai shook her head, she's pretty awesome doing that. Athrun wouldn't disagree with Kagalai's assessment of Lakis, for it was true. Lakis had resisted the Supreme Council and those pursuing her, which most would have done far worse with. She had also been broadcasting the truth among the plants for as long as she could before a channel she used was silenced. And even with all that, Lakis had gotten others on her side, and they had commandeered a ship without ZAFT figuring it out. Sure, Tyler had helped to some degree along with other Federation soldiers, but that had been at the end. Yeah, that is one way of putting it, Athrun remarked, but I don't think it quite says it. Tyler was still listening to the two, wondering what was going on between the two, as there was something. As far as Tyler knew, Athrun had been engaged to Lakis but was unlikely still in that standing with the Freedom's theft. In Tyler's opinion, Kira was a better match for Lakis than Athrun, and it was more Lakis seemed to like Kira more romantically. That made the point that Kira being so oblivious all the sadder, both with Kira's naivete and Lakis's frustration. Kira would still have to get Sakura's approval, and Tyler had no idea how he would get that from Lakis's older sister. Tyler stopped as Kagalai, and Athrun turned to gaze up to where Kira and Lakis were. Kagalai was gazing at the Lakis and Kira pair, still wondering several things about them. While she'd been on the Archangel, Kagalai had often seen the two together, but she hadn't thought much about it. The two were the ship's mobile suit pilots at the time, so they worked as a team when the battle came to the ship. However, as Kagalai looked at the two now, she felt there was more than just friendship or camaraderie between them. She couldn't say exactly what it was, but it was something more than friendship, which she was sure of. They're looking close, Kagalai said, I mean, she is your fiancé, isn't she? At one time, Lakis had been arranged to be his fiancé, an agreement between their fathers. Athrun hadn't minded the arrangement to marry Lakis when they turned 19, and he had accepted the idea. He knew that Commander Klein had been against the arrangement and had made her objections vocal. And then, his father had nullified the arrangement before Athrun had headed off to search for the freedom. Former fiancé, Athrun replied, smiling slightly. Kagalai looked puzzled before Athrun continued, I acted like an idiot and paid for that. While Athrun's admittance of no longer being arranged to marry Lakis was interesting, Tyler found his reasoning more so. For one to acknowledge they had been foolish was healthy and a rare thing Tyler had found. Humans could be prone to recklessness and foolish actions. It was a flaw in the human race. Thus, Tyler couldn't hold in the snickers escaping him, which drew the attention of Kagalai and Athrun. Worry not, Athrun, for you're not alone, Tyler commented, idiotic actions don't always seem so when you consider them. To be foolish is human, to learn from such experience is divine. While Athrun was blinking at the last line, Kagalai was processing what Tyler had just said. It wasn't what Tyler would normally say, and it sounded more like something his father Lance would say. Tyler's father may have been a scientist, and a damn good one at that, but he was also a philosopher at heart. Tyler had not inherited the philosopher part or much of the scientist qualities from his father. But Tyler did, sometimes, come out with one of those lines his father was known for. Athrun cracked a smile, you're sounding like your father, Ty, he remarked. Tyler bowed, that is a wonderful compliment, Athrun, he replied, my father's ideals, if applied, benefit many and even the human race as a whole. Kagalai shook her head, well, better now to have such a realization than never, Kagalai stated. The lessons hard learned are the ones we remember the most. Tyler blinked at the second sentence as it was a point his mother had brought up many times. It brought to mind that Ellen had mentioned she talked to another in the last few years. Tyler recalled her saying the person came from Orb at least once a month, but she had never stated who that was. For all Tyler knew, that person could be Kagalai, and it would be the biggest surprise to him if she turned out to be. Sadly, Tyler's service didn't allow him to come around home as much, or when he wanted, missions made that nearly impossible. Tyler smiled softly, you have wisdom beyond your years to know and say that, Kagalai. Kagalai gazed at Mr. McGregor, wondering what he meant by wisdom beyond her years. It was a lesson Ellen had taught her over the time she'd known the woman. Kagalai had taken the wisdom to heart and found that Ellen was quite right. It was one of many lessons that Kagalai had gained from Ellen when she was the mother figure in her life. Tyler continued, applying that idea, however, is a different matter as much as I wish it weren't. It normally comes through experience, multiple ones for it to stick, but that's not the point right now. Kagalai glanced back at Kira, who looked to be talking to Lakis about something. Kira seemed just as foolish as Athrun had been but hadn't figured the point out yet. It showed that coordinators could be as foolish as naturals could be at times. And I think that Kira is just as much a fool. So, even coordinators can be fools, Kagalai commented. Tyler burst out laughing at what Kagalai said as it was hysterical in so many ways. Tyler had learned long ago that being a coordinator didn't mean he didn't do foolish and or dumb things. When he was younger, Tyler had been a tad accident-prone and had been embarrassed by some of the things he'd done. It had shown Tyler that being human was far more important than what type you were. Plus, his dad told him that he would have between his laughter after watching Tyler do something stupid. However, Tyler contained himself before speaking again. Coordinators are as human as any other type. So, we can be stupid in our actions and how we choose to do things just like everyone else. Tyler shrugged. Why anyone thinks that coordinators are perfect and can't make mistakes needs to stop smoking whatever it is because they're frying their brains. Tyler glanced at Kira and Lakis. Still, I wouldn't say that Kira is a fool like you claim he is, definitely not the kind Athrun has been recently. Tyler turned to Athrun, no insult or offense intended, my friend. Athrun knew that Tyler wasn't trying to imply insult against him, that wasn't how Tyler was. Tyler had attempted to warn him without saying things flat out about his father. Tyler's veiled kindness in saying ZAFT's leadership was going down a bad path and not mentioning his father had been nice of him. Athrun had ignored Tyler's hint, and he'd paid for doing that, as his shoulder attested. None taken, Athrun replied with a dismissive gesture. Tyler faced Kagalai again and picked up where he left off. Kira is more naive than he is foolish most of the time. Long have I been waiting for the day that he sheds that naivete. Tyler put his hands together. I pray that I live to see it, and I doubt that I'm the only one. Tyler gestured to Athrun that he would be back before he floated back to where Siegel was waiting for him. The two floated through the corridors heading towards the upper observation lounge where Kira and Lakis were. Lakis probably believed that her father was killed with what Kurt had told Tyler about Siegel's extraction. The girl likely had heard only bits and pieces of what had potentially happened to Siegel. Siegel was alive as he was with Tyler, even if in bandages and a sling. By the time we reached the hallway, Tyler could hear voices which he quickly recognized as the two he was looking for. It instantly became clear that Lakis was crying from what Tyler could pick up. Tyler stopped outside the door and held up a hand to have Siegel wait for a moment. Tyler then opened the door a little and peeked in, seeing his ears working perfectly fine since Lakis was crying into Kira's neck. The sight made Tyler feel awkward as the two were having a moment. Tyler waited for a long moment before he cleared his throat to get the pair's attention. I don't doubt this is a bad time, but with Lakis crying her eyes out, Tyler smiled weakly, I just can't stand by and do nothing. Kira looked at Tyler, wondering what he was talking about and why he had come up here. Tyler was a good person, Kira knew he would go far for those he cared about. Kira had seen and experienced how far Tyler would go for others he saw as friends and family personally. However, there was little to nothing he could do for Lakis right now with the state she was in. She had been crying to him, saying she had lost her father, Siegel, during her escape from Aprilius 1. By what she said, a second Federation Salas team was supposed to have been helping Siegel, but they had never met up with her and those on the Eternal. So, while Tyler would try to cheer up Lakis, there was little he could do unless he could somehow make Siegel appear. Thus, Kira stared at Tyler with curiosity. What do you mean, Ty? He asked. Can't whatever you want to say wait for a bit? While Tyler had expected his friend's naivete not to help him comfort Lakis, it still was frustrating to witness. He would give Kira a B for effort but a C at best for the follow-through, which got him to shake his head in response. Tyler would think Kira would understand he was here to help Lakis and wouldn't leave her to sorrow. Tyler exhaled and gave the two a pained smile. Normally, I would say you have a point, and most things can wait, which would be a surprising absence of your naivete. However, you should know I'm not one to leave a friend in a low mood and let them sulk. Tyler looked to Lakis, still in tears, and Kira gestured to her. I mean, look at that face, man. Can you just stand there and not want to comfort her? Tyler paused and sighed before smiling softly. Lakis, things aren't as dreary as you may think they are, I assure you. Tyler floated back toward the door and opened it. For look here, your father is alive and okay. Tyler shrugged. Granted, he took a bullet, but he's been patched up and will recover. Siegel entered the room and smiled at his daughter, glad to see she was alive and okay after escaping the plants. The second Lakis saw her father, she shot towards him and hugged the man, crying again. She was delighted that her father had made it away from Aprilius 1 and those that had been hunting for them alive. Yes, she could see he was wrapped up much like a Thrun, so he'd gotten hurt before getting away. However, now she knew she didn't just have Sakura left as family. Thus, she let the tears of joy flow as she hugged her father, happy that her father was alive. Tyler moved forward, grabbed Kira, and tugged him along so the two could have time to themselves. While Kira could understand giving Siegel and Lakis time alone, he couldn't figure out what Tyler wanted. He'd cheered Lakis up in a way that Kira couldn't have hoped to be able to do with his best efforts. The two headed down to the main waiting area for the spaceport, where some were talking. Tyler spotted Mr. Waltfeld with other ZAFT officers talking with some from the Archangel and others in orb uniforms. He assumed that the new ZAFT allies were introducing themselves to the others here. Tyler didn't see Kurt but figured the guy was merely observing things as he normally did while away from the spotlight. That was how Kurt was, do the important work and then return to the shadows before most noticed him and watch from there. However, Tyler felt with the lull in events, now would be a good time for him and his two best friends to catch up. It would be better to do such as soon as they could, as Tyler didn't count on things staying quiet for long. So Tyler directed Kira to the same observation lounge that Athrun and Kagalai were still in but had stopped talking. Kagalai may still be here and wasn't a part of the coming conversation, but the girl could listen as she wished. Tyler didn't have a problem with the girl hearing what they would talk about, and there was no classified info that would be said. Thus, he waved a hand to Athrun. "Hope we're not interrupting anything with you two," he began, "but as it is quiet right now, this would be a great time to catch and compare notes for the three of us." Athrun nodded, agreeing with the idea as he wanted to know what Tyler had been up to since heading to space. It had been clear from Tyler's words in the last conversation that he had been doing background work. And Tyler would be able to give the Federation's side of recent events, which Athrun would love to know. Kira had blinked at Tyler's suggestion of catching up with each other. Not that he would refuse to talk with Athrun and Tyler as he had questions for them. With Athrun and Kira not saying anything, Tyler took that as he should start the conversation. "So, I'll go first, I suppose, since neither of you have spoken up," he said. Tyler began with his return to the Republic before Omni's attack and what he had learned. He spoke of the foreboding that hung over the military forces and the general public's concern. Tyler paraphrased the message sent by the Atlantic Federation as he remembered it. He didn't like the contents now more than he had when he had read it the first time. Tyler's message was much the same Kagalai had heard about from Kisaka and her uncle. The Atlantic Federation had disavowed the Federation and said to surrender or prepare to fight. Athrun could now understand what had so mystified him. The Alliance's attack he had come upon around the Republic hadn't made sense to him then. But piecing together the loss of Panama's mass driver and Tyler saying the Alliance wanted to have a go with the Federation explained several things. And he wondered if ZAFT had figured out the Alliance wasn't holding back anymore or if they didn't see that as an issue. The Alliance had pulled the Federation into the war, and now they and ZAFT would have to deal with the consequences. The ending results of the Alliance's attack on the Republic were as stated around Orb. They had been pushed back by the Federation with effort and some sacrifice by the Finnish. Tyler transitioned into how the Federation had taken up defensive postures on Earth for their member nations. Kira asked about what Tyler had said to Athrun, so Tyler summarized the conversation. He did mention the bits about the threat of nuclear tech coming back and being used. Kagalai didn't like what she heard from Tyler about soon ZAFT and the Alliance using nuclear weapons. The N-jammers were made and deployed to stop that from happening, but with the equipment the Freedom and the Justice had, such was a moot point. Nuclear weapons coming back into the war would only make things worse, Kagalai was sure of that. Then Tyler moved on to him traveling up to space and joining up with the Federation's first space fleet. As he was iterating the space fleet's mission, those listening were stunned to varying degrees. Athrun knew the Federation's response to the Alliance attacking their member nations would be precise and effective. However, exterminating Omni's orbital fleets, while in the end, an extremely effective action, it was brutal. Athrun agreed with the Federation's decision with what their response was. It would limit the Alliance's plans in space to go against the Federation and the plants. The issue that Athrun saw was that ZAFT would soon face a similar situation since the chairman saw the Federation as an enemy. Tyler shifted to his rescue of Lakis from those who some of the council wanted to be silenced. He did leave out his encounter with Sakura as he didn't want to talk about what happened with her. Tyler ended with helping the Eternal and following it to the Mendel colony. Kira spoke next, starting the day after Tyler had left for the Republic with what was going on in Orb. According to Kira, the tension around Orb was much the same as it was at the Republic and increased as the attack from the Alliance loomed. The news of the results from Omni's attack on the Republic did provide a small morale boost for Orb's defenders, but the pending fight dispelled the effect for the most part. Orb's preparation was respectable by any standard that Tyler or Athrun could measure. So, when Omni came, they were close to ready for the attack and didn't instantly fold as the Alliance had hoped for. The attack itself came around 2 days after the Republic was assaulted, from what Tyler could figure. The fight went as good as expected, much like it had for the Republic and what Tyler had read for the Equatorial Union. As Kagalai listened to Kira's summary of the attack on Orb, she reviewed how things had gone. She hadn't appreciated what Omni had done, even with Orb defenders pushing them back. She had heard her father and uncle saying that Orb would likely fall if not for the Federation's military forces helping them. She would agree with the assessment that Federation forces had made a real difference in saving Orb from the Alliance overwhelming them. Kagalai didn't want to imagine where Orb would be if they weren't a part of the Human Federation. Kisaka had said something about a last resort contingency being in place if the worst should occur. What had been described had more than worried her as it implied things would be destroyed so the Alliance couldn't have them. Kira kept going with details about the first fight against Omni and their second attempt that happened a while later. In the first fight, Athrun had rescued Kira, which Tyler was grateful for as Kira could have been killed if that hadn't occurred. The descriptions of the 3 Gundam-type units on Omni's side concerned Tyler. They sounded similar to the 3 troublemakers Tyler and others had dealt with around the Republic. It said Omni had furthered their G project and was trying to produce even more dangerous machines. And it wasn't just the machines, those that piloted them were also odd in ways that Tyler couldn't exactly place. Then the 3 troublemakers had shown up in the second assault on Orb, which suggested some sort of connection or relation between the machines. Allied reinforcements had turned the tides and pushed back Omni for the final time before they left. Kira moved on to the Archangel, and the Kusanagi, as he called it for Tyler, was ordered to ascend to space. The choice or direction made sense to Tyler, and the war was currently transitioning into space. The war was accelerating in a very bad direction. Once it fully moved to space, it would sour even faster. Tyler was glad to know that Izumi was alive and well, as his leadership would help the Federation and beyond. The human race needed as many standard bearers for peace as it could in dark times. And as dark as things were, Tyler felt it would become more so before a chance of relief. Kira had escorted Athrun along his journey to Aprilius 1 to confront his father. Athrun took up the narrative from there with his return to the plants and reaching Jachindu. And he'd been questioned about what he'd been doing and where the justice was by others. However, of all people, ZAFT's Admiral Tries had been touring the base and had helped Athrun out of what he'd been in. Upon arriving at Aprilius 1, Athrun had noticed things felt off around the plants more than on his previous visit. Athrun mentioned that ZAFT was still recuperating from Operation Spitbreak and the losses they had taken from assaulting Panama. He told them Spitbreak had been seen as a swift way to bring a close to the war in ZAFT's view. Tyler could see the general logic used for ZAFT's Spitbreak even when it was unlikely to work out the way they wanted. The plants were also still dealing with the fallout from the freedoms theft which was being kept from the public. However, Tyler didn't like the meeting Athrun had with the chairman. Athrun had been confronting the man who looked like his father, which he didn't blame his friend for. The meeting itself was much more revealing and educational in Tyler's view than he felt the others would see it as. The major points of note of the encounter were the results of what had happened with JOSHA, which Athrun had overheard along the way. The demand for Le Cruzat's location made Tyler more suspicious that Cruzat was the rat he had seen the work of. Athrun said he heard whispers that Spitbreak was worse than it had been, and Victoria was bad. The faith in Cruzat concerned Tyler as the man had been nothing but trouble, and counting on such for anything else was foolishness. It was even odder that Cruzat was trusted more than ZAFT's Admiral Tries when logic would have it the other way around. Case in point, Tries and Cruzat's track records were very different from what Tyler had read. Tries had the golden and pristine one, he achieved great results and exchanged the least amount of losses for it. Tries was the near-perfect example of an amazing officer any military could have. While on the other end of the spectrum, Cruzat had nearly the opposite type of record, which was hard to argue with. The man may get results but would cause political fiascos and a slew of problems along with his actions in exchange. Athrun had confronted his father about what the war was doing to ZAFT and others. The man hadn't listened to reason. Tyler would have been surprised if he had. Tyler had seen the signs that Chairman Zayla had slipped down a slippery slope and was pretty much lost to logical reason. Tyler had tried to warn Athrun without stating his father was essentially a lost cause as he knew Athrun would not accept it. But with what happened, Tyler knew he should have just said the point outright and shown Athrun the evidence. Instead, Athrun had learned the hard way that his father was gone forever. Tyler didn't like that Athrun was shot, but there was no helping that anymore. As Athrun finished his tale, Tyler couldn't keep the sigh in. "Good golly Athrun," he began, "part of me wants to say how noble of you it is to wish to attempt to reason with the man. However, the other half of me urges me to grab your shoulders and shake you with some decent force asking what you were thinking at a rather loud volume." Athrun lowered his head at Tyler's remark since it was well earned by him through his recent actions. Confronting his father had been more than foolish, it was a miracle that he had lived through it. Tyler had been one of those that had warned him about Chairman Zayla and that he was dangerous. Athrun had ignored the advice from friends and proceeded with what he thought was a good course of action. He should have known better than to ignore Tyler's implied advice since he tended to be right the majority of the time. However, it was Kira that spoke first rather than Athrun. "Ty, that's pretty harsh, you know." Tyler didn't want to hear Kira telling him that he was being unnecessarily blunt and rude to Athrun. Kira was at times like this was too nice and got Tyler to curse the irritating naivete he sported. And Tyler felt that when another made a stupid decision and suffered the consequences, the truth was to be stated. Athrun should have known better than to go back to the plants after what he did and didn't do with the assignment. Tyler had thought Athrun understood he would be in trouble if he went back, yet he did it anyway. Thus Tyler gritted his teeth and looked away from Kira before taking a deep breath and dropping his shoulders. "There are such colorful words I could say to express my feelings with your naivete, Kira, especially right now." Tyler paused to take another deep calming breath. "As for Athrun's actions, I would expect much from you because of that cursed naivete, not him." Tyler held up a hand as Athrun opened his mouth, not that I don't understand your desire to reason and attempt to rescue the man that looks and sounds like your father. Had you been able to change his view, I would be celebrating with you right now. Tyler paused to take a deep breath. I'm disappointed and irked by that. You should have had an escape plan and a backup plan should things go badly. Athrun blinked as he stared at Tyler and kept going. When going into a situation knowing it will be dangerous, you prepare for what will likely come your way. You plan an escape route or two for when you need to get out. You have contingencies ready to be employed should the need arise. And most of all, you don't assume that you'll be fine and manage to come out of the danger due to something you don't have control over, like luck or fate. Tyler moved forward, grabbed Athrun's collar, and shook him for a moment. So, what were you thinking, Athrun? What had Athrun in shock right now wasn't Tyler shaking him as he did his dressing down. It was that Tyler had tears at the corner of his eyes. Do you consider what those of us who care about you would feel if you had gotten captured and tortured, or worse, killed? And you still went in and thought what? The plant's chairman would welcome you and ask how you were doing? Sit down and talk over some sort of drink. What the man threatened to do to me were I captured should clearly tell you he would do horrible things to you. Kagalai and Kira rushed forward at that point. Kira pulled Tyler back while Kagalai put herself in front of Athrun. Kira was trying to calm down Tyler while Kagalai was glaring at Tyler for what he was doing to Athrun. Athrun didn't deserve to be challenged on what he had done, and he had been shot, for goodness sakes. Tyler quickly stopped struggling against Kira and took a moment to calm down. He exhaled before speaking again. Sorry for losing my cool, but I'm conflicted between being proud of what you tried to do and mad that you didn't think about the consequences. Tyler stopped and shook Kira off of him. I know I should have told you that the chairman wasn't the man you knew anymore. I could see the signs clear as day, and I should have told you so that you thought things through. However, Tyler began jabbing a finger at Athrun. You are to think about what your actions will do to those of us that care about you and want you alive for years to come. Tyler rounded to face Kira. And you, he snapped, but then stopped and sighed. I would say you should have talked Athrun out of going off. And yet, it would be a waste as your naivete would have you wish Athrun the best of luck and let him go. I'm sorry, Athrun responded simply. Tyler slowly turned around and stared at his friend, processing what he'd said. Athrun meant the apology. Tyler didn't doubt that, it just didn't dismiss the stunt he pulled. But Tyler didn't want to argue about this anymore, and it wasn't worth it to Tyler. So, he exhaled, I'm done with this for the moment. I need time to wind down and distress, that is best done right now. And with that said, Tyler left the lounge and vanished down a corridor to get time for himself. He needed time to calm down and collect himself before talking to Athrun again and discussing what his recent action had done. Tyler explored the port facilities, keeping out of sight, so he didn't get drawn into something. And he ended up coming into the port's control room, which was empty and there had been no one around the port facilities. So, Tyler accessed a console in the room, logged into the information network, and scanned through the more recent info there. It was one of the ways that Tyler wound down and distressed, just being alone and reading things. The Federation's information network is vast and comprises three basic parts: data gathering, sorting and processing, and application and implementation. The first part was data gathering by informants, lots and lots of them in all sorts of different places. For example, Tyler believed there are a couple among the secretarial staff of the leadership of the Earth Alliance. Some of the plant's Supreme Council staff send info to the network. The second part of the network, the sorting and processing of the incoming information, is done by several facilities in different locations both in space and on Earth. The facilities' actual locations are not made public nor known to ZAFT or the Alliance for a good reason, but the Federation's Luna base was the biggest. Then the third and final part of the network, the application and implementation, were done by some in the Federation's military. All the flow and transmissions are encrypted so much that neither ZAFT nor the Earth Alliance had come close to getting through or breaking it. With what Tyler was seeing, the Alliance had lost 2 orbital fleets and would soon lose a third. At the rate the job was going, the Alliance would lose much of their space forces within a month or so. What got Tyler wondering was that the Alliance leadership on Earth wasn't explained or even informed to those in space. Omni in space had no idea what had happened on Earth other than Panama's mass driver had been destroyed. Those in space were scrambling to counter their fleets being attacked and destroyed but still didn't know why. Then with ZAFT, they were being strangely silent, which concerned how the war was going. With the recent loss of Victoria, ZAFT would want to counter the Alliance, and they hadn't yet. At around the same time, the room for the press would meet within the Republic's Capitol building was packed. It held news reporters from all major media networks invited and others operating the cameras in the room. The whispers of the news reports told of their curiosity about why they had been invited here for a press conference. Reaching out to media groups for the Republic's Public Relations Department was kind of rare. Then it had been said the broadcast would be influential and made by the Prime Minister herself. The Republic's Prime Minister rarely did press conferences where she made a speech, normally through others. So, being told Minister Blass would be speaking was enough for many media groups to send representatives. In the few instances, the woman had spoken to the world, and the events had been indeed ones of distinguished note. Thus, if this one was going to be similar, then none of the media organizations wanted to miss it. Behind the scenes, there were people, including members of the Federation military, who were preparing to send the broadcast out. The broadcast was going to be sent on every single communication channel possible, private and public, on as many transmission frequencies as possible. The purpose of this broadcast was to deliver a message to as many human beings as possible. And with the assistance of the Federation, this message would reach all members of humanity as was possible regardless of where they were or what means they had of communications. The broadcast was already being transmitted, so many were finding this and wondering what was happening. Thus, the news reports weren't the only ones viewing the proceeding. One viewing the broadcast was Tyler, as he had come across it as he'd been scanning the information network. At first, Tyler thought he was looking at a picture of a simple room with people in rows of seats and a lectern at the front. It took him a few seconds to realize that he knew that room as Tyler had been in it a few times before. The room was the Republic's Capitol building's press room his mother would use sometimes. Tyler could only sit and stare at the screen, wondering what the hell was going on for this picture to be on the screen. After checking, Tyler was further baffled to find out that what he saw wasn't a picture but a live broadcast. His question was what was going on and why is whatever this is being broadcasted on most frequencies? As Tyler watched, his mother's press secretary came out and stood in front of the podium, looking over the crowd. Those in the room quickly settled down and became quiet, waiting for this broadcast. The man was in a crisp business suit, and he spoke after the signal that the broadcast was being transmitted. "Thank you all for coming to this presentation, your time that you spend here will not be wasted." Snaps of cameras were heard as the man gave the greeting. The man bowed and gestured to his right, and now, without further ado, our Prime Minister, Ellen Blass. There were applauses as Ellen came out into the open and walked towards the lectern. The reporters began to ask questions the very second that Ellen came onto the stage, which she expected. Yet, she didn't answer them as her press secretary moved aside for her, offering use of the lectern. Ellen knew what she would say, and this would either help the human race or be one of the last attempts to put out reason for all. She had taken time to consider what to say in this to get across what needed to be seen. With the war on the slippery slope, it was going down, and things would only get worse if there weren't real change. And real change would require many people to stand up and refuse those pushing the war on. Ellen would wish what happened to the Republic on any other nation or colony. And the pain was fresh in her and motivated Ellen to call the world and colonies to stand up. It wasn't just the Alliance who was working to destroy the human race, ZAFT was doing the same thing too. As Tyler's mother came out on stage, he put in a command to have the feed display on the largest screen in the room. He was still racking his brain on what was happening since Tyler's mother wasn't one to have press conferences often. Tyler would admit that his mother had a real talent for giving speeches that got attention and could get people to consider things. And his mother always had a reason why she did something. Tyler knew that as fact and would defend her on that. Thus, Tyler was paying rapt attention more than he begrudgingly admitted he had growing up to this as he should have. But his intuition told him this speech would be something that would be talked about for years to come. Tyler leaned back in the chair he was in as Ellen took the lectern, faced the reporters, and took a deep breath. As my press secretary said, thank you for taking the time to come here, and I hope you are glad you tuned into this. I invited you all here for an address I will make to the world and those in space, both on the moon and living in colonies. I ask you all to hold your questions until the end of this address, and then I will answer as I can. All the reporters focused their attention on Ellen, not wanting to miss anything she might say now. Ellen took a breath, looked at one of those working on broadcasting this event, and was given the thumbs up. After seeing that, Ellen began, to all who are hearing or viewing this broadcast right now, wherever you are, my name is Ellen Blass. I'm the current leader of the Republic of East Asia, one of the founding members of the Human Federation. I make this address in the hope it will assist all of those who can make a difference, see reason, and save the lives that haven't been lost already. Every human being has either seen or experienced the chaos and violence around us in some way which comes from the conflict that rages today. Tyler knew his mom had given a couple of good speeches before now, and few would argue. But the opening alone got serious interest and implied there would be several uncomfortable people should they be viewing this. At least, Tyler hoped that those his mother would call out in some way were made uncomfortable. Tyler kept watching as Ellen gazed out at the audience. The war between the Earth Alliance and the Zodiac Alliance of Freedom Treaty or ZAFT has been ongoing officially for 5 years as of February 14 of this year and longer than that unofficially. And yet, neither faction has shown any intent or inkling to be open to a chance of peace or end this war in the near future in any way, shape, or form. The leaders of both factions have made all sorts of promises to both those they represent and those they don't. They had vowed not to harm innocent bystanders and end this conflict over the years it had gone on. However, none have provided anything of the sort. All they have brought is a continuation and worsening of the fighting. Tyler was glued to the large screen with a small smile on his face. His mom was laying a foundation for something, and he could see that clear as day. However, Tyler couldn't conclude what the end goal was, which intrigued him more and fueled his curiosity to know. However, I'm not here to justify any of them, nor what they work for, Ellen continued. Their vows ring hollow as none of them have shown they care about those who die in their war, whether soldiers or just those who happen to be around the fighting. Tyler was impressed with how his mother nailed the faction leaders without naming them directly. Yet, the sound of the door sliding open drew Tyler's attention, and when he turned saw Athrun and Kagalai entering, and behind them were Kira, Lakis, and Siegel. Athrun and Kira had been wondering where Tyler had gone when he disappeared. Tyler had always been frighteningly skilled at vanishing, disappearing, and any other form of the idea. He could be there one moment, and a second later, when you turned to him, he would be gone, and no signs that he had left other than his absence. It had taken time to search for him, and it was in the last area of the port that it turned out Tyler had vanished to. However, before they could say or ask anything of him, they were drawn to the large main display in the room. All five that entered the control room knew of the woman on the screen, even in different ways. Lakis and Siegel knew the woman was Minister Blass, who led the Republic. She was one of the Federation's stubborn defenders, the Dragon of the Republic, as others called her. Kagalai knew Ellen as her mother figure, but she knew it was rare for her to do press conferences. Kira and Athrun knew Ellen as they were among the few who knew she was Tyler's mother. All five were quick to find seats and said nothing as they watched the broadcast as it continued. This war, known being called the Alliance Plant War by the vast majority, was brought about for the worst of reasons. It is sustained by the hatred of the few who see those who are different and declare them as enemies. Even though such hatred shouldn't be heeded, the conflict has spread and fueled the flames of war and destruction for more than 5 years, Ellen stated firmly. People who wish to live in peace without fearing for their lives are driven from their homes by this war. Places of peace and safety are attacked when they refuse to participate and take a side in this conflict. They are deemed as an enemy of the attackers if the participation demand is refused. None in the control room could find words to express their feelings about what was being said by Ellen. Ellen picked up a paper from the folder she had carried in to show the point that she was making. The page was the first of the ultimatum from the Atlantic Federation and showed it to the crowd even if they wouldn't be able to read it. Should any wish for an example of what I speak of, in my hand is a page of what the Republic received before the nation came under attack by the Alliance's Omni forces. In the days that have gone by since then, other member nations of the Federation have received similar a form of communication before being assaulted by the military forces of the Alliance. Ellen paused, putting the page down. Make no mistake of this, each occurrence came because none of the nations agreed to the demands from the Alliance to join them in their battle against ZAFT and the plants. They will claim otherwise, but they were the ones who pushed the war in this direction. Tyler wanted to stand and clap at how his mother had made sure there was no doubt the Alliance had made things worse. Even should the Alliance deny what had been said, the Federation would provide evidence that would contradict their claims. As the old phrase went, taking one out to a meal and making them pay the bill including the tip. Kagalai's mouth was open, becoming agape at how direct Ellen was. She wasn't holding back and was making sure the Alliance would be seen as responsible for their attacks on the Federation. Lakis was in mild shock with what was being said and implied. Athrun had mentioned the Alliance had attacked the Federation, which was odd in her mind. But from what Minister Blass was saying, not only had they but threatened the Federation before doing so. Siegel feared the results of the Alliance's actions that were being iterated. With the Federation drawn into the war, they wouldn't be idle any longer. They were already working against the Alliance, and once that was done, ZAFT would have their turn. And it wasn't that Siegel thought the Federation would attack the plants, it was unlikely. The soldiers who were trying to do the right thing would suffer in this. Ellen continued, in the words of the senders, the Federation's actions are unacceptable. As a result, the governing body of the Earth Alliance, by unanimous vote, has denounced the organization as an official faction, those are their own words. Ellen paused for a moment. I state for the record that international law taken from the UN Charter makes it clear that no one faction or members thereof have the power to denounce, dissolve, or disband another group or faction. The Alliance also recognized the Federation as an independent faction in their Alaska Treaty, even if they forget or don't admit it, such is written in the document. Thus, the Alliance is claiming power they do not have and using it to do what they have no right to do. Tyler had to hold in the snicker that tried to escape him. His mother had nailed the Alliance to the wall using not just the document that defined international law but one of their own documents. The Alliance would have no genuine defense to use, though Tyler didn't doubt they would still lie their butts off. Then, the senders' demands were akin to the terms of surrender and that is being kind with the wording, Ellen continued. The given alternative was to be considered an enemy of them and treated as such. Some reporters gasped, and others muttered at hearing what the Earth Alliance had done and some denials of the claim. Ellen ignored the reaction and continued, that's what kind of actions have become commonplace because of this war. None of which has done anything of value or good for any part of the human race despite some claiming it is the means to end the war. It only has and will take away, destroy, and ruin the places we call home and that one holds dear. And if no serious changes are attempted, more and more will be taken from humanity. This war has already stolen many people's lives before their time, and more will follow if humanity accepts this war as it is becoming. Tyler's mouth wasn't the only one dropping open at the direction this broadcast was going. Tyler couldn't see the end goal yet, but he was starting to have a guess, and he was excited to see it. Quiet mutterings floated around the press room, yet Ellen still kept going with what she wanted to convey. Many of you viewing and listening right now understand what I speak of, she stated, the pain of knowing loved ones will not come home or back to you ever again. It is you who are glossed over by the ones who insist on keeping this war and the hatred that fuels it, I speak to now. To you women that are wives, now in the depths of sorrow being without your husbands because this war took their lives, give heed to my words. To all you men who are husbands, grieving for your lost wives, whether you do so in view of others or when no one sees you, I urge you to listen. To all the children who don't see one, or perhaps both of your parents anymore, even if you are too young to understand why they can't come home to you, lend me your ears. And to all those who weep and pine for those whose presence is missing because their lives were taken, do not turn away from this. None of you are alone in this horrible pain torturing you, for I know of the same pain you feel. I, too, have lost some dear to me due to this conflict and wish they were still alive and with me in these dark times. Tyler knew his mother missed his dad and sister, even when she didn't let it be seen to the public. She had to be strong for the nation even when it hurt to do so, Tyler knew that in his heart. Ellen took a calming breath and wiped her eyes at recalling her dear husband and cheerful daughter, who had died from this cursed war. Even if she didn't normally show how much she missed them both, Ellen truly missed her daughter Lana and her husband, best friend and closest companion, Lance. I stand here before you today to tell you all that there is still hope for peace and an end to this conflict. It requires all of us to rise, open our eyes to the truth that others hide, and stand together, refusing things as they stand right now. That's the first step to ending this conflict and stopping the daily loss of lives. These horrible events that take loved ones away can and must be stopped. All the lives lost at Victoria and Panama never had to happen. Ellen slashed the air, those who say otherwise are those who want this war to continue. None of those who are dying are necessary casualties of war, no matter what type of human one is. If the war between the Alliance and ZAFT is allowed to continue, then it will not just lead to even more destruction, but another bloody Valentine incident, and further, it will take the future from us all. Tyler knew this broadcast would spellbind many, and Tyler hoped this would entrance even more. Ellen spoke to the affected by the war and appealed to the emotions that had a chance to make a difference. Ending the war would take the radicals being overruled and refused in some form, Tyler was sure of that. The gasping and muttering from what Ellen had said before had ceased, and all were now paying focused attention to her. Microphones pointed at her, many had recording devices running to catch every word. Today, all will know the truth of what happened at that plant-type colony, Junius 7, and I will ensure that. The Bloody Valentine incident is an event that all know by now, but parts of the account of what happened there and the results are lies that have been spread since its occurrence. Both people within the Alliance and its military, along with the plants and ZAFT, have tried to hide truths about the colony for a different reason, but all of that ends today. Those in Mendel's port control room had gasped or done something similar at the last sentence. All there knew it was generally accepted the nuclear missile strike on Junius 7 had been unfortunate but had been done by a rogue group and not a specific organization. It had shown the danger of nuclear weapons being used in space and led to the development and deployment of enjammers. There were unfounded details debated over time over the years, but not much more. The Federation had made investigations, but the reports were not made accessible to the public. In the press room, complete silence hung in the room as all waited to hear what would be said next. Ellen continued, "It is a fact a missile bearing a nuclear warhead struck Junius 7, bringing about the destruction of the colony. Close to 250,000 people followed the colony with their deaths, those facts are true. However, the public does not know that between a third to half of that population were made up of natural human beings." The reporters' voices rose, questions about Ellen's statement being the subject of inquiry. Ellen waited for the crowd to quiet down before she kept going. The reason this fact is unknown or denied is that several individuals and groups don't wish this truth to be known. For some, the fact would have them facing criminal charges before now, while others don't want to admit what natural-type humans being on Junius 7 nor what it implies. The admittance of naturals being on Junius 7 was something the public didn't know, as many had buried the fact. What that colony had represented was far more the reason that the attack had occurred than it just being an attack on coordinators like is generally stated. Tyler's mom had even gone into detail that between a third to a half of the 243,721 people there. Tyler had seen the classified report the Federation investigations had found with the Bloody Valentine and hadn't liked what he'd read. From what Tyler had understood, the idea the colony was testing had been to see if both naturals and coordinators could live in peace. Junius 7 had been proving the idea could work fine and was going wonderfully. Ellen took a deep breath and then revealed what she had wanted for years. Junius 7 was not just an agricultural colony that was home to a large number of human beings. It was also a testing ground to see if coordinator-type and natural-type humans could live in peace and harmony together. The colony proved such a thing was easily possible, so much so that even Miliardo Peacecraft, the leader of the Earth sphere before the alliance was formed, was impressed, and he was even encouraged by what he saw there. That man who advocated peace was also on Junius 7 when the nuclear strike took place. Whether that was by chance or by some design, all I can say at this time is that the Federation military is investigating it. On a more personal note, to those who would say I couldn't possibly know what it feels like to have lost someone in the bloody Valentine, I can assure you that I do. My husband was at the colony, doing research that could and would have benefited the colonies and Earth itself. My 10-year-old daughter was also there at the time, and so, because of the hatred of a few towards coordinators, they are dead, and I can never see them again. Siegel had known the population and its makeup of Junius 7 even if the general public didn't. He'd heard from a few, including Patrick, that the colony was testing a few things, but they hadn't said what. To understand that one thing had been peaceful coexistence was hurtful that he'd not been told. It also explained why the colony was attacked, as there had been little logical reason at the time for any to strike it. And that the former leader of the Earth sphere had been there was odd not because he saw the project but because the strike had occurred when he was there. From what Siegel had seen from the meetings, Miliardo had been a very reasonable and forward-looking man. And the mysterious death of Peacecraft along with the bloody Valentine had been the reason the meeting of the UN and representatives of plants had been arranged. The results of that had led to the formation of the Earth Alliance, and the war started. ZAFT intelligence had suggested that after Peacecraft was gone, other leaders that had been like him had also vanished or were found dead. There was silence akin to the silence of the grave in the Republic's press room at the facts revealed. Yet, Ellen didn't stop. All the tragedies from the bloody Valentine to the battles that have happened in this war, none of it is the fault of the soldiers or pilots that fight in them. They follow orders, some willingly, others unwillingly doing what they are told. Most of them are protecting their homes and what they hold dear to themselves, which should be praised. It is honorable to stand up and protect what they love and is a great service. Thus, we shouldn't hold soldiers responsible as they fight to defend such and don't in their heart don't want to kill. Ellen paused for a moment. The ones who are at fault for this war and what it has brought to us all can be identified, regardless of whether they take responsibility for their actions. There is a phrase that most will have heard at least once by now, but I will change it slightly to promote understanding. The ones who ushered in this war and kept it going are humankind's true enemy. Tyler paid complete attention to hearing the last line for the implications and where it came from. Those in the control room were also paying attention to the like of humankind's true enemy. All six knew the reference was taken from Blue Cosmos's label for coordinators mankind's enemy, which they used as a rallying cry. And in Tyler's mind, the explanation that would follow would be the climax of this speech. It would create a label that wouldn't be specific enough to argue it was being biased but would be pointed enough to make it clear to who it applied. The reporters raised questions at the last statement, Ellen, about what she meant. Nevertheless, those who were asking them were quelled as Ellen continued, I understand more of an explanation is required so that it is understood. I also will define the terms better, so others do not use my words to justify committing atrocities after this as others had done before now. Ellen took a moment to gather her thoughts and then began her explanation first. I will define those who would be considered humankind's true enemy. They are those who use their hatred of others as the sole reason for attacking and killing people, innocent or otherwise. They are those who insist that war is the only way to settle standing disagreements and more. Doing so while adamantly claiming there is no other solution no matter the evidence provided to the contrary. They are those who use war cries for blood to be spilled and see them as rallying calls for others to join them and justify their terrible and unforgivable acts. They are those who are more intent on pursuing their vendettas and fulfilling them than seeking peace for all people. Those who see nothing wrong with using and abusing people knowingly and unknowingly toss them away after they fail or don't provide use or purpose for those that control them. They are those who promote this war and say it will only end when a whole part of humanity, whether it be coordinator, natural, hybrid, or any other form of human being, is completely exterminated. Any who do one or more of the points I mentioned are humankind's true enemy and are as demons dressed in human skin. There was silence from the reporters at the definition Minister Blass had just stated was humankind's true enemy. Meanwhile, Tyler couldn't think of a better definition for those pushing for the war. It showed the war and what it had done had pushed things to a really bad place. The attacks on the Federation member nations had been the breaking point and the shifting for change. His mother might not have mentioned the names of those who can be seen, as she put it, humankind's true enemy, but Tyler knew she didn't need to. Ellen had got them so that those who were humankind's true enemy couldn't claim bias or use it as an excuse. Tyler's dear mother had nailed many punks that had previously been seen as untouchable on both sides, which floored him. Yet, Tyler had no time to process more as his mother was still going. They are the same as the most villainous individuals in our history, the same as Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, or Musaada Milan, who used war to kill all they could. Ellen banged a hand on her lectern, and those who are humankind's true enemy will be remembered exactly as those horrible individuals. They are the same as them, not human beings, but creatures that are less than any type of human is. Tyler had a big smile on his face with how his mother was dishing out the dirt and the needed facts. For her to mention 3 of the most infamous human scumbags that history ever recorded added to the point. Adolf Hitler is blamed for the Second World War, while Stalin was held responsible for what history referred to as the Cold War, which apparently happened off and on for nearly a century, or that's at least the estimation by historians since there is no exact reference. Then Musaada Milan, arguably the evilest of the 3 since he was one of those who ignited and pushed the Reconstruction War to what it became. The man had used religion to bring the world into its 3rd and worst world war, and history isn't entirely clear on much more than that. Tyler was hopeful this would help people watching and listening to understand they have the power to stop this war and that they're needed. None in the press room could find the use of their voices after hearing the second part of the definition. Ellen was glad to finally label those using the war and destroying the human race, which was sorely needed. Thus, she kept going in wrapping up her message, it is individuals and groups that are humankind's enemy need to be stood up against now more than ever. Humankind's true enemy uses fear, intimidation, lies, and deception to force others to do the work for their intentions. They require others to fulfill their vendettas and ambitions, and only we can give them that power by listening and giving into them. Now is the time to stand together and stand against them, only doing that will be how this war will end. Ellen put her hands together, so, I plead and urge all of you hearing my voice, for all you hold dear and for the future generations yet to come, show the courage within you that all human beings have, no matter what type you are. Use that courage and rise against those who insist on destroying humanity in any way. They are the harbingers of death for the whole human race, coordinator, naturals, hybrids, and any other form of human. Humanity isn't made up of just a single form of humanity, not only coordinators, naturals, or hybrids. Humanity is stronger with diversity, not just of sex, and skin color as was historical but also now genetic type. I pray that this horrible and terrible conflict ends so that at least there are still human beings living. Yet, it will take many of us to accomplish this task. No one is too small or beneath notice, everyone can make a difference, and it is now that such amazing potential that all human beings have, needs to be shown and used. When Ellen finished her message, reporters began talking over one another, trying to get their questions answered first. Ellen took a breath and picked one of the reporters, knowing that this would be a long day with what she had started. Minister Blass, Earth Sphere News Network, the report announced, you define those you say can be considered humankind's true enemy. Can you give any examples of those who would fall under the idea? Tyler shook his head as he knew that would be one of the questions which would be asked of his mom. If anyone qualified as humankind's enemy could have a way to worm out of the label, they would snatch it up. And yet, as Tyler fully expected, his mother took the question in stride like the seasoned pro that she was in politics. As much as I wouldn't doubt some would like me to give specific examples, I do not feel it is necessary. Those who are humankind's true enemy know they fall under the definition I gave, whether they admit to it or not. I refer to them being on their own side and using others, but I'm afraid I should leave it at that. Next question. Kagalai knew that Ellen was more than just a motherly figure to her and had experience with being a mother herself. She had also been told she was an amazing politician and had seen some recorded footage of the point. But she couldn't accurately describe what she felt about the speech she'd been listening to. Kagalai agreed with what Ellen had said wholeheartedly, it was sensible. The best way to end the war was to focus on those who were for it and stand up to them. Her definition of humankind's true enemy merely helped narrow down who those that should be fought against were. And Ellen's not answering the question she was asked in the way the reporter wanted it made harder for any to argue the definition she stated. But she still watched as the next question came on the broadcast. Minister Blass, Lunar Associated Press, another reporter called, what is your view of the current leadership of the Earth Alliance and the plant's actions? Tyler put a hand in front of his mouth to cover his wince in response to the question. It was such a loaded and complex subject that an answer had to get. However, like before, Tyler's mother didn't even flinch, a complex question to answer with a degree of accuracy. For the Earth Alliance, I've become increasingly disappointed in how they conduct themselves lately. Their military forces have been doing dishonorable things, seemingly forgetting what and who they pledged to protect. Whether that is due to something with the leadership of the Alliance or something else, I cannot say with what I know. The recent contact from the Alliance, including their attacks, seems more like anti-coordinator sentiment is dictating the Alliance's actions. I would hope those who lead the Earth Alliance would be less inclined to listen to those who carry such blinding and destructive hatred that such sentiments carry. Whereas the plants have normally been more inclined to be reasonable and tolerant. However, these days that seems to become less normal, judging upon ZAFT's actions. Knowing some of those elected to the Plant Supreme Council, I would hope that work is being done to help end the war with the least lives lost. Tyler smirked as the broadcast ended, once again impressed at how his mother could speak to a crowd and get incredible results. He glanced around the room and saw the others were still in varying states of shock from what they had seen. So, Tyler cleared his throat, Minister Blass still has the most amazing speaking skills I've ever seen. She can really get a message across to the masses in a way I've never seen others do. Siegel nodded, as one who had been in a similar if not equal type of position, I would have to agree with your assessment, Tyler, he began. She had given those who watched much to think about which hasn't been brought to light before now. I would love to thank her for having the courage to do so when many would shrink from the prospect. I appreciate the truth she stated for many to hear, it may help enough stand up to bring an end to this war. Kagalai closed her mouth and shook her head before speaking. That speech was amazing, she exclaimed. She made so many things clear about this war. If people just stand up, it will make a difference, and the war can come to a close. Kira smiled softly. You must be proud, Tyler, he said, she did a great job. You'll have to tell her that you were listening and that you were impressed. Tyler and Athrun froze at Kira's statement as it could reveal Tyler's most closely guarded secret. The other three in the room were gazing at Kira curiously, wondering what he meant about Tyler telling Minister Blass how good she did. Tyler may be a citizen of the Republic, but that didn't automatically mean he would talk to its leader. What do you mean, Kira? Lakis asked. Why would Tyler have the chance to talk to the Republic's Prime Minister? Kira felt Tyler glaring at him, and as he thought back, he frowned at what he had just said. He had just meant to tell Tyler to tell his mother she did well. Yet, he had also heavily implied that Tyler had a more personal connection to her. Kira knew that Tyler had gone to great lengths to ensure he couldn't be traced back to his mother. And Kira had put that in jeopardy without thinking, which he now regretted. Athrun watched Tyler glaring at Kira, and while he didn't blame him since Kira had almost revealed who Tyler's mother was, it was done. Plus, those in this room would understand why Tyler kept the point a secret and wouldn't tell others. So, Athrun sighed. Ty, he started, drawing Tyler's attention, while what Kira did wasn't helpful, I think it will be okay. Athrun swept an arm around the room. Those here will understand why, and they will keep it secret, so why not tell them? Tyler hesitated at the question since his mother's identity was a secret he had kept for a long time. It wasn't that he felt Siegel, Lakis, or Kagalai would spill it to others, ruining all the work he had put into it. Tyler just didn't want to be judged by what his mother did any more than having her judged by what he did. His mother understood his reasons for not telling anyone about their relationship and didn't fault him for it. After a few minutes of worrying stares sent in his direction, Tyler exhaled. Need I say how long I have not said anything, Athrun, he posed, or how much effort I have put into separate things, cursing the necessity as I did so? Do you think I liked making sure there was no chance others would connect me? She has done more for me than I can say, and I'm grateful for it. And that's why I ensure she doesn't have to suffer for what I do. Lakis was confused at what Tyler was saying. She couldn't guess what he was referring to something, but without any name. Tyler sighed and turned to face the other three in the room. You'll be shocked, I would imagine, knowing that Ellen Blass, the Republic's Prime Minister, is, in actuality. Kagalai interrupted Tyler. What, like a friend or distant relative? She snapped. She didn't like that this guy who didn't care about what others thought of him would have any connection to Ellen. I don't buy that, you're just trying to use her position to get credit for something. Athrun waved his arms. That's not it at all, Kagalai. Tyler shook his head, throwing his arms up, and that's the result of my efforts, no one will connect me to her as I intended. Tyler's head fell. Not that I like it, but it is better than the alternative of her getting blamed for stuff. But she and I are not friends or distant relatives, Tyler stated. Kagalai nodded, firmly glad this guy wasn't going to tell some lie about him being related to Ellen. Ellen Blass is actually my mother, to be precise, hard as it can be to believe, Tyler finished. There was dead silence in the room after Tyler's last sentence, so silent that things being done in the docking area could be clearly heard. Siegel hummed, which broke the quiet. I can see some of the resemblances, you do look like Ellen's husband, who I met once. Kagalai nodded in denial. That's not possible, there's no way someone like you can be related to her. If you want, Tyler started, you can ask her when you see her next. She will tell you it's the truth and won't deny my actions are not the best. Tyler took a deep breath. However, now that you know the truth, I would really appreciate it if you don't go spreading it around. I have put in lots of effort to save her the trouble of dealing with my actions, both with military service and outside, from returning to her. So, don't go blabbing or spilling the idea to others. I tell who I feel needs to know and can keep it to themselves. A/N. And that's where I'll leave off for this phase. On to the details I want to point out and highlight for you readers. So, first, as you no doubt knew, this phase wasn't action-packed as the last one was. And I'm sorry to say it will be that way for at least 2 more phases before the awesome action scenes come to the forefront. However, these between or filler chapters do have value to the story. This phase is a good example since it sets up things to refer back to it, which for those that read the original know. Now on to the details I want to highlight rather than the flow of this story. So, I expanded the interaction between Tyler and Siegel after arriving at Mendel, as you saw. I wanted to give some detail of what Siegel's group had to go through in their escape, as it is not said before and canon has Siegel dead. For those of you that haven't read the original version of this story, I saved Seagull for a reason. He will play a part down the road in this story, rest assured, much as Uzumi does. If you don't like me saving characters that die in canon, I assert writer's license. I have my reasons for the changes I make to canon for this story. The next scene I would like to talk about is the conversation between our three heroes. Tyler is torn between being proud of Athrun for trying to help the man who had been his father and anger at the resutless should be pretty obvious. I want to say though, this scene shows that Tyler cares about his friends and feels fear when they are in danger. Plus, events have been stressing Tyler and this conversation kind of came to a head and broke the back somewhat. Tyler doesn't want to lose Athrun nor Kira, so he is willing to dress either down after they do something stupid. The major change with this part of the story is I'm not going to repeat Ellen's speech 4 separate times as I did originally. We get the full speech once which switches between Ellen speaking and Tyler's thoughts along of those with him. The speech also changed a bit to reflect the differences in the message sent to the Federation from the Alliance. The general subject matter is the same as before, but just written a bit differently. Lastly, the scene after the speech where Tyler's secret is found out by some. Kira didn't mean to reveal the relation Tyler has worked to hide from those who would abuse it. Tyler explains why he has gone to the lengths he has to protect his mother from his actions. But I thought it humorous to have Kagali's reaction as it is, I would say, apt for most that find out. As always, if some of you could take the time and write a review and tell your thoughts, criticisms, and views, I would appreciate it. I do read reviews even if I don't comment to them as I would like to. Sorry this didn't come yesterday, school work has been sucking up my time which work doesn't take. I will do my best to stay with the 2-week release schedule I've been holding to. The next phase is titled, Hard Truth, and it moving along nicely so far. Peace out until the next phase. Chapter 41, Phase 44, Hard Truths. A/N. Here is Phase 44, sorry it is a few days after the 2-week mark I've been trying to keep to. School and work has been taking up time and I haven't been able to post till today. Enjoy the phase. Phase 44, Hard Truth. June 22, 71 CE. Ptolemaeus Lunar Base. When Natarl arrived at Ptolemaeus, she had been conflicted by recent events. The feeling that Natarl registered was one of worry and concern. The official report about JOSHA painted things as the defenders had fought to the very end before they were wiped out. It mentioned that the top brass had ordered a last resort be used to defeat ZAFT and not give them the base. Natarl didn't agree with using the last resort, but those above her had decided, and she could do nothing about that. After what had happened at JOSHA, there had been a mix of increased morale at the losses that ZAFT had incurred and, for some, pain from those who gave their lives there, which Natarl was among. She wished she hadn't left the Archangel, yet those were her orders from the top brass. She believed the loss of the Archangel was a serious one as Natarl believed the ship and its crew would have made a difference in the war. The base was a buzz of activity after the success of JOSHA delivering losses to ZAFT. The plan was to use the momentum to win battles in space with the new mass production mobile suits. From what Natarl was told, the strike daggers were based on the X-105 strike data that had been acquired. The model was being produced at Ptolemaeus, but the units from Earth would make up much of the new fighting force Omni would have. However, while waiting for her assignment and orders, news came that changed much for all at the base. That news was the attack and loss of the Panama base and the destruction of its mass driver. The loss of the only mass driver the Alliance controlled was a harsh blow to Omni space forces. As a result, supplies were being rationed out to stretch them while their allies on Earth found a mass driver to use. The rumors that Natarl heard implied little communication from Omni's Earth-based forces came after the loss of Panama. The only thing that came was the message they were trying to get a mass driver to use and nothing else. As Natarl saw it, the issue was that 2 of the world's mass drivers were controlled by ZAFT, and the Federation held the other 3. While Natarl may not know all the treaties between the Alliance and the Federation, she was aware of a few of them and what they did. There was one that denied Omni from using any of the Federation's mass drivers regardless of the intended use. She would hope that the Federation may make an exception to help prevent thirst and starvation at Ptolemaeus. However, Natarl wasn't very confident that the Federation would be inclined to assist as they hadn't been before. There was the point that an operation to retake Victoria was planned and would likely be accelerated due to the loss of Panama. Over the week since the loss of Panama, Natarl heard mixed messages coming from their allies on Earth. The ones she'd been told were confusing, and she knew she wasn't the only one that was questioning what was going on. One of the few things Natarl could glean from the messages was that their allies were trying to acquire a mass driver. The supply line needed to be restored both for the base to operate as required. While taking Victoria would definitely boost the Alliance as it would get a mass driver, the mixed messages concerned her. Most at Ptolemaeus weren't reading into them, and some things made Natarl think there were other implications besides Victoria. She was worried that some of the Earth-based general staff might make a rash and reckless decision like attack the Federation. The Alliance and Omni feared that should they go against the Federation military, and they would take serious losses. It was the reason they had left them alone while they were battling ZAFT, which Natarl agreed with. However, things that Tyler had said came back to her mind about the Alliance wanting a go at the Federation. She had disagreed at the time with his sentiment, but now she wasn't as sure as back then. Natarl knew that several Omni officers said the acquisition of Federation tech would bring the war to a conclusion. The last thing Omni needed was to fight enemies on all sides, so Natarl hoped that Tyler was wrong. Over the passing days, the reports of Victoria being retaken came, and the news brought a sense of relief to those at the lunar base. With the supply line re-established, rationing would fade, and work could progress forward. There were still plans to get mobile suits onto the field and start to push ZAFT from the offensive to the defensive. That was seen as the path leading to victory for the Alliance given time. Natarl just hoped that the war could end so those who sacrificed their lives wouldn't have done so in vain. However, the relief that came with a mass driver back in use for the supply line drastically changed within less than 24 hours of the news of Victoria. That came as a report from an Omni patrol finding a worrisome sight as they were doing their rounds. They had come across wreckage which had been identified as the remains of the second orbital fleet after they had scanned it over. According to their last update, the fleet had been in a skirmish with ZAFT and had won. They should have arrived at Lunar HQ within the day when the patrol reported what they found. From what the patrol said, evidence strongly suggested that the Federation military was responsible for the destruction. However, that didn't make sense to Natarl any more than it did to the top brass from what she'd heard. The summary Natarl had glanced at was more than concerning as no message had been transmitted by the fleet, and they had been wiped out both mobile weapons and ships alike. The destruction of the fleet was troublesome, however, what worried Natarl more was that evidence strongly said the Federation was the instigators. Were that true, then what reason did the Federation's military have to attack and wipe out an orbital fleet? The patrol also stated they couldn't find any of the flight recorders from the ships among the wreckage. Thus, Omni couldn't say definitively how the fall of the second orbital went down. The evidence also said that Omni's mobile suit had not made much difference when they were attacked. From what Natarl had heard, the top brass was requiring all the remaining 6 orbital fleets to report in more frequently. They were also to be on the lookout for anything strange and report it immediately to Ptolemaeus. Natarl's worry was one she knew it shared with many at Lunar HQ that the Federation may be fighting against Omni now. The real concern and fear were going against the Federation's military would be Omni taking serious losses, more than against ZAFT. It was one major reason Omni left them alone during the war against ZAFT and the plants. There had been nothing that Natarl was aware of which Omni had done recently that would prod or earn serious attention from the Federation. The only thing that she could even come up with was something had happened on Earth. Yet, that didn't make sense as no communication from the Earth-based Omni forces would suggest that. And if those on Earth had done something to prod the Federation, why had nothing been said? Causing the Federation to attack Omni was definitely something to pass along to one's allies. When the call for Natarl to report to the commanding officer in charge here at Lunar HQ, she could still not conclude what had been going on. The head of the staff here was Admiral Moss, who she had been told about by her father since the two had worked together. With Moss in charge, he would have access to information that Natarl didn't and may be able to answer questions. Good men and women had their lives at risk if the Federation was targeting the orbital fleets. The sooner that could either be confirmed or dismissed, the sooner preparation could be made. Those were her thoughts as she headed to the Admiral's office. She wanted an answer and hoped in her heart that the fears in the back of her mind were wrong. Upon arriving, Natarl saluted her superior officer and waited to be addressed by the Admiral. Moss had been going through reports while waiting for Badgeruel to arrive to receive her assignment. What he had been seeing in the last week had not been encouraging in any way. Some of the more concerning facts had been filtered out to base personnel so they wouldn't panic. With what happened to the second orbital, it was more likely the Federation was going against Omni now. Questions were being asked to the Earth's general staff, but no answers yet. Moss assumed that Omni forces on Earth had done something to provoke the Federation. If that was true, attacking the orbital fleet was probably the response to Omni's actions. Moss knew that Omni's space forces weren't prepared to take on ZAFT and the Federation simultaneously. They were only starting to make some progress with ZAFT, so dealing with the Federation's military would ruin that. He looked out when Natarl came in and saluted him. "Lieutenant Badgeruel, thank you for coming so promptly," Admiral Moss greeted. "Not at all, sir, what can I do for you?" Natarl asked. The woman was to the point, much like her father, who Moss had the good fortune to have known and worked with. Captain Badgeruel had been a fine officer, and Omni had been grateful for his service to them. Moss had served as the captain's second-in-command, and they had been friends during that time. He knew that Captain Badgeruel would be proud of his daughter and her service thus far, she was doing Omni proud. And the assignment she would be getting would have had her father beaming with pride. "Lieutenant, I commend your service thus far, it has been exemplary," Moss remarked, picking up a folder from his desk. "Your next assignment is to the new Archangel-class Dominion for the position of its captain. With that assignment, you will be promoted to Lieutenant Commander." Natarl took the folder as Moss continued, "In the folder are the files of those who will make up the chosen for the ship's crew, they have been picked on the recommendations of creditable officers. The assignment was unexpected to her, honor though being put on as a ship's captain was. Neytarl was given the same position as her father before he was killed in action. She wanted to think her father would be proud of her for getting her own command of an Omni vessel. If not for recent events, Neytarl would be happy to be chosen to command not just a ship but an Archangel class. Then for those that had been recommended for the crew, while she didn't doubt were good people, she would judge if they were a good fit. The Archangel had taught her that you could have people on the ship, but they would serve better elsewhere unless they could fit in with the crew. I'm honored that I would be selected for the post, sir, Neytarl replied. However, while I don't doubt these people are said to be a good fit for the position by others, I will reserve judgment. I want to see them perform simulations to observe them under pressure before accepting them as crew for the ship. My experience has taught me that how they do under pressure is the best measure for how they will do on the battlefield, no offense intended, Admiral. Moss smiled softly as the lieutenant said the type of line her father would state when asked about the new crew. The man had never taken others' recommendations for crew members at face value. Captain Badgeruel had a reputation for testing any that were a part of his crew and earned their spots. Moss chuckled, I see you've inherited those qualities from your father, Commander Badgeruel. I would expect much the same kind of response from him for any trying to join his crew. Neytarl blinked, I was aware you two worked together, but nothing more than that, sir, she returned. I had the good fortune of being not just on his crew but his friend and second in command, he replied. Captain Badgeruel was an amazing man and was kind yet firm, earning him the loyalty of those under him. He also took the time to observe and test all of his crew members before accepting command over them, myself included. So, I completely understand getting to know the capabilities of those who are part of your crew. My only suggestion is one that your father gave me when I was under his command. Moss paused for a moment, earn the loyalty of your crew and make sure you value that. If you earn their loyalty, they will fight alongside you at their best, having faith in your orders. Neytarl was humbled being compared to her father since he was her hero growing up. Her father had been her inspiration to enlist with Omni and serve the best she could, just as he had. However, her thoughts returned to her questions about recent events and what could be happening. Rumors were flying around the base as to possibly why the Federation would attack an orbital fleet. Some of what Neytarl had heard sounded crazy, and she didn't believe them, however, other rumors sounded somewhat plausible. And then yesterday, it was said that the 4th Orbital Fleet had sent a message of them being in trouble. But those sent to aid them had only found wreckage from which the distress call had come. The efficiency of the fleets being wiped out was embarrassing but more frightening. Granted, Neytarl had heard stories and read some reports of the instances that Omni forces had gone against the Federation's military. None of the files she'd read or heard had gone well for the Alliance, which was putting it nicely. However, the Federation's neutrality stance and the treaties between them and the Alliance had kept things on at least non-violent terms. There were still times that the Federation would step in and break up a battle, but that was usually for protecting innocent bystanders. Neytarl may not like all the Federation's policies, but she had to respect their efforts in protecting innocent lives. But they didn't do things without reason, even if they didn't announce the reason to others. So, attacking the orbital fleets didn't make sense as they had no reason she could think of to do such. Thus, the question, of course, was what had changed that standing to the point that the Federation would attack Omni? And Neytarl hadn't heard of any response having been received from the Federation yet when asked. She shook her head and replied, Thank you, Admiral. That means a lot to be told that I'm like my father. He was why I joined the Earth Forces and wanted to serve the Alliance best I could. Neytarl paused and then decided to ask the questions weighing on her, Admiral, if I may ask a question, sir. Admiral Moss gestured for Neytarl to go on, has there been any reason determined for the actions of the Federation's military against the orbital fleets? That was the question of the hour, and the top brass Moss included didn't have a definitive answer to it. The only response that had been received from the Federation had been recent acts of the Alliance forces had been the cause of the issue. It implied heavily that something had happened on Earth that had pushed Omni into an extremely bad position with the Federation. So Moss's gaze fell slightly, I wish I had an answer to that question, Lieutenant. I really do, as does the rest of the General Staff here. Moss hesitated, none of us here have been able to come up with anything other than something happening on Earth that we don't know about yet. Orders have been sent to all the remaining orbital fleets to be on guard and avoid encounters with Federation forces. That answer didn't silence any of Neytarl's concerns that had been haunting her lately. If anything, then it gave them volume as it gave potential validity to them. But as there was no exact answer to the question, asking further wouldn't do any good now. Thus, Neytarl left the office with her confusion as to what was going on within the Alliance. She didn't doubt the reasons the Alliance had for fighting in this war, but some of the methods were becoming more extreme and could be done far better. Things had been so much simpler and easier to understand back when she had been with others working on the first Archangel. Instead, she headed to the docking area to see the ship she was now going to command. In the dock lounge, she stared at the Dominion, the second Archangel-class vessel the Alliance had constructed and put into service. The major difference between the Dominion and the Archangel was the Dominion was black overall, and the Archangel was white. Neytarl then began the process of transferring her things to the captain's quarters of the Dominion. The quarters felt somewhat alien to her since she had occupied the vice-captain's quarters while on the Archangel. Some of the final words that Mururamius came to mind for Neytarl: her former captain believed she would make an excellent captain someday, and here she was, a captain. After settling in, Neytarl headed to the bridge and found that a small number of officers were there. When they saw her exit the elevator, they all saluted her. Neytarl returned the gesture and floated towards the captain's chair. The crew being on the bridge was a good mark for them as they were finding work to do instead of waiting for it to be assigned. Neytarl asked the ship's status and was told that the final adjustments were being made and that they should be done within an hour. With the vessel's status answered, Neytarl began skimming over the personnel files. Most of the personnel had good records, nothing that was bad marks against them that stood out. That was refreshing, especially after one like Tyler, who had been anything but a person with a good record with no bad marks. Her second-in-command had previous experience as vice-captain as it had been his last assignment. Neytarl was grateful for that as she would ask him for opinions as she had seen how important that could be. Around half the crew had experience in the stations they would man, which was nice. On the other hand, the other half was fresh out of training at the Lunar Academy, so had no real battle experience that would not be helpful. She had to choose from it, and Neytarl was a tad worried as fresh personnel could panic under pressure. When the Dominion was readied, it launched out of Ptolemaeus's docks and came to the starting position that had been set for the practice exercise they had today. The scenario set for the Dominion was one of the more up-to-date simulations the Alliance development sections had come up with. The enemy side consisted of 2 Nazca classes and 2 Laurasia class, a medium ZAFT patrol group. No mobile suits were in this scenario, even if that wasn't realistic, but 4 against 2 would make this real world enough. The Dominion had 1 Drake class supporting them in the scenario, but that was all. It was the setup of a battle that could happen in space on any given day, and it was one of the better situations an Omni ship could find itself in. As the beginning signal came, Neytarl ordered the offensive and defensive systems to be activated and prepare for combat. The bridge crew worked and scrambled to follow the orders, but Neytarl noted the poor reaction time, which worried her. Inexperience in whatever they did was one thing, she would forgive that when possible. But while this was a simulation, the enemy was much less forgiving and understanding in combat circumstances. And the crew was supposed to have learned their stations and be ready for the performance test by what the files said. The ZAFT vessels let loose a barrage of their weapons, the beams dispersed by the anti-beam depth charges. However, the missile interception wasn't happening quickly enough, and Neytarl could see that some of them would strike the Dominion if that didn't change immediately. Countermeasure station, what are you doing? Neytarl demanded. Speed up the missile interception now. In response to the order, there was scrambling down in the CIC, yet, it wasn't enough, and Neytarl knew it. However, an alarm signaled the end of the exercise a few seconds later as the crew couldn't keep up. The message of the Dominion's destruction flashed on the forward screen, meaning they had failed the simulation. Neytarl wasn't happy at that result, but she knew that snapping at the crew here wouldn't help. As Neytarl didn't want to admit Tyler had been right about her, angered reactions wouldn't improve the situation. That was one thing that she was loath to say Tyler had taught her while on the Archangel. She sunk back into her chair. Congratulations, everyone, if this had been an actual battle, all of us would be dead. Let this be a lesson on the need to know your station better and as soon as possible, stated Neytarl disappointedly, then she sighed. Helm, bring us back to dock. Once there, you are all dismissed. Please learn your jobs and practice them so that this kind of thing doesn't happen the next time. This crew had a long way to go before they were ready for any serious mission. That distance would need to be covered before they entered real combat, or they wouldn't make it through the first fight. Meanwhile, at the Victoria base, it was a few days after the second battle against Orb that Omni's second seaborne fleet arrived at the retaken Victoria base. The fleet had been battered a bit from the fights against the Federation's defending forces at Orb. Yet it was being serviced since it arrived so it could help with the continuing work on Earth against ZAFT and the Federation. It was frustrating to fail to make any progress with the Federation, not take any of their territory or tech from them. However, Omni would need time to recover and regroup before attempting to deal with the Federation. Yet, there was doubt growing among Omni's soldiers about fighting the Federation. Using mobile suits against ZAFT was fine with most of Omni, but battling the Federation was different. The taking of Victoria had proven that Omni could win against ZAFT on a battlefield using mobile suits. Omni had taken losses but nowhere near what the expectations had been before mass production mobile suits. And so, the hope of victory against ZAFT grew for the first time in 2 years. Victoria wasn't the morale boost JOSHA was intended to have been. But it had helped swing back up from the plummeting morale taken after Panama that ZAFT had done. And with the efforts of Alliance Media, it had been spun in a good way which had helped Omni. The media had also downplayed the failures against the Federation and made it seem such had been more accidental. There was no mention of the Federation taking the attacks as a declaration of war against them. When Omni's second fleet arrived, Azrael left the ship without saying much to the captain. He was in a foul mood from recent events and their results. There had been no progress in getting the Federation into line with any Pacific-facing Federation territory. Omni had been ousted by the Federation and had not even shown a notable effort in fighting against them. And the Federation having mobile suits of their own had not helped in the efforts to bring them into line. Mina's candidates had made some difference but not enough for what Azrael had wanted. He couldn't deny that Mina's work was worth pursuing. Victoria had proven it had merit. With Orb, Mina's suggestion to make a tactical retreat had been correct, looking back and considering things. Should Atha have destroyed Orb's mass driver and the man had the balls to if pushed, then the effort put into getting where they were would have been wasted. Azrael knew those were the facts though he cursed them for being true. He still didn't appreciate the outcome of the efforts he and others put forth. Mina mentioned that she would take care of the 6 mobile suits and her candidates. Azrael had no issue with Mina taking her candidates and the GAT series machines off to her lab. The suits could be adjusted quicker at Lodania than here at Victoria with their state. Azrael had found if he gave Mina time to do things her way, the results were better than others trying to do the same. And Azrael knew space was where the war was moving towards. Until Omni pilots got better, Mina's candidates would be needed to pick up some of the slack. Azrael didn't much like the point, but he was willing to accept Mina's work doing the job soldiers couldn't yet. It would get the business done as needed when without them, the war could be lost in the time it would take for Omni to get the soldiers to get up to snuff. Mina, Azrael called, getting the woman to turn, do please be efficient with your work. Mina inclined her head, I will once I get back to the lab and am not bothered by others. My candidates will be fixed up, and the suits will be adjusted to do better. Give me a day or two, and I should be able to finish with the 3 boys and have them back here to go into space with you. My girls and I will follow after things are settled, and I'm confident that my work is going the way it should. Lodania may be my workspace, but it is one of 3 labs working on the project. I want to touch bases with the others and ensure things are proceeding as expected before going to space. Azrael didn't see an issue with Mina doing her thing as long as her work was good to go when needed. Mina was dependable enough to be left to herself to get work done. So, Azrael shrugged, I don't see that as a problem, just don't take too long, he returned. I still expect to see you and those girls of yours up in space working, Mina. Mina bowed in understanding and left Azrael, wanting to get away from him for a time. Azrael observed Mina heading for transport while the 6 GAT series followed to head off to Lodania. Azrael was approached after he watched Mina go and was quickly guided to the base's main working airfield. Sutherland had been informed of the arrival of the 2nd Seaborne Fleet from their assignment with Orb. He's already seen the operations summary and how it failed after 2 attempts. Sutherland would begrudgingly give the Federation some respect in their fight to protect their territory. That didn't mean that Sutherland liked or agreed with what the Federation stood for. He felt the Federation were foolish dreamers and sold a world that couldn't exist. However, as opponents, the Federation weren't pushovers and could give ZAFT a serious run for their money. The fight against them would be long and take effort from all in Omni. Sutherland believed that Omni could have victory against the Federation if they fought them long enough. And with the 2nd Fleet's arrival, Director Azrael would be with them, and the man would want to see the results of Victoria. Sutherland was proud of the efforts of those that fought to retake Victoria and to keep the base in working order. Showing the results would likely help the Director see that Omni could win against ZAFT with their current mobile suits. So, Sutherland greeted Azrael when he arrived with his escort. Welcome, Director Azrael, he said, forgive the mess Victoria is in. We are still cleaning up from ZAFT's occupation. Azrael didn't blame Sutherland for the mess dug out of here at Victoria. If anything, the man had done Omni proud by taking the base from ZAFT and minimizing losses against them. The mass driver was working, and the base was in decent working order, so Azrael would give compliments where credit was earned. No need to worry about the mess, Captain, Azrael said with a wave of the hand. War is a messy thing, to expect otherwise is stupid. I would actually like to commend you and the 4th Fleet on your efforts. We have Victoria back, and the mass driver is working. Our forces in space will be grateful for that, and we have those like you to thank for such. The two approached an aircraft that would fly over the base and surrounding areas so Azrael could see the results of retaking the base. After climbing on board, and the craft took off, Sutherland replied to Azrael's comment, not at all Director, Sutherland said with a smile. The strike daggers are a very well-made weapon in our matches against ZAFT's mobile suits. Our pilots are getting more skilled, which helps our cause even more and puts us on equal footing with ZAFT. However, I have to admit, the Sinister, the Bandit, and the Raptor did an amount of the work that helped speed the process up. Their pilots might be young, but they are good at getting results, as Dr. Moss claimed her work is. I was impressed and hope such work will help us end this war in victory sooner rather than later. As they flew over and took in the view, Azrael's mood improved at seeing how efficiently the base had been taken back in. All he'd been told was Victoria had been taken back in working order and little else before arrival. It was nice to see Omni could at least succeed at some of the operations they were assigned. While Azrael would have liked to see the Federation issue dealt with, at least things were a complete loss. One mass driver was now under the Alliance's control so that the space supply line could be re-established. And around 75% or a little more of the structures were in fair condition, which would shorten repair time for the base. I admit I misspoke, Captain Sutherland. I still wish to commend you and those under your command, but I'm impressed with the results of the operation. You were definitely the man for the job to take Victoria from ZAFT. Omni is lucky to have you. Congratulations for taking Victoria this much intact, very well done indeed. I will be telling Omni Brass that you need to be in line for a promotion that you have well earned. Sutherland inclined his head. You are too kind, Director, he replied. It was the combined efforts of many that fight for the cause Omni stands for. Cooperative efforts would have been nice to see going against the Federation. Azrael was still miffed about the failures against the Federation member nations. And Sutherland had seen Mina's work be more successful than he'd gotten to view. Such frustrated Azrael even after seeing Mina's Star Girls, which had been more impressive than the boys. So, Azrael frowned at hearing the last line. It would have been nice to see that on my end, he muttered. Sutherland had read the reports about the operations against the Republican Orb. The reports had iterated the failures of the operations to take Federation territory. However, Sutherland had been reading between the lines and talking points that could be learned from the reports. Sutherland had been one of those that had not been calling to attack the Federation when mobile suits became available to the Alliance. And it wasn't that he didn't think the Federation wasn't a problem that needed to be dealt with. The encounters with the Federation's military forces had proven they would take a different methodology than ZAFT. To treat them the same was reckless and now clearly would cost Omni a heavy price. And yet, attacking the Federation had shown some of their fighting strength which could help in future battles. Thus, Sutherland grunted. I can understand the sentiment, Director, he remarked. I would be among those who would have been pleased if Federation territory had been acquired. However, they have proven they aren't the same as ZAFT, so the same tactics would not work. It's hard to admit, but the Federation has shown itself to be unpredictable and good at defying odds. Sutherland paused for a moment. From what I read on reports, there were unexpected complications which caused the operations to fail. Some are the Federation having mobile suits and some custom models. Azrael stared at Sutherland, considering the points the man had brought up about the operations against the Federation. Them having mobile suits had complicated things, Azrael would admit that even if it irritated him. But the mention of custom models caught his attention, especially since Mina had said something along the same lines. I'll give them their mobile suits did complicate things, Captain, Azrael commented. But why bring up custom models? Do you know what could set them apart from them to cause such an issue? Sutherland didn't answer for a moment, collecting his thoughts. Their mass production models have weapons we aren't familiar with, so a point of Federation tech being advanced beyond the rest. Their custom models, though, two thoughts nag at me that makes me wonder about a few things. First, they have systems and weapons that are clearly based on the developments made with the G project. It confirms they got the data somehow, which is unfortunate but can't be helped anymore. Sutherland hesitated for a moment. The second thought concerns me more since with what they were doing, I don't see a known battery being able to keep up with powering them. Azrael had wondered much the same about the two odd-looking machines that had helped Orb in its defense. They had phase shift armor, and the beam weaponry was what the G project had been developing. And yet, what Sutherland said had merit. Current battery technology wouldn't be able to keep such units going for long periods. In fact, as Azrael considered it, only one logical explanation could explain those machines having the operational time they did. It sounded crazy as he thought about it, and yet, it made the most sense with information as it was. The two custom units had to be nuclear-powered. No other type of power source would be able to do the job as effectively. But that would require a means round the cursed enjammers. If that had been made possible, nuclear weapons could be possible to use again. Azrael hummed, I would agree with you on batteries not cutting it for these custom models, it doesn't make sense. And the only idea that comes to me that could make such possible seems crazy when I think about it. So, you can see it is crazy to suggest it, but I seriously wonder if they are nuclear powered. It is the only power source I can think of which can give the power needed for their actions. Sutherland gained an expression of shock as the idea did sound crazy, as stated. Enjammers made nuclear technology unusable, disrupting any attempt at a nuclear reaction. ZAFT had created them after the Bloody Valentine and then dropped them on Earth and plunged most of the world into a dark winter. Hundreds of thousands of people died because of that winter due to the lack of power to produce heat. The Alliance had been strained, and many of its citizens had fled to Federation territory. Nevertheless, if ZAFT or the Federation invented the means to counter enjammers, the whole war could change. So, Sutherland took a moment to consider the idea of nuclear technology being viable again. Nuclear-powered, Sutherland questioned, well, if they come from the plants, that wouldn't be all that surprising. They created the enjammers, so they could also make a way around the devices. The Federation could also possibly have come up with those machines, and their technology has always been slightly ahead of the Alliance and ZAFT most of the time. Azrael was considering the possibility of using nuclear weapons again as it was extremely tempting. The nuke striking Junius 7 was supposed to be the kickoff for destroying the plants. The Federation had stopped that before it could be pursued, but the interest had never disappeared. And Azrael wasn't alone in wanting to use nuclear weapons to wipe off the plants. But with it being unlikely either ZAFT or the Federation handing over what device made nuclear tech possible, acquiring it differently would be needed. Capturing one of the custom models would be the quickest way to get nuclear weapons technology. Is there any possibility that either or both could be captured? He asked. Nuclear technology would help things along in this war. Sutherland thought about the idea of capturing one of the custom models that reports referred to. Federation mass production mobile suits had been troublesome enough to deal with during the attack on the Federation. However, the custom models were different and would more likely be more difficult to acquire. Overwhelming a powerful machine was always an argument of risk versus reward. The custom units had outdone any that had fought against them, so it would take a squad or more to capture them. So, while it may be possible to acquire, it would take lots of work and effort. More information would also help chances of capturing, and that would take time to collect. It may be possible, but it would take time and work to make the best chance of success, Sutherland returned. The aircraft returned to the landing zone before the two headed for the control sector of the base. They entered a conference room and began discussing what was next in the plan to win the war with ZAFT. The goal was to force them off of Earth, both out of territory they controlled and their two bases, but that would be a campaign to work on. The real way to end the war would be to strike ZAFT, where it would hurt the most, which would be the plants. However, ZAFT's Jachindu base and lunar fleet made attacking the colonies much more difficult. The fleet could be distracted if planned right, but Jachindu was an obstacle that couldn't be pulled away or skirted around without serious effort. If nuclear weapons could be made practical again, that would move things along better. But that was not realistic unless one of those custom machines could be captured. In any event, Azrael would need to go to the Ptolemaios base on the moon to be involved in the planning. Any strike Omni would make against ZAFT would be made from the lunar base and not from Earth. And Azrael would like nothing better than a front row seat for the extermination of coordinators. Sutherland said he would have a shuttle ready to go to the moon. But Azrael said he would wait until Mina's work was prepared, which would be a few days or less. Azrael could show patience when required to get a worthwhile goal he had been working for. He didn't like to wait for things, but the eradication of coordinators was something he could be patient for. Progress was being made toward the goal, which was enough to give him hope that things were going in the direction he wanted. Azrael was shown to some quarters while he waited to leave on the shuttle, a set of VIP quarters. He decided to take the time he would wait to unwind and relax as he could so that he could be at his best. Once he got to the lunar base, there would be things to do for the momentum earned on Earth to be continued. The Federation would have less reason to interfere in space so that things would go smoother. They would be dealt with after ZAFT was no longer a concern, and Omni could focus on them. Azrael admitted he may have jumped the gun, but mistakes happened, and in the end, once the Federation was taken care of, it wouldn't matter. However, his attention was shifted as he was watching the current news broadcast to the world. He'd been viewing an Alliance media channel when he came across something that made him pause. Irritation filled him as he saw the face of Ellen Blass, the Dragon of the Republic, and one that caused issues with Azrael himself more than once. She was not just one of the Federation's political leaders, she was known to be the most stubborn. Blass was also a political giant as she'd been on that stage for longer than most ever had the chance to be. And her dogmatic attitude toward the Alliance, saying the Federation should help defend Earth, had only complicated things. Then Azrael had issues with the woman's policies as some of them made it impossible for members of Blue Cosmos to enter the Republic without being arrested and deported. What reason Blass had to be doing a press conference, Azrael couldn't say, nor did he really care. The woman was irritating and could be dangerous with her way with words that could sway people. So, it would depend on what Blass said whether this broadcast would be just ridiculously irritating or seriously damaging. Thus, Azrael sat in a chair and glared at the news, wondering what the woman would say. I make this address in the hope it will assist all of those who can make a difference, see reason, and save the lives that haven't been lost already, Blass said. Every human being has either seen or experienced the chaos and violence around us in some way which comes from the conflict that rages today. Azrael had figured out long ago that Blass was a foolish dreamer who didn't acknowledge reality. It was those like the Federation that refused to see reason with them not helping the war against ZAFT. The war had been going on for as long as it had because fools wouldn't accept the truth about the evil coordinators. The Alliance was the only group with open eyes working to improve the world and the human race. The war between the Earth Alliance and the Zodiac Alliance of Freedom Treaty or ZAFT has been ongoing officially for 5 years as of February 14 of this year and longer than that unofficially, Blas continued. And yet, neither faction has shown any intent or inkling to be open to a chance of peace or end this war soon in any way, shape, or form. The leaders of both factions have made all sorts of promises to both those they represent and those they don't. They had vowed not to harm innocent bystanders and end this conflict over the years it had gone on. However, none have provided anything of the sort. All they have brought is a continuation and worsening of the fighting. The woman was speaking nonsense, even if it was dressed up to sound more important. The war was the way to remove the infection coordinators were to the human species. They had made it clear coordinators wouldn't know and accept their place as it was always supposed to be. There had been nonviolent methods tried in the early years of the era, the Torneo Protocol was an example. It was to uphold what nature intended and not let fools decide what was right and what was not. The ongoing war would only end when the plants were destroyed and all other coordinators were hunted down and handled properly. That would be the only way this conflict would come to a close, and any who said otherwise were fooling themselves. Azrael shook his head in annoyance as Blas continued, however, I'm not here to justify any of them, nor what they work for. Their vows ring hollow as none of them have shown they care about those who die in their war, whether soldiers or just those who happen to be around the fighting. If the dragon wanted to talk about vows, then she should discuss the Torneo Protocol and how promises of that were kept. If that protocol had been followed, this war wouldn't be happening, and the world would be far better. Innocent lives lost were on coordinators' heads as the conflict was all their fault. The farce this woman's broadcast was becoming could be seen as the musings of a fool. Azrael would call it that, along with laughable and mostly just a waste of time for any to watch. Blas argued the war was one of hatred, which was incorrect as it was to fix a mistake made. Her lines of peace being disrupted and some being declared an enemy by those in the war were irritating. The way that Ellen Blas had of speaking was different than many politicians, but it can get boring fairly fast. But Azrael's attention was brought back as the alliance was mentioned. Should any wish for an example of what I speak of, in my hand is a page of what the Republic received before the nation came under attack by the alliance's Omni forces. In the days that have gone by since then, other member nations of the Federation have received similar a form of communication before being assaulted by the military forces of the alliance. Blas paused, putting the page she had down. Make no mistake of this, each occurrence came because none of the nations agreed to the demands from the alliance to join them in their battle against ZAFT and the plants. They will claim otherwise, but they were the ones who pushed the war in this direction. Azrael felt anger at hearing what Blas was saying and the implications that came with it. The blame of the attacks on the Federation was supposed to either succeed or, if they didn't, be waved off as a communication mistake. It wasn't supposed to be broadcasted as some sort of conspiracy the alliance cooked up. Azrael hadn't forgotten that the alliance's leading council was more than willing to direct the blame for things going wrong with him. Blas continued, in the words of the senders, the Federation's actions are unacceptable. As a result, the governing body of the Earth Alliance, by unanimous vote, has denounced the organization as an official faction. Those are their own words. Ellen paused for a moment. I state for the record that international law taken from the UN Charter makes it clear that no one faction or members thereof have the power to denounce, dissolve, or disband another group or faction. The Alliance also recognized the Federation as an independent faction in their Alaska Treaty, even if they forget or don't admit it, such is written in the document. Thus, the Alliance is claiming power they do not have and using it to do what they have no right to do. The more Blas said, the worse things became to Azrael, and his frustration was morphing into anger. She was using the Alliance's own words, which had been drafted to make things clear against them. Pointing out the reasoning attempted to get the Federation's member nations to join the fight had its problems. Technically, Blas was right that the Alliance didn't have the power to change international law. But the laws were old enough that the public wasn't versed in what international law iterated and worked. It also implied that the Federation would ensure the Alliance was held accountable for its actions. Blas continued, then, the senders' demands were akin to the terms of surrender, and that is being kind with the wording. The given alternative was to be considered an enemy and treated as such. Azrael heard some of the reporters gasping while others were muttering. Blas ignored the reaction and continued, that's what kind of actions have become commonplace because of this war. None of which has done anything of value or good for any part of the human race despite some claiming it is the means to end the war. It only has and will take away, destroy, and ruin the places we call home, and that one holds dear. And if no serious changes are attempted, more and more will be taken from humanity. This war has already stolen many people's lives before their time, and more will follow if humanity accepts this war as it is becoming. Azrael wasn't happy at all that Blas was using words from the demands sent to the Federation's member nation. The public wasn't supposed to know and shouldn't be involved in what was going on with politics. It fed his anger with the Federation and their stubbornness they had displayed over the years. The Federation was made up of nations of Earth and should be under the control of the Alliance. Or at least, they should be helping the Alliance against ZAFT, who was invading Earth. And when they were pushed to do what was their duty, they refused to claim neutrality. Now, Blas was tearing down the work done and damaging the foundation laid to have the war end in victory. The woman continued, many of you viewing and listening right now understand what I speak of, the pain of knowing loved ones will not come home or back to you ever again. It is you who are glossed over by the ones who insist on keeping this war and the hatred that fuels it, I speak to now. Azrael's fury grew as he listened to Blas give her message to the masses. Annoyance and irritation were morphing into anger and heading toward fury. He could already see ways Blas's speech could be beyond dangerous to those like Azrael. It had taken time to clean out the alliance of the majority of Coordinator sympathizers. Azrael didn't want to have all the work undone and ruined but the speech of a stubborn woman. I stand here before you today to tell you all that there is still hope for peace and an end to this conflict. It requires all of us to rise, open our eyes to the truth that others hide, and stand together, refusing things as they stand right now. That's the first step to ending this conflict and stopping the daily loss of lives. These horrible events that take loved ones away can and must be stopped. All the lives lost at Victoria and Panama never had to happen. Ellen slashed the air, those who say otherwise are those who want this war to continue. None of those who are dying are necessary casualties of war, no matter what type of human one is. If the war between the Alliance and ZAFT is allowed to continue, then it will not just lead to even more destruction, but another bloody Valentine incident, and further, it will take the future from us all. Azrael's interest about what Blas was going to say or deliver had vanished by this point. The urge to do something to shut the woman up was coming to him with enthusiasm even when he knew there was nothing he could do right now. However, as Azrael thought it couldn't get much worse with Blas, he was proven wrong. Today, all will know the truth of what happened at that plant-type colony, Junius 7, and I will ensure that. The Bloody Valentine incident is an event that all know by now, but parts of the account of what happened there and the results are lies that have been spread since its occurrence. Both people within the Alliance and its military, along with the plants and ZAFT, have tried to hide truths about the colony for a different reason, but all of that ends today. In the last line, the woman said, worried, frustrated, and enraged Azrael in many ways. She had brought up the one event that could influence many, even when it happened years ago, which irked him. The Bloody Valentine, the destruction of Junius 7, had been the kickoff for Coordinator extermination, even if it wasn't officially recorded that way. History called it a tragedy caused by terrorists and was the event that started the ongoing war. The truth of it being a black OP by the Alliance had been covered up and buried to even the majority in the Alliance. The only reason Azrael knew the truth was he had been involved in the planning of the operation. If the Federation knew about it being a black OP and Blas announced it to the world, there would be hell to pay. Even if she revealed other hidden facts to the public, it would still be a serious issue. Yet, even as he cursed the woman and his revenge against her, Blas kept going. It is a fact a missile bearing a nuclear warhead struck Junius 7, bringing about the destruction of the colony. Close to 250,000 people followed the colony with their deaths, those facts are true. However, the public does not know that a third to half of that population were made up of natural human beings. The reporters' voices rose, questions about Blas's statement being the subject of inquiry. Blas waited for the crowd to quiet before she kept going. The reason this fact is unknown or denied is that several individuals and groups don't wish this truth to be known. For some, the fact would have them facing criminal charges before now, while others don't want to admit what natural-type humans being on Junius 7 nor what it implies. That Blas had iterated naturals being on Junius 7 was bad enough by itself. The point undermined several talking points the Alliance used to justify the war as it was. The view that only coordinators lived in the plants had been pushed heavily and was believed overall by most within the Alliance. But for her to point out the falsity and the reason for the lie was troublesome. Azrael definitely wanted to strangle the woman to silence her and back at Blas for all the crap she caused the Alliance. However, as per her reputation, Blas didn't stop with just damaging the foundation the Alliance was founded upon, she kept going. Junius 7 was not just an agricultural colony that was home to a large number of human beings. It was also a testing ground to see if coordinator-type and natural-type humans could live in peace and harmony together. The colony proved such a thing was easily possible, so much so that even Miliardo Peacecraft, the leader of the Earth sphere before the Alliance was formed, was impressed, and he was even encouraged by what he saw there. The mention of the man who had stood in the way for so long served to anger Azrael much more. Miliardo Peacecraft, a man that had the love of the people, had earned recognition to his name as a promoter of peace. He had also been a dangerous man to those who wanted to use Earth's nations for other pursuits. And what had been worse, Peacecraft had been insistent on peace with coordinators being worked for. Peacecraft had been such a fool, and a blind one at that, and that was being generous. Explaining to him why coordinators needed to be wiped out completely had been pointless in the end. Azrael had tried to reason with the man about why coordinators were such a problem, which had been an exercise in futility. With Peacecraft being the head of the United Nations body, he had a lot of influence among the world leaders back in the times before the war. Attempts had been made to silence and kill the man before the Bloody Valentine in many different ways. Peacecraft hadn't been the only one that assassinations had been made against. Other members of the UN Council and body had been targeted. Some had been successful, but Peacecraft had somehow evaded the attempts and remained a threat. Azrael knew he hadn't been the only one that wanted Peacecraft to vanish so things could move forward. But then the day Junius 7 had been destroyed had come, and that one event had solved many issues. Not only had it moved the creation of the Earth Alliance to be realized, but it had also gotten rid of obstacles. Most of all, Peacecraft had been killed along with the coordinators in the colony. The timing of the Bloody Valentine hadn't been a coincidence, and it had been intended to have Peacecraft there to die. The UN Council had followed at Copernicus, but Peacecraft had been the first major issue dealt with. And yet, the spirit of the man that had so blocked the work of those like Azrael haunted them. Blas continued, that man who advocated peace was also on Junius 7 when the nuclear strike occurred. Whether that was by chance or by some design, all I can say now is that the Federation military is investigating it. On a more personal note, to those who would say I couldn't possibly know what it feels like to have lost someone in the Bloody Valentine, I can assure you that I do. My husband was at the colony, doing research that could and would have benefited the colonies and Earth itself. My 10-year-old daughter was also there at the time, and so, because of the hatred of a few towards coordinators, they are dead, and I can never see them again. The Federation military investigating the Bloody Valentine incident was bad news for Azrael himself and others. ZAFT's research had been annoying but simple enough to pass off or deflect from the truth. The Federation's investigation could explain why a few individuals Azrael knew had disappeared over the last 2 years without a trace. Azrael had managed to avoid any capturing him, but that hadn't been easy. To hear that Ellen Blas had lost loved ones in the nuclear strike, honestly, felt nice in a way. Knowing he had helped get a shot in on the imperturbable politician Ellen Blas had shown herself to be over the years was satisfying. This woman was whimsical, a painful annoyance one moment and then a sentimental fool the next. All the tragedies from the Bloody Valentine to the battles that have happened in this war, none of it is the fault of the soldiers or pilots that fight in them. They follow orders, some willingly, others unwillingly, doing what they are told. Most of them are protecting their homes and what they hold dear to themselves, which should be praised. It is honorable to stand up and protect what they love and is a great service. Thus, we shouldn't hold soldiers responsible as they fight to defend such and don't in their heart don't want to kill. Blas paused for a moment. The ones who are at fault for this war and what it has brought to us all can be identified, regardless of whether they take responsibility for their actions. There is a phrase that most will have heard at least once by now, but I will change it slightly to promote understanding. The ones who ushered in this war and kept it going are humankind's true enemy. Hearing that line caught Azrael's attention since it coined the term Blue Cosmos had coordinators mankind's enemy. For Blas to use the reference that she did implied she was going to define a group to direct the blame for the war. The last thing that those like Azrael needed was blame directed at them with the war going the way it was. There were enough issues demanding attention to deal with without more shoved onto himself. Thus, Azrael glared with sheer hatred at the leader of the Republic as she continued her address. First, I will define those who would be considered humankind's true enemy. They are those who use their hatred of others as the sole reason for attacking and killing people, innocent or otherwise. They are those who insist that war is the only way to settle standing disagreements and more. Doing so while adamantly claiming there is no other solution no matter the evidence provided to the contrary. They are those who use war cries for blood to be spilled and see them as rallying calls for others to join them and justify their terrible and unforgivable acts. They are those who are more intent on pursuing their vendettas and fulfilling them than seeking peace for all people. Those who see nothing wrong with using and abusing people knowingly and unknowingly toss them away after they fail or don't provide use or purpose for those that control them. They are those who promote this war and say it will only end when a whole part of humanity, whether it be coordinator, natural, hybrid, or any other form of human being, is completely exterminated. Any who do one or more of the points I mentioned are humankind's true enemy and are as demons dressed in human skin. Azrael picked up one of the decorations in the room and chucked it at the opposite wall in anger at Blas. The woman had always been an irritating fool whose stubbornness was nothing but an infuriating obstacle. Her tirade was a perfect example of how she could cause issues that damage control would unlikely be able to help much with. Blas may not have said names with her descriptions, but that in itself was the real problem. Her just describing the group she referred to in the form of actions of people, organizations, or factions being the bar to judge by, making it harder to counter. Blas had ensured that humankind's true enemy was defined in a way that had no bias to use as a loophole or shove blame back on her. Her description could be applied to many. Blue Cosmos would be one that could fall into her definition easily. But the damage didn't end there. They are the same as the most villainous individuals in our history, the same as Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, or Musaada Milan, who used war to kill all they could. Blas banged a hand on her lectern, and those who are humankind's true enemy will be remembered exactly as those horrible individuals. They are the same as them, not human beings, but creatures that are less than any type of human is. Azrael picked up the chair in the room and threw it at the opposite wall as his fury grew. The comparison to historical villains to those that Blas had defined. The woman was playing to the masses rather than the world's political leaders. She was attempting to motivate people to rise up against those in control and take away their power. It is individuals and groups that are humankind's enemy need to be stood up against now more than ever. Humankind's true enemy uses fear, intimidation, lies, and deception to force others to do the work for their intentions. They require others to fulfill their vendettas and ambitions, and only we can give them that power by listening and giving in to them. Now is the time to stand together and stand against them, only doing that will be how this war will end. Blas put her hands together, so, I plead and urge all of you hearing my voice, for all you hold dear and for the future generations yet to come, show the courage within you that all human beings have, no matter what type you are. Use that courage and rise against those who insist on destroying humanity in any way. They are the harbingers of death for the whole human race, coordinator, naturals, hybrids, and any other form of human. Humanity isn't made up of just a single form of humanity, not only coordinators, naturals, or hybrids. Humanity is stronger with diversity, not just of sex and skin color as was historical but also now genetic type. I pray that this horrible and terrible conflict ends so that at least there are still human beings living. Yet, it will take many of us to accomplish this task. No one is too small or beneath notice, everyone can make a difference, and it is now that such amazing potential that all human beings have, needs to be shown and used. Azrael knew that damage control would have extreme difficulty doing anything to downplay Blas's speech. While that infuriated him, it was more that Blas had the guts to call out those like him in the first place that had him so enraged. Her rhetoric of humans being inclusive of coordinators and hybrids, along with naturals, went against everything that Blue Cosmos and many in the Alliance claimed. No, it went beyond that and ripped away and destroyed the foundation the Alliance had to justify the war. Azrael continued to watch as Blas began taking questions from reporters. Minister Blas, Earthsphere News Network, the report announced, you defined those you say can be considered humankind's true enemy. Can you give any examples of those who would fall under the idea? Azrael dared the Republic's dragon to call out anyone or organization by name. Should she do so, Azrael and others would rip her apart and smear her entire speech from its beginning to end. Of course, Azrael didn't expect Blas actually to call any out by name, and the woman knew better than to do that. As much as I wouldn't doubt some would like me to give specific examples, Blas remarked, I do not feel it is necessary. Those who are humankind's true enemy know they fall under the definition I gave, whether they admit to it or not. I refer to them being on their own side and using others, but I'm afraid I should leave it at that. Next question. As Azrael expected and cursed, Blas didn't call any out, making it harder to snap back at her humankind's enemy definition. The woman was just proving a meddler as she had done before and wouldn't be quiet about what wasn't her business. Minister Blas, Lunar Associated Press, the next reporter called, what is your view of the current leadership of the Earth Alliance and the plant's actions? Azrael had a small smirk come to his face at that question as it could be amusing to hear the answer. He didn't entertain any thoughts that Blas would have good things to say about the Alliance's leadership. Her message had made it plain that she didn't approve of the current actions. However, any shot taken at ZAFT made Azrael feel a tiny bit better, no matter how slight it was. A complex question to answer with a degree of accuracy, Blas replied. For the Earth Alliance, I've become increasingly disappointed in how they conduct themselves lately. Their military forces have been doing dishonorable things, seemingly forgetting what and who they pledged to protect. Whether that is due to something with the leadership of the Alliance or something else, I cannot say with what I know. The recent contact from the Alliance, including their attacks, seems more like anti-coordinator sentiment is dictating the Alliance's actions. I would hope those who lead the Earth Alliance would be less inclined to listen to those who carry such blinding and destructive hatred that such sentiments carry. It was much what Azrael figured the woman would say about the Alliance, so he didn't care much about that. Whereas the plants have normally been more inclined to be reasonable and tolerant. However, these days that seems to become less normal, judging upon ZAFT's actions. Knowing some of those elected to the Plant Supreme Council, I would hope that work is being done to help end the war with the least lives lost. Azrael turned off the broadcast, not finding any more interest in hearing Blas's drivel. The woman was an issue as much as she ever was with her gift of words. The damage control that would be required frustrated Azrael as it was just more work added to the pile. The failure to acquire any of the Federation's member nations was problematic in the short term. Federation technology would have helped in pushing ZAFT onto the defensive quicker. The overall goal was to strike at the plants, but that would be delayed for a bit with the failure of getting multiple mass drivers. The other point that created the delay came to Azrael as a report that the Federation was attacking the orbital fleets and wiping them out. The goal would be lost if Omni lost their orbital fleets before they could prepare a strike on the plants. They were needed to keep ZAFT's defenders busy enough to strike the colonies directly. Complications were expected to be frustrating as they were, but they were piling up quicker than they were supposed to. The aircraft Mina was on that took off from Victoria took a few hours to reach Lodania Laboratories, located in Suez, Egypt. It was the main complex where the Enhanced Human Project was taking place, and the other 2 were in different places worldwide. Mina's project and work were divided into 2 basic parts and a third piece that worked with the other 2. The project's goal was to take natural types and get them on par with coordinators without genetically altering them. The 2 parts were 2 different methods or variations to achieve the goal, boosted men and women, and the other was extendeds. The major difference between the 2 was boosted men and women required drugs, specific surgeries, and mental conditioning. In comparison, the extendeds were made through surgeries, conditioning, brainwashing, and other things. Really, boosted men required less work to create and maintain but tended to be not as reliable or stable over time. Extendeds proved more stable long-term but required more work and a great deal more maintenance than boosted men and women. The project parts were split between the 3 complexes dedicated to the enhanced human project. Lodania was in Suez, while the Tartarus complex was in what had been called Siberian Waste before the Reconstruction War. The Lemuria complex was in the northeastern part of the Atlantic Federation's territory. The project was making strides between the 3 facilities, with Lodania doing the project management. Tartarus was doing the work on the extended side of the project, both the research and production. Lemuria was focusing on the boosted man portion and trying to forward that part of the project. Mina kept in contact with the heads of the other 2 facilities to get progress reports on the work from them. Mina organized the project and a couple of others to make it what it was today. They came up with the idea and methodology that made the project possible and even successful to the extent it was. Lodania Lab was the place Mina ran along with those she delegated the task to, and it was strictly done. Mina had made Lodania what it was now and made sure it would work the best it could without fail. There were no arguments tolerated to run the enhanced human project, and Mina had made sure that it was clearly understood. Her disciplinary methods had ensured that all who worked in the lab or were subjects there knew what disobedience got them. The disciplinary method had been so successful that the other 2 facilities had adopted it. As the transport traveled, Mina's mood improved with her separation from Director Azrael. His personality and expectations had irked her far more than she had assumed they would be, and that influence wasn't healthy. Mina had expected Azrael would be difficult to deal with, Lori had implied as much to her. Lori Call was the lab's representative, so she dealt with the funders more than Mina ever did. Mina didn't envy her friend's job of being the face of the project and was more than willing to let her deal with Azrael from now on. It was one of the reasons she looked forward to coming home to Lodania, who wouldn't interfere and bother her. She had just used the excuse of being able to do adjustments quicker at the lab with Azrael to get time away from the blonde-haired idiot that knew so little about science. Mina also heard her girls in seats behind her, showing excitement at returning to the lab. Due to the outing Mina had been on, and there would be work to be done upon arrival at the lab. The male trio would need serious maintenance because of their handlers' mistakes on dose regiments. Her girls would just need the normal look over and touch up since they had been seen per instructions. Then Mina would ensure the foolish handlers were properly punished before returning to work. The disciplinary system applied just as much to the staff as the candidates in Mina's mind. Most of the staff were aware that if they did their job correctly or poorly consistently, there would be unpleasant consequences waiting for them. So the failure of the handler team would be dealt with, and their justification of Azrael telling them what to do wouldn't fly. It had been established that Mina was the authority regarding the project. No one else overruled her. So, disobedience was rare, and those that had forgotten would be reminded of the point. With the weeks that Mina went for, she still expected everything to go fine. She had left those she trusted to keep things running smoothly in charge, and all that worked at the lab knew the command structure. And if something did come up that was challenging it, Mina would get things back in order. She had those who were enforcers for her when such was needed, and they got any job she needed. The group was loyal to her and the other, the second in command at Lodania, so they would follow only their orders. At the lab, all knew and were told what was expected, and repetition was often unnecessary. That's why Mina wasn't worried. There would be no foolish and idiotic Omni soldiers to annoy her or that thought they knew better than she did. Plus, there were some candidates, both from the boosted men and the extendeds, which Mina had invested interest in, and she wanted to check on their progress. The plane landed on the lab's runway, and all on board came off the craft with some waiting for them as they exited. Mina's girls were led off to get their checkups done while the boys were escorted to get the damage done fixed as quickly as possible. As they were guided, Mina was heading for the main complex where her office was so she could get to work. She'd calmed down a great deal and could almost be called reasonable and a tad pleased by some. Those at Lodania preferred Mina in that kind of mood whenever possible, as things would go smoother when that was the case. And much like the candidates knew, keeping Mina in a good mood was far better than having her the opposite. However, upon entering the laboratory, Mina was met with the sight of men in Alliance military uniforms. The scene was unwelcome to her and dampened her somewhat good mood as she didn't like Alliance personnel in her workspace. Mina had made it clear through her friend to their funders that outside interference was unwelcome and would be ousted. The sight was made worse as the soldiers were attempting to order around those working here as if this was an Omni base. But Mina observed that the workers were doing as they had been trained to do, which helped stop her from getting extremely ticked off. All the staff who worked in Lodania knew an unhappy Mina Moss was something that could easily be akin to a living hell for everyone around her. That didn't mean Mina was pleased to see the Alliance personnel here, yet she would rectify that quite soon. Mina had a cold expression on her face as she strode over to the one showing signs of being the leader of the soldiers. The soldiers didn't notice her approach but were forced to pay attention when Mina kicked the leader in the groin. The man let out a pained whine as he crumpled to the floor, groaning in pain with Mina standing over him. The other soldiers stared at Mina, some in shock and others afraid they would be next to receive the same. "Who in the hell do you think you are?" Mina demanded, "coming around here and thinking you can run the place? Then, tell me, who gave you the authority to act like you can tell anyone here what to do? For I have choice words for them, listening while a method I employed puts them in serious pain for interfering with my workspace." The man Mina nailed in the family jewels glared up at her. "Damn you, woman," he growled. Mina simply gazed at him, lifted her right leg, and stomped down with her heel on the man's back. Mina kept stomping the man, and only after he was groaning with clear pain did she stop and speak. "This complex isn't an Omni base or an Alliance-controlled facility," Mina stated flatly. "So, it isn't subject to Omni's version of martial law as you were trying to exercise. Never forget the fact that you don't give orders here. Omni has no authority in this lab. That power belongs to me, those I delegate to, and none other, period." The workers and scientists were going about their assigned tasks and ignored what was happening. It was the best thing for them to do when Dr. Moss was dishing out punishment: ignore the scene, so you didn't get involved and be punished. The sooner Mina disciplined the Omni soldiers, the sooner she could be in a nicer mood, and they all could be relieved that the storm Mina was having would be over. The noise didn't go unnoticed by those who were the complex's enforcers doing their normal patrols. The 5 in the group were all heavy-set men that were seen as brutes and little more than that. Their leader, Bruno, had picked up the noise from the front lobby and had gotten the rest to follow to see what was happening. While Dr. Moss was away, it was up to them to ensure the disciplinary system was upheld. Dr. Moss had found all of her enforcers and gave them a place and purpose that earned their loyalty. And one voice Bruno heard sounded like Dr. Moss herself, so the group hurried along to the lobby. Upon entering the area, Bruno saw Dr. Moss was dealing with Alliance soldiers. "Dr. Moss, good to see you back here," Bruno greeted in his deep voice. "Is there a problem here that needs to be dealt with, ma'am?" Mina turned to the voice and was pleased to see a group of the enforcers prompt at appearing when problems arose. Their build made dealing with outbursts much easier for candidates and staff alike. She had found each enforcer while normally traveling when searching for candidates. Mina had seen potential in the men and had given them a purpose they had taken to extremely well. "Ah, Bruno, the timing of you and your colleagues is as impeccable as ever, which is satisfying," Mina replied. "As to your question, yes, there is an issue that you can assist with." Mina pointed to the man on the ground. "This idiot seems to believe he can run things here with the help of his cronies. I certainly didn't delegate to such a fool like him, nor should he have been let inside the lab in the first place. I've made sure to give a proper lesson to him, and yet I want to be sure he doesn't forget it." Bruno nodded in understanding and bowed his head. "Our apologies for them getting in," he returned. "We were dealing with a small issue with some candidates before hearing the noise up here." Mina shook her head. "That's fine, Bruno," she said, "that is exactly what you should be doing when it occurs." Mina turned back to face the soldiers. "I was merely saying that a short session in one of the timeout rooms should help reinforce the folly of the idiot's assumptions. Bruno, I would like you to escort him and make sure he gets there." Bruno nodded. "Certainly, Dr. Moss," he answered without hesitation. "We will make sure he gets there and that the rest will see him come out to reinforce what happens when they interfere." Mina smiled a bit and gestured for Bruno to proceed. Bruno and those with him moved forward and picked up the Alliance soldier before dragging the man off further into the lab. With that settled, Mina gestured to the staff that had been watching the scene. "Back to work for the rest of you. The issue has been resolved, so nothing more to see, so resume what you were doing." The staff did as they were told while Mina headed further into the lab to check in on projects before heading to her office. From what the staff told her, current projects were on track, which pleased her. As she finished checking on things, Mina assigned one of the staff to tell Lori Call to come to her office when she could. She then headed for her office and reviewed reports from the other 2 labs. She saw things progressing with the extended part of the project from the Tartarus facility and the section here at Lodania. It was more a long-term part of the project as extendeds took more work and time to create. However, thus far, extendeds were proving initially more stable with their enhancements from what Mina was seeing. There was a minor issue with some of the psychological conditioning, which affected a percentage of the extended candidates. Yet Mina was hopeful that those at Tartarus would be able to work such out of the majority. The extendeds, like the boosted men, were kept in groups of 3, all the tests and performance in simulations, mostly to instill skills of working with others. The idea has worked out so far and proved effective in the long run. In the reports, there had been one trio of extendeds that were consistently showing results that were above expectations. Mina had been keeping an eye on the trio, hopeful that the results could show extendeds were worth pursuing. They weren't at the same level that Mina's girls from the boosted men's side. However, the trio showed real potential, and Mina wanted to see how far it would go. The trio in question consisted of 2 males and 1 female, all 3 in their latter mid-teenage years in physical development. The trio was the oldest currently and the best performing group thus far. A couple of trios contained older candidates, but they were proving to be problematic in a growing number of ways. It suggested that the extended treatment lost its effective application at a point in age. It was one of the major reasons that Mina was interested in the 3, and the extended half of the project was writing on how they would do a large amount from now on. According to the most recent post-test report, there was some strain on the candidates' bodies in the trio. The picture of the female was average-looking physically, from her figure to height. She had rather silky-looking locks of blonde hair, and her red eyes were uncommon. The 2 males were average physically, a tad more muscular than the female. One had dark green hair, and the other had a dirty brown. Nevertheless, their performance was still above where it was expected to be, which was a good sign. The strain was being seen to and reduced as could be for the time being. Mina moved on to other reports on the project as they were piling up since she had been away. If it hadn't been for Azrael asking her to show him the point personally, then Mina would have had another do the job instead and not be away. Dealing with financial backers was always a pain to Mina, and it normally only took 1 meeting for any given representative to wish to deal with a different person than Mina herself. In fact, the colleague Mina had called for was the one who did the selling and impressing of the funders for the Lodania lab. A knock on the door brought Mina's attention out of looking at reports and her dislike of Murida Azrael. Enter. The door opened at the command Mina gave, and a woman came in. The woman was shorter than Mina herself, at 5'4", though the woman's figure was a little more voluptuous than Mina's body was. Her hair was tan and appeared to have a silkier look, falling to her mid-back. The female's face looked kinder than Mina's, and the air about her emphasized the impression, including her light blue eyes. And though she was older than Mina by 7 years, she gave off a different feel to others, which was seen as more mature than Mina's cold and ruthless feel. Yet, these 2 women were 2 of the 3 who had come up with the foundation and many of the theories that the Enhanced Human Project used. The woman that entered was named Lori Call and was not only the second in charge but was the face those outside the lab saw most of the time. She was a natural like Mina was Mina's best friend, or that was the best idea you could call their relationship. Today, Lori was wearing a red t-shirt, a black mini-skirt, and a long white lab coat. "Lori, good of you to come so quickly when I asked." "Thanks," Mina greeted. It hadn't been very hard for Lori to know that Mina had returned to the lab, not with the whispers going around. Mina's presence and reputation preceded her a distance ahead of her arrival, whether she meant it to do so or not. Not that Lori didn't understand why many feared Mina as they did, the woman didn't take flack from anyone. Lori just had gotten to know Mina enough to respect her drive she had for the Enhanced Human Project. And Lori expected Mina to be in a non-nice mood from dealing with Murida Azrael. The man was a pain to deal with on a good day as he only heard what he wanted to hear and little else. Lori had her own experience with the man and didn't like him or his personality, but she tolerated him. However, Lori knew that Mina had less tolerance for those like Azrael than Lori did. Mina was the type to curtail attitude before it reached where Azrael's was. And the Alliance soldiers that Lori had heard about likely didn't help Mina's mood. So, Lori shrugged, "It isn't difficult to know when you got back as an air of focus that comes when you're around spread through the lab like wildfire. I also heard that Omni soldiers came around, forced their way in, and tried to take control. But as they aren't around, I assume you handled them in your own unique way and got the staff back to work." Mina scoffed and shook her head at being reminded of the group of fools when she returned. Bruno and his group had just shortened things as Mina had intended to get some to drag the fools to timeout rooms. Her only annoyance was that Bruno and his group had to be pulled from their normal rounds to do the job. Her enforcers did rounds every other hour to keep candidates in line as needed. Normally, seeing them was enough to make the candidates obedient and far less likely to act up. "Dealt with already," Mina commented. "I had Bruno and some of his helpers drag off the leader of the idiots for a timeout room." Lori had been very tempted to do much the same when some lab staff had come to her telling her about the soldiers. The lab's enforcers would take orders from her as they would from Mina since she was in charge when Mina wasn't around. Lori had clarified to the project's funders that sending some to check up on or direct things wouldn't go well. That included those in the Alliance, but the message hadn't been taken to heart by all. Still, Lori smiled slightly. "I have been tempted to do that myself," she remarked, yet she paused, leaving the implication open, "but, well, you know how it is." Mina knew Lori was the nice one of them, and it worked out for the better in the end. Mina got things done and ensured those working on things met their deadlines regardless of what it took. On the other hand, Lori was the human resource person as it used to be called. She was the one that worked with the people and got them to work together the best they could. Lori also was the face of the project for the funders to interact with, which had been preferred after the first few funders met with Mina. Mina sighed, "You're the nice one here, Lori." "I'm not," she finished the unsaid sentence. It's why I do the lab management, while you do the representing and presenting for us here, while Ryan and Chris maintain daily tasks. It is why the other two labs have similar setups, and it works out very well for all of us working on the project. What Mina said was indeed the structure the labs used to great effect for the project. Lori knew that from talking with the heads of the two labs. Thus, Lori nodded, indeed, that's how it has worked for us since those of us that came up with the project started. Lori paused, so, how did you attempt to impress the director of the Earth Alliance's National Defense Industry Association goes? Mina couldn't help the disgusted expression on her face at the question Lori asked. Azrael had been horrible in ways that brushed her the wrong way, touched on her nerves, that hit her pet peeves. Mina had been close to making Azrael miserable and taking the consequences because he was the Alliance's defense industry director. Mina waved a hand in a strong dismissive gesture, horrid, and you can have the job back. The outing reminded me why I dislike dealing with those who fund the lab so much, Mina snapped. You're far better at it than I am, a better people person than I could be anytime in the foreseeable future. Lori had known Mina wouldn't like Azrael any more than she did and would likely react badly to him. However, Lori hadn't imagined it would be this much of a bad reaction from Mina. She could only guess that something had happened with Azrael and had managed to irk her badly. The odd thing was that Mina was difficult to put off. It normally took a few specific things for Mina to be ticked like this. Lori couldn't help but wonder what Azrael could have done unknowingly to irk her friend. Instead, she chuckled, that's quite the compliment from you to say I can have the job. I'm left to wonder what Murata Azrael managed to do to get under your skin. That's no easy feat to do, not that any should try to get under your skin Mina, not with your temper, no offense intended. Mina knew Lori's niceties would have her offending less than she would. It was one of the reasons she was a friend. She didn't want to discuss what Azrael had done to put her off as it would be a reminder of the point. Thus, Mina let out something between a shudder and a growl, none taken, Lori. Yes, an apt way of you putting it, Azrael was a foolish idiot that doesn't live in reality if he isn't forced to. But then, that brings me to the subject I wanted to discuss, which I sent the message to you about. Lori had read over the message Mina had sent and now understood why she had asked what she had. The message stated that Mina wanted Lori to quietly look for funders other than the current ones. It had surprised Lori as it had also said Mina was willing to compromise for the point of what the project would keep and what it would let go. It had made Lori extremely curious about what had changed for Mina to consider doing so seriously. Thus, Lori nodded and gestured for Mina to keep going with what she wanted to say. As I said in the message, this subject is to be kept between us. Not even Ryan or Chris is to know about it until I say so. I was hoping you could start looking into whether the work we do here could be taken to the Human Federation or even ZAFT. The Federation would be the better of the two and the more likely to say yes, but still, even ZAFT would be nicer than those we deal with current from the Alliance. Lori stared at Mina incredulously, wondering once again what Azrael could have done to get Mina to consider this. Before now, Mina hadn't cared what the funders said or threatened to do against the project. Murata Azrael rub you that bad away, did he? She asked. Granted, the man is a pain and hard to be around, one of the worst members of Blue Cosmos I've met. However, I would have thought with your famously armored skin, he wouldn't have gotten to you. Out of curiosity, what did he do to get you to dislike him this much? Mina frowned angrily at the thoughts of what Azrael did to tick her off so much. He had dared to mock her work, the project she put her life into. Azrael had called her to work questionable and said it wasn't worth the time. True, his tone had changed after the Victoria operation when her girls had proven her work was of value. She cursed those who disparaged her work as they were fools who knew nothing. The blonde-haired imbecilic seems to think our project was incompetent, Mina paused, and said something to the effect what has come from the lab is faulty. He apparently had the foolish notion that he was being sold undefeatable soldiers and blamed me for failure without giving me all the factors that played into the problem. His tune only changed when my girls showed they could whip ZAFT. The man twisted words to benefit him, which wasn't very pleasant. Types like him irk me, Lori, only demanding results and not caring about anything else and are quick to show displeasure and disappointment when things don't go as they want them to. Lori wondered if Azrael would be foolish enough to tell Mina that her project was worthless or defective. It was one of the few things Mina couldn't stand, having her work discounted or even marginalized. So, Lori sighed, yes, people like that are definitely difficult to handle, she remarked, I can attest to that from experience. Lori exhaled heavily, very well, I'll see what I can find out and keep it quiet. Is there anything you specifically don't want to give up in exchange? Mina was sure that should they take their project outside of the Alliance, it would unlikely be able to stay the way it was now. As much as Mina would prefer things with the project not to change, she had come to the point she was willing to compromise. Staying with the Alliance was becoming riskier by the day. It was becoming a serious hazard to the project, and it outweighed the funds it was getting from those who supported the Alliance. Mina felt that should the enhanced human project remain with its current funders, the chances of it crashing and burning in the future were high. She didn't see the Alliance winning the war unless it got a miracle to happen. Their attack on the Federation had all but doomed them, making them a target of the strongest military force. And while Mina knew the project needed money to keep going, funding wasn't worth risking everything for. Thus, Mina nodded, "I'm aware we will likely have to pay that price to move forward. At this point, I'm willing to compromise even if I prefer that we didn't have to, as long as it gets us out from under these idiots that are dragging the world into the deepening chaos. While I don't have issues with chaos in general, the kind of chaos the Alliance is producing is the more dangerous kind, and I think it best to avoid such when possible. That requires that we separate ourselves from them as soon as possible." Lori didn't disagree with Mina, and she was right about the direction the Alliance was going in. And since their funders were connected to the Alliance, the money was essentially coming from the Alliance. With how the war was going lately, the Alliance had entered a destructive spiral that would only worsen. Any caught in that spiral would suffer serious issues even if they hadn't helped it. Thus, the sooner the Enhanced Human Project could separate itself from the Alliance, the better. The project wouldn't survive if it stayed with the Alliance. That much was clear to both Mina and her. With the first exercise of the Archangel-class ship Dominion around Ptolemais done and sometimes going by, the crew was ready to try again. The ship was out above the lunar base, waiting to start a different scenario than they had done the last time. The simulation assigned had one ZAFT warship, unknown class, but approaching in V formation in an attack posture. The other difference in this scenario was mobile suits might and would likely be in this one where they hadn't in the previous one. Sensors are detecting heat sources approaching, distance 500, Orange 14 Mark 233 Alpha, the sensor detection operator called and paused. It looks like one enemy warship, Nazca class, with 2 mobile suits. Nataral focused on the task at hand, hoping there would be an improvement in the crew's performance from the first exercise. She had tried to encourage those she could, but there was only so much she could do to correct poor performance. Stand by for anti-ship and anti-mobile suit combat. Starboard 10, lower bow, pitch angle 15. Activate Eagle Stallion, target enemy warships, load missile launchers 1 through 4 with core and thos, Nataral ordered. She noted the sound of scrambling from different stations, which didn't instill confidence in the crew's improvement. Valiance, fire. The time between the orders being given and their executions lengthened, only punctured by alarms sounding incoming attacks towards the ship. The pilot managed to tilt the ship to dodge the first wave of beams and missiles, but as the Dominion righted itself, a shot from one of the mobile suits came. The sound of the flat tone signals the Dominion's destruction and the exercise's failure. Nataral felt the hope she'd had before this exercise fall at seeing that the crew had failed for a second time. She had to admit, it wasn't as bad or as quick as in the first exercise, and the slight improvement showed a bit of potential. But Nataral could honestly say that she couldn't recommend this crew was ready to be sent out to battlefields as they were. Their 2 performances showed that there was still work for them to do if they were to survive the coming battle. Her second-in-command came out of the CIC, also having a worried expression. "It still seems there is work to be done, Captain," he remarked. Nataral appreciated the honesty of the man that was the Dominion's vice-captain. Her experience with Muru had taught Nataral, the captain and vice-captain discussing things was actually a good and healthy idea. It built the trust needed on a battlefield to survive and move forward. From the one conversation she'd had before this, Nataral had found man Mark Dole to be of sound reasoning, which she appreciated. The man also had more field experience than most on the ship crew. Thus, Nataral sighed, "Yes, I would agree, Mark." Nataral took a moment to think, but with a show of improvement between this simulation and the last, then perhaps practice and experience will be all that is needed. Dole nodded in response as he agreed with the captain that the crew needed time and practice. He had read the file on Nataral Bajaruel and had been somewhat impressed. He'd heard about her father, Captain Bajaruel, and the man had been a legend for his record was impressive for an officer. Nataral's performance with the Archangel was also something else, and Dole respected her for what had been accomplished. The official record on the Archangel was not the nicest, but for what it faced, it had done admirably. And while she was being strict on the crew, she was also fair, which not all Omni officers were. To the crew's fortune, they didn't have standing orders to go to the field, so there was time for them to work on their performance. "Thankfully, we haven't received orders to go out to the field yet," Mark remarked, "so there still is time to get the crew up to a good standard, ma'am." The Dominion returned to Ptolemais base dock after the simulation to assess things and go forward. Nataral was going to return to her quarters and leave, delegating the need for practice station operation to Dole. He was efficient, and the crew was apt to listen to him, which would give her the time to write her report. However, the elevator door slid open, and Admiral Moss and a blonde man in a light blue suit came onto the bridge of the Dominion. All the crew saluted and stood at attention when they saw Admiral Moss. "At ease, everyone," Moss said, then turned to Nataral. "Captain Bajaruel, I would like to introduce you to the Director of the National Defense Industry Association of the Alliance, Muruta Azrael." Nataral studied the man, who looked a couple of years older than herself and could be considered handsome to some. But there was something about this man that didn't seem right to Natarl, but she couldn't place what it could be. She'd never met the man before, only heard his name in passing as one in the leadership of the alliance. However, she dismissed the feeling as nothing and paid attention to Admiral Moss as he continued speaking. Along with him, 3 mobile suits will be coming on board, and he will be here to observe their performance. She nodded in understanding, wondering about the 3 mobile suits the Admiral mentioned. From what had been said to her after the first simulation, the Dominion would be getting 4 mobile suits. By what Natarl had read, 2 out of the 4 would be the mass production of the strike daggers with striker sets. 1 would be the dagger variation based on the X-103 Buster with a more limited arsenal from the original. The last was to be the new variation for daggers based on the dual and ZAFT's equipment. 4 machines were half the Dominion's capacity and would be reasonable to Natarl. For the general staff to add 3 more and have another observing them made her curious and slightly worried. Azrael, on the other hand, was a tad surprised at seeing the captain of this ship was a woman, and a young one at that. Azrael knew there were female officers in Omni, but those were rarer. However, by what he'd been told, the captain had experience with the prey they would be hunting, which was important. Her beauty was nice, yet Azrael was more interested in what could come from the hunt of the Archangel. So, before Natarl could say anything, Azrael moved forward. I never expected the captain of the ship we'd be traveling on to be this young and beautiful, he commented. It wouldn't be exactly shocking if some of the top brass here did things to try to be on his good side. Should we call it a fringe benefit of some sort, Moss? Natarl was taken aback at the man's question as it wasn't the response she had expected. Of course, to be called beautiful was nice, but to think of it as some added benefit for this man was odd and uncomfortable in a few ways. The feeling of something being off returned stronger than before, and it was confusing. Natarl didn't know how to respond to this clear attempt to flatter her from this civilian. Admiral Moss cleared his throat. Not to worry, Director Azrael, Captain Badgeruel is more than skilled enough for her position. Her family has a long history of military service, and she has shown herself to be of the very same high caliber as those that have come previously from her family. Natarl was starting to be lost on what was going on as she couldn't connect the dots to explain this. Admiral Moss checking on the ship was one thing, though rare, it wasn't unheard of. But one of the civilian personnel from Alliance leadership coming to see things or travel on a vessel was odd. The mobile suits that came with them added to the unnatural feel of the circumstances. That may be true, sir, but, Natarl started. Also, before her posting to this ship, she served as the first officer of the Archangel. Moss went on cutting over her. Then he turned to Natarl. Captain, I also have your first mission orders, which are to hunt down a rogue ship. If the captain of this ship had been an officer of the Archangel, it would be helpful for the hunt. Azrael merely hoped the woman could put aside any feelings of loyalty or friendship of any who were on the Archangel. The ship was classified as Rouge, so any on it were enemies regardless of whether they had been Omni before. Even if the crew were captured, they would be court-martialed, dishonorably discharged, and executed at worst. And with the videos of the Archangel were correct from Orb, it had tech they shouldn't, yet another reason for it to be dealt with. First officer of the Archangel, the predecessor of this vessel, were you, Azrael posed. Natarl nodded slowly in response as Azrael went on, well, that would mean that you are familiar with the Archangel ship class then, yes. His question was odd for her, especially since leaving JOSHA since nothing about the Archangel had been mentioned. The top brass had the ship class specs, or they wouldn't have been able to build the Dominion. True, she had real-world experience with what the Archangel class could do, but her reports were free to read on that subject. It felt more like implications were being made, and Natarl couldn't figure out what they were. Yes, I suppose you could say that, Natarl replied. Why do you bring that up, Director? Excellent, Azrael stated, then your knowledge will be very helpful in the assignment the Admiral is handing you. While Moss hadn't said the Archangel was the target and the Rouge ship they would be handling, it didn't matter. If anything, judging this captain by whether duty or potential friendship took priority would be a bar. Azrael turned and waved at Moss. I'll give her the details of the mission, you can be on your way to get to other work you have. Moss hesitated for a moment before he left while Azrael faced Natarl again. To answer your question, the Rouge ship the Admiral mentioned happens to be the first Archangel class which shares the name. Azrael smiled a bit as he continued, and this ship has been chosen to hunt and sink her. Natarl felt many things as to what the director just said she and this ship were expected to do on its first assignment. No information would suggest the Archangel had gone Rouge or that it even survived JOSHA. She was shocked that she had been chosen as she had been on its crew, which normally disqualified an officer from an assignment like this. And with Admiral Moss leaving said she didn't have the choice but to refuse the orders she had been given. It left her to really think about what she was being told to do. To hunt down the Archangel and the crew, she considered perhaps one of the best she'd served with, didn't feel right. It caused a serious internal conflict for Natarl, for her military training and upbringing said to follow orders she was given and not question them. Yet, something else told her that these orders weren't right, but she didn't argue the point. Resupply was started for the Dominion, and Natarl headed to her quarters while that was being done. To take her mind off the conflict she was having with her assignment, and she began looking over the personnel files on the 3 pilots for the mobile that had been loaded on the ship right now. The 3 were in their late teens, maybe around Tyler's age or a tad younger or older between them. All 3 had come from somewhere that their files just listed as L.L, which meant nothing to her about where it could be referring to. The files had many redacted portions, making Natarl suspicious and curious as to why. Natarl ended out reading the files out loud. Clotho Boer, Enhanced Implants Stage 3, the biological CPU for the X370. All personal data has been deleted, training data is classified as absolutely need to know only. Orga Sabnik, Enhanced Implants Stage 2, biological CPU for the X131. No personal data for him either, other data is classified and is unviewable like the first. Then Shuni Andres, Stage 4 Enhanced Implants, is the biological CPU for X252. Like the others, no personal data and other information are not viewable. So, why are these 3 seen and treated not as pilots but as equipment? They're seen as expendable objects rather than people, but why would they be? The mobile suits were GAT Series Generation 2 prototypes, which was another odd thing. The G project, but the data had been lost, and Natarl doubted the Federation had given their collection of it. So, how did Omni get the data to use for these 3 machines? And why were the units being used by teenagers? They weren't coordinators, so they would unlikely be able to match them. If the pilots of the Archangel hadn't changed, then the Kira would be a hard opponent to take on. It left Natarl again questioning what was going on with Omni these days, and orders were making less sense than they had been. For pilots like these teens to be brought on the ship with Muruta Azrael didn't make sense. The man was more a politician than a soldier, and they didn't travel on warships often. With the rumors that Natarl had heard, she looked up more information on Azrael, which didn't help her opinion of the man. Not only was he the director of the National Defense Industry Association, but he was also the current leader of the anti-coordinator organization, Blue Cosmos. Natarl had heard of some of the group's activities and disagreed with what they did. Some of the organizations were terrorists, even if they deny it. Muruta Azrael wasn't outspoken like some of the Blue Cosmos members were, yet he was not quiet. When Dole reported the resupply and the suits were loaded, Natarl told him she would be on the bridge shortly and to have the ship head out from the dock. Natarl put the files away and began making her way to the Dominion's bridge. There was still the need to track down where the Archangel was, as there had been nothing. Natarl had tried to find information on her former ship, but Omni had little current info. There was a rumor it had appeared in Orb recently, but she couldn't confirm or dismiss if it were the truth. If they had been there, then the question of why the vessel had been there only made more questions. For Omni to classify the ship as a Rouge vessel, Natarl couldn't accept that without much more information. If there was the opportunity, then Natarl wanted to speak to Muru and hear her side of things. Upon coming onto the bridge, Natarl found all the crew was at their stations as they should be, another good mark for them. She also saw that Azrael was specifically on the navigation station's bridge. Natarl floated over to where the man was. Is there something we can do for you, Director? She asked. It will take us time to track down the location of the Archangel, but we will inform you when we have something to go on. Azrael saw no reason to hide the fact that he already had good information on where the Archangel was. There was no reason to reveal the source of the info if the question wasn't insisted upon. After all, ZAFT was hunting the ship for whatever reason they had, which Azrael believed had to do with the mobile suits it carried. If that assumption was true, there was all the more reason for the Dominion to get there and capture the machines before them. Ah, Miss Captain, see you've come back to the bridge, nice to see that, Azrael said. Just telling the pilots to set course for the L4 colony cluster so we can get down to the business we have. Natarl blinked at being told Azrael wanted to have the Dominion go to Lagrange 4, as this was the first she'd heard of it. No one had mentioned any hint of the Archangel potentially being around the L4 colony cluster. She couldn't think of a reason for the Archangel being in that area, and there was nothing around the colony cluster anymore. Plus, the cluster was technically owned by the Federation. They didn't patrol the area as much as their other territory, but consequences would follow if the Dominion were found there. And with the rumors of the Federation attacking orbital fleets, going into the Federation's territory was extremely unwise. Natarl sighed, and what makes you think the Archangel is around the L4 colony cluster, Director? The woman wasn't a yes person, which Azrael respected as it was getting rarer these days. And Azrael didn't see a problem with answering the question. Your wish for evidence can be considered admirable, Captain Bajaruel. Azrael smiled a bit. No need to worry. We're not going to the L4 colony cluster on a wild goose chase. I've good information from a trusted source that what we were after will be there. Natarl paused at the reply. wondering who this source that Azrael could have the information that the Archangel was the L4 colony cluster. Current information about the colony cluster wasn't easy with the Federation owning the territory. And Natarl couldn't see Azrael having a source in the Federation's military. The Federation would want nothing to do with one like Azrael, not when they prosecuted members of Blue Cosmos when they had the chance. And then, it sounded like Director Azrael was after something other than the Natarl's former ship. Hunting the ship was one thing, but nothing had been said about acquiring something the Archangel was carrying. There was nothing she could think of that the Archangel had, which Omni wanted, which they hadn't gotten somehow. Natarl looked back at Azrael, and if I might ask, where did your source get the information, sir? They come from within the plants. That's all you need to know, Azrael answered. Natarl gaped at the director after he said his information was from the plants. Info from one's enemy was just as likely to be false or bait for a trap as it was to be the truth. And for the director to be in contact with someone in ZAFT, that was concerning and should be to others. If one worked with the enemy, their loyalty was in question, as were their intentions. But you can't trust information from the plants, Natarl exclaimed. The odds of it being a trap are higher than them not being one. So, how do you justify believing this source of yours? And what is so important in this mission? You make it sound like the Archangel isn't your real target, Natarl questioned. This woman was certainly not ignorant or lacking intelligence and had earned the captain's position. For her to question sources was expected, but to also figure out the real target wasn't the Archangel was kind of impressive. Azrael clapped a bit. The Admiral was right about you, Captain Badgeruel. You are quite good in figuring things out with limited information, which is a good quality in an officer. You're correct, seeing the Archangel destroyed isn't what I'm here to do as nice as dealing with a Rouge ship is. With that ship are two machines of interest, and they are what I'm here for. The Freedom and the Justice, the codenames of the two machines, are extremely interesting to more than just me. Azrael put a hand to his chin, thinking, and then, there's good intelligence that 3 Nazca-class vessels, which are fully loaded and are heading for L4 too. Azrael looked at Natarl. You tell me, Miss Captain, if the information is true and those ships suggest that it is what is valuable. We can't afford to miss a chance at acquiring those machines. It's the whole reason for this mission. The Archangel is conveniently around that area, meaning it can be dealt with. So, let's get to the point straight, shall we? You may be the captain assigned to command this ship, but people in places higher up look at the overall picture. People like that think things through and give orders, and I'm one of those people. Try to comprehend such things, Azrael stated before he backed up and continued. Besides, you've been told to do what I tell you or suggest, right? Make sure you don't forget that, Miss Captain. Thus, back to my question, any idea as to the time frame until we arrive around the colony cluster at L4? Approximately 12 hours or so, Director Azrael, Natarl answered, that is the average travel time for a ship from here to L4. Around the same time, in the area of Lagrange 1, 3 ZAFT Nazca class had headed out from the plant after the Eternal had been hijacked and fled. From the information that Jachindu had sent, if the Eternal's course were to go unchanged, they would end up at the Lagrange 4 colony cluster. The lead Nazca was the Vesalius, with L.E. Cruzet leading the group in tracking down the Eternal. Chairman Zala had assigned him to chase after the Eternal and deal with it. Cruzet was looking over the tactical display of the area of L4 and was in a conference with the ship captains. The colony cluster at Lagrange 4 is made up of abandoned O'Neill 3 and Bernal 1 type colonies, all in varying states of operational status by previous scouting mission reports. The colony cluster has been a nest of issues over the years as they can be a haven for troublemakers. And that the Federation has ownership over it makes activity being done around there risky, Cruzet iterated to the 3 ship captains. From what we know thus far, the FFMHY-101 Eternal was put under the command of Commander Andrew Waltfeld. The man has a good record and helped an amount during the campaign in the African community. It is suspected that he was still in command of the vessel when it launched. There was silence at Cruzet, saying Waltfeld was on the ship they were pursuing. The idea was ridiculous since Commander Waltfeld had a good record of service for ZAFT. He was one of those that took and secured the African community from the Alliance. A man doing that would be one of the last people to betray ZAFT. Andrew Waltfeld? As in the Desert Tiger, Cruzet? I can't see him doing what you suggest with the service he has given ZAFT over the years. Are we sure this isn't just you talking about someone you aren't fond of badly, Cruzet? One of the captains posed. It wouldn't be the first time you have tried to smear another you didn't agree with, Cruzet. The other captain nodded. Yes, compared to you, Waltfeld's service record is cleaner than yours, Cruzet. And we need efficient action rather than loose theories with Omni pushing with mobile suits. While Aides didn't like to disagree with Commander Cruzet on things since that tended to be pointless, in this, he couldn't help but agree with his fellow captains. Aides had met Commander Waltfeld previously and had found the man quite likable. He may be a tad laid back with those under his command, but he got assignments done cleanly. Commander Cruzet, on the other hand, had the record of getting things done but creating a mess. According to records, what had happened with Heliopolis was an example of how things tended to go with Cruzet. I've personally met Commander Waltfeld before, Aides added. I would have never expected this from someone like him. Cruzet knew that Waltfeld had a better reputation than he did, but that wasn't the point. Their orders came from the National Defense Committee, and they ran things more than Admiral Tries did these days. Whether you expect it of him or not, current evidence given to us from the National Defense Committee has him stealing the ship. And I've heard he's a smooth-talking, cheerful man, so I can understand it's hard to see him doing so. But our orders from the committee are clear, he's very likely involved, and if he is, then he is to be seen as an enemy, L.E. Cruzet said, bringing the discussion back to the main topic. We are to capture the Eternal or destroy it if the seizure isn't possible. Nicole had been listening as the others head to the commander's brief, but his mind was dwelling on other thoughts. Then there were the rumors that Ethrun had escaped on the Eternal, which were unconfirmed. Nicole had serious doubts about what was being said about Ethrun by others, including some from the Defense Committee. The claim was Ethrun was potentially a traitor to the plants as he'd helped enemy agents. Nicole didn't believe that for a second since he knew Ethrun wouldn't harm the homeland. And nothing was being said about the questions he'd been asked, which were being used as evidence of him betraying ZAFT. It made Nicole wonder what the mission Ethrun had been assigned. Things had gone south since then, and Nicole couldn't figure out why that was the case. Nicole wanted to talk with Ethrun and hear his side of this story before considering him a potential traitor. More so, as no official charges were being put on Ethrun, just implications and no solid evidence of wrongdoing. The tactics discussion continued as Nicole was thinking about their mission and the possibility of encountering Ethrun. After the discussion between the captains and crews it ended upon the general plan, the masked man turned to the Vesalius's pilots. The pilots consisted of Isaac Jowl, Nicole Amalfi, Miguel Amon, and two other green-uniformed young men. The former three were a tad concerning should Ethrun be involved rather than the other two. This mission will be difficult, especially for the three of you. Isaac, Nicole, and you, Miguel, understand that if Ethrun is on the Eternal, he is now an enemy. Can you shoot him down? All three pilots in question hesitated at what was being asked to be asked if they could take down one who had been a comrade. Nicole, at this point, couldn't shoot Ethrun, not after their last two conversations. Something was happening with ZAFT, and whatever was going on was warping the organization to reflect almost the same mentality as those they fought. Miguel was much of the same opinion as Nicole, and there were parts of this that didn't sound right at all. Ethrun was not the type of person to betray those who put trust in him, not without seriously good reason. Then, the current Supreme Council chairman had been accusing many people lately of really odd things if there was any question about his actions. At least, that was what Miguel had been seeing and hearing from others he had spoken to. Even Isaac Jowl, the picture of a dedicated soldier to ZAFT, had doubts about whether Ethrun was capable of what was being suggested. Ethrun wasn't the kind of person that would turn traitor, a bit of a coward in Isaac's opinion, perhaps with his caution. But Ethrun had certainly not shown himself as someone that would turn against the plants. His comrade had shown him that when he had been there after Dirka had gone down and had been a support. And after losing Dirka, the thought of Ethrun being a traitor sounded even more ludicrous. Isaac took a deep breath. I know that I can do what it takes to defend this ship and the plants. Isaac paused, no matter what it is. L.E. Cruzet turned to Miguel and Nicole since Cruzet was the most concerned about them among the three. Miguel was like Isaac but had a bit of an honor side that Isaac mistakenly called pride. So, he would likely be like Isaac and shoot if the need came, and so, Cruzet wasn't all that worried. Commander, like Isaac, I will do what is needed, but if given the option, I would rather not be forced to shoot him down, Miguel said. Nicole was the one who had been close to Ethrun and on friendly terms, and that was a problem in this. Hesitation would either get one killed or possibly have them change sides, which was an issue. With signs that the Federation was mobilizing, the less that switched sides, the better in Cruzet's mind. We all hope that it doesn't come to that, Miguel, Cruzet remarked before he focused on Nicole. And what about you, Nicole? Know that none will think less of you should you admit that you can't pull the trigger. One who can say that they are unable to do something that is a strength to be able to know your limitations. If things came to the point where Nicole was facing Ethrun in battle, then Nicole couldn't shoot him. They were friends, and Nicole still wanted to believe that there was just a misunderstanding. There were just holes in the stories being told that Nicole couldn't figure out what was true and what wasn't. Thus, Nicole exhaled and bowed. Then Commander, I'm sorry to say that I'll be sitting this mission out. I need to take time to come to terms with recent events, so I wish the rest of my comrades the best of luck, Nicole replied, to which L.E. Cruzet nodded to him be dismissed before Nicole left the bridge. Nicole entered the quarters he had been assigned and closed the door to escape the rest of the crew. Even with his answer to the commander being what he felt, Nicole felt bad about it and was conflicted internally. Ethrun was his friend, and no matter what others said he had done until Nicole could talk to him directly, none of the rumors were believable or truthful. Ethrun wasn't the type to go against everything he believed in for any reason. There were just too many missing facts to Nicole for treason to be a sensible thing to consider. Nicole turned his thoughts to other things to occupy himself and not think about the problem with the throne. He called his mother because he hadn't had much time to talk to her around the plants. However, as he was about to call her, a transmission came over every comm channel, which baffled Nicole. It was rare for any transmission or broadcast to blare through many if not most comm frequencies. The factions kept to their own radio and broadcast frequencies and didn't interfere with one another other than tap to listen in on the others. He connected to the transmission and looked at a scene he hadn't seen before. The room appeared to be used for press conferences by most and was filled with people already. As Nicole kept watching, a man took the raised platform and introduced the Prime Minister of the Republic of all people. Nicole had never met the woman who had been one of the longest-standing political leaders within the Human Federation, but he'd certainly heard about her. His father Yuri had met the woman once, and he'd said she was polite and had a very charismatic personality but could also be extremely stubborn sometimes. Public information about Ellen Blass said that she was one of the longest-lasting political leaders of the Federation. She had held her office overall for 17 years thus far by her being re-elected over and over. Minister Blass had also earned the nickname of the Dragon of the Republic for her stubbornness. Nicole was more curious why a politician that wasn't known for making a speech often would choose now of all time to make a speech if that's what this was. It didn't feel like this was a stunt, making Nicole wonder what was going on even more. As my press secretary said, "Thank you for taking the time to come here, and I hope you are glad you tuned into this," Minister Blass opened. "I invited you all here for an address I will make to the world and those in space, both on the moon and living in colonies. I ask you all to hold your questions until the end of this address, and then I will answer as I can." Minister Blass kept going with her introduction, saying who she was and what she did. Then she moved on to what the war was doing to the world as a whole. Nicole found himself agreeing with what the woman was saying about the war. It had thrown the world into chaos and was taking lives at an alarming rate. The war had been going on for years when it was supposed to have lasted for a year or less, by original estimates. And the war had become far worse lately than it had been earlier. The casualties in the last 6 months alone had been higher than the previous year, by a frightening margin of more than 3 times. Minister Blass said rightly that leaders of both ZAFT and the Alliance had made promises to end the war, but none had kept them. "However, I'm not here to justify any of them, nor what they work for," Minister Blass continued. "Their vows ring hollow as none of them have shown they care about those who die in their war, whether soldiers or just those who happen to be around the fighting." What followed that opening was the most shocking and awe-inspiring thing that Nicole had ever viewed in his life. Minister Blass summarized how the war was being sustained by hatred for the differences between human types. Of how people who wished for peace and to merely live their lives without fear of being killed and their home destroyed or being driven from their lands. The war had come to the point where neutral lands were being forced to pick a side in the conflict. The first effect Nicole could see happening even though it wasn't supposed to be, Panama was a good example of the point. The last point was more apparent as it was more open in recent months than previously. It wouldn't be surprising if the Alliance tried to get the Federation members to join their cause. According to ZAFT intelligence, the Alliance had been attempting to do such for years. It was just due to treaties, and they couldn't do such activities openly, from what Nicole understood. Yet, from what Recon had stated, the Alliance had at least attacked Orb and likely other Federation member nations by this point. That, in turn, brought the Federation into an active role in the war, which shifted the balance of power against both ZAFT and the Alliance. Nicole continued to watch as Minister Blass picked up a paper and showed it to the crowd and cameras. "Should any wish for an example of what I speak of, in my hand is a page of what the Republic received before the nation came under attack by the Alliance's Omni forces. In the days that have gone by since then, other member nations of the Federation have received similar a form of communication before being assaulted by the military forces of the Alliance." Ellen paused, putting the page down. "Make no mistake of this, each occurrence came because none of the nations agreed to the demands from the Alliance to join them in their battle against ZAFT and the plants. They will claim otherwise, but they were the ones who pushed the war in this direction. In the words of the senders, the Federation's actions are unacceptable. As a result, the governing body of the Earth Alliance, by unanimous vote, has denounced the organization as an official faction. Those are their own words." Ellen paused for a moment. "I state for the record that international law taken from the UN Charter makes it clear that no one faction or members thereof have the power to denounce, dissolve, or disband another group or faction. The Alliance also recognized the Federation as an independent faction in their Alaska Treaty, even if they forget or don't admit it, such is written in the document. Thus, the Alliance is claiming power they do not have and using it to do what they have no right to do." Nicole knew the Alliance had a history of making poor or foolish choices/decisions on policy and other things. Such seemed to have worsened over the passing years of the war, which drowned out any good decisions they made. For them to attack the Federation was a boldly stupid move, and he didn't doubt they were facing the consequences for the point. The attacks only slightly overshadowed the Alliance attempting to officially dissolve the Federation as a faction. However, Minister Blass kept going. "Then, the sender's demands were akin to the terms of surrender, and that is being kind with the wording. The given alternative was to be considered an enemy of them and treated as such. Some reporters gasped, and others muttered at hearing what the Earth Alliance had done and some denials of the claim. That's what kind of actions have become commonplace because of this war. None of which has done anything of value or good for any part of the human race despite some claiming it is the means to end the war. It only has and will take away, destroy, and ruin the places we call home, and that one holds dear. And if no serious changes are attempted, more and more will be taken from humanity. This war has already stolen many people's lives before their time, and more will follow if humanity accepts this war as it is becoming. It was nigh impossible for Nicole to tear his attention away from this broadcast, so awing was the speech so far. The loss of Panama's mass driver was destroyed due to the deployment of the Gungnirs and the EMP they made. Nicole himself hadn't been fond of that battle, and it had felt almost like ZAFT forces were massacring people after the mass driver was destroyed. So, after losing the one mass driver they controlled, the Alliance needed to acquire the use of another mass driver or surrender. That much Nicole understood, and that had led to the attack on the Victoria base. The loss of good men and women with the fall of Victoria to the Alliance had been terrible. And yet, the greed of the Alliance had them try to take the Federation's nations for their mass drivers. If the Federation hadn't taken the actions as a declaration of war against them yet, Nicole didn't see it taking long for that to come to pass. And if the Federation's military had mobile suits as an amount suspected, the Alliance would be in more trouble. Minister Blass continued speaking about the pain that the war had caused many directly involved and the bystanders. Her call to those who had lost someone or multiple people to the war struck at the heart. Nicole had to admit the Republic's leader had a real gift for speaking and captivating an audience. He was beginning to see some possible reasons why the Republic's citizens elected the woman over and over. She cared about the people she served and beyond. Nicole kind of wishes more of the plant's Supreme Council members would display such things. He knew his father cared about the plant's citizens, so he worked hard for their protection. The wish made how the council was conducting himself all the harder to watch. And Nicole was beyond surprised at hearing Minister Blass had lost loved ones because of the war. Understanding that the person his father and others considered immovable and stubborn had suffered loss as many people had was different. The woman kept going saying that there was a need to stand up and refuse to keep accepting things as they were. And hearing about the need to stand up and not accept things as they are, struck a chord in Nicole. Minister Blass's insistence to rise against those who shouted the war was necessary to keep Nicole spellbound. He agreed that the first step to ending the war was to stand against those that used and pushed the war for their own interests. Nicole could only imagine the money weapon contractors made from this war, so they wouldn't want the conflict to end. However, should the war not end, the loss of life would catch up and end with extinction. And yet, before Nicole could sort out his thoughts, Minister dropped a provable bomb. Today, all will know the truth of what happened at that plant-type colony, Junius 7, and I will ensure that. The Bloody Valentine incident is an event that all know by now, but parts of the account of what happened there and the results are lies that have been spread since its occurrence. Both people within the Alliance and its military, along with the plants and ZAFT, have tried to hide truths about the colony for a different reason, but all of that ends today. Nicole's mouth hung open at hearing the last line as it caused more than just a pause. Historical accounts were clear enough to say what happened in general but didn't give much detail. Part of Nicole screamed defiance to even thought history got it wrong. However, Nicole was questioning what he thought he knew of the Bloody Valentine now. The general facts were a rogue group shot a nuclear missile at the colony. It had given a clear view of how dangerous nuclear weapons could be with the innocent lives they took. The Bloody Valentine led to the development of the N-jammer, which effectively ended the use of nuclear technology. As far as Nicole knew, Junius 7 had been an agricultural colony and had a college of some sort. Minister Blass said the colony population was composed of both naturals and coordinators, which wasn't in the public records. She then reasoned that such was the case because some didn't want the truth to be known by the public for various reasons. What Minister Blass detailed made Nicole wonder about many things he thought he knew about Junius 7 and previous expectations. To hear the colony had been a testing ground for the coexistence of naturals and coordinators was surprising. Nicole had heard rumors such had been attempted, but little success had come from what had been tried. Nevertheless, should what Minister Blass said be true, the idea would have been a notable success. And the fact she provided of the Earth Sphere's last leader before the Alliance seeing the idea and been encouraged gave credence to the minister. Nicole had read about Miliardo Peacecraft. History remembered him as an advocate of peace and a beloved leader. The fact that the Federation was investigating the Bloody Valentine was definitely notable news to Nicole. It implied there was more to the event than the public ever knew about. It could also explain some odd disappearances that had occurred over the years of the war. All the tragedies from the Bloody Valentine to the battles that have happened in this war, none of it is the fault of the soldiers or pilots that fight in them. As Minister Blass continued, Nicole's attention was drawn back at the mention of soldiers. They follow orders, some willingly, others unwillingly doing what they are told. Most of them are protecting their homes and what they hold dear to themselves, which should be praised. It is honorable to stand up and protect what they love and is a great service. Thus, we shouldn't hold soldiers responsible as they fight to defend such and don't in their heart don't want to kill. It was nice for someone to say the soldiers that fought in the war weren't to blame for the bloodshed. For whoever they were to be blamed instead of the soldiers was different than most who cursed the war that Nicole had heard about. Most cursed the soldiers and those who fought in the war, so the change was appreciated. Nicole had heard and had his fair share of blame sent his way for lives lost in this war even though he ignored the wrongful blame. Nicole knew that most soldiers in ZAFT didn't kill because they wanted to, but more to defend the homeland and themselves. That didn't mean ZAFT hadn't done things that were regrettable for the death and destruction it caused. Admiral Tries ever admitted that the actions of ZAFT forces, while seen as necessary, were messy and that for those lost in them, he apologized for the losses. Nicole hoped that maybe some would understand most of those fighting in the war didn't fight to hurt others but to defend what they held dear. Minister Blass kept going, the ones who are at fault for this war and what it has brought to us all can be identified, regardless of whether they take responsibility for their actions. There is a phrase that most will have heard at least once by now, but I will change it slightly to promote understanding. The ones who ushered in this war and kept it going are humankind's true enemy. The phrase humankind's true enemy caught and held Nicole's attention since it was clearly based on the phrase Blue Cosmos used as their rallying cry. The reference alone could apply to many depending on how one interpreted the label. Yet, before Nicole could consider further, Minister Blass continued, "First, I will define those who would be considered humankind's true enemy. They are those who use their hatred of others as the sole reason for attacking and killing people, innocent or otherwise. They are those who insist that war is the only way to settle standing disagreements and more. Doing so while adamantly claiming there is no other solution no matter the evidence provided to the contrary. They are those who use war cries for blood to be spilled and see them as rallying calls for others to join them and justify their terrible and unforgivable acts. They are those who are more intent on pursuing their vendettas and fulfilling them than seeking peace for all people. Those who see nothing wrong with using and abusing people knowingly and unknowingly toss them away after they fail or don't provide use or purpose for those that control them. They are those who promote this war and say it will only end when a whole part of humanity, whether it be coordinator, natural, hybrid, or any other form of human being, is completely exterminated. Any who do one or more of the points I mentioned are humankind's true enemy and are as demons dressed in human skin." Nicole didn't have proper words even to come close to arguing with the definition laid out by Minister Blass. The definition of humankind's true enemy was so simple that any could understand it. And yet, with how it was put, names didn't matter, making snaking out of being labeled much harder, if not impossible. Each of the 5 points covered a different reason one could have for wanting the war to continue. And Nicole could think of a few that could fall under one or more of the points before now. The sad thing was there were more than Nicole could think of with recent events. Minister Blass had done something few, if any, could have before now labeled those hidden from the forefront. But the surprises weren't done. They are the same as the most villainous individuals in our history, the same as Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, or Musaada Milan, who used war to kill all they could. Minister Blass banged a hand on her podium, and those who are humankind's true enemy will be remembered exactly as those horrible individuals. They are the same as them, not human beings, but creatures that are less than any type of human is. Minister Blass began asking questions from the reporters there, but Nicole was lost in thought and didn't pay attention to the broadcast. For humankind's true enemy to be compared to historical villains was a huge smear that few could outdo. Personally, Nicole applauded the speech as it was epic and had a lot of points that had a great deal of merit. However, what Nicole had heard in the speech also made his doubts, which had been growing, become stronger. The war had changed from what it had started, as it was clear to him now. A/N. And I'll leave off there until the next phase. Now, this phase is an expansion of 2 sections in the original phase 22 or 23 which some readers may have noticed. However, I felt the need of there being a new update on Natarl as she had been absent since JOSHA. Remember, the women was separate from the Archangel just before Spitbreak started. And Natarl has only heard the rumors and gossip of what happened with Spitbreak, and those didn't have the truth within them. She is only hearing what the Alliance is telling Omni about what is going on around Earth. And as you readers may guess, the Alliance wasn't saying anything about their fights with the Federation. In fact, all they were telling Ptolemaeus was Panama had been lost and their operation to take back Victoria was being accelerated. With that in mind, Omni's unease with losing their orbital fleets is understandable as they didn't know their earthbound forces had gone and declared war on the Federation. Next we do get a small bit of background on Natarl and her father, may do more later, we'll see. I also wanted to show Halberton wasn't the only reasonable leading officer Omni had, Moss is another one. Then I wanted to show that Natarl is learning being a captain isn't just about following military discipline. Tyler did teach her that to an extent, even when she doesn't want to admit that. We then have the aftermath of the Alliances taking Victoria and Azrael's trip to space. Azrael isn't happy with how the battle with Orb ended, which is different than canon. And seeing Ellen's speech doesn't help Azrael's mood. He hates those like Ellen as they have influence that he would love to abuse and yet they don't do what he says they should. I also put in his thoughts as they are different and are what those in power within the alliance feel. Then we move to the scene at Lodonia with Mina Moss. For those that didn't read the original, I ask you, Mina is cold as she appears and cares only for her work at this time. The system that she established at Lodonia is a testament of her focus and unwillingness to accept pushback. Her use of fear to control the candidates is conditioned, which is why they will listen to her over any other. I also added details of the other two facilities like Lodonia in this phase as they will come up later. Finally, I want to move on to the last section with Cruzet and his group. For those that have watched the anime, you should know by now that Cruzet is a rat that is enemy to all and friend to none. So his assignment to pursue the Eternal isn't what it seems, but more of an explanation on that will come later. The point I would like to focus on is Nicole's reactions to the mission and the expectations of it. Nicole is having doubts about ZAFT's direction if it isn't obvious by this point, much as Athrun was. Seeing Ellen's speech only made those doubts stronger but also showed there could be another option to Nicole. He wants to hear Athrun's side of things and he would be open to new information. That will come later, as I don't doubt some will appreciate. That's all for this phase for the end wrap-up. As always, some of you take the time to write a review and tell me what you think or ask a question. I read every review written and take the comments to heart. Hopefully school and work won't delay me again, but no promises on that. Then next phase is titled, Preparations and should be within less than 2 weeks. Peace out till then. Chapter 42, Phase 45, Preparations. A/N. Here is Phase 45, it is a tad shorter than the last few but it is setting up for the next phase. Enjoy the phase. Phase 45, Preparations. July 5, 71 CE. Mendel Colony, L4 Colony Cluster. Things settled down a little as time moved forward for those at the L4 Colony Cluster over the week that passed. A routine had been loosely established in that time, which was being followed to be prepared for what could come next. There was still a lot to do to be ready for combat, which was likely to come soon enough. None of those in charge/command questioned or disagreed that battle was on the horizon for them. The real question was which side would attack them first, the Alliance or ZAFT. There was little difference in what they would face from either side, and it would be ships and mobile suits for both. Everyone was pitching in on the work because no one knew when this quieter period would end. With that in mind, the preparations were geared toward getting the suit pilots experience in the environment of space. Those from Orb, Mu, and Crystal knew how to fight on Earth with their assigned units, but not in space. Orb's Astrace also needed to be adjusted for their best performance in space combat. Mrs. Simmons and the Kusanaga's mechanics worked long shifts to do said adjustments. There were supplies to sort and distribute between the ships and store properly while there was the time. The other task that those with skills like Mrs. Simmons were called to was the adjustments and preparation of the machine brought by the Eternal. The ZGMF X-11A Regenerate, while physically finished, still had much work needing to be done to be ready for combat. The onboard systems needed to be programmed to work together smoothly through the OS since ZAFT hadn't gotten to that before the Regenerate was snuck onto the Eternal. The supply sorting was mostly done by the Astrace, the Shadow, and the Strike. Mu and Crystal said they needed the practice of using mobile suits in space just as much as the Orb pilots did. While Mu and Crystal had plenty of battlefield experience with mobile armors in space, piloting a mobile suit was entirely different. Mu was quickly grasping the suit controls as the OS designed by Kira was much better than what had originally come with the machine. And even if Crystal wasn't piloting the Shadow at the same level as Tyler had shown, she was doing respectively. The Astray pilots at first said the two didn't need to help with the grunt work, but Mu and Crystal said they needed the practice. So they were working right beside the Orb pilots with the needed tasks for the 3 vessels. The Justice and Freedom were transferred over to the Eternal to join the Aurora in its hangar. It helped balance out the workload of the mechanics of the ships, so one team didn't have too much work to do. The Archangel was carrying the Strike, the Shadow, and the Buster, along with Mu's Zero armor, which had been modified at Morgan Roet. The Kusanagi had 7M1 Astrace, and the Asuka had been loaded on the ship too. Kagalai had noticed the Asuka coming onto the Kusanagi and was aware that it currently didn't have a pilot assigned to it. It was a possible avenue for her to fight herself and protect what she held dear and believed in. But she kept quiet about that thought as she didn't think she would be granted the idea right now. And then the Eternal carried the Freedom, the Justice, the Aurora, and the Regenerate. Nevertheless, during the downtime between shifts, the activities varied from person to person. But it quickly became clear that everyone had seen Ellen Blass's speech, whether live or a recording of it. For it was the topic of discussion among most, her speech was discussed and thought about at length. With those that came from Orb, they fully agreed with what Minister Blass had stated. Those on the Kusanagi had seen the ruin the Alliance had brought to Orb and so understood Ellen's references. The speech had hit Kagalai directly in the heart for more than one reason, more so as she had watched it live and saw the emotion Ellen had given it. Not only was Ellen a woman Kagalai respected greatly for her efforts for the Republic. Kagalai saw Ellen as a mother figure and the only one she had in her life. And seeing her show emotion as she had during the speech was something Kagalai hadn't seen before. Kagalai understood that what had happened to Ellen's husband and that she had even had a daughter would be very harder. Ellen's speech as a whole caused Kagalai to consider things that she had thought couldn't change seriously. Kira had been thinking about what Tyler's mother had said and had even discussed it with some. Hearing about the messages sent to the Federation from the Alliance, he didn't want to believe they had done it. If it weren't for Tyler saying the Alliance would attack the member nations, then Kira would wonder about the evidence provided. It explained why Tyler had been so insistent on returning to the Republic to defend it. But for Omni to attack the Federation didn't make sense to him, not after interacting with the Archangel's crew and Admiral Halberton. It didn't make sense as Omni was fighting ZAFT, so why pick fights with another organization? The Alliance was making the war worse and expanding it, all for hatred of coordinators and those who protected them. The feelings of righteous anger were a strange emotion for Kira as it had not happened to him much. None of the Federation had done anything to deserve their homes to be violated and wrecked. And yet, that's what the Alliance did and justified it by claiming that the Federation was not official. However, while most, like those from Orb, had been talking avidly about the speech, they weren't the only ones. The officers and crew of the Archangel had been talking about it, and not all the discussions had been pleasant. Mew and Crystal had seen signs that Omni was changing and worsening. The attack on Orb had proven Omni no longer cared about wise tactics or protecting their assets. If Omni's predictions about going against the Federation held true, then Omni would be in serious trouble soon. And being told the Federation was already targeting Omni's orbital fleets only gave credence to the point. While both had accepted and come to terms with fighting the Alliance, that didn't mean they liked the idea. Mura was grateful that Mew and Crystal were doing what they could to help deal with the doubts and worries from the speech. She had her own issues that came with the speech, which were uncomfortable. While Mura now believed that Omni was going down the wrong path, she didn't accept that the Alliance was doing what had been and was being implied. The description of the war was harsh but accurate as the war had been ongoing and only worsened. The promises which had been made by Alliance leadership and top brass had been foregone if not warped into entirely different things. And then, the accusations made by the minister were more than hard to swallow. For the Alliance to claim the Human Federation not to be an official faction was more than bold, it was dangerous. It was beyond prodding and insanity as far as Mura was concerned. And yet, it would be the cause of good men and women to lose their lives in this cursed war. On the other hand, after listening to the speech, Lakis wished that as many human beings hear the message that Minister Blass had as possible. It had been so simple and yet rang true in the heart. Peace could come if people worked together and stood united against this conflict. And with her experience with fighting off and on with traveling on board the Archangel, she wanted the conflict to end all the more. The bloodshed was destroying lives and homes and dragging down people, which shouldn't have happened. For the brightest future humanity could have, this war had to come to an end. It was the only way that Lakis could see people potentially living happily and not have to fear being killed from fighting. Siegel agreed with this youngest daughter, even if he knew that more work would be done for peace to come about. But the first step toward peace was standing up against those who promoted the war and caused it. The issue was that the radicals pushing the hardest for the war were either those in power or had connections to those who were. While they were in those positions, they were dangerous and would be hard to unseat. Unfortunately, Athrun had taken the speech of Ellen Blass hard, even if he didn't show any evidence of what he felt. And it wasn't that he didn't understand it or denied what was said was true, for he did agree with what had been said by the woman. No, it was the last part where Ellen had been describing humankind's enemy, which Athrun had been hurting as he'd listened. Tyler's mother had been thorough and pointed with laying out her label for those that wanted to use this war for their interests. The 5 points Ellen had stated were akin to a checklist for identifying them. The problem, as Athrun saw it, was Chairman Zayla could be a fit for all 5 points which had been laid out. Patrick Zayla used his hatred toward naturals to justify the attacks on the Alliance. Chairman Zayla said this war was the only solution, and there was nothing else that could. The man had even used cries of retribution to rally others to his cause, Athrun himself included. He used people knowingly, though mostly unknowingly, and then tossed them out when their usefulness ended. Athrun now had personal experience in how that worked though he hadn't wanted it. Then, Athrun could now see the vendetta driving Patrick Zayla onward and promoting the war to keep it going. It was as the final nail in the coffin as the adage had been. Chairman Zayla wasn't the father Athrun had known, and he was a stranger that wore his face and used his voice. The work kept moving forward as the days passed by with little change, but each day that nothing changed increased the feel of the need to hurry. Most of the ship's leaders expected an attack would come their way soon enough. The real question was, would it be done by Omni or ZAFT first? Both had their reasons to attack the Archangel, and the other 2 ships would be caught up in the fighting. However, there was only circumstantial evidence of forces being sent from either side thus far. Nevertheless, things came to a head when a meeting was scheduled for the leaders and needed personnel. The meeting took place on the bridge of the Archangel as it was the best setup for a sizable meeting. All 3 commanding the vessels were there, along with the pilots. Kisaka started the discussion. With recent events, the alliance is the more immediate concern of the two other factions right now. Their retaking of the Victoria base got them use of a mass driver as they had been trying to obtain to replace Panama. They are using the Habilis mass driver by re-establishing their supply line, among other things. There were many things that Mu could and wanted to say about the alliance's recent decisions. The foolishness was on another level, the consequences were still being incurred, and none of the higher UPS appeared to care. What was worse, the leadership on Earth wasn't even doing the courtesy or showing concern that the lack of communicating what they did had shifted things. The attack on the Federation was now bringing the extermination of Omni's orbital fleets. The Federation's military was doing the job far more efficiently than ZAFT had ever done during the war. Granted, Victoria's mass driver got the lunar supply line back in working order, but the price was not worth it if Mu stated his opinion. Thus, Mu cursed quietly, while having a mass driver to use gets the lunar supply line flowing again. That's not all. It also means it won't be long before this conflict gets worse up here in space for all sides. Omni won't hesitate to strike the plants, and that gets us nowhere. While Kagalai knew the alliance was set on defeating ZAFT, that shouldn't translate into attacking the plants. The colonies at L5 were filled with innocent civilians, not military bases manned by soldiers. Slaughtering civilians wasn't war, it was massacre and genocide, which was evil. But what good does attacking the plants even achieve? Kagalai asked. The colonies aren't military bases. No one answered the question for a time, trying to think of a way to explain what the war had done to logical views. Tyler was left to wonder what the girl had been told about the war as it had become. Just because a place housed civilians didn't make it any less a target by the opposing faction in this war. If anything, the current year emphasized that Omni and ZAFT had stopped being nice and avoiding non-military targets. Also, the alliance had wanted to destroy the plants for a long time now, and it had just been kept quiet before where it wasn't now. As Tyler saw it, the real issue was when nuclear weapons would be thrown around without regard. So, Tyler sighed and spoke up, because Kagalai, those in control of the alliance believe only when all of Earth and space are purged of every single coordinator will this war end in victory for them. Enough of the alliance's leaders and military had been convinced peace couldn't exist while coordinators live and are seen as human beings. They shout when every coordinator is dead or enslaved, will this war stop? With that in mind, the plants are where the largest unmixed population of coordinators are. Plus, the colonies stand for coordinator independence from natural-type human control and dominance, or that's how it's portrayed. You do the math and figure out how much of a target it makes the plants. Andrew had heard the general reasoning that McGregor was using for the alliance's justification for fighting this war. There were too many like Blue Cosmos in positions of influence and power in the alliance for anti-coordinator sentiments not to poison it. And yet, coordinator extermination would include the Federation, and Andrew couldn't see that ending well for any. Thus, the alliance's justification was hollow and meaningless in the end. I personally can't see how getting rid of coordinators would lead to a pure world, and I know I'm not the only one who thinks that. I don't even know what is meant by pure world in the first place by those who use it as a war cry. But from the plant's perspective, there's nothing worse than being shot and killed for the sole reason of being coordinators to be attacked. While the alliance attacking the plants was expected in this war, and the reasoning was unjust, ZAFT wasn't much better anymore. ZAFT was becoming much the same, only using naturals being exterminated as justification. So, Waltfeld continued where Tyler had left off with ZAFT's side as it had devolved into. On the other hand, most of the leaders of the plants look upon the naturals as pests and beneath them recently. Both sides claim self-defense and self-preservation as their reasons to fight this war. Andrew paused, thinking about the war. One is left to wonder how long this cycle will continue and if it will ever end. Tyler could see the point Waltfeld had brought up and had thought about such himself several times. He also noted that Athrun had vanished from the bridge, not that Tyler blamed his friend for doing so. Chairman Zala was the driver of ZAFT mostly these days, and he was the one pushing for the war. Athrun was still having issues with one wearing his father's face and was doing the same as the alliance. Tyler exhaled, drawing attention back to him. You're pretty much stating the whole problematic cycle that this war is maintained by. Tyler shrugged his shoulders. It's the hypocritical and yet horrible irony of the point. Spilling blood stains and taints all around it, and that's what this war is doing daily. It makes it impossible to have a pure world since bathing it in blood will only set the stains deeper. Thus claiming that killing a group will solve things is nothing more than a flimsy justification that is used for a vendetta of the few. It has to stop soon, or all will die for this war, and then it will be too late for anything to change. Another moment of silence in which Kagalai slipped away to search for Athrun. Lakis admitted Mr. Waltfeld and Tyler had stated truths about the war and those who wanted it. It was saddening that the human race had descended to where it was right now from the war. However, that made what Minister Blass said about change all the more important. People needed to stand up and refuse those that screamed for blood and death. There is still the opportunity for change to occur, Minister Blass said in her broadcast. The human race isn't at the point where things can't change. The influence of the quiet and innocent can make a difference, Lakis insisted firmly, I believe that with all my heart. Siegel couldn't help the slight smile that came to him at hearing his youngest insist there was still hope. His wife Tazura had been much like Lakis, passionate about her beliefs. Tazura's loss had sent waves through the plant's citizens as she had been beloved by many. She had been a light of hope in dark times, and he wished she could be here now. Yet, Lakis was so much like her mother at a time when such was needed most. Indeed, it is the greatest power that human beings have, the ability to choose a different path and change, Siegel remarked. It is so often taken for granted, but a reminder is needed of its value. While the meeting continued, Kagalai searched for Athrun since he had disappeared from the meeting. He hadn't been looking like he was doing well since he had returned from going to the plants. Even in the meeting, he had a slightly hurt expression that many seemed to be ignoring. With what he'd said about his interaction with his father, Kagalai was worried about him. Then, there was the feeling that came to her when she was around Athrun. Kagalai had dismissed it before, but a warm fuzzy feeling had come to her when she was around Athrun. Her heart also would ache when he was down about something, and she couldn't explain why she felt that way. It was kind of similar to what Kagalai felt when around Kira, but it wasn't the same. Sure, Athrun was good looking if she had to say something about his appearance. His smile made her heart flutter in a way she'd never experienced before. Kagalai shook her head to clear it of such thoughts about Athrun, and there were more important things to do than sort out strange feelings. She returned her attention to finding Athrun and ensuring he was okay. And it was when she came into the observation lounge that she found Athrun, who was staring out over the docking area. I finally found you, Kagalai announced. Athrun turned and saw Kagalai floating toward him, and he felt surprised at seeing her. He had come to the port's observation lounge to get time to clear his head about recent facts. He hadn't been doing well in that respect as he still didn't want to believe his father was lost fully. What had happened around the plants was plaguing him, what his father had done kept going through his mind. The broadcast had contributed to the storm in his mind, for he respected and agreed with Tyler's mother far more than his father now. He knew Tyler was right as he normally was. Chairman Zayla wasn't the man Athrun knew as his father. But he still wanted to believe there was something of the man he remembered before the bloody Valentine. Yet, Athrun did turn his head and looked at Kagalai, who had come into the room and was approaching him. Kagalai stopped right in front of Athrun. I would assume your head is like a hamster running around its wheel with all that's happened, she said, tones of worry audible. Your mind going around in circles, getting nowhere with any of the questions you have, right? Athrun said nothing in reply as she was right. The questions that were bouncing around his brain were still unanswered. Perhaps he was being so obvious with how he was trying to pretend he was all right when he was far from that. He had tried to think of how and why things had ended out the way they did since it didn't make logical sense to him. How he might have missed signs which could have helped him change the path events were on, yet Athrun couldn't think of anything. Kagalai had waited for Athrun to say something to either confirm or deny what she had said, but he said nothing. So, Kagalai kept going, that's why you need to talk about what's on your mind to others, it does harm if you just keep it inside. She paused for a moment before continuing, all of us here can help you, Athrun, and we want to. There are friends here that are worried about you, myself included. Your opinion and knowledge are valuable, so you should be there when we gather for meetings too. Athrun knew those here were worried about him, especially after returning from the plants. But his thoughts were such a mess right now that even he couldn't effectively sort them out. So how would others do much better when he was having such problems doing the task? Sorry, he hesitated, just don't know what to say right now. I'm having difficulty sorting out my thoughts. Kagalai stared at Athrun, seeing he was clearly in pain, both physical and non-physical, with him sorting out his thoughts. With what he had told her, Kagalai could only imagine what he was thinking about with his father shooting him. And as her gaze fell on Athrun's right shoulder, which still had bandages wrapping, she couldn't stop herself from asking the question on her mind. Does it hurt? Kagalai asked. Your shoulder, I mean. While his shoulder was sore from the bullet passing through it, the injury didn't hurt half as much as his heartache. Both his parents were lost now, his mother via the bloody Valentine and his father from the venomous hatred of naturals. Tyler had implied that Chairman Zayla was to the point he was lost, and little if anything would be able to change that. The shot to his shoulder was both the consequence of not listening to Tyler's wisdom and his reaction to the realization to the truth. Something in him had snapped at the time, and Athrun couldn't help lashing out at Chairman Zayla. More annoyingly sore, Athrun returned, I will manage through the recovery. Kagalai wouldn't doubt his shoulder was sore, the way he moved suggested that point. But she was asking more about what it came with and not the physical pain that he was in. His father had shot him, for goodness sake, Athrun couldn't be okay with that. You're lying, of course, it hurts, Kagalai reasoned. Your own father shot you, how could that not hurt? Athrun knew he was not admitting the truth and was still having issues with it after all. Kagalai had stated his problem, and his father had shown he wasn't himself anymore. Athrun's attempt to reason with Chairman Zayla had utterly failed. All it had done was show Athrun just how far gone the man was. Chairman Zayla's answers had made it clear that he was the same as those in the Alliance's leadership. As he said, the war would continue until their enemies were dead or ZAFT was defeated. And with nuclear weapons coming, death for all was the most likely outcome of this war's ending. Thus, Athrun's head fell in response to Kagalai's open question, and tears came to his eyes. His heart surged with pain filling it. His voice caught, I couldn't stop him. Athrun stopped wishing the truth was wrong, but he kept going. I realized in that encounter that I had been blinding myself to the truth that was right in front of me. Athrun, Kagalai questioned, not quite understanding what Athrun was getting at. It was clear that something with the meeting with his father had hurt him aside from the gunshot. Yet, she couldn't figure out what it was that hurt Athrun so much. However, before she could ask, Athrun continued, things between us had changed so much that he was like a stranger to me. Athrun paused for a moment. I know that with a position on the council and on the committee, he was to be treated formally. But he corrected me even outside those environments to call him sir or something like that. I just thought it was due to stress before, but he made it clear that I was a soldier first and not his son. Athrun got out, his voice breaking a bit as he spoke. It was chasing the freedom that I really understood that my father, Athrun said father in a disparaging tone, fully expected me to kill any my given orders would require me to do, even my best friends. Athrun had to stop and control his breath with the rage he felt at the prospect of being expected to kill Tyler and Kira. I couldn't take the justice back the plants after knowing what my mission would have me do. ZAFT would abuse it and the Federation ID it has now to attack the Federation and slaughter civilians without hesitation. Kagalai's mouth had opened in horror at what Athrun was talking about. For ZAFT to expect one of their soldiers to kill friends and not have an issue with it was terrifying. And that Athrun saying the justice would be used to attack the Federation just added to the concern with ZAFT. Athrun clearly had issues with it, and rightly so, and Kagalai didn't blame him. It was sad his father was treating him as a soldier rather than a son. She didn't know what to say to Athrun, but he kept saying, I had no idea how blind I had become over the months since Heliopolis. I knew something was going badly, but I ignored the feeling justifying it was just part of the war. I didn't see the path my father had been going down until it was far too late. Tyler tried to soften the blow, warning and telling me about the change he saw, but I wasn't willing to see it. I tried to convince him. Athrun frowned as tears still flowed from his eyes. I tried so hard. But I couldn't get him to see the truth of what he was doing. Kagalai didn't like Athrun blaming himself for what others were doing in this war. Athrun had done much in this war to protect the innocent, which the Alliance and ZAFT couldn't say so much. So, Kagalai grabbed Athrun's left hand and made him meet her eyes. Everyone feels powerless in the same basic way at some point in their lives. Those who think they understand things as they are who don't experience it themselves are only fooling themselves, Kagalai stated firmly. And you are no fool, Athrun. Kagalai, Athrun uttered in surprise. He had never expected such from the girl, even with her passionate attitude. Tyler had been blunt about his foolish mistake of going to the plants to confront his father. It had been a stupid idea in hindsight, and it really gave credence to the phrase of hindsight being 20x20. The attitude of Chairman Zayla before Athrun had headed to Earth had been a red flag. How Siegel and Lakis were being treated as an example of what happened to those who didn't blindly follow the man who led ZAFT now. Thus, what happened with Athrun's attempt to reason with the man was expected logically. Kagalai wasn't going to let Athrun blame himself for what had occurred around the plants. And it sounded like he was giving up on helping his father see reason, and he shouldn't do that. So, she shook her head. It's too soon to give up on convincing your father his methods aren't the best way to go forward, she exclaimed. You can still have a chance to talk to him properly and reason with him to help him see the truth. He's your father, after all, you only ever get one of those, so isn't it worth trying? Athrun got over his surprise at how much sense Kagalai was making and that she was attempting to tell him not to give up on a lost cause. She had a heck of an optimistic view of the world, Athrun would admit that freely with the evidence he'd seen. It wasn't like Kira's naivete, but it ran along the same type of path Kira's did. The difference was Kagalai knew the world wasn't the simple place that Kira saw, but she still had incredible hope for the best. Athrun couldn't help the smile that found itself on his face as Kagalai was still going. So, stop standing around alone looking so hesitant, and... Athrun hadn't the slightest idea what he could have done to deserve the attention of a girl like Kagalai. She could do far better than someone like him with the baggage he was and would be carrying. Heck, Athrun was still trying to figure out how Tyler forgave him for the wrongs he did to him, grateful though he was. Instead, he moved forward and embraced Kagalai with his left arm going around her back. She may not have meant to cheer him up when she set out to find him, but she certainly had done just that. Kagalai was like no girl Athrun had ever met, not a natural, coordinator, or any other type of human being he'd encountered. Thanks for caring, Kagalai, it means a great deal, Athrun said softly. Kagalai had felt herself stiffen in reaction to the moment Athrun had embraced her. And it wasn't that she hadn't been hugged by a guy before, Kira had done so before now. But a Thrun hugging her felt different than any other who had embraced her before now. Thus, her heart rate shot up when a Thrun had hugged her, and she felt her cheeks heat up in response. Kagalai began stuttering up a storm since a Thrun hugging her was the last thing she had expected to come. Yes, she thought a Thrun was a nice guy, well-mannered and calm in most situations, yet possessing a kind disposition. He was also a good-looking guy, Kagalai would admit, but she wasn't interested in having that kind of relationship. She had meant to find him and try to cheer him up, that was her intention. However, Kagalai couldn't figure out how that had become this. Her response to a Thrun's hug brought back to Kagalai's mind a conversation she had with Ellen months ago. She hadn't thought much about it at the time since it had been Ellen talking about Kagalai preparing herself for the time when a boy came along. Kagalai had listened to what Ellen had said but hadn't really paid much attention to the subject. As Ellen had said, spending time with boys wasn't a priority, so she hadn't foreseen a boy coming along. It had been much like her father's birds and the bees conversation, though not as bad since it had been Ellen talking to her. But now, parts of the conversation repeated themselves in her head as a Thrun continued embracing her. Kagalai's heart speeding up and cheeks heating up was something particular that had come up in the talk. Ellen had said that even if Kagalai hadn't believed her, she would meet a boy that would make her heart flutter and her voice wouldn't work properly. And here now was exactly that happening for her. Her heart was pounding, and she couldn't form words right. She couldn't explain why her voice wasn't working right, so she couldn't get out more than 1 to 2 words. She had talked to a Thrun before now without issue, but now she couldn't get a full sentence out. It made no sense to her why a boy would have such an effect on her, even though Ellen had said that a boy could have this kind of effect. All she could do was float there and let this happen, and her body wouldn't listen to her orders. Part of her enjoyed the current experience, and the embrace gave her a warm feeling in her chest that she'd never felt before. And the warmth felt more than nice, and there was a wanting coming to her to have this warmth more often. Yet, another part said this was far too soon for something like this to happen with a boy, even if a Thrun was nice. Kagalai had only turned 16 months ago, so she wasn't old enough to think about a romantic relationship. Maybe in 2 years or more she would be ready to try such a relationship with another, perhaps even a Thrun. But she wasn't ready to face these new feelings right now. Days went by after the leaders' meeting around the Mendel colony, and preparations continued. And Tyler had quickly felt restlessness creep up on him, which had him looking for things to do. It wasn't that Tyler thought the preparations for the coming battle weren't moving along as smoothly as possible, he knew it was. But waiting was something Tyler rarely had if ever liked dealing with when he didn't have to. It was why he had the habit of finding things to do during downtime when it came. Thus, he went about doing things to help with the preparations, doing odd jobs where he could find them. One of Tyler's tasks was moving the Aurora to the Archangel so it could get maintenance and resupply done. Those on the Eternal were still busy finishing work on the ship and adjustments on the Regenerate. Tyler hadn't wanted to push more work onto those that had come with Lakis, and they had enough to do. Murdoch hadn't expected another mobile suit to come to the Archangel's hangar. The Freedom and the Justice had been moved to the Eternal as the ship was supposed to be specialized for the two. It was less work for Murdoch's boys, so he wasn't against that change and had moved on from that. However, then had come a machine he'd never seen coming into the hangar, which was directed to a dock. When McGregor popped out of the suit's cockpit, things didn't get much clearer. Yet, it did give a possible reason why the machine had appeared on the Archangel. McGregor did things his way, and you either accepted it or cursed it under your breath and went about one's day. However, McGregor didn't do a thing for the heck of it, and he had a reason for what he did, even if he was the only one to know it. So, Murdoch approached McGregor as he floated down to the deck. "McGregor," he started, "you care to tell me why you brought me and my boys another mobile suit to work on?" Tyler glanced at Murdoch, knowing he had brought the Archangel's mechanics more work to do. They already had 3 mobile suits to look after, and Tyler had brought another, which he didn't feel the greatest about. And if the Eternals people could have handled the maintenance and resupply and not overwork themselves, Tyler would have done that. But the Eternals mechanics were working harder than should be expected, and Tyler saluted them for that. Tyler hoped Murdoch could squeeze work on the Aurora and should he ask him. Tyler took off his helmet. "Well, Murdoch," he began, "I was hoping to ask you for a favor and have you do some maintenance and resupply on my machine. Those on the Eternal are super busy, and I don't want to throw more onto their back and cause them to drop from exhaustion. Sorry if this seems like me piling work onto you and your boys, I try to avoid that when possible." It wasn't that Murdoch and his boys couldn't manage the job as they had pretty much finished the 3 machines on board. This was the first time that Murdoch thought that Tyler had given what was implied unsupervised access to a machine he was using. And this unit would have Federation tech in it, Murdoch was sure of that. Tyler had been quite strict about those on the Archangel having any real view of the shadow, so this was a change. "We could work it in, but what's with the sudden change on letting us do more than the general work on a unit you are using, McGregor?" Murdoch asked. At the same time, Mew and Crystal entered the hangar, but a second later, Mew noticed a fourth mobile suit in a dock. Crystal also noticed the fourth machine that hadn't been in the hangar the last time they had been down here. Crystal recognized the machine first as the red one that had come with the Eternal. Mew's attention was drawn to Tyler talking to Murdoch a short distance from the new mobile suit. With Tyler here, it was logical that the mobile suit had come with him, implying he was using it. The two approached the pair, curious as to what they were talking about. That would be amazing, Murdoch, Tyler said. If there is any task you need to be done that I can do as a thanks, just say the word. Tyler turned to head to the quarters that were his on the Archangel if nothing had changed, and he didn't foresee anything having changed. But as he faced the hangar entrance, he was met with the sight of Mew and Crystal approaching him and Murdoch. What the two were doing down in the hangar, Tyler couldn't say, nor was it his business. However, Tyler couldn't help but wonder what the two were doing down here. Hey, you two, Tyler greeted, what are you doing down in the hangar, if I could ask? Mew inclined his head. One could ask you the same thing, Tyler, he replied. As far as Mew understood, Tyler and the unit he was using were going to be on the Eternal until they stated otherwise. The Archangel already had 3 machines that it was equipped to handle specifically. There was no reason that he could think of for a mobile suit to be transferred to the Archangel at this time. And while Tyler was known for doing things his way, it was still odd for him to come over to the Archangel at this time. I was under the impression that you and your mobile suit would be on the Eternal. Has that changed, and if so, why? Crystal agreed with Mew's question but said nothing herself, waiting for the answer that Tyler could give. Tyler shrugged. Those on the Eternal are working almost all out from what I saw, he returned. And I don't want to pile on more and break their backs if there is an alternative. I would like to be expected to be at least that considerate by others. Tyler paused for a moment and gestured at Murdoch. Thus, I came here to ask the chief if he could work my unit's resupply and general maintenance so I can potentially go patrolling. Crystal was curious what Tyler meant by patrolling, as there were already a few on the lookout at all times. She and Mew had taken some of the lookout shifts since getting to the colony cluster. The lookouts were to be an early warning system for when potential enemies approached them so they could head out and meet them. However, Crystal felt that Tyler's idea of patrol wasn't what the lookouts were doing. And what does your patrolling entail, Tyler? She questioned. There are already lookouts to warn us when enemies are approaching the colony. While Tyler knew about the lookouts that were posted outside the colony, he felt there was more that could be done. The lookouts were the last warning those here would possibly get for a pending attack. A patrol could spot an enemy before the lookouts could see them and so give advance warning. Plus, it gave him something reasonable to do and took his mind off the frustration of waiting. True, there are lookouts, but they are limited to just glancing around and hopefully spotting foolish enemies approaching without trying to be stealthy. I doubt that Omni nor ZAFT will be so dumb as to come here guns blazing as they close in. They will likely attempt to take us by surprise, which the lookouts may miss. And that's why I figure a patrol couldn't hurt to do since I can cover a larger area than the lookouts. Tyler pointed back at the Aurora. To effectively do that, I need the Aurora fully supplied and good to do said patrol. Tyler's reasoning was sound, but it still left a question to Mew and Crystal. Before now, Tyler had been very strict in not letting Murdoch or his mechanics do much but the general stuff the mobile suit he used. They figured it was due to the Shadow having Federation tech in it, and the Federation didn't let others see such things. Crystal hadn't been able to figure out what equipment the Shadow had, which could be Federation tech, but that didn't change the point. So to bring what was more than likely a Federation mobile suit for Murdoch to work on was a change from Tyler's normal attitude. While I can understand that, Tyler, Mew started, it isn't like you to let Murdoch or his mechanics to have an unsupervised look at the machine you use. Heck, you only ever allowed resupply and general repair on the Shadow when it was needed before now. Tyler could see what Mew was getting at, and it was true before now that he'd not let inspections happen with the Shadow. There had been a good reason for Tyler's stubbornness, and the Shadow had Federation equipment in it. Omni would be more than willing and love to reverse engineer the Echo Trace transmitter and employ it against ZAFT. It was the very reason that the Federation didn't share technology that could be militarized. However, those on the Archangel currently had proven they could be trusted not to abuse things they were around. So, Tyler had lost the concern that Murdoch or his mechanics would pass on things they inspect to Omni. Thus, Tyler waved a hand in dismissal. Yeah, but that has changed since those here have proven trustworthy. They can look over the Aurora as they like as long as they get the work done as far as I'm concerned. Tyler shrugged his shoulders. Heck, you two can glance at it should you wish, just don't change anything in the systems, please. Tyler floated by and exited the hangar, leaving Murdoch and the two pilots back there, processing what the teen had said. Murdoch got back to work, which had Mew and Crystal glancing at one another, wondering if Tyler had meant what he told them. Mew ended out sighing. Well, if Tyler says we can take a look, then I suppose it wouldn't hurt to get a view of Federation systems, he remarked. Mew floated to the Aurora, scanning for where the cockpit entrance would be, Crystal not far behind him. He didn't see any opening or hatch in the torso like the Strike or Shadow, so he went up, figuring the cockpit could be like the Freedom's. When he came to the upper torso level, Mew spotted a seat in the same position the Freedom's pilot chair was when not in use sometimes. Mew floated over and sat down in the seat and glanced around for the control that would have it enter the cockpit. Crystal had watched Kira as he worked on the Freedom and had seen the switch he'd used to enter the machine's cockpit. So, she pointed to the switch that appeared to be in the same place on the right armrest. Mew toggled the switch Crystal had pointed out and had to clutch the seat as it went down into the cockpit. The unit's cockpit wasn't all that different from what the Strike and the Shadow had, but it was closer to the Freedom's. It had the comm screens above the forward display. The panoramic screen was more seamless than any of the G Project prototypes, as it all looked to be one screen. The general controls were similar, if not much the same, as what the Strike and the Shadow had to work with. Crystal was poking in her upper body through the entryway, looking around herself. Mew hummed to himself, not sure what I was expecting to see with a Federation cockpit, he commented. It doesn't look that different from what the Strike has to work with. Crystal sighed, with how the Federation doesn't talk about what they use or even confirm guesses of others, it isn't that surprising. We're probably the first Omni pilots to see inside a Federation machine before now, even if former. Crystal gestured at the forward display for the suit, but let's just have a look at what the OS looks like, I'm quite curious myself. Mew tapped a few buttons to activate the OS so he and Crystal could see what there was. The forward display lit up and showed its startup message. Mobile Suit Next Operation System. Generation. Unsubdued. Nuclear. Drive. Assault. Module. GUNDAM. Intrigue. Series GN12506NR02-13756 Federation Military. Crystal blinked at seeing the Gundam message, which was similar to what the Shadow and the Strike had at startup. It was somewhat surprising that the Federation kept the Gundam message even if it was altered slightly. Each word differed from the original startup message, and the end drew her attention. With the Freedom and the Justice having nuclear reactors, it wasn't a real surprise that the Federation may have its own version of the idea. It also likely meant that the unit had a neutron jammer canceller of its own. That did suggest this suit's operational time was longer than the Strike and the Shadow and could have more powerful weapons to work with. Mew tapped out a command which took a minute and got the forward screen to display the onboard systems. The list came up, and Mew glanced it over and blinked at what he saw this mobile suit had to work with. He took a moment to read the system names and shook his head slightly. Must say, I don't know where to start on this list to see what each does, he remarked. Where would you like to start? Crystal pushed herself fully into the cockpit and moved behind the pilot seat so she could read the display, not upside down. She looked over the list of systems and saw some things that she expected, like the canceller and even a phase shift armor system. But she stopped on the armor system as it had more to the name than just phase shift, with Type Sigma added onto the end. Crystal pointed at the phase shift system. Why not start with seeing what difference there could be with the phase shift, she said. Mew typed in a command and brought up details on the phase shift. The info that came up had both former armor pilots could only stare. From what Mew was reading, this phase shift system easily outdid the original idea. It did energy distribution far more efficiently than the G Project version of phase shift. Due to that, the armor system would last longer and protect the machine better than what the Strike had. Mew whistled. If the system can do what it says, I'd be impressed. Crystal chuckled in response. If the Federation's R&D designs it, I would assume it can do what it states. I'm more impressed with how they improved the idea phase shift happened with the Federation getting their hands on it. Crystal reached forward and moved on to the next system from the list. It was named the High Mobility Aerial Maneuver System or HIMAMS for short, and the description caused her pause. The system stated it would increase the suit's mobility through its wings and propulsion system. It would certainly give a serious advantage in an aerial dogfight, Crystal wouldn't doubt. It reminded her of Kira's description of the Freedom's high MAT system, which employed its wings. Mew was impressed, but since Tyler was using the mobile suit's mobility system, he didn't doubt it would make this machine a much harder opponent to deal with. He moved on to the next system on the list, the Rapid Target Acquisition System. From what Mew read, it automatically acquired targets while the pilot fired at another. That capability could make a difference in a fight against multiple enemies. The targeting system this has would give a serious advantage to this machine, I'll say that, Mew remarked. Just the first 3 systems we've looked over make this mobile suit a mean opponent to Omni or ZAFT. Mew continued on, and the next system was one he'd want to at least glance at since it was the stealth system. It appeared to work similarly to the Mirage colloid in the point it projected what was behind it. However, the Federation's stealth system did the job more efficiently than the Mirage colloid did. Yet, that wasn't all, as it had a second part to it that hissed the unit from sensors too, which made the system even more valuable. Mew hummed. No wonder the Federation have had the advantage with stealth, their systems are ahead of what the G Project had invented. Crystal shook her head. I'm almost worried to see what arsenal this has to work with, she commented. Just onboard systems outdo what Omni has been trying to use. Crystal paused. now the reasons why Tyler didn't allow any to really inspect the shadow makes more sense. Omni would be more than willing to abuse the systems this unit has to work with and attack ZAFT with gusto. Mew switched from the systems list to the weapons list, which was longer than the systems list. A glance over the Aurora's options worried Mew about the slim chances the Alliance had against the Federation's military. There was beam rifle and sabers, which the G project had helped invent, and the Federation improved. It had CIWS guns like the Strike, which the Shadow did to work with. However, there were plasma cannons for which he feared the Strike's Agni cannon would be the basis. There was a shield, but its short description implied it was not simple like the Strike had. Crystal pointed at the CIWS, let's start at the top and see what they can do. Mew brought up the CIWS system and found that like the Strike's guns were mounted in the head. The second sentence in the description caught his attention, which stated it had special ammo to work with. Crystal also read the description and paused at the same sentence, anti-phase shift rounds, she questioned. Crystal exhaled, well, it seems that the Federation not only improved the fruits of the G project but has also been making counters to them. I suppose we should expect it from the Federation as they have shown they have been prepared for Omni's attacks. Mew nodded as he moved on to the next option on this list, and here we have 2 beam sabers which can be combined together as the Justice can do, he stated. As the next option came up, Crystal spoke, and a beam rifle which looks to be a high-energy one and had 2 functions to it. She sighed, then, as we know from observation, Tyler is an amazing marksman with the weapons he uses. So a beam rifle will make him much more dangerous to those foolish to fight against him. Mew shook his head, and Tyler was a heck of a pilot with the Shadow, I fear to see how much better he will be with this unit. Mew paused before bringing up the next option, let's see what is next. Information on the Aurora's plasma cannons came to the display, and a description accompanied it. Both pilots paused at reading the description as the cannon wasn't a nice weapon. From what Mew saw, the cannons were comparable not to the Strike's Agni as he had thought but to the Archangel's Lohengrins. The Federation has made something like the positron blaster cannons into a weapon that a mobile suit can use. Mew paused and shook his head, I don't know what is scarier, what the Federation has done with the G project data or their preparation for what came out of it. Crystal exhaled heavily, I think the Alliance has continually underestimated the Federation and the lengths they go to protect their people. Her head lowered, we even did so until recently, and I think Tyler really opened our eyes to the point. The Federation doesn't fool around when it comes to their citizens, and we know that now. Crystal gestured at the forward display, and now we see their military has developed ways to protect the Federation's interests more effectively. She sighed, I figured Omni's chances against the Federation would be slim to none. But I didn't think it would be bleaker than that. The Federation's military is doing more against Omni in the last month than ZAFT has managed during the whole war. Meanwhile, Tyler caught a nap while he was waiting for the Aurora to be resupplied and made ready for use. The nap wasn't a deep one but Tyler took the sleep where he could get it as he didn't feel there would be a lot of opportunity later. When he woke up he did at least say hello to his friends who weren't on duty at the time. Seeing his friends just motivated Tyler to do his utmost to protect those here at Mendel. Tyler swore to himself that he wouldn't have to attend a friend's funeral, even if that required him to do things that he didn't like. Should Tyler have to taken on someone like Natarl as an enemy, then Tyler would do so. He hoped such wouldn't happen, but he had a feeling things wouldn't be nice going forward for a while. After hours went by since Tyler let the Aurora in the care of Murdoch, he was heading back to the Archangel's hangar. Tyler had looked over the map of the colony cluster to determine potential route to patrol while he had been waiting. The path he'd decided to go with was one that covered both the immediate area and what faced the moon and L5. Whether an Omni's force or one from ZAFT they would both come from the direction of the moon/L5, Tyler knew that. With that in mind, Tyler stopped by the pilot locker room and suited up so he could go out in the Aurora. In his mind, Tyler was still not sure which side would get her first to attack his group. Both had reasons to strike the Archangel and the ships with it even if the likely justification differed slightly. Omni wanted nuclear tech to use and Tyler figured that some of them would have come to the logical conclusion the Freedom and the Justice had such. While Tyler assumed many in Omni and the Alliance weren't the smartest with the decisions they made, he knew not all were blinded by their twisted views. The issue as it had always been was the intelligence was used for the war and similarly horrible things by those who possessed it. And where Tyler knew it was only a matter of time before the Alliance would get nuclear technology, the longer that took the better in Tyler's opinion. The Alliance could use nuclear tech to solve their power shortage on Earth and that would make logical sense. However, Tyler knew there were enough who would demand the production of nuclear weapons to be used on the plants. Blue Cosmos had been screeching for the idea for years now, and there were too many of those types in Alliance leadership. Unfortunately, ZAFT wasn't a great deal better or that much different than Omni in their reasons for coming to attack in the end. They were coming probably to hunt the Eternal were Tyler to guess. Yet, Tyler wouldn't put it past ZAFT to eliminate all here and try to capture the Justice and the Freedom. Plus, as far as Tyler knew, the Archangel was still a target to destroy on sight for ZAFT. Lately, ZAFT was attempting to quash resistance to them and win the race to employ new weapons to end the war. Tyler took the reference of new weapon to mean some sort of nuclear-type weapon. Any use of nuclear weapon on Earth would decimate populations there without regard of genetic type. And what Tyler felt was worse, those leading ZAFT like Chairman Zala made it rather clear they didn't care about those consequences. Thus, there was a threat to those here from both sides that needed to be taken seriously. So when Tyler entered the hangar, he floated toward the Aurora, glancing around as he went. The mechanics were still doing tasks from what he saw, but few were around Tyler's unit. He hoped that meant the needed work had been done and the Aurora was ready to go out. But he did spot Murdoch, working like Tyler normally saw him doing, and approached the man. "Murdoch," Tyler greeted, "sorry if it sounds mean or rudely insistent, but is my machine ready to go?" Murdoch turned at hearing Tyler and saw the teen suited up coming toward him. Murdoch had figured Tyler would be popping back up at some point, as the teen had implied he wanted to take his machine out as soon as he could. The Aurora, as Tyler had called it, was an impressive unit. Murdoch would be the first to admit it. He'd heard the thoughts about the Federation's proclivity to build things they used. Most of the things he'd heard weren't nice and meant to be an insult to the Federation. However, after he'd gotten a real look at the quality of their machines, Murdoch would say the things Omni said were wrong. The Federation were good at designing and building their mobile weapons. They took the point seriously when they produced what they used to fight and protect their people. It had been clear that the Aurora had pieces of HG project built into it, like the phase shift armor. In the end, the inspection of the Aurora had been extremely educational for Murdoch and his boys. The resupply and general maintenance had been finished an hour ago before Murdoch had set his boys to other things. So the unit was as ready as he and his boys could make it with what they had. There were certain things they couldn't do much for with the Aurora, like its shield and beam rifle. The shield had been a mystery to the Archangel's mechanics, and the description the system had didn't help much. Its reflection ability, as stated, had been a head-scratcher even if it sounded interesting. But none of the inspections had helped give a reasonable explanation for the shield's functionality. The beam rifle had been a little easy to understand even if it had dual functionality, which had been different. The X-102 Dual's beam rifle had two capabilities, which its grenade launcher, but it wasn't the same. Murdoch merely nodded. "Yes, your machine is ready as we can make it." Tyler inclined his head. "The work of you and your mechanics is very much appreciated, Murdoch. Sorry to have sprung it on you," he remarked. "Now, if you could move the Aurora to one of the catapults, it would be great." Tyler resumed his path to the Aurora's pilot seat as Murdoch barked orders to get the Aurora ready to move to the right catapult. Tyler grabbed his seat and shifted himself into it and had it lower into the cockpit. He activated the OS just before he felt a jerk of the docking cage moving. The Aurora's docking cage was shifted into the Archangel's right linear catapult while Murdoch moved to a console. He communicated with the bridge that a mobile suit was going to the catapult. Murdoch twisted around and caught sight of the Aurora being dropped into the catapult ram system and locked in. He hollered for the mechanics to get back as the airtight shutters began closing, silently wishing Tyler luck on whatever he was going out to do. As the panoramic view came up around Tyler, he noted the Aurora's main systems had come up. He made sure the stealth system was ready to activate quickly after heading out as Tyler planned to use it. Tyler had felt his machine lock into the catapult and he focused forward for the launch. On the Archangel's bridge, Mirialia, who was on duty at the mobile weapon control station, had received the message from Chief Murdoch. And her console did show a mobile suit had been moved to the catapult, waiting in the pause and hold phase of launch. The odd thing was she didn't recognize the mobile suit in the catapult. It wasn't any of the three in the hangar that she knew of, and she hadn't heard of another coming on. True, Tyler had popped onto the Archangel in the last few hours, so it could be whatever he was using. And as if to answer her question, a voice came over his headset. "Controller, this is the Aurora," Tyler announced, "ready to launch if you would be so kind to open the catapult and let me head out." Mirialia sighed, since it would have been nice for Tyler to say something about bringing a mobile suit with him. She tapped out the commands to have the right catapult open and electron rails move into position for use. Once the catapult was ready, Mirialia turned on her headset mic. "Your go for launch, Aurora," she replied, "ready on your signal." Tyler tapped a button on his suit's arm control to activate his helmet's visor display. The info that came up for Tyler to see stated his vitals were good and his restraints were solidly locked to the seat. He gripped his controls and focused on the view of the colony dock and stars beyond the catapult. "Tyler McGregor, Aurora," he announced, heading out. Tyler leaned the Aurora forward slightly before the rams shot forward, accelerating the Aurora. The power cable ejected from the machine and Tyler shot away from the ship. He activated the Aurora's phase shift armor and then had its stealth field deploy. All those on the Archangel's bridge saw was the Aurora shooting out of the catapult and then vanishing from sight. Tall swore that the red machine that Tyler was piloting seemed to become waver as it faded from sight. But he hoped that Tyler would be okay and find little to nothing while he was out. And Tall doubted he was the only one that was praying the lookouts, and now Tyler would have everything quiet while they kept watch. A/N. "Okay, I'll leave off there and continue in the next phase." Now on to the highlighting and explaining that I do at the end of each phase. The first thing I want to point out is the reactions to Ellen's speech. Of course, those from Orb agree with it, but I want to focus on those from the Archangel. They didn't see it as good of a thing as others, more a reminder of what they have realized about the Alliance. The other scene I wanted to discuss is one I added, which is Tyler coming over to Archangel with the Aurora. It should be clear at this point Tyler is antsy and doesn't want to sit around and wait. The Eternal was busy with adjusting the regenerate, so couldn't do the supplying for the Aurora in the time Tyler wanted. Thus, he went to the Archangel to see if Murdoch could do the job so Tyler could do patrol. In the scene, Mew and Crystal were able to get a real look at Federation technology. I wanted to show how Omni personnel may view the difference in tech the Federation had compared to the Alliance. I assure you, this phase is setting up for the next one, and it will be a good one. We will be entering the fighting phase for the next few phases. And the battles will change to extent, but I will not spoil the surprises. Anyway, some of you please write a review and tell me what you think of the story thus far. I appreciate those who write them, and I do read them. The next phase is titled, Battle of Belief. Until then, peace out.